Welcome to the mysterious abyss of Paranormal M, where it would take the end of the world for us to stop posting new content daily. Subscribe and turn on notifications to dive into our latest inexplicable tales. And don't forget to leave a comment. Helps us along with the algorithm to keep us pushing forward. We hope you're prepared to be spellbound. Do not play in graveyards. Story number 10. Growing up, and still to this day, I have loved the spooky and scary things. Supernatural and paranormal stories were my favorite to read and watch, no matter how much it frightened me. I was obsessed with ghosts and cemeteries. All things creepy, but not crawly, and the adrenaline of the fright. So when a teenaged me was offered to play hide-and-seek in the largest, very haunted graveyard in my city, I of course said yes. The graveyard was ran by the church that it surrounded. A decent-sized cathedral surrounded by a mile of graves, each way, just to give you a visual of the size of this place. My friends and I had planned to go on a day that we knew no one would be there to kick us out for playing along the graves. The week leading up to us playing the game, it had been storming, bringing cold air down after a heat wave. The day we went was the first day that week it hadn't rained. Wet or not, we had to go now or wait a whole other week of storms. Because of the chill the rain brought, a thick fog had set over the city. Perfect for a spooky game of hide-and-seek in a graveyard. We all met up at my best friend's house. We'll call him John, as he lived not even 3 full blocks away from the place. Now, John also loved the paranormal like I did, except he was also a huge scaredy cat. So when we went, it couldn't be at night. It was barely past noon when we started that way. A common friend of mine and John's, Hannah, the one who came up with the idea, and to my boyfriend Greg, at that time, were the other 2 people to play this game with us. Greg was a comfort for John, as Greg was and still is a skeptic of all of this. We didn't have much trouble getting in. After a long minute of walking, we made it to the cathedral. It was still decently bright outside for being a cloudy day with thick fog, but in the graveyard everything felt darker. Maybe it was because it was littered with as many trees as there were graves. Or maybe it was because superstitions were getting to us. But either way, John and I came down with bad feelings. While Hannah was explaining how she will be the seeker first, since she came up with the idea, John whispered in my ear about his bad feeling. Admitting to him about mine, though, would only have scared him more and really wanting to do this with everybody. I told him not to worry while I pushed my own instincts aside in the process. Anything for the adrenaline, right? And if anyone sees a ghost, make sure you record it, Hannah had said. Greg rolled his eyes, not saying anything. But he was right. Almost everybody in our city had a personal scary story about this graveyard specifically. But no one had ever been able to provide sufficient evidence. And if a bunch of professionals couldn't capture anything, I doubted 4 teenagers would be able to. I was about to ask her if this was the point of getting us when John pulled out my shirt and asked everybody if they heard a noise. Like a little girl giggling, he had said. Hannah laughed excitedly, telling us the story of the little kids being rumored to be haunting this place. But there are just a few of the many entities here, she says, happily to the group. John was going to say something else, but Hannah clapped her hands and told us to disperse while she turned around and started counting. John gave me a pleading look, but I returned it with an encouraging smile and took off. I was hoping Greg would follow me, so we could have a little of our own fun while we waited to be found. But Greg was a competitive person, so if he was playing a game, he was playing a game. I hid behind a few trees, a few large graves, always respectful of where I stepped, before I found the perfect spot behind a mausoleum. Those small buildings for multiple graves, usually no bigger than a 5x5. Those things. The front part faced a main path of the graveyard, but the other 3 sides had large bushes, almost as tall as the thing itself, and with just enough space between the building and the bush for me to hide in. They weren't that thick, but they'd do a decent job. It actually could have fitted easily 6 people without touching each other in that back. It was one of those spots where it was so obvious somebody would hide there that the seeker would look past it because it was too obvious, if that makes any sense. I was there for maybe 5 minutes before I heard someone walking towards me. I crouched real low so they wouldn't see me standing there behind that bush. I couldn't see too well, but I could tell that the person walking was a guy. When he got close enough, I heard Greg whisper my name. I guessed he probably had a similar thought to me. However, I was hiding, and he didn't know where I was hiding. And he was walking past the bushes where I could easily and quietly follow him to jump out and scare him. Yes, it would have given me away, and he probably would scream, but a jump scare in a thick fog in a graveyard, too good of a chance to pass up. It was like it was being handed to me in a silver platter. Perfect scare. I crept down, walking in a sort of duck walk, following Greg next to him to jump out in front of the bush on the main road. Just as he started to turn to come around at the front of the thing, I sprang up and yelled out, "Boo!" I could feel the smile fall from my face as I was met with nothing. There was no scream, no surprise, no reaction of any sort, as Greg wasn't standing there. In fact, no one was standing there. I remember looking around confused, but seeing literally nobody. Not even someone trying to hide as a prank on me. Something cold passed through me then, and I shivered. Maybe I should find a different spot, I remember thinking to myself. So there I was, 10 minutes later in a new spot, tucked in between a grave and a tree directly behind it. I kept peering around to make sure if I saw someone, they didn't see me. It was maybe 2 minutes, if that, when I heard crunching of the gravel that made up the pathways. I peeked over the grave and saw Hannah and John walking on one of the paths over, like 6 rows of graves in between the path in front of me and the path that they were on. I quietly giggled, watching them each look behind things or up trees, as if any of us would climb, and talking to each other. "Greg!" Hannah called out in a singing-type voice, followed by my name, like she was taunting us to come out. Didn't she know the rules of this game? So I jerked my leg back when I felt something touch it. I was relieved to see that it was just a leaf that scrapped up against me. Hannah and John were now further away, still walking away from me, and I had the brilliant idea to follow them. I figured they'd never suspect to look behind them for me. I had just taken a step when something full-on grabbed my ankle and pulled. Not sure how it happened, but when it pulled, I at the same time looked down to see what it was, and when the pull knocked my balance off and I fell, my head collided with the grave right above my eyes. But it wasn't done when I was on the ground. Oh no, my vision was blurred and I could see what it was. Or rather, I couldn't. Everything was blurred, and it was just something was dragging me. I was on my stomach, screaming, pulling up grass and weeds, trying to find something to grip as I was being dragged God knows where. Hannah and John weren't even out of my sight when I went down. I knew they had to have heard me, that they'd come running to help, but they didn't. Finally, my fingers caught the edge of one of those plaque graves, the one where the stone lies flat on the ground. There wasn't much help, but it provided me with enough edge to use to pull against whatever was pulling me. The slightest resistance, and I was let go. I didn't know if my vision was blurry still from hitting my head or from the tears, but I saw nothing and scrambled up quickly, running in the last direction I saw someone. However, when I started running, something else did too. Following close behind me, I found Greg, first basically running smack dab into him, who was panicking and looking me over. He told me he heard my screams and ran as fast as he could to come get me. He asked me why my shirt and pants were covered in mud and if I knew that my forehead was bleeding. None of that mattered to me, though, because something was chasing me, and I had said as much as I really could, but Greg assured me that when he saw me running towards him, no one was behind me. "Game or not, we're finished. Let's go find Hannah and John," Greg said, and he took my hand. I remember just crying the entire way after telling Greg that last direction I saw and let them go in. It didn't take long for us to find them, and an even shorter time for us to leave. Greg didn't fully believe me when I told him what happened, but he knew me well enough to know that I don't scare. Like, truly, terrified scared. He wouldn't say it was a ghost, but he would admit it was something. His thoughts were more along the lines of crazy hobo, though. Hannah was pissed at me. She was mad that I didn't pull out my phone and record anything. Got even more upset when I sarcastically apologized because reaching for my phone was the least of my concerns. Which she countered with, "You should have been recording the whole time like me." Yeah, we aren't really friends anymore. John didn't say anything at me, really, besides that, happy that I was okay and asking what he could do to help me. It wasn't until after that I was okay that he let me know that he had been upset with me. I guess he wasn't all right with me brushing off his concerns and then turning around and getting attacked. Irony, or karma, on me, I guess. I had gotten a concussion from slamming my head on that grave, but no other damage had been done, and it was another 2 months after that before I'd even look at what Hannah had recorded. But eventually I did, and I still wish I hadn't. Hannah and John might not have seen me peeking over the graves looking at them, but her camera did. Almost clear as day, you can see my head a little ways off popping up behind the grave, and just behind me, where a huge-ass tree was supposed to be, was a very tall and very dark figure. Then they continued walking. The camera was slightly swaying back and forth, meaning they weren't really holding it to record anything, but it still should have picked up my screams. It didn't. In fact, you couldn't hear anything. Not even Hannah or John talking. Just a white static noise, even though Hannah's camera was basically new. Hannah eventually sent the footage to our city's local paranormal investigative team, who took one look at it and claimed that it was fake. It's been years, but every time I drive by that graveyard, I feel that thing staring at me, waiting for me to come back inside. I haven't. Haven't gone into any creepy cemetery or graveyard since. And if you do tell me to go to one, make sure to respect the dead. Story number 4. I think we're being tormented. I'm a 30-year-old male, and I'd like to start off by saying that I don't really believe in this type of thing, or at least I didn't before. Some people in my family always have thought of the paranormal to be real and claim to have had experiences, but until recently I've always chucked it up to just their imaginations. Odd things have happened throughout my life, though, but I think I've always just shrugged them off and applied some sort of logic to them. Things like, this house is just really old. Perhaps it just makes a lot of noises. But I can't logically come up with reasons as to why certain things are happening anymore. I guess everything started around Thanksgiving of 2017. After about 25 years in the same house, my family, my mom, my grandparents, my aunt, and I decided to abandon the family home and move out of state. We immediately regretted the decision and quickly moved back to Georgia, into an old but new 3-bedroom home. I took the entire basement as a bedroom, set up a hammock, and settled in quickly. After a few nights in the new place, I stopped having dreams. It seemed like no matter how much rest I got, it was just never enough. Apparently, this was happening to the rest of my family as well, but we never really spoke about it. A few more weeks go by, and then my mother started losing weight out of nowhere. My grandparents' health started to decline, and my aunt became shutting herself into her room. By the end of the first year, my grandma, who only went from her bed to her chair, somehow broke her back from just sitting, but had bruises all over her back. My mom had lost somewhere around 60 pounds. My aunt had pretty much went crazy, and my grandpa grew really irritable. It wasn't much longer after that my aunt disappeared and got admitted into excuse my choice of words, but into a nut house. Once she got out, she just refused to come back and moved out. Around this time, I started having nightmares. In or around October of 2019, those nightmares got so bad that I hadn't had a full night's rest in several weeks. Then one night, each time I woke, I felt paralyzed and numb. It was like somehow all my limbs were numb and cold. Then one night this happened, and I saw a figure. I was a nervous wreck for a few days after that. I remember telling one of my coworkers, and they told me to sage and pray over the entire house. I remember looking that sort of thing up to understand the whole point of it. I was skeptical, but I did it anyways. And one night while my family was out, that's when I did it. I walked every room of the house, upstairs and down. I even went into the bathrooms. I burned sage and prayed for what seemed easily like an hour or two. Later that evening, my family came home, and they were none the wiser. However, that night was different. It was quiet and peaceful. I remember it so perfectly because I think that was the first time since we moved in that I'd managed to sleep comfortably. Fortunately, the next morning, everybody else in the house had gotten extremely sick. My grandpa and I were the only ones who weren't admitted into the hospital that day. Luckily enough, everyone recovered and things were fine for a couple of months. Then, before the pandemic went into full swing, 3 other family members moved into the house with us and took over the living room. My great aunt and my second cousins. With them came several dogs, who were always playful and calm. Then, for who knows why, stuff started happening again. Mom started to lose weight again, Grandma and Grandpa's health went downhill, and I started having nightmares again. The other 3 family members began to bicker and argue like I had never heard from them, and their dogs started barking at all hours of the night. This continued on for months, and the situation just kept getting worse. Everyone was growing irritable and miserable. Eventually, those extra family members moved out, and I began spending less time at the house. Even though we were going through a pandemic, I met my now wife and moved out rather quickly with her. My family stayed in that house, though, and I would visit on the weekends. A few months later, my mom had lost well over 140 pounds. The doctors told her that she was healthy. Also, during this time, my grandma's health had gotten so bad that she was admitted into a nursing and a physical therapy facility. She spent about 3 to 4 months there before coming home. During that time, I had gotten married, and sadly, a week later, my grandma had passed away. It was the beginning of the summer in 2021. That just left my mom and grandpa in the house. I can't really speak on if they had any weird occurrences between that time and now, because I didn't live there anymore. They never spoke about those kind of things, and when I visited, I never brought it up or asked questions. I didn't see the point, or make any weird connections. That was until recently. Sadly, my grandpa passed in February of 2023. Since then, my mom has finally moved in with my sister and is taking her time getting her stuff from the house. Well, it's been about 3 weeks since the funeral, and as of today, I think I'm terrified. I don't know what to think or do other than sit here and draw connections to strange things that have happened the last few years. Heck, that's why I'm here sharing all this information. Last Thursday, I was driving home from work at roughly 3:10 p.m. I was passing by the old house my mother was moving out of, and I saw someone I didn't recognize from a distance. The road was maybe a football field away from the house, so it was hard to tell who it was. Once I got home and had dinner and spent time with my family, I called my mom and asked her what she had moved out that day in particular. Apparently, she hadn't been there at all that day and started freaking out thinking someone was trying to steal from the house. She, my sister, and some of my sister's friends went up there to check out the place. Later that night, my mom called me back to tell me what had happened. She said that no doors or windows had been broken, but the doggy door, the cover for the doggy door, was ripped off, and the house had some strange, nasty cologne-like smell throughout the whole place. And that while they were there, none of them felt safe, but they searched the house to see if anybody was there and found no one. My sister apparently got tired of looking around, so she went into the pantry to find that all of the snacks and drinks were missing. Apparently a huge fuss was made, and they thought somebody had broken in and just stolen food, until my sister and her friends heard some strange sounds. Then eventually they heard a voice tell them to get out. This scared the crap out of them, and they went outside immediately. They were freaking out and yelling at my mother to get out too, claiming that there was a ghost. But my mom didn't hear anything, thought they were just being dramatic, and started poking fun at them. She even began talking and cursing and threatening the quote-unquote ghost all throughout the house to prove a point. Well, I guess that was a bad idea. Something scared my mother so bad that she just kind of shut down and refused to explain. After we got off the phone, I told my wife about it and laughed a little. I honestly thought they were just hearing things, but then something happened today. I got off work early, went by the old house alone. I wanted to get some tools that I'd left in the garage, but I had never made it. You see, I pulled in the driveway, got out of the car. Something felt off, weird. Once I got to the breezeway door, before I could even reach for the doorknob, I felt like how I used to feel in the middle of the night, numb and paralyzed. I also felt empty, like I had been hollowed out. Then I felt a lot of pressure, like I was carrying a really heavy weight. I got scared, so scared that I started trembling. My first instinct was to get back into my car, so I ran to it and left. I pulled into a nearby gas station, but by this time I was a nervous wreck. It took me nearly an hour to calm down. Once I did, I went in and got me something to drink and some gas. And for some reason, I got the bright idea to go back. The second time I pulled into the driveway and parked my car, I grabbed my gun out of the glove box and went to go into the house once again. But it was the same thing all over again, but the feeling was even worse. I couldn't see anything, but it was as if something was there. It felt giant and threatening. That presence was so overwhelming and overpowering and just outright awful. Even with my gun in my hand, I turned tail and ran back to my car. This time I nearly wrecked on the way out of the driveway. I was heading home, but instead went to a friend's place. I didn't tell her anything about what was going on. Just that I needed her, just so I could see something and have somebody with me. I felt like she would understand better than me. You see, the reason I went to her was because she comes from a Haitian family whose roots run deep. She doesn't practice voodoo, but she does know about it and has several family members who swear by it and live that whole lifestyle. But but she's also one of those energy and vibe type people. She knew something was wrong with me and was worried because I wouldn't explain. But she came with me anyway. As soon as I pulled in the driveway of that old home, she began to cry and freak out. I hadn't told her anything, and she loved my family, so there was no reason for her to act that way. She started yelling at me to leave, so I did. As I was driving back to her place, she started yelling at me and punching me in the shoulder over and over. She was angry at me, but eventually she calmed down and we started to talk. She told me to never bring her back to that place or any place like that again. I asked her what she meant, and she said, a place that has an evil spirit. I asked her a bunch of questions and apologized before dropping her off. I got home maybe 3 or 4 hours ago. I originally came online to research stuff, somehow ended up on this forum and just thought, I'll share here. Truth be told, I really hope that this is mine and my family's minds playing tricks on us. Maybe we're just grief-stricken. We might just all be a little bit crazy. But through all of this, the one thing I know is real is that terrifying sense of fear that I felt today. Definitely has my nerves shook. Lasting Effects of NDE, Part 5. In the summer of 2012, my wife and me decided to go to the shore for the weekend. We would be staying with her brother and his girlfriend, now my sister-in-law, who I will refer to as Jimmy and Ann. At Ann's shore house, the house belonged to Ann's grandparents, which will come into play later. In addition to me, my wife, Jimmy, and Ann would also be joined by Becky, my wife's cousin from the last story, and another of my wife's cousins, who I'll call Joe. Joe brought along his friend Matt, who I had met once before. To make things simple, here's a quick reference guide to these people. Jimmy, my brother-in-law, Ann, my sister-in-law, Becky, wife's cousin, Joe, wife's cousin, and Matt, Joe's friend. Pretty much as soon as we arrived, my wife outed me to her brother. She told him about the experience that we had shared with her late mother, his mother too, and about the reading that I had done for Becky. Becky confirmed everything with my wife and what she had said. But Jimmy was understandably hesitant to believe anything that he was hearing. Ann was present during the conversation and immediately jumped in, asking, "Do you feel any spirits in this house?" I told her that nothing was jumping out at me, but that I'd be willing to try and do a reading for her later that evening, half hoping that she'd forget. Her eyes lit up, and I knew I wasn't getting that lucky. We all settled in and unpacked, at which point Joe and Matt arrived. We started drinking and proceeding to have a really great night. We drank a lot. We had a barbecue. We played drinking games and ended up all skinny dipping in the bay. At one point, Jimmy fired up a neighbor's jet ski, naked, and did a few laps around the bay. Needless to say, it was a ton of fun. We got back to the house, cleaned up, and settled in to drink some more and chill out. Not more than 10 minutes after we settled into the couches around the living room, Anne reminded me about my promise to try a reading for her. This was obviously news to Joe and Matt, who hadn't yet arrived when my wife and Becky were telling the stories earlier. So we had to go back through all of that and bring them up to speed. I agreed, and I started my exercise to open up for the reading. Almost immediately, I started receiving messages from a spirit. I was approached by a man who appeared to be in his late 30s. He had gray hair beginning to grow in his temples, a sharp nose, and a receding hairline. I start to describe him and Anne recognizes him. Didn't seem surprised in the least that he was the person that would step forward. This was her late Uncle Calvin. The house that we sat in belonged to her grandparents, who had been Calvin's parents. Calvin had lived at the shore house in the months preceding his death. There were no pictures of Calvin in the house, as his parents were still heartbroken about his passing and couldn't bear to look at them. Anne started rifling through a nearby drawer and produced a photo of 4 men in baseball jerseys. She asked which of the 4 was Calvin, and I was able to pick him out of the photo easily. This impressed everyone in the room, but I had a 1 1/4 chance. Not that impressive, to me at least. I asked Anne for a notepad and started writing messages that I was receiving from Calvin. He started by showing me a very strange image. I chuckled to myself but wrote, "Purple octopus." As he was showing, Anne reacted visually, then said, "No fucking way. I dressed as a purple octopus one year for Halloween when I was 4 or 5. Clearly I couldn't have known this. I pressed on with the reading, but noticed that Jimmy, Joe, and Matt were all paying closer attention now. I proceeded to write a number of things on the page, including pills, shower, shore, tools, and south side. Calvin stopped there, and I took that to mean that he wanted me to show Anne before moving forward. After reading my notes, Anne went on to tell me that Calvin had battled addiction for years before his death. He had died under slightly mysterious circumstances. We found dead in the motel, and he was found dead in the motel, in the shower, at another shore point a few hours from where we were. She also told me that he had lived on the south side of the largest local city and had been a tradesman in life. She asked if I could work with Calvin to provide some clarity around his death. So I asked Calvin to show me things that might help clear up the mystery. Calvin proceeds to show me a sequence of images, which I interpreted and started writing. I wrote, drugs, friend, accident, fear, and shame. Then Calvin did something that no other spirit had done for me at that point. I saw, in my mind's eye, that he had been on a bender with a friend. He got too high and decided to take a shower to try to sober up a bit. He slipped in the shower, and on the way down he smashed his left temple on the soap holder and went unconscious, doing significant damage to his skull and brain. A few minutes later, his friend found him dead in the shower and decided not to call for help, fearing that he would face legal issues due to the drugs that they had both been taking. I wrote fell, shower, left temple, brain damaged. I also got the distinct impression that Calvin didn't want Anne to feel guilty in relation to his passing. I felt strongly that Calvin wanted to tell her that there was nothing she could have done. I shared all of the above with Anne, who promptly devolved into an emotional sobbing state for about 10 minutes. When she composed herself, she confirmed that everything I said to that point was absolutely correct. The most astounding thing to me, personally, was that I'd correctly detailed his manner of death, down to the location of the injury. Her family had wondered whether Calvin's friend's decision to cost him his life and, well, gave her some peace to know that it wouldn't have mattered. She also shared with me that night that Calvin died, he had texted her, but she hadn't answered. Coincidentally, Anne was in the same shore town at that time, and was the person who had identified Calvin's body. She'd always felt tremendous guilt that she hadn't answered him, and wondered if things would be different if she had. Calvin began to step away, and I thought we were done for the night. But oddly, another man stepped forward and started communicating with me. Everyone was pretty shook at this point, but you can't really turn this stuff off, so I tore off the page of notes from Calvin and started a new page. This man was quite large and showed himself wearing a U.S. Postal Service uniform. I found this oddly specific and said to no one in particular. Calvin stepped back. But does anybody know a portly man that was a mail carrier in life? Matt's head snapped around and he said, "That's my uncle." Matt's uncle, whose name was Chris, went on to validate a few other things. Matt had driven a unique, large truck in life. The fact that he was married to Matt's maternal aunt, and that he had died of a heart attack. This particular part of the reading was extremely impactful for me personally, because I didn't know a thing about Matt. There's no possible way I could have provided the level of detail that I had. This made me much more confident. Story number 4. Weird experience in Canyonlands at night. This happened only a week ago. My girlfriend and I were visiting the Arches in Canyonlands for the weekend and ended up heading out pretty late from Moab to get into the Canyonlands, which is about a 45-minute or an hour drive. A few years previous, I'd gone there myself and stayed until the moon rose, because that meant people were leaving, and as a field recordist, that meant a quiet environment to record in. That night in 2020, the moon was bright, and there were a few night photographers there as I ended up hanging out with them in particular, and it was generally a surreal experience. I felt completely safe. Hoping to have a similar time again with girlfriend along for the ride, and forgetting the fact that maybe the clouds would largely block moonlight that night, I drove us up. It was pretty dark before we even made it 15 minutes along the drive there. Having been there, more specifically Mesa Arch, twice before, and this being a borderline spiritual place for me, I didn't even think about danger or anything of the sort. Despite that, I had a sixth sense type of gut feeling pretty early on that we shouldn't head up there that night. Not wanting to freak myself out, or my girlfriend, I didn't say anything or really think much of it, and chalked it up to just being nervous because it was dark. There was a certain vibe along the roads leading up, and we noticed that there were people leaving the park, but no one coming in ahead or behind us. The instinct to not continue hit me subtly a few more times, and I kept pushing it away like an idiot. I've been very familiar with these instincts over the past years, and they've served me well, as far as I can tell. I think I genuinely thought I was just scared because it was dark. We ended up at the Mesa Arch parking lot, where 2 cars were packing up and heading out. When they left, it was almost completely dark, with only the faintest glow of moon showing through the clouds, and not a person around anywhere near us. Canyonlands is pretty remote. We get our backpacks on, grab a couple of things, and my girlfriend makes sure I've got my CCW. She doesn't usually care much, but this struck me as an indication that she was maybe concerned too. We start heading up. It's a pretty short trail, maybe a quarter mile. All we wanted to do was get to this little bowl-like area, the main destination, and hang out and record some sounds. The area is pretty open, with trees both live and dead scattered around, bushes and a small cactus or two, rocky slopes that can be climbed in a few seconds. It's a pretty dope scene in daytime. I've never felt uneasy here previously. We'd been doing a bit of travel vlogs so far, so I continued doing that. And I genuinely get goosebumps and chills every single time I think about this part. It was the weirdest feeling I've ever felt. I felt instinctually like, I should get out of here. I'm being watched. Things like that. Those type of feelings. And I've had several stories to tell from those, but I've never felt what I felt while vlogging. This might not seem relevant, but for context, the field recording I do is largely of gathering wood and rock sounds. Canyonlands, Navajo sandstone, juniper wood, both of which sound wonderful when tumbled and rolled around. I think of field recording as an art. Yep. But also as a way to appreciate a land in a closer way, at least for me, than just taking pictures of it. I feel like I'm capturing the essence of a location in a very respectful way. As I'm vlogging, I felt something I can only describe as a need to show that I was there peacefully and with respectful intent. I didn't hear anything or see anything that would indicate that I needed to show I was here on peaceful business, but I felt it so strongly. Again, I didn't want to scare my girlfriend, so I didn't say this. I figured I was just feeling on edge being in or near complete darkness. We could barely see our own feet on this easy and open trail. We'd kept our lamps off to let our eyes adjust to the glow, but I turned mine on to read a plaque. My girlfriend mentioned I should probably turn it off so I don't create shadows and freak us out, so I turned it back off. I also felt like I was spotlighting myself by having it on, and I was about to turn it back off before she even said that. We continued, and the uneasiness only grew. This lasted until we both reached the same exact spot on the trail and stopped at the same time, in silence. I think we should go back, my girlfriend added, and I agreed. Never have I felt a stronger feeling of being unwelcome in a place. Felt like we hit a barrier. Not only did I feel unwelcome, it was more particularly the feeling of intruding on a congregation or meeting or gathering that we were not invited to. I don't know how to describe this feeling at all besides that, and it was not a conscious thought. It was just there, as these kinds of instincts tend to be. At that point, I realized I'd been ignoring these feelings long enough, and it was most certainly time to go. I have no idea what was going on in that little bowl that we were about to reach, but I didn't want to find out. We made our way quickly back to the car. As soon as we get back, we hear a large pack of coyotes quite nearby, but in the opposite direction we'd been heading on the trail. If we'd continued on that trail, it was not coyotes that we would have run into. Still, this felt like an additional cue to leave, my girlfriend said. That's our cue. I badly wanted to record their yips, but common sense took over and we got the hell out of there. The road, completely devoid of any sign of other people, was particularly eerie. Driving back wasn't just trying to get back to our campsite in Moab. It felt like we were escaping, like when you turn off the lights and run up the stairs. Now relatively safe in our car, we discussed what has just happened. Every single unspoken, strong gut feeling I had, my girlfriend had felt too, and was exactly the same things at the same times, nonetheless. Both felt the need to show something or someone that we meant no harm by vlogging and being chill outwardly. Both felt multiple times, both on the drive there and on the trail, that we shouldn't go. Both felt at the time that we were like actors on a stage being watched by a multitude of something. Both felt unwelcome, like we were crashing a party. Both felt that we needed to go at the same exact point on the trail. None of these were spoken aloud to each other at any point until we were back on the road. As we drove, the moon became visible for a bit. Not familiar with moon stuff, but it had been a full moon a few days before, and that night it was large, not full though, and red. This was because of the red sand in the air from the windy day. But my girlfriend said that also meant bad juju. Should always listen to your girlfriend. Looking into the history of that region and even stories of strange happenings at Mesa Arch, I am sure that we avoided something strange or dangerous. Went back into the woods and found it again. So after some internal debate, I decided I was going to go back because otherwise it would eat me up not knowing what this was. When I first saw it, I had zero idea what it could be. I figured some drugged out or mentally ill man, a prankster, or a sickly deformed animal. After letting it all settle, though, there's just no way any of that was the case. I was trying to justify it in my mind because I've always been a heavy skeptic of anything paranormal. Still am, to be fair. But I'm warming up to the idea that crawlers may actually exist. So I messaged 3 of my buddies, told them everything that happened in detail over text, and asked if they'd come look with me. Them being non-believers like me, and also just loving adventure and spooky stuff, they were more than excited to go. 2 of the friends have guns, and so do I. So we all brought them. Edit. 1 friend had a pistol, 1 had a shotgun. I had a pistol as well. The other friend was in charge of holding 2 flashlights to give us some light. 1 being a phone flashlight so he'd be ready to take a picture at a moment's notice. We waited until 9:30 p.m. when it was completely dark. We headed down the same trail I did last time. My heart was pumping out of my chest, but I felt more confident having friends there. They were joking around and thought this was cool. I tried joking back a few times, but the reality was I was pretty nervous. We walked the full 1.5 miles I'd planned walking. And I didn't encounter a thing. We had prepped for so long, though, and didn't want to give up quite yet. So we kept walking. About 5 to 8 minutes later, at close to the 2-mile mark, we started hearing some noises way back in the woods. It wasn't close, but it was loud enough for us to take notice. I told my friend to turn off the flashlight for a second. We listened. Bipedal footsteps made their way closer to us. Still far, but definitely coming our way. It sounded like they were wearing boots or something because of the heaviness of the steps, quite loud. That, or there was a lot of leaves, which to be fair is a possibility. It was off the trail, so it's all woods back there. Once the footsteps made it about 20 or 30 yards away, I called out asking if someone was here. The footsteps stopped, but only for a brief second. A second later, the bipedal footsteps turned into what sounded like something sprinting on all 4s in our direction. My friend immediately turned on the flashlights, but there was nothing visible through the dense forest. At the beginning of the trail of the forest was pretty clear, but further back it gets a lot more dense, so it's hard to tell. Once he turned on the light, the footsteps stopped as well. None of my friends were talking. Paranormal believer or not, hearing that will scare the shit out of you. My friend unholstered his pistol, kept it by his side. He looked at me and I could see that he wasn't having a good time anymore. My friend holding the camera was visibly shaky and was darting his glance between all of us. The third friend shortly after yelled into the woods, "I can see you. Come out, we got guns and we'll shoot." We heard the sound again. I mentioned last time that it sounded like a cackle. This time it was more of a yell or a shriek and an aggravated noise. I don't even know what to compare it to. I just know that it gave me goosebumps. My friend immediately shot his gun into the woods, causing my ears to ring horribly due to it being right next to me. I couldn't hear for shit, but I noticed his gaze went from the spot that we heard the footsteps from over to the right of that spot, about 90 degrees. I followed his gaze and for about half a second caught a glimpse of, once again, a tall human-like thing running on all fours behind a tree. He started walking towards that direction, but my friend with the flashlight stopped him. He made the point that it was a buckshot. The chances he missed were slim due to the fact that the tree it was next to was covered in evidence that the shot was on target. My friend made a scary point that we hadn't considered. What if that hit didn't hurt it? What if he was right? What if it took a shotgun hit and didn't even fall over? My estimate is that it was between 6 foot and 6'4", maybe between 140, 165 pounds. So if it could still run after that shot, it either didn't get hit, or it's not something that we want to mess with. We hear the cackle I heard the first time, that mocking sound. Not so much an aggravated noise this time, more so a noise that gave me the impression that it was having fun or enjoying the fear that we blatantly had in our voices. No more footsteps, but my friend shot in its general direction again, ears ringing again. I couldn't hear anything, but I did see a small glimpse again of it running off deeper into the woods. Could only see its rear for a second or two before it was too far to be seen by the light. This meant that it had to be running pretty fast. I don't want to give a number, but if I had to guess, it was easily around 20 miles or so. Nothing a human could do in all fours, that's for damn sure. We turned around and jogged back home. Upon getting home, we talked about what we saw. Nobody was disputing my story now. We had all seen it. We talked all night. I showed them some of the comments on my last post where they suggested it was a crawler. We read a lot of posts here, and some of them matched our experience. Some didn't. But we did all agree that if this was paranormal, that a crawler was probably the best guess that we had. Now we're all on the same page. We still don't know if we should buy into all paranormal claims, but this one is starting to convince us. We realized at the end that we hadn't even looked for pictures. We asked my friend with the phone, and he shyly admitted that he really hadn't thought to take a single picture. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I was so terrified I didn't even open up the camera app a single time. I was just trying to make sure that it wasn't behind us or charging us. I'm sorry. We told him not to worry. None of us would have been any better without being calm enough to set up a picture. I never saw its face still. The friend who took the shot swears it didn't have one, or at least had no eyes. He couldn't see if it had a mouth, but it was about 1/3 out from behind the tree. From the angle that he saw it, it was blank from the nose area up. And if it did have eyes, it was too black to be noticeable in the dark. We did all decide, though, that we're going to go back. We'll be more prepared next time. We'll do our research. We'll have a camera strapped to us, always recording. We know what to expect, so we'll be more calm. Any other tips or advice, let me know. We'd really like to capture some full-on evidence of this thing. Story number 2. My Family's Entity, Part 2 of 2. Life for my mom after the pastor did his blessing improved a bit. The dream stopped becoming an everyday thing and eventually became something that would only happen once every couple of years. In October of 2008, my parents divorced. My mom became a single mother of 2 during one of the worst recessions in decades. We were flat broke and had nowhere to live, and my grandparents offered to let us move into the old family home rent-free. My grandmother wasn't too thrilled about us living in that house, but she knew that we had no other options. My Aunt Kay was already living in one of the bedrooms, and my grandmother felt better about us being there with Kay keeping a watchful eye out. The day we moved in was a sad and stressful day for all of us. My mom was on edge, and young me was oblivious to all the bad history that my family had with the home. One of the most prominent things in my mind when I think about that place is the stench of the water. The stuff was littered with sulfur and would stink up any room where the tap was on. We couldn't wash white clothes in the home because it would dye them yellow-orangish in color, and it was certainly not safe to drink. The house was far from a mansion with 3 small bedrooms and only 1 bathroom. Me, my sister, and my mom slept in the master bedroom located in the back of the house across from the bathroom. This bathroom was isolated from the rest of the home by one of the other bedrooms, which had been converted into an office space for my aunt. Daytime in the home was relatively normal, with only the slight feeling of anticipation for the night to come. The moment that the sun went down, the entire personality of the property switched into a sinister and angry being that loomed over everyone. It was a rule for the most of the family that they wouldn't be caught dead there after sunset. I only recently learned this rule myself, and I was furious that anybody let us live there, knowing that this place was no place for children or even adults for that matter. One of the earliest experiences that I can recall occurred only about a week after we moved in. I was in the kitchen with Kay while she was making dinner for the 2 of us. My mom and my sister were at my grandparents' house, helping them clean up after a yard sale. After she was making dinner, we heard a sound like furniture being moved coming from the office. Being the inquisitive child I was, I went to investigate the sound, but found nothing out of place. I returned to my spot at the kitchen table while Kay finished up dinner. As she sat down, we heard the sound of air rushing, like the house had taken a deep breath in. At that moment, as we sat there silently staring at each other, the drawers and cabinets in the kitchen flung open, spilling silverware, pots, pans, and other miscellaneous kitchen junk into the floor. I immediately burst into tears, as any child would, while Kay tried her best to console me. I cried and cried that night, unable to grasp what had happened. To this day, the sound of a pot or a pan hitting something induces a panic attack. Little things would happen in the home that no one could quite explain. Lights would flicker, doors would open. Random knocks would occur, not seeming to originate from one fixed point. The next major event that happened was on my sister's birthday. My whole family was over celebrating at the home, but as night approached, most of the family cleared out according to their rule. By sunset, all that were left were me, my mom, my sister, Kay, my grandparents, and Kay's daughter, B. We were cleaning up the house after the party when the door to the office slammed shut. no one was in that part of the house, so we were confused as to how the door had shut. My grandfather went to investigate and found that he couldn't open the door, which was a little bit unsettling as there was no lock on it. Attached to the office was a closet, when it used to be a conjoined closet with Kay's room in the front of the house. The passage was narrow, and they had to send someone small enough to fit into the small gap. You guessed it, that was me. I made my way through the closet and into the office, where I found myself staring. The door was trembling. Something had pushed a small bookshelf against the door and jammed it underneath the handle. I pushed and pushed on the shelf, trying to clear the door. That's when I heard it. Started off quiet and distant, but grew louder with every passing second. The sound of trotting. I panicked and started kicking the shelf with all of my might. Thankfully, it budged. I flung the door open and ran straight to my grandfather and held on to him like my life depended on it. I'd love to say that that was the end of it all, and that we would probably just move out of that hellhole, but that would make me a bit of a liar. We stayed in that home for another 2 years. Well, saying we would also be a lie. I had one more experience not too long after my sister's party that caused me to practically move in with my grandparents. Being that the house was so small, my sister and I slept with my mom in the master bedroom in her king-sized bed. She got it in a divorce. My mom has started frequently having the dream, but didn't tell anybody that she had had it until years later. One night we were asleep, and I woke up because I heard my mom moaning. I sat up and looked around the room to see nothing out of place. Then I started to hear a sound coming from the closet. It sounded like a tapping at first, but just kept getting louder. I woke my mom up and she could hear the sound too. She told me it was nothing and to go back to sleep. I tried. I really did, but that sound would not stop. Eventually, I got fed up with the sound and had decided that I was going to see what it was and stop it. I think I had convinced myself that it was a necklace or something clanging against some of the shelving in the closet. I approached the cracked door to investigate when a loud thump came from the back of the closet, followed by a quick running sound. The door then slammed shut. All was still and quiet. That was it, the last straw. The next day I went to live with my grandparents, and I'd only visit my mom on weekends. The few times that I stayed overnight in the home in the following 2 years, I would sleep with my Aunt Kay, never daring to enter my mom's room. These experiences have stuck with me. Now I'm in my early 20s, and I've developed a morbid curiosity about life after death. My mom still has the dreams years later, and it may all be in my head, but I've had them too. They're not frequent, and they've only happened a few times, but each time they do happen, I sleep with the lights on for a week afterwards. My cousins live in the home now, and they're moving out soon. I plan to go back to the home for a few nights and seek some kind of closure. I posted these stories in hopes of finding somebody else who's experienced things like this before. And if so, what exactly is this thing? Our experience with automatic writing. My husband and I have been watching a lot of Sam and Colby lately, and are absolutely addicted. We've also been watching Selena, Spooky Boo, and Chris. If you like ghost hunting shows, I highly recommend both of their YouTube channels. Of all the methods that they use to contact spirits, we both were very interested in the automatic writing that Selena likes to use a lot. My husband tends to be very in tune with the spiritual side, and has had success with meditation in the past. So the other night, we basically decided to just give it a try. First, some background info. I, a 30-year-old male, met my husband, a 29-year-old male, back in 2012. In 2013, my husband's uncle passed away by suicide, and we, along with my future in-laws, moved into the house where his uncle lived with his parents, who would be my husband's grandparents. From 2013 to 2016, both of those grandparents and also his great-grandmother would also pass away. Needless to say, there were plenty of people that could possibly come through for my husband, so he found a white noise playlist on Spotify. He blindfolded himself and we started. I said that what everybody else says at first. Is there anybody here that would like to speak with my husband? First there was nothing, but... Excuse me? But eventually the pen started to move, and the first word appeared. Rough but distinctive. It said box. I honestly was not expecting a word to appear right away. I should point out that my husband has a very, very, very neat handwriting and almost exclusively writes in cursive. But this word was very shaky and jagged. I said the word out loud and waited. Eventually, my husband wrote a second word, under, just under the word box, but in cursive this time. I was a little spooked that this could actually be making sense, so I said nothing and let him continue. He started writing a third word, this time almost on the edge of the paper away from the first two words, but it was again very clear, bed, box under bed. There's no way this is actually working, I thought to myself, but I went ahead and asked hesitantly, what's in the box? Almost instantly his hand went to the middle of the paper and quickly wrote, me. Instantly freaked out, I tapped my husband's shoulder to take him out of the session. He asked why I took him out so quickly. It had been maybe 2 minutes, and I showed him what he had wrote. He sat and stared at the words for a minute, then let out a small gasp. Out of all the people who had recently lived in the house and passed away, there was still one who had not been laid to rest. His grandfather's ashes were in a box downstairs in his parents' closet. One of his last wishes was to be buried here on the property. He helped nurture for so many years rather than to be buried in a cemetery, but my husband's parents just hadn't gotten around to it. Their closet is almost directly under where our bed would have been when he was still alive. Now a futon sits there where my husband frequently naps. With this information, my husband asked if he could, try it again. I was a little apprehensive, but said yes, and he went under again. And this time I waited before I said anything, just to see what would happen. After a few seconds, he began writing. I looked over his shoulder and saw the word tree. He then started drawing what I thought looked like a cloud, but he stopped just on top of it. He then drew 2 lines coming from the cloud-like object, quickly realized that I was looking at a drawing of what he wrote, a tree. After another few seconds, he started to write another word. I looked down and almost couldn't believe what he wrote next. Bury, followed by an intense underlining of the tree drawing. He wanted to be buried by a tree. Now, I know what some of you might say, that my husband now had a preconceived notion of who he was talking to and may even be faking what he was writing. After we were done, my husband assured me that he had next to no idea what he was actually writing. We've been together over 10 years, so he has no reason to lie about something like this. Believe what you want to believe, but for those who do believe, there's more. He continued, and the next word that he wrote were tree and me again. He then began drawing the cloud-shaped object again, which I eventually recognized as the top of the tree. But this time there was no tree trunk, just leaves, and there were some dot-like objects after, almost like ellipses. Then suddenly he wrote the word "don't" in all caps. At this point I hadn't really said much, but I was concerned about the word "don't," so I decided to ask if that was indeed the grandfather's name. My husband wrote two of the same words again, tree and berry. The word berry overlapped the words, so I turned the page for him. This last bit is honestly a little hazy to me, but the first thing that he did on the new page was draw some type of jagged symbol. We still don't quite know what it is or what it means. But after that, he wrote the word yes. The only yes or no question I'd asked was if this really was his grandfather. He then wrote the word closet, which would make sense because his ashes were in the closet, and then the word stairs. As I was trying to figure out what stairs had to do with anything, my husband wrote his final word, please. With that, I decided to go ahead and tap on my husband's shoulder and bring him out of the session. We then talked about everything that had happened. His grandfather absolutely loved everything about nature, flowers, and animals, so it made sense that he would ask to be buried outside after spending the last 8 or so years in a closet. Oddly enough, at one point my in-laws had even talked about buying one of those trees that you plant with the loved one's ashes, so the tree part made a lot of sense too. Also, his grandfather used to tell my husband when he was a kid that he wanted to be buried in his garden. The tree with no trunk and then the word "don't" symbolized to us that he didn't want to be buried in his garden, but rather near or as a tree instead. We still don't know what the stairs was about, but the weird symbol thing almost looked like a flight of stairs. I'll post the pictures in the comments if I can, but let me know what you guys think. I promise this is 100% real, and we're still talking about it days later. We've made plans to make sure that we lay him to rest this coming spring. Story number 13. Seeking help. Possible demonic entity haunting our home. Hi all. First time frequenting this forum and desperately looking for help, advice, maybe an explanation as to why my family's current predicament is happening. I'd like to begin by saying I do believe spirits or something beyond our comprehension exists, but my knowledge about them and our present situation, they're extremely poor. For possible interpretations, our home is an ancestral colonial estate within South Africa dating back to the 19th century. There's a family mausoleum on the outskirts of the property and a somewhat large burial site for the household's workers, roughly 100 meters away from the house. And my family members' friends and some visitors have all had strange experiences on these grounds. Throughout the majority of my life, I've experienced strange things in the house. Scratching from within the walls, doors slamming at night, dogs barking at random and at nothing. Footsteps, just general stuff that's scary, but it's also easily discarded with reason. I've always soothed myself back into calm by attributing it to the house being old. However, the past 2 months have been nothing short of a nightmare. I feel like I'm living in a horror movie. What led me to posting this was set in motion by an eerie anomaly followed by an extremely unnerving discovery. Last night in the early hours of this morning, around 1 a.m., I was kept awake by very loud scratching, footsteps, and thumping outside my bedroom door. Initially, I had thought this was a dog and I let it be. A few minutes later, I heard my door handle being turned. It was being turned repeatedly, like over and over, and the door was not being pushed open, nor was there any movement from the door itself. Thinking we were being home invaded, I got my handgun, started screaming, Yet the door handle was still being turned. My brother and parents ran to my room. No one was outside my door, nor anyone was found inside the house. Neither was there any breach into the home. After searching, my parents told me that it was a nightmare, and so I just equated it to that. Cut forward to this morning. My brother got up to go to work, and I just went to go to my room. Before opening the door, I had this indescribable feeling in my gut. My body felt cold. Went in to find my sheet sprawled on the sofa and the floor, far on each corner of the bedroom. My crucifix, which is mounted on my side of the bedroom door, was crooked with one of the nails popped out of the door and the other slightly pushed out of the wood. It was nailed in. It cannot have physically been turned, and the nails would have needed tools to be pulled. So what the fuck? A portrait of my oppa next to my bed was very unnaturally crooked also. I immediately felt, and I know that this sounds strange and crazy, but that something very sinister is going on, and that something malevolent, no idea what, was watching me. I got my brother, and he was equally distressed about it, so we got to our parents. My dad thought someone was still in the house. My brother and dad searched the house to no avail, and again nothing was amiss with security systems, the doors, or windows. I went back into my room and saw what we all thought was blood. Photo below. Wish we could see it. Above one of the mirrors. The mirrors are those sliding mirrors with the closets built into the home, and the height of the blood is very high up on it. It was 3 streaks of blood going down, as if they were wiped there. I stupidly touched it and smeared it so the lines aren't as concise anymore. But that's proof that whatever this is was still wet. You can see it hasn't dripped down from anything, and looks like it had been placed there by fingers. It's extremely difficult to reach without a chair, so I don't know why an intruder would leave that there or willingly do that. This was not here prior to the blood, and it's in a strange position that's been smeared weirdly. When my dad went to take a look, he was visibly frightened, which I'd never seen before. He's very stoic and a strong man, which has furthered my belief that this is something evil. My parents called the police, and they're on the drive up here. They're still discussing it, and they're being very secretive about it. However, they cannot comprehend or figure out what happened, and who or what did this. They do not believe in ghosts, entities, or anything spiritual. But I'll definitely be pushing them into getting the house blessed by our priest immediately. Since we were little, my brother and I have always felt like someone was in our rooms when we slept. We both feel like something's there, and there's a very thick feeling and energy which I can't describe or attribute to anything, but it's somewhat similar to dread or angst. It's intensified greatly in the last few months, with both of us experiencing more physical anomalies. We've both experienced a lot of being touched and scratched. We'll try to find photos, usually on the back, but one had drew blood across my breast, and I had had my hair pulled a few times. Some family members have experienced it when visiting, and my aunt especially doesn't like staying with us because she had similar experiences in her youth as well. My dad doesn't elaborate on it and discards it as nonsense. And she's more of a spiritual type too. Thought a lot of physicality sort of was falling down to scratches and itches in my sleep or getting my hair caught on things. But the more that my brother and I discussed it, we believed that something is actually amiss. And is very, very wrong. Just to note, no one is breaking in, nor are there ways to access the house besides 4 very thick wooden doors which are always deadbolted at nighttime. I don't have any mental health issues either, and this isn't a dream or some product or hallucination, as we both have experienced things that we've never discussed with each other before. The blood is partially dry now, and these photos are of poor quality, but I can take more if requested. The large pink circle is the one which had 3 stripes running down. I smeared it when I got up to go check. The blood was still wet and was on my finger. So this is as of very early this morning. If anyone might please let me know if the photos do mean something sinister or shed light on the intent, please help. My brother and I deeply believe that this was not an intruder, as we have no vents in the floorboards. They're all sealed over. Lasting Effects of NDE, Part 4. After I shared my gift with my wife, she was understandably excited to have a psychic medium for a boyfriend, and proceeded to embarrass me repetitively by using my gifts to spook her friends and family. This ended up being a blessing in disguise, as although it was nerve-wracking to continually explain my gifts and risk ridicule, it also gave me a chance to develop my gifts in a way that I never had before. I had spent the majority of my energy trying to ensure that no one ever found out. But now, I was beginning to explore the possibilities. One of the first people that my then girlfriend outed was her cousin, who had been more like a sister to her whole life. I'll refer to her as Becky throughout the story to keep things clear. This reading was different than the ones that I did with my wife. I was aware that my wife's mother had passed. I knew her name. This would be completely different, as I wouldn't know in advance if Becky hoped to contact a man or a woman, or what a relationship to that person would be. The additional variables add an internal conflict and make it even harder to decide which direction to go. One of the biggest problems that my gifts present to me is that it can be really hard for me to tell what's a message from a spirit and what's my own thought. For the first time during this reading, I decided to try a new tactic. I used a notepad to write down everything that came through my mind without second-guessing it, and afterward, I let her review all of my notes and determine for herself what was important. This worked out extremely well, and a number of things that I would have talked myself out of sharing were important to Becky. In fact, some of those things were the most important parts of the reading. I went through the exercise I described in Part 3, and I settled down to connect with Becky's deceased loved one. Another question I get a lot is, why do certain people come through and others do not? Or, why does one person come through before another? The truth is that I have no idea why that is. I have some thoughts, such as people with some level of intuitive gifts in life tend to be better communicators in death. And someone that's newly dead needs to learn to communicate like a baby learning to talk. Those reasons might be a factor, might not. Who knows? Sometimes one person is just more pushy than another. In this case, I was immediately approached by an elderly redhead that wanted to make it clear to me that she was Becky's maternal grandmother. This woman was an expert communicator, and luckily she had a name that was easy to create a visual for. She showed me a rose, and as I wrote the word down on my notepad, Becky immediately grasped and covered her mouth. As I would soon find out, Becky's maternal grandmother had been called Rose. As Rose and I started to connect more deeply, it became clear that I was in for an adventure. This lady was a lot. Rose started bombarding my mind with a series of images so quickly that I had trouble keeping up and writing things down. She started by showing me an image of herself, and I started writing down descriptive like mid-40s, crazy red hair, short and sinewy, Becky was reading as I was writing, and it was clear to me from her expression that some of what I was writing was spot on, but other things were off. I asked her to help me understand her expression. She mentioned that Rose was in her 70s when she died. I explained that people showed me how they wanted to present, and that often people made themselves look younger. This made her laugh because in life, Rose had never been honest about her age. Rose went on to show me dancing, specifically doing the twist, which turns out she had done every week up to the week that she had died. Rose proceeded to share a handful of more mundane validations before taking things in a darker direction. She showed me the letter J, which it turns out was a reference to her husband, who was still alive at the time. She showed me bruises, which indicated to me that their relationship had been less happy at times. Rose then showed me a dove, which is a common sign that spirits use to indicate a desire for peace, or to let their loved ones know that they are at peace. When I wrote J and then, the dove and the peace, Becky's face soured, and she explained that her grandfather's name was Joe. They were estranged due to his treatment of her grandmother. She shared that the thought of making peace with him was unimaginable. A week later, Becky was riding a public transportation bus. And who should walk onto that bus but her grandfather, Joe? Joe hadn't seen him in years, and the coincidence was unnerving her. She couldn't force herself to speak to him, and he didn't notice her, but it was odd nonetheless. The reading ended with Rose playing a song in my head, "You Are My Sunshine," which is a song she would sing to her children when they were young and later her grandchildren. Becky referred to her own mother as Sunshine for this reason, and with that, Rose stepped back. Not only was that reading not only was that reading validating for Becky, it was really important for me too. As I've said before, I'm my own biggest critic and often battle with feelings of imposter syndrome. The fact that I was currently able to identify, describe, and communicate with somebody that I've never known or could never know, and had no way of knowing about beforehand, was instrumental in increasing my confidence. The strength of my abilities and my accuracy are both deeply connected to my confidence and willingness to suspend disbelief. Many of the readings I've done since then were even more intense. Story number 2. My encounter with Mr. Boots. Back in 2019, I attended the Edinburgh Film Festival, and it was my first time visiting the city. I had an amazing time, and one night I decided to take some time off watching films to do some tourist-like activities in the hostel where I was staying. And I saw a leaflet for the Edinburgh Vault Tours, which I thought would be fascinating as I'm a serious history buff. If you don't know what the Edinburgh Vaults are, they are like a series of chambers formed in the 19th arches of the South Bridge of Edinburgh, this is in Scotland, which were used to house a number of different businesses until they became a shelter for the homeless. The tour was a ghost, quote-unquote, tour of the seedy part of the old town of Edinburgh. And despite having some slightly paranormal experiences in the past, I felt pretty confident that I could handle going on my own. The first part of the tour took place above ground, and to be honest, it wasn't particularly great, as it was the middle of June, and despite being around 6 or 7 p.m., it was sunny and bright, which didn't really create the right atmosphere. The tour guide led us to the entrance of the vaults, which we entered through a normal building and down a flight of stairs. Before we went into the vaults, she told us to make sure our shoelaces were tied. I double-tied my laces, as I didn't want to trip up as the floor was very uneven. This was where the tour really started to get interesting. The guide told us about the history of the place and the ghosts that apparently resided there. One of them is known as Mr. Boots. They're an evil spirit who can be heard stomping around in boots. The other is a small boy that attaches itself to women that he considers to be motherly in figure, and he likes to grab their hand, and is known to untie shoelaces. The unnamed boy is apparently scared of Mr. Boots. As a tour group, we walk from room to room as the tour guide recounts different stories of ghostly encounters. We enter one room where there used to be a fireplace, which the guide is in front of. In the archway there's a couple, and I'm stood next to them, facing the guide and the couple. I decide to take a photo of the guide and the couple when suddenly, behind the couple, I see this man. I've never seen a face full of so much hate and evil in basically my entire life. I can't even find the words to describe how menacing that they looked. Their face looked twisted with hate. They looked human. A tall figure wearing a long black coat or a cloak, wearing a top hat. They had white pale skin. The figure wasn't transparent, but solid. The moment I saw him, the entire left side of my body went numb and cold. And I mean frozen. It's like as cold as if the side of my body had frozen completely. I felt something yank at my left hand. I pulled my eyes away from the figure in the archway to look down at the left-hand side of my body. There's nothing next to me, no one pulling on my hand. When I go up to look up, Mr. Boots is gone. Thank God. The guide starts to move everyone to the next room, and I seriously don't want to walk through the archway. But I know I can't stay in the small room any longer. I go to move when I look down at my left shoe to see if the shoelace is undone. Only it's not just undone. The shoelace looks like it's been wrapped around someone's finger, and they had piled it on the side of my shoe. Can't help but gasp out loud and call the guide over. She looks at it baffled and says that she's never seen that happen to anyone before. I don't know why, but I was too scared to tell her about seeing Mr. Boots, because I felt like I couldn't tell her I would somehow maybe get in trouble if I did. I felt like I was suddenly back to being a little kid. I wasn't the only person in the tour group to have a paranormal experience. There was this big bodybuilder type man who was clearly thought to be in the whole tour, and was just nonsense. He stood in the corner of this room next to a wall, just minding his own business, when suddenly he jumped and looked behind him. Apparently he heard someone clap in his ear, but there wasn't anyone behind him and no one else in the group had clapped. I'm nearly at the end of this story, so thank you for sticking with me so far. The last bit is what happened to me back at the hostel when I returned after the tour. I had been sharing a room with a few other girls, and I was retelling my experience, minus seeing Mr. Boots because I thought no one would believe me. The girls thought the tour sounded really interesting, and we chatted for a bit about Scotland in general before I decided to go to sleep. As I was lying in my bunk, excuse my audio, I was suddenly overcome by that feeling of being frozen, paralyzed again. like I had experienced back in the vault. My eyes were half open. And I could see the two girls still talking, sitting on the bed. I remember wanting to call out to them, but I couldn't. I don't know how long I was stuck like this, but eventually I found that I could open my eyes fully and I could move again. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. If people are interested in some context, I've always had strange experiences on the left-hand side of my body. What I mean by this is that whenever anything paranormal happens, I feel a shiver go down the entire left-hand side of my body. You know that feeling you get when someone walks over your grave? Well, that's what I feel. When I was there, I was involved in a terrible accident where my dress caught on fire and I was badly burnt. The part of my body most affected is the left part. How I opened a portal to spirits one night. This happened on the White Earth Reservation. The particular town this happened on is built on top of old burial grounds. I've always believed in the spiritual world. I've astrally projected, but I always kept my mind closed off to spirits. White Earth is known to have heavy spiritual activity and many hauntings, so here's my story. On this full moon lit night, I was with a group of 5 friends, including myself. It was around 2 a.m. We had got to the topic of ghosts, and the oldest friend with us suggested going to look for spirits in some kind of known haunting areas. We were hyped, didn't think much of what we were going to do. Grabbed a rifle and we all loaded up into the SUV. There was a trail called Tibet's Road on the outskirts of town. There are 2 houses in the first quarter mile. It goes very deep into the woods for many miles. During the ride through the trail, we were calling out spirits and yelling out the windows, talking shit to any spirits around. We arrived about halfway to the 2 old-time abandoned cabins on the edge of the swamp that were 15 feet from the truck, when me and my oldest friend, that we'll call T, hopped out by the first one. Something went splashing into the water and we couldn't see anything. He walked over there and started shooting around his gun, trying to humor us. The others didn't want to hop out, and I was kind of spooked with the whole idea. We decided to leave, so we went a bit further by the second cabin to turn around. At this point, I felt safe and I opened my mind completely up to spirits. We stopped and looked toward the second cabin, which was further out. I had the front seat next to T. He said, "Do you see that? Back behind the cabin?" I couldn't see anything. I focused my eyes, kept looking, and pretty soon this white figure appeared. I kept looking at it. It was like some sort of white creature peeking its head around the corner with an alien-type head and big empty eye sockets. It seemed like it was short or on all fours. It would peek at us, then go behind the cabin. Kept doing this for about a minute. In my head, I was spooked and couldn't believe what I was seeing. T was trying to hop out and go see the creature, but I was panicked and said that this is how people disappear, finally convinced him not to go. As we started leaving the woods, this really small and long fox-looking thing ran up behind the truck, ran in front of us, then cut into the woods. At this point, I started hearing chant-like music that was really soft, like women or children singing, and I had the feeling that it was a death song. T didn't care, but I, being sober and very intuitive, started to pray out loud to try to block the song out. I couldn't. We finally made it out and I was relieved, but that experience and the feeling of safety made us want to look some more. He knew of a spot in the middle of town that supposedly had a bad spirit there. The background of the spot is 2 uncles raped their 8-year-old niece, killed her, took her to the short trail that connects to the old powwow grounds to the highway and is heavily wooded, then burned and left her body. Within the past 30 years. Gross. Apparently, a strong evil spirit now lives where her body was. This was T's past cousin, so he knew her name. He parked on the trail next to that spot, and I began to call out her name, saying things like, "Come play with us." Bad idea. All of a sudden, mid-level along the tree line, I saw 3 black flashes zig and zag, and after the 3rd flash, something snarled and hit the rear of the truck. We got the hell out of there. The young teen guy behind me saw the same flashes, and we all heard the snarl and attack. The teen girl started crying. This is where it gets wild, and I feel like we were connected or opened a portal. At this point, the whole town was foggy, maybe like a population of 250 people. We made it through the trail and came to a turn on the highway which connects to the trail. There was a big downhill open area that leads to the flatland swamp, and this is where a body was found about 6 years ago. We stopped and decided to look down there. Among the fog, I seen spirits for the first time. There was 5 spirits standing in a circle. They're whitish, smoky blue, human-sized, human shape, and have holes where their eyes should be. One of them noticed us. He would just turn and look at us. There was a few other spirits wandering around, and then there were these black ones that were bigger than human, and once they noticed us, they would start coming towards us in long, slow-paced, zigzag fashion. I felt like their intent was evil, and we decided to leave before they got any closer. We went to another swampy area, and I couldn't believe it. I saw more spirits and more of the black ones that would then start coming towards us. Around this time, it was 5 a.m. and the sun was starting to rise. We went back over by where the little girl was killed, except we went on a trail opposite the flatland swamp and the trail that she died on. We had to walk, so we got out of the vehicle and felt safe, being that it was lighter out. Coming directly from where the thing attacked our car, you could hear an adult girl crying and moaning out loud. Gives me goosebumps to this day. I'm pretty sure it's the soul of the girl or something sinister trying to mimic her. The next night, I was at a different friend's in another town. He has a basement with no door in the living room, and his cat kept sitting at the top looking down as if something was there. It did that a few times. Then at 3 a.m. that night, exactly around the time the phenomena started happening the night before, I seen a black shadow go along the wall toward the TV, and the cat was running after it. As soon as it got behind the TV cut out to static, and we had to reset it. For the next year, after all of this, whenever I would think of it, usually at nighttime, I would wake up the next morning with handprints on my wrist. This happened probably 6 times before I really put my mind to prayer and cleansing myself of whatever attached itself to me. Spirits are real, my friends. I know what we did was very disrespectful and obviously disturbed the peace, but I've grown in spirituality, energy, and wisdom since then. Lasting Effects of NDE, Part 2. During the aftermath of the accident that nearly killed me, I was given nearly unlimited access to opioid painkillers. This was years before the opioid epidemic that has ravaged this country, before any of that came to light, and the doctors were giving out Percocet freely. As a direct result, I was addicted to these drugs, and spent a number of years dulling my senses. I've come to believe that the drugs were interfering with these abilities, and I can't recall any meaningful experiences through this period. In retrospect, I can't help but wonder if dulling these experiences made the drugs feel that much better. Fast forward about 5 years, I've gotten clean. I met a girl who'll become my wife, and the mother of my child. We had been dating for a few months. and I'd been fighting the urge to share this with her. I was falling in love, and I was afraid that she'd think I was crazy and withdraw. For weeks, I'd been getting very insistent messages that her late mother wanted, me to pass along for her. She hadn't fully processed her mother's passing, understandably, and she had been coping with destructive behavior up to the point that we met. After weeks of constant pressure, when we were together, my ability to fight was waning, and I finally decided that I had to take the risk and tell her about my abilities, even if that meant pushing her away, or her pushing me away. I knew that I had to tell her, but I wanted to be sure that I approached the conversation in a way that would give me the best chance of convincing her without pushing her away. I decided that asking my mother to share something with me that I could use to validate the fact that I was telling the truth would give me the best chance. It would have to be something that I could never know, that no one else could know. Being in proximity to the living person sharpens the messages and provides better clarity. So I decided that the next time that we were together, I would speak with her mother and ask her to give me something indisputable. A few hours later, I was sitting in her bedroom with her. I worked up the courage to get it over with. I went through the exercises I used to open. I can share if anyone's interested. Usually thinking of a deceased person brings them to me, and this day was no different. I asked her mom to share something unique with me and held myself open to receive whatever she decided to share. Two things happened immediately. Firstly, I was overwhelmed by a floral scent, which her mother told me was a blackberry-scented lotion that she loved and wore every day. Secondly, I immediately began rubbing the pad of my pointer finger and my thumb compulsively. Her mother didn't explain this, but assured me that it would mean something to her. Now came the tricky part. How do I start this conversation? If you have a gift like mine, or think you might, you may have found yourself asking a similar question. It's a constant struggle. I fought with it for about an hour and finally decided to go for broke. I can't remember now exactly what I said, because this happened in 2010, but I said something like this. So listen, the next few minutes are going to be strange. I need you to hear me out, and then, if you want me to leave, I will. She was obviously concerned, but agreed to hear me out, so I continued. You know about the accident that I was in when I was a teenager? You've seen the scars. But there's one other lasting symptom. Since that day, I've gotten messages from the other side. Every time we're together, I have someone trying to get through to you, and I can't fight it anymore. I'm afraid this will scare you away, but I have to share this with you if we're going to be together. And to her credit, she assured me that she could handle it and knew me well enough to know that I wasn't crazy or a liar. I decided not to come right out and say that I was speaking with your mother, because I wanted her to make the connection on her own. She told me to go ahead, and I started with the scent. I told her that I was overwhelmed by the scent of blackberries. She was immediately crying. She went to her bathroom and rummaged around the sink for a while. She came back with a bottle of lotion that her mother had had when she died. She wasn't able to bring herself to throw it away. She opened the bottle and we both sniffed it. I confirmed that this was the smell that I was getting. Then I showed her the finger and the thumb thing. She laughed out loud and smiled huge. Her mother had used this gesture to poke fun at her grandmother, who was always fondling a rosary using the same motion. She got a good laugh out of this. I couldn't have asked for a better validation. Her mom really nailed it. I took this to mean that her mother approved of our relationship. Those on the other side can see all of our deepest secrets and have full transparency into our lives. The fact that her mother helped me convince her that I was telling the truth meant a lot to me. And she could have easily sabotaged me if she didn't want us together. Spent the rest of the night facilitating a conversation between my girlfriend and her deceased mother, which was long overdue, and helped her grieve in a way that she hadn't been able to before. We got married in 2013 and welcomed our daughter in 2016. We've been happily married for nearly 10 years, and her mother is a constant presence in our house. Story number 1. This damn clock that no one liked, but my dad liked. Backstory on this clock. We got this old vintage clock a while ago. It's been in storage for over a year. We moved recently, and my dad brought the clock and decided to hang it on the wall about a month ago. No one in my family liked this clock but my dad, so we kept it. So, 2 nights ago, I was taking my dog out to go to the bathroom around 11 or 12 in the night. As I take him out, I sit down and chill on the sofa. All of a sudden, I hear this ticking. My first thought process is, what's making the noise? So I go to investigate. I walk up to the clock, and it's moving. It's ticking and moving. And the glass plane that usually covers it is wide open. I know nothing about this clock, so I literally just look up at it and go, that's weird. I go to sleep, and I don't dream of anything, as usual. The next day comes, and later that night, my mom announces that she's going to sage the house. She hasn't done it in a while, and with all the stress and shit our family's been going through, we need it. Before she starts to sage, I suddenly remember about the clock. Oh, Mom, by the way, I heard that old clock ticking yesterday. She tells me that that's not possible, it's a wind-up clock. So I was just confused. My little sister, who's 10, then hears what I'm saying and comes up and is like, oh, I heard it ticking too. We heard the ticking at different times in the night, so immediately my mom is just, get that clock out of my house. She leaves the clock outside and sages the whole place. That night, both of my parents have nightmares about my younger sister. My mom describes how she's in my little sister's room and there's a round table in it. It has letters, as if it's a Ouija board. There's a voice that starts to speak to my mom, telling her, I like it here. Please let me stay. I like your house. Now, my mom is very sensitive to presences and everything. There are times where she grabs things at Goodwill and flinches. She tells me that whoever had that was bad. She's been in a car that my dad bought to resell and literally started to cry and told him she'd never go in it ever again. When he got the papers for the car, it came with the title and the owner's death certificate. He died in that car. But anyways, my mom's experiences of getting shit out of her house due to the dumbass things that my dad buys and brings to them. She begins to pray very strongly, tries to get him out. The thing comes back, and once again my mom gets him out. Imagining as if she's burning him, the thing returns again. My mom starts praying so hard that she's starting to wake up from her dream. It started to try and negotiate with my mom, trying to let itself stay, but my mom said, fuck no. My mom has this thing where she imagines a beam of light coming out of the heavens. And that's what wipes shit away when she really is in dire situations. So that's what she did. That's where her dream ends. Eventually she wakes up and her entire right arm is cold. My dad is now awake because he heard the chanting, and immediately my mom asks what time it is. It's 3 a.m., the witching hour, you know? My mom starts to curse and say, God fucking damn it, and tries to go back to sleep. After my dad had woken up, he goes to sleep and proceeds to have a nightmare about my sister. So today comes and my dad is going to get rid of the clock. He goes to work, putting it in his van, and starts to work on his van itself. He's going to sell it to a client in a couple of hours. Those next 4 to 5 hours were the most difficult time that he's ever had with a van in a while. He cut his finger, he burned his finger. Nothing was going out well. Shit was just not going well anywhere. And eventually his deal happened and everything was solved on his end. But once he had finished with repairing it, he opened the slider door. He works on Volkswagens. And he forgot that he left the clock in the damn van. That's what was causing him so much shit. So all that happened today with that damn clock. And now, just an hour ago, I was telling them again how exactly I came up to the clock and all that stuff. I say that it was ticking. I saw it ticking and the glass pane was just wide open. My parents look at me like I grew 2 heads. That glass pane was locked with a key that no one has. My dad was looking for the key earlier this week, but no one found it. All 3 of us go in a circle saying, "Did you open it?" None of us did. We don't even have the damn key. I didn't even know that was a thing to be opened until they told me so. I didn't even know it was a wind-up clock. I knew nothing about this damn clock other than that it was old, that's it. There's also no way that my little sister could have opened it because 1, she's too short, and 2, she doesn't care for the clock at all. None of us did. So in conclusion, we had this fucking weird-ass clock that somehow opened and somehow was on, with 2 different witnesses, and no one knowing how the hell it was even opened. Right after my mom saged that night and put it outside, the thing came at my mom in a dream. Please do be careful with stuff you buy and bring into your households. If you don't get a good vibe with it, don't buy it. Fortunately, my mom knows what to do, and by extension, I kind of know what to do myself, but I know some people don't. And luckily, I'm closed off and can't feel anything. But my little sister's also sensitive to things like my mom, and is just hearing things. The Demon of X62. Story number 7. These stories happened to me when I was still in high school. My father had a project in Sabah, and so I had to move along with my mom and younger sister to follow our dad. He was always stationed out in a different rural area, so when all these strange things started to happen, we were by ourselves without my dad. All of these occurrences happened in and around our apartment complex, which was located at the end of the top of a small hill. We didn't know how much of a mistake it really was moving in here, and I'm glad that we no longer reside there. Everything was going fine when we first moved in, but the longer we stayed there, the more experiences we had, and things were heading downhill pretty quick. We kept feeling an evil presence in the apartment, and we would tell that it was full of hate and anger. That energy affected us as a family, and we were constantly arguing and fighting over almost everything. One night when I was reading a book on my bed, I left my windows open, and while reading I suddenly had goosebumps, From the corner of my eye, I could see a woman figure with long black hair appear, and it was looking at me. I stopped reading and just froze in my bed. The figure then slowly disappeared out the window. For context, we were living on the second floor, and there was no way somebody could have climbed up there and down the window grills that fast and actually peek in through the small grill. My mother adopted a cat, and living inside the apartment, its behavior was very unpredictable. At times it would be very calm and gentle, and at times it would be wild and would start to chase me and my sister. It would also stare at the corner of the room with wide eyes and make weird noises. This creeped me and my sister out a lot. One time my second elder sister came to visit me, and I told her about the scary things that had been happening in the apartment. She just brushed it off and told us not to be scared. At the moment after, she said that these scratches could be seen on her thighs, and we had goosebumps. I believe the entity felt challenged and wanted us to be scared of it. Also, I remember one time when I was walking home alone around maybe 12 a.m. or 1, and to get to the apartment I had to walk past a hill. Even through the walkway, it was pretty well lit. I was always unnerved to walk by it. Halfway through, I heard and saw something roll down the hill to my right. Then I heard laughter coming from those hills. So I walked faster. Unfortunately, that was the end of that. A couple of days after that incident, while I was on a bus home, the conductor was looking at the hills when we were passing through them and just told me that he heard stories of spirits living in those hills. And particularly one called Babylon, which was a ghost head that had no body, just the entrails of its guts. This entity was said to be of a human who dabbled in witchcraft and during the wee hours would fly with its head seeking blood. Especially from pregnant women, and I was also told that these entities also seek out stillborns and would sometimes suck the fetus from the sleeping mother. The mother wouldn't even realize it, would often be told by doctors that there was no fetus inside their bellies, and it must have been a miscarriage. After listening to the bus conductor that was there where all these kinds of entities were living in the hills, I rarely came back home after midnight, just to avoid that stretch of road. Once when I'd come home late, I was passing by a car that was parked, and I saw a head inside. At first, I thought that someone was waiting in the car, but the engine wasn't running, so I took a closer look. And I saw that the head had no body attached to it. I looked at the side mirror and couldn't see the head, but saw it when I peeked inside through the window. It was facing straight ahead and slowly started to turn towards me. I ran home as fast as I could and locked the door behind me. I came down with a bad fever the next day, and it only got better in about a week. A lot of bad things were happening in that area as tensions of the families staying there were visibly strained. My neighbors living below me were constantly fighting as well, to a point where the husband wanted to commit suicide. On top of this, my family also suffered the same. Let's start with my eldest sister, who changed her ID address to the apartment X62 and was plagued with so much negativity that she tried to kill herself by swallowing a bunch of pills. Fortunately, she survived, and she was hospitalized. Her life only became better once she changed the address on her ID. My mother was going through depression and was also a wreck at the time. My youngest sister, who was living with me, and my mom always said that they saw things that I couldn't understand. She was really young at the time and was always afraid to be alone in that apartment. I wasn't spared from the negativity, and it tried to end my life 3 times during the period that I was living in that apartment. My family was falling apart, and times were really tough. I always felt abandoned and alone when I was living there, even though I had a good close friend or two. Even the security guards were seeing things around the apartment, especially at our block. They would see a woman dressed in white walking around the block and would disappear into the hills. So much negativity, so much suffering was felt during our stay there. It was said that the land was plagued by a woman's spirit who committed suicide a while back where the block stood. And it's been spreading her negativity and her energy and hatefulness towards the tenants there. The management denied all of these, but we knew what we experienced there, and what we saw and felt was real. So to the tenants living there now, I pray that this woman doesn't put you through what they had us go through, as I'm never wanting to go back there. Lasting Effects of NDE, Part 3. How do spirits communicate with me? People often ask me if I see dead people. Thankfully, the answer is mostly no. Every once in a while, I'll see a person on the street that looks different to me. Really hard to explain. And after asking my wife, she'll tell me that she didn't see anybody matching my description. This most often happens to me in the car for some reason, no clue why. People also ask me if I hear audible voices. And again, thankfully, the answer is mostly no, with some exceptions. In general, spirits don't speak to me at all. Most commonly, spirits insert imagery into my head that they mean to be representative of the concept that they want me to share with their living friend or relative. As an example, if a deceased father was a mechanic in life, he may show me a wrench or a car, or something else that he thinks will make sense to his child. If a person was a drug addict in life, and that played a role in their death, they might show me a syringe or some other paraphernalia. I also have some empathetic ability, so a spirit might impress upon me the feeling of love, guilt, or anything else that they want their loved one to understand. My particular gifts are not great with names or numbers. It's very rare that I'll completely and correctly get a name. Much more commonly, I'll get the first initial or nickname or something else that validates the person that I'm reading, that I'm communicating with a specific person. Numbers are also tricky. As an example, if someone asks me how old a loved one was when they passed, the best I can generally do is a range, like this person was a teenager, etc. People often ask me for guidance on the future, and my personal experience has been that the other side has very little to offer as it relates to the future. I believe that the future is too variable based on individual choice for any accurate, consistent prediction. That being said, I've heard other mediums claim the ability to predict the future to one extent or another, and I think that's totally possible. That isn't, however, my personal experience. I sure do wish my guides would share the Powerball numbers with me, though. My gifts are super visual in my mind, so as a result, I've had an abnormally high level of success describing people in places that I've never seen or been to. One complication, though, is that spirits must describe themselves, and often describe themselves as they were when they were younger and more self-confident. In rare instances, a spirit will show me what they look like near death, if doing so will help validate for their loved one. But that's rare. More commonly, a person who died in their 50s might show me an image of them in their 30s. This can at times make it harder to validate. If I'm describing a fit man with black hair in his 30s, but a person's husband passed away with gray hair in his 60s, this can be understandably confusing. It's important to keep in mind that each person's gift is unique, and each medium is giving different gifts. My gifts require a high level of interpretation at times, which complicates things for me. The opening of many doors. This exercise is one that I've developed in the 17 years that I've been dealing with this. Firstly, a quiet, comfortable place helps immensely. You can do this anytime, any place, but doing it in a quiet, dark room will help. I close my eyes and picture a door in my mind. I spend a substantial amount of time visualizing an extremely intricate door. I think about the details, the hardware, the embellishments, everything. I imagine this door standing in a black void, with no consideration to where this door may be. Once I have a very clear and detailed image of the door in my mind, I imagine myself stepping forward, opening the door, passing the threshold, and pulling the door closed behind me. Once on the other side of this first door, I imagine a second, completely different door. I repeat all the steps above numerous times until I've passed through many different doors. I believe that each of these doors represents incredibly deep levels of consciousness. The number of doors or amount of time spent on the exercise varies depending on my level of focus, the environment, and my mental state, but I normally spend between 10 and 30 minutes doing this before I attempt to read someone. I know that I'm down when spirit messages begin coming through loud and clear. It's important to note that this exercise can also work in reverse. If I'm feeling particularly overwhelmed, I'll use this exercise to quiet things down. The only difference when I'm trying to close, quote unquote, is I'll imagine the doors starting to kind of open, and I'll step through and close them behind me. I don't normally do this after every reading, but after a particularly emotional reading or after a very loud day, I may use this to wind down and protect myself. Story number 8. I'm Being Followed by Mama. It all started in 2013. I was 12 at the time. My older sister and her friend, who were 14 or 15 at the time, were playing with a newly bought Ouija board in our basement. My sister invited me to the basement. I had heard about Ouija boards before, but never seen one myself. I always followed my sister's lead, so I joined them in playing without question. It was all relatively normal. Yes and no. Short answer questions. I honestly thought they were probably fucking with me because it was working. I'm not a skeptic, but also not a full believer. I was also young, so I don't remember the details perfectly. I do remember telling the board that we were going to watch a movie and say goodbye, sliding the pointer over to the bottom of the board, as they had apparently read online. The movie my sister and her friend were about to watch was a horror movie called Mama, capital M-A-M-A. They had all talked about it several times. They went on Netflix, and as soon as they pressed play on the Wii, the Netflix disconnected. I believe she said the lights also flickered. I don't recall that part. We played again the next day, and the board, it spelled out M-A-M-A every time that it seemed to not want to answer a question. And it would get more intense every time, moving quicker and spelling it out multiple times. It got to the point that the pointer would fall off the board and we would have to reset it. This freaked us all out a little bit. We all accused each other of moving the pointer, but none of us did. Our Netflix was down for months after this. Our parents were pretty annoyed about it, but we never told them why it had happened. My sister wanted nothing to do with the board after that and gave it to me. I thought it was pretty cool, so I continued playing with it for years. And every single time I played, I always talked to the same spirit or entity. And every time I played, it would be the intense mama movement. I played it off for years and made a joke of it. My friends would get so freaked out by it that they would quote-unquote test me to make sure I wasn't moving it on my own. They would make me turn my back to the board while we played the board and was always able to give answers no one knew the answers to. I only ever tried to play by myself once, which I had heard was dangerous, but of course I ignored everyone. I was in my basement where it all started a few years prior. I was on FaceTime with a friend to show her, as well as take a video on my phone to prove to my friends at school. The board was spelling out random letters that I couldn't make sense of. Then there was a bang on the door beside me. I even caught that on video. I didn't play for a while after that. I would dabble in the board here and there throughout the years, and always talk to the spirit that we just called Mama, as we assumed that she was just impersonating the movie from night one. Things would happen through the years, lights turning off and on at night, lots of strange noises, and our very calm dog was terrified of our basement and would freak out about nothing while down there. Fast forward to now. I'm 22. My sister is 23. We told her mother the whole story this past summer. Our mom is very spiritual, so we always tried to hide it from her. She recalled when the Netflix was broken and how frustrated she was, and we all joked about it. My sister and I got a text from her a few days later saying, "Tell Mama to give me my Netflix back." We joked about it, nothing happened. She asked us again to tell Mama to fix the Netflix. We both took it seriously this time and said out loud to plead for her to let the Netflix come back. And it actually seemed to work. We were surprised that it worked, but I brushed it off like I always do. I just can't comprehend how this could be true, but also, how could it not be? This can't all be a coincidence. Well, the other night, I received a call from my sister that shook me to my core. She had told her boyfriend, who was a disbeliever, the whole story the night before. The same story we had told our mom a couple of months prior. The next morning when she awoke, she was met with her pale boyfriend in a state of total confusion and disbelief. He recounted being awoken in the middle of the night to a little girl standing at the end of the bed. She had a metal cage and a bar over her mouth. She was confused by this, but he wasn't frightened by the girl. He almost felt bad for her. He swore he was awake when this happened, and as a disbeliever couldn't understand what was going on. My sister called her mom and recounted the story to her. Our mother replied, "Oh my God, you guys are Mama." She's been calling for her mama this whole time. My sister immediately hung up and called me to tell me. We both got full-body chills and started crying. It all makes sense. The intense mama repetitions and calls for attention. What still doesn't make sense is her boyfriend's dream. Why him? Why the cage? Who is Mama truly? Why has she been following us and trying to make contact for the past decade? Story number 1. If my mind's been playing tricks on me, it has one twisted sense of humor. Around 7 or 8 years ago, I went to a get-together at a friend's. Her name was Megan. Went to her house when her parents weren't home. It was a very nice house, but you could tell it was definitely an older home. There was even a laundry chute that would go down to the basement, which was apparently somewhere Megan and her family would rarely go. She decided that we all should go down there and play with the Ouija board. Oh no. We were all for it, even though none of us had done that before. The basement was dark and unfinished. You could look in any corner of the room and see a spider web. The only thing down there was the laundry chute and a wooden table with some chairs. Megan opened up the laundry chute and pulled out the Ouija board. The box was definitely old. We even had some jokes about it. She put everything together for us to start. We kept making jokes and not one of us took it seriously. Each one of my friends took a turn trying to ask a question, which none were serious about. The only one I remember was a friend asking, "Are you bald?" It was now my turn, and my question was, "Are you in this room?" There was no visible movement, but it felt as if there was a minimal amount of force being applied in one direction. It changed my entire demeanor, and I took my hand off of it. I had a very weird feeling, but played it off to my friends. Eventually we left, and we went our separate ways, but I still had an odd feeling for the rest of that night. This is when things started to get weird for real. When I got home, I almost immediately went to bed. I randomly woke up frightened a little after 4 a.m. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. My room at the time was in my parents' basement, which was a very open space, but very dark at night. The only light would be from the moonlight coming from the tiny basement windows that only made the middle of the room visible. The other parts of the room are as dark as you can imagine. I figured our cat made some noise and woke me up, so I just went back to sleep. The next night, the same thing happened. It's 4 a.m. and I immediately go back to bed, assuming that it was our cat again. Third night in a row, I wake up and across the room I thought I saw something move. I sat up and stared for what felt like minutes. Out of nowhere, I see something turn and walk around the corner and towards the stairs. I froze up and didn't move for probably 5 minutes. I convinced myself I was just tired. It was probably the cat, until I realized that he was at the end of my bed staring across the room with his eyes widened. I would continue to have this experience for 3-day increments every 1 or 2 months. 2 of the nights I had my only ever sleep paralysis experience, which wasn't a good time. My solution was to sleep upstairs on the couch, which I did for 6 months, and it worked. At this point, I started dating someone, and I would often visit her at her house in the middle of nowhere. She had a dog and lived with her mom and stepdad. I was with a friend, Nate, and headed to my girlfriend's house to drop off her purse. She had left it in my car earlier in the day. Nate has had conversations with me prior about the religion that they have. I think it was Wiccan, but I'm not positive. They told me that they practice daily and draw pentagrams with chalk and stuff. We pulled up to the house, and they stopped talking mid-sentence. I waited for them to say something, and they eventually said, "There's something bad in that house." I questioned what they meant or what they were even talking about. "I could feel it," they whispered. We dropped the purse off, and then they started explaining what it was to me. It looks for those who are vulnerable and feed off of negativity. It will cause you pain in many mysterious ways, and it destroys lives. It will only leave if it finds something better. "Is it a demon?" I asked. "I guess you could call it that," they answered. Months go by, and I'm still with my girlfriend at the time. I started noticing her stepdad being very strange. There was a night where he kept saying, "They're up to something." He took off with a loaded pistol on a motorcycle at 3:30 a.m. He's yelled at every car that passes his house because they have apparently been watching him. He busted my girlfriend's door off the hinges once and yelled, "They're doing what they did in Russia." Then got on his motorcycle and drove off. There are other things that he's done that are probably too dark for me to mention on here. Just take my word for it. He's hurt many people in many and very sickening ways. My girlfriend at the time told me that he wasn't like this until I came around. I also stopped just waking in the middle of the night when I started to sleep back in my own bed. So was there really something bad feeding off of me? I really don't know what I believe. If anything, it was some strange circumstances. Present day. My girlfriend at the time had 2 daughters. I currently have full custody because she kept bringing the kids over to her stepdad against court orders. Which, by the way, the most recent thing I heard is he lives in a trailer out in the woods, so people will stop watching him. Strange childhood experiences. Growing up, we lived in a small 2-up, 2-down council house in a rural town. The house dated back to maybe the 30s or 40s, and we knew that the last occupant had been an older lady with a black lab. I think the neighbors told my parents about her, and her door number had a black lab on it also. I wouldn't say that the house was really badly haunted, but a few strange things happened to us over the years. My family was my mom, my dad, myself, and my younger sister. Mom and Dad were also into spirituality and mediumship at the time, although they kept that part of their lives as separate as possible from us as young children. Whether or not that affected activity in the house, I don't know. My mom has a few strange experiences. These are only things that I heard later on, as she wouldn't want to frighten us while we lived there. I remember playing in the front room when I heard my mom scream out as she was going up the stairs. We all ran out to get her, as we thought she had fallen. Mom was fine, just shaken, but she would tell us what made her scream. I had a young kid's attention span, so I went back to my dolls and toys and largely forgot about it. Later on, my mom told me that she had been carrying a load of wash up the stairs and had nearly tripped over a large black dog that had appeared and then disappeared on the middle step. This happened twice, I think during a span of maybe 10 years. She also saw our lovely ginger cat on the stairs, who had been hit by a car and passed a few months back. My parents told me that when I was maybe 6 or so, I used to tell them about an old man or a lady who used to visit me at night and stand over the bed. I have no recollection of this, which is strange, but maybe I just blanked it out. By far the strangest thing happened to myself and my younger sister. I was 8 and she was 7. My parents didn't know anything about this. As being kids, we didn't really say anything about it much. But looking back now, I can see how strange and creepy it was. Me and my sister shared a bedroom with a bunk bed. We would periodically swap bunks over depending on what mood we were in. The wall height was relatively small, so the top bunk was pretty close to the ceiling. While I was on the top bunk, I would often hear heavy footsteps echoing across the attic floor. They would start at the top end of the room and stomp, stomp, stomp across to the other. If I put my hands out, I could feel the vibrations through the wall. I think the first time it happened, I called for my dad. And of course, by the time that he came up, it stopped. This happened a fair few times over the years, and my sister heard it too. Eventually, we just ignored it. The only way up into the attic was through a small hatch in the bathroom ceiling. The bathroom was next to our room on a small landing. I know my parents were both downstairs, so not sure what it could have been. Anyway, One morning, my sister and I were playing in our room. Our dad had gone to sleep in the bedroom next door as he was tired, and he suffered from insomnia, and Mom was out working that day. We both heard a strange click come from the bathroom, and then a strange gargling sound, like a voice, started talking to myself and my sister. For the life of me, I can't remember what it said, only that it made us laugh a bit. It was fairly loud and it sounded like my dad's deep voice, but as if it had been out through some weird echoing gargling filter. We were convinced it was her dad, as he used to often put in strange voices to make us laugh. Something definitely felt off though, and I do remember that it asked us to go to the bathroom. We just looked at each other at that point and didn't move. The voice carried on for a bit, and at one point, I think we both laughed quite loudly. It was then that my dad woke up. Quite cross too, and demanded to know why we were both being so loud. We told him that he had been making us laugh, resulting in some confusion, as we thought the voice had been him all along. He went back to sleep uttering dire warnings about us waking him up again. There was quiet for a bit, and eventually we heard Dad snoring. At this point, we were both quite scared, and being kids, we hid underneath the duvet and stayed silent. There was a loud click from the bathroom again, and then that weird gargling-sounding voice started up once more. We did scream out for Dad and woke him up again. He was not happy at all, thinking that we had both been being silly. We all went downstairs and kind of forgot about it for a while. My sister swears that she can't remember this. However, a few years ago we found a box of old stuff, including her old diary. We were going through it for a laugh when we came across an entry that spoke of how frightened she had been when she heard a weird goblin voice. This voice was speaking to us through the attic. She had even drawn a little picture of us hiding underneath the duvet. Story number 12. This one is titled Story. I'm a 38-year-old man from Ireland. I've lived with my dad in Dublin most of my life, but my grandma still lived in Kilkenny. She always said the only way she'd move was in a coffin, and ended up being right about that, bless her. I visited her often, but when I got my license, we were really close from pretty much second. Popped out of my mother. She would always give me loads of food and treats like grannies do, and always me to watch the telly to stay up longer. Dad was always a bit strict, so visiting her was basically like a mini vacation. This happened ages ago, in like 2010. It wasn't long after I got my license, and a Saturday, I think, as I had a day off from work. A warm summer evening was a welcome break from all the rain the previous week. It wasn't really dark, just this dusky blue twilight, and even just driving on the M9 motorway, back then it was pretty new, it felt magical somehow. And I guess no small part of it was driving was still new and fancy thing and felt like pure freedom. Overall, in the moment, I was feeling good about life and had the radio on low volume. What happened a bit before the turn onto the N10 to Kilkenny. The radio went to loud static. My car was an absolute pile of junk, but so far the radio had been the only part of it that hadn't broken once. I cussed like a sailor and took my eyes off the road for a second while I fiddled with it and even gave it a slap for good measure. But when I looked back up, I had to smash the brakes so hard I'm pretty sure I gave myself whiplash because there was someone on the road. In front of me, walking slowly towards me in the middle of my side of the road, was a tall and lean but muscular woman. Stark naked. She stopped as I did and stood there all tense like she was about to bull rush the car and smash into it, her chest heaving with every breath so hard it seemed to shake her entire body. It took way too long before I noticed what was wrong with her. But just when I was about to honk at her, it hit me and I nearly shot 7 shades of shit onto the ripped up car seat. She had no head. I remember as how every single hair on my head and neck and arms stood up, and I let out this ugly yelp and couldn't breathe like someone had kicked me in the chest. One of her hands was holding what I first thought was a bloody cloth. She clearly wasn't wearing, but when my brain finally frickin' rebooted, I saw that they were too shiny. Her insides were hanging out from this massive slit in her stomach. You'd think you'd notice those things first. It's weird how you don't. It just didn't compute. She was all black and blue, too. Some of it looked like badly done tattoos and other bits just dirt or bruises or weird shadows that she maybe tumbled down a whole mountain. And how the hell did she still look tall without a head? Like, sure, I'm a bit of a teapot, but she was huge. I'm glad there weren't any other idiot drivers on the road then, because I must have been staring at this lady for minutes and minutes before something even more messed up happened. She ran towards me while I screamed like a baby, leapt up onto the nose and ran up the windshield and onto the roof, all the while holding her freaking guts in the crook of her arm like a soggy grocery bag. Except for a faint orange glow that kind of looked like she was backlit by something, there was nothing. At least nothing see-through or ethereal about her. Her steps made a heavy thump, 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 thump as she ran over the metal. I don't remember driving after that, but I must have since I got to my grandma's and snapped out of it. I started hyperventilating like mad on the spot because that's maybe the scariest thing, that I don't know if I fell asleep while driving and I was dreaming with my eyes open sort of a thing. I cried in the car for a bit, and I think it was from pure shock. Maybe that just wearing off before I was deciding to go inside. I don't know if it was a ghost from a traffic accident who wanted a ride home or what. When I told my granny half-jokingly that I might have fallen asleep and saw a headless woman, she basically told me to not be a daft little turd and shoved a ham sandwich in my mouth. Then we sat down watching the TV like always. When I snuck out to smoke at like 11, she knew I smoked, but I always thought it wasn't really a polite thing to do while she was around. I took a look at the car. It was pretty dark, but from what I could see, there weren't any dents or footprints or handprints or anything on the car. Surely the woman in such a miserable condition would have left something like smudges of blood or mud at least, right? But she wasn't real anyways, I guess. Like, people aren't usually in the habit of running around headless. I kept telling the story to my friends and workmates and asking people about ghost sightings and everything, until they told me that I was going a bit too far mad with it. Sorry, there's no good dramatic ending. All I know for sure is that I saw a big headless woman with her guts out hopping onto my car like a cat. My gut tells me it wasn't a dream, or if it was, it sure blended in seamlessly with reality. I still kinda hope somebody's seen something similar. If you read this by any chance or hear it, please don't give me crap about it in real life if you know who I am. You know that if you saw what I saw, you'd be a bit obsessed too, even for over a decade. Nothing weird like that's happened to me before or since. I've been diagnosed with mild depression, but apart from that, my noggin is just fine. No family history of psychosis either, as far as I'm aware. So what the hell happened? Story number 13. Houses on a Graveyard, Part 3. So it seems I'm doing this every 2 weeks as things are happening, and things have ramped up in the past week. There are some things that are pretty minor, and I can usually think of plausible explanations. And if I can think of an explanation, it's not worth telling. Plus, in my stories, I will lead you through my thoughts trying to debunk them. So here we go. Plus, this also involves my other property that I used to live in. So this is another long post. So we ended up telling a family member about what we've seen and heard so far at the house. This person doesn't really believe us, and that's fine. I understand, not everyone will believe me on what's happened at this house. But I don't think whatever's at my house has the same understanding. It now seems whenever this person comes over, activity starts. One time my family member came to watch a show. We have one show we religiously watch every week, and we were waiting for it to start. I was sitting at the dining room table eating dinner, and my wife and family member were in the kitchen chatting. Now across the kitchen is a utility and laundry room. In there, it's kind of where we put the cat that we own that we'd let them eat. Because that cat loves food and will swipe a pork chop off your plate. I'm speaking from experience here. Anyways, we're all chatting and the cat starts meowing. A minute later, the door handle starts turning. Now, logically, one would think that the cat has learned how to turn the door handle. Here's the issue here. The doorknobs are round, and there's nothing for the cat to sit on to even get a grip if it even could turn knobs. That means the cat would have to hang off the doorknob and swing its body, while somehow holding the door. My family member blamed the cat, but it didn't make sense. I would have to have a talented cat, but my cat is fat and happy. On the same day, my daughter was playing with her toys while we were watching our TV show. After a while, the show ended and my wife and daughter went into the master and my family member and I stayed in the living room watching a new program. Now, my daughter has a lot of electronic noise toys that will eventually shut off after you stop playing with them. Usually 5 minutes after the last button was pushed. Anyways, my wife and daughter had been gone over an hour. Suddenly, one of the toys just starts going off, over and over. It wouldn't stop. I figured it would stop on its own, but it didn't. I eventually took out the batteries, and it did stop then. Now, I understand 9 times out of 10, a simple reboot will fix most electronics. But this one was odd. When I put in the same batteries, it didn't do it again. The following week, the family member came over and we were just hanging out. No TV or anything, just chatting. Suddenly, the TV turned on. Just the TV. Then it turned off. Then it came back on. You could hear the TV as it clicked on and off. Now, I have one of those automation systems that make my home a smart home, and the TV that turned on was surround sound. So the system would usually turn on multiple components to watch a program. Plus, it's on battery backup, so if power would crash, it would have a little bit of a time to watch TV. My neighborhood gets blackouts all the time, so I have battery backup on my router and main TV. So there is one remote for the whole system with other remotes in the attic. On top of that, I program these smart homes for a living room and have access to the program myself. There was nothing in the logs that told me that the TV would turn on, or in fact did turn on. Could it have been CEC or ARC that turned on the TV by accident? Nope. I turn all of those features off due to the system that I have. So how this TV turned on? I don't know. The TV doesn't have a power button on the physical set. There's an argument that there could be a malfunction, but I can't find it, and I have a technical background in this stuff. The last part of this update comes from other houses that I'm renting out. I was talking to my tenant, and in the middle of the conversation, she asked me if I knew if there was a need to redo windows. She told me that sometimes she feels cold in some rooms and some doors would slam. She claimed that she thought it could be the wind. Now, this house was built in 2019. When it came to freeze in 2020 in Texas, we lost power for 3 days. The house stayed at 55 degrees at its coldest, while it was in the single digits and teens outside. So the house was well built. I hired a window guy just in case to make sure that, everything was all good. I told her this and she thought it was strange. So did I. We've had a warm summer here in Texas. She started renting in July. Now when I lived there, the AC vents aren't on the doors, so the likelihood that it's air conditioning closing doors let's just say it's not happening. It may explain cold, but when I lived there, I really didn't experience uneven cooling. I won't discount it as a possibility due to the system now being close to 5 years old, but doors slamming, I can't explain. Greetings from the cryptic world of Paranormal M. Prepare to be entranced by stories that push the boundaries of our understanding. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to never miss out on our captivating tales. We hope you're in for an unexplained adventure. Late night exploring gone wrong. My friend and I decided one summer night to go to this place called the Slaughterhouse one evening. Where I grew up, there's a lot of urban legends about this place. And the road it was on, Empire Mine Road. This road was located in the Bay Area of California, and the road was shut down after many incidents that happened, and it was deemed unsafe. Although it was still open as a walkable trail, so we decided to go alone. I know, 2 youngish girls at night in an abandoned place, not the smartest. In the past, we had gone in a group of 4 or 5 people, and I always found other explorers there, so we didn't think too much of it and we felt pretty safe. I had brought a film camera with me, hoping to capture something, possibly otherworldly on film to serve as evidence. I also brought my pocket knife, just in case that there was a need for peace of mind, because homeless sometimes hung out. There were always rumors of satanic rituals, although I knew the ritual rumor was mostly bullshit. We started the 20-minute walk to the slaughterhouse. We started the 20-minute walk to the slaughterhouse. It itself, and this time, felt really different. That's what it says, people. About a minute or 2 into the walk, I felt heavy with dread and fear, but I didn't want to say anything and creep my friend out or seem like I was chickening out. We made it up to the final turn, to a straightaway, where it sounded like we were next to a freeway. But at this point, we were at least a mile off from the nearest road. The loud sounds of cars and car doors closing was supposedly be the remains of all of the accidents that happened along that road, but I wasn't so sure. I just figured sounds were carried with the wind from far away. We made it down the final stretch. We hopped the fence, and we were on the property. The place was very different from the last time. It looked as if it had burned and the buildings were blocked off by rubble, so there really wasn't much to do. I walked to the buildings I'd photographed at previous visits for comparison, began joking to a friend as I started feeling a bit more comfortable. I don't remember what I was exactly doing, but I turned my back on the building. My friend stared at me. Stared, I'm sure. My friend stared at me and dead seriously was like, "Come here now." And I walked over like, "What's the matter?" Apparently she had seen a dark figure with red eyes behind me. I didn't personally see it, so I don't know if that was to scare me or not. But as I stepped towards her, I saw a dark truck traveling the road that we had just walked on. This was really, really weird because the road was gated off, and we parked in front of the gate, which meant no one could come through without moving our car. Our car had not been moved, so it would be nearly impossible for a car to get through. I can't stress this enough. but it would have been nearly impossible for a car to get through past her car and the locked gate. The truck was dark and barely visible with no lights on, and it didn't make any sound like road or engine noise. This dark truck pulled up to the gate that we had hopped, and we heard yelling, "Get off my property." We couldn't see anybody in the truck, and it was barely lit up. As soon as it was there, it was gone, and with no sound. Neither of us saw a gun, but we both swore that he had one. I was like, let's get out of here before whatever comes back. I nearly ran the mile back, but I'm not someone to run. Once we hit the final stretch, I could see what looked like police lights. We told each other to just remain calm and we'd be fine. Once we got there, the police greeted us politely and we returned the politeness, hoping to score points. They had said that they received a jumbled up call, and it was very odd. But what they caught was there were people on the road. They seemed to be confused by the call, as we were. My friend had said that we were just walking the road to see the place at night, never actually hopped the fence. And thank God they believed it. After a few insulting remarks of us being two females on the road at night, we were on our way. We stopped at a well-lit gas station to catch our breath and agreed, never again. I no longer live near this area, but after that, I swore I'd never go back, certainly not at night. I still think about this night. It perplexes me, everything that happened. I told myself that it was just the owner, but it just doesn't make sense how they could have gotten through our car and the gate, and the confusion that the police had as well. In addition, many of the photos I took turned up as pitch black, even though I had flashlights and flash on. I had a few develop and look normal, but I chalked it off to being bad film. But the same thing happened with the pictures I took on my phone as well. Overall, this experience has puzzled me. I've never heard the term chalked it off. Story number 7. Eerie voice captured after painful moan while sleeping. So my sister contacted me today, informing that her mom was freaking out due to sound captured while my mom was sleeping in the middle of the night. Keep in mind, my mom is recently divorced and has just recently become an empty nester. About 5 months ago. Never heard that term before, empty nester. Anyhow, backstory. My sister, let's call her Sis, had noticed about a month ago that my mom was gasping for air. Never heard that before either. While my mom was taking a nap. Being a nurse, suggested that she speak with the doctor about potentially having sleep apnea. Mom, being as stubborn as she is, instead downloaded an app from the App Store to record sounds while she was sleeping. My mom started to record herself about 2 weeks ago. Over those past 2 weeks, she would review the sounds the following morning. She did hear some knocking sounds, but assumed it was either her hand hitting the top of the bed or just random house creaking noises. The home my mom lives in is a new build, roughly 2 years old, and was built on what we believe to be normal farmland. Her dog, a 12-year-old Maltese, over the last 2 to 3 months would wake up barking at 2 to 3 a.m. My mom thought someone in the neighborhood was getting up for work and spooking him. So she moved him to sleep in another room so she wouldn't be woken up. Also, over that time, I just found out today that my mom also complained about scratches on her back that was in places that she couldn't reach. She showed this to my sister, grandfather, and grandmother. They thought maybe the dog was scratching her, but she believes she would have felt and remembered that. To her knowledge, this has happened around 4 times. Well, this morning my mom got up, checked the recordings, and heard the above audio. My sister said that she called her in a fuss, freaking out about the audio that she captured over the night. My sister went over, heard the video, having no explanation, decided to forward it along to me. I was skeptical and laughing as I got the video, thinking that it was just another instance of my mom and sister being irrational. As soon as I heard the video, the hair on my neck and arms stood up. This is mainly due to the fact that it clearly sounds like somebody else is in that room with her. The creepy piece is that you can clearly hear my mom moan in pain and start to roll over in bed before the voice speaks. On top of that, the voice sounds very confident and, in my opinion, ominous. The words don't sound like any words I know, and I speak German and English, and neither my mom nor my mother. That's confusing. Neither my mom nor my mother have any sort of technical background to make this sort of prank and send it to me. Also, they forwarded it using the app's forwarding mechanism via email, in all caps. So I knew without a doubt that this was coming straight from the app. I asked the following questions and received the following answers. Does mom sleep with the fan on? No, she hasn't slept with the fan for 2 to 3 years. Was the TV on when she fell asleep? She doesn't have a TV in her bedroom. Again, new house, I don't visit much. 3. What kind of pillow and mattress does she have? Could it have made the sound of air being let out when she turned over? She has a memory foam pillow and mattress. My sister jumped on the bed and rolled over it with no hissing air sounds coming from any place. After exhausting all rational ideas, I started Googling and searching for paranormal things that could have caused this. We did find that my mom has a mirror on the dresser and had another makeup mirror on that same dresser. They were facing each other, but I have to be honest and say that I'm not sold on the paranormal idea of being gateways when that happens. I'm not going to say what I think the voice is or what it's saying, as I don't want to impact anybody's opinion. We did find a couple of meanings in different languages, but I'd really like native speakers of those languages to identify and tell me what they believe it's saying. After finally running out of paranormal ideas, I decided to be like every other human being and turned to all of you on Reddit for help. Please tell me that there's a valid explanation for this so we can put the issue to rest. My mom is saying she's 100% set on selling her place, which may not be a bad idea given she's an empty nester and that house is too big anyway, but that's a lot of effort for, hopefully, an easy explanation. You may ask why the video is blurry. Again, I received the file directly from the app via email, and it had the marketing of that app on it. The video was failing to upload to Giphy Cat and Giphy, which just a few try again links. They just kept popping up. I figured there may be some sort of blocker on advertisements and went into the window photo app video editor, selected the arcade filter to blur it and re-upload. Story number 7. Was it a gnome or another entity? It has been many years, but I've never forgotten this experience. What made me remember it today, couldn't tell you. I've had more encounters with the paranormal in my lifetime than I can even count. But this one specifically still boggles my mind. I was about 5 years old, 30 now. The details are still so vivid. I was living in the suburbs of Chicago. 2-story, mid-econ house with a big back privacy fenced-in yard for what it was worth there. Nothing fancy, just comfortable. The ground floor was the garage and basement living room area with a small bathroom. This level was built against a small incline, meaning the front of the house was at ground level. However, the back was about 3 to 4 feet into the incline. Tornado Alley Protection 101. The second floor was living quarters. This means that the deck out of the kitchen was elevated roughly 5 feet from the ground in the backyard. Stairs running parallel along the back of the porch and lattice surrounding the bottom for winter furniture storage. Seeing as it was summer, all of the furniture was actually on the porch. One day I was playing by myself in the backyard. It was gray, with no sunlight to be found, but not anything I would describe as dreary. I don't actually recall if it was supposed to rain or not. I simply went outside to simply be outside. I hopped on a swing on my swing set. You know, basic 90s 2-swing and 4-foot slide setup. I was simply swinging and I felt a breeze. But this breeze sent a chill up my spine. I heard the lilac bushes in front of me rustle. The breeze came from behind me, but the bushes went from right to left, where the stairs to the porch were. Somewhere in these couple seconds, I stopped my momentum of swinging abruptly. Remember when you were in, grade school in the playground and you had your momentum but dug those heels in for that abrupt stop that jarred you in your heels, dragged your toes, and felt it in your calf? Yeah, that. I knew I couldn't scream, so I simply got up and went toward the stairs, maybe 25 feet away. Once I was halfway there, I heard this growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. To this day, even in movies, I stopped dead in my tracks, petrified. I knew I couldn't run around either my side of my house or anything, and truly in my gut, the front door was on the opposite side of the house, and I would have to run-on sentence, and I would have to had unlocked 2 locks on the privacy fence either way if I went. It was too far for my little legs. I to this day have no idea how I could have known that at this age, so I ran up the stairs. As I was running up the stairs, I looked underneath the porch. Being a lattice was there was more than enough room for the ability to see. Why I looked, I'll never really know. It was maybe the 3rd stair when I turned, despite being terrified, despite feeling this. What I've come to find out later in life was dark energy. I stopped and I turned. No more than 5 feet away from me was a small person, no more than 2.5 feet tall, a male wearing black. The best I can describe, tattered clothing, I guess. I think Dobby's wear, but in black, meets mummy wrap. His face was concealed in a small portion. I can't describe all the details, but he was clothed in what I remember to be a shirt gown. There was a headpiece. I keep trying to rattle my mind if it was a wrap or a hat, but I feel like that was in pretty minuscule detail at this point. Maybe he did have pants. Maybe it was a hat. Maybe he was even wearing shoes. I was too distracted seeing his eyes. Black with a yellow tinge. It was probably all of 3 seconds, but it felt like a lifetime. I don't know how or why, but the next thing I knew, my feet were running up the stairs toward the house. As I was rounding the top couple of steps, I felt something try to grab my ankle. Somehow I got away, and I ran straight into the kitchen, locking the door right behind me. My mother turned around to me, crying. I told her there was something out there, something underneath the deck. A little person, a bad person. He's scary. However, this came out to her. She told me that it was a raccoon, nothing to be afraid of. Thunder. Dad, same thing. I knew and still know it was not a raccoon. For years, I never walked down those stairs afraid that somebody would grab my ankle. Or even played in the yard without a parent. I never even went on that deck. If I did, I was peeping through the cracks first, and there was still a parent present. I even stopped going into the basement. That looming feeling never left me any time I was near that porch. It always carried into the basement. Though that actually could have been a child's fear talking. That feeling. An indescribable sensation of darkness. But I remember it, to this day, with so much detail. Story number 15. A ghost prostitute on New Year's Eve. It doesn't say it, but I'm going to just tell you guys that there's maybe a not safe for work warning happening here. Just given the title. Taking a leap. New Year's Eve 2022. 15 or so close friends and I were having a party with a friend. We'll call her Angie. It was her second home. She used to be a small destination bed and breakfast on the West Coast. I closed at least 50 years ago. Or maybe it was closed. So it was the perfect place to throw a party. A big common area, lots of rooms, extra beds. Despite being New Year's, we mostly had Halloween decor up on the walls. Similarly to this party, Andrew threw a small Halloween party with the same people. We just got a little drunk and played with some creepy ghost shit, one of our friends. Nothing big. It's important to note that when playing, only Angie believed in ghosts. The board didn't give us much. It just said something about a prostitute that used to take clients to the one master bedroom. So probably the 1850s. I wasn't fazed. But Angie was kind of freaking out, so we ended it quickly. After having spent so much time in the inn, she really believed it. So as not to upset her, no one ever asked her about what she thought of the ghost prostitute. She just seemed so freaked. Cut back to New Year's. My friend and I are definitely more tipsy than on Halloween, and are playing a drinking game in the inn sunroom, which has large glass windows. Suddenly, in the middle of the other friend and her boyfriend, we'll call them Dakota and Abe, taking shots, there's a large bang on the window. Everyone looks up, laughs it off, and assumes a bird hit the window. Or it was our other friend that we'll call Mark. Mark wasn't feeling the drinking game, and he said that he was going to go explore some of the suites on the top floor. He had probably just got bored, went outside, and stupidly wanted to pull a joke on us. I look over at Angie, and she's just staring at the window, wide-eyed. Angie says, "Abe, go check it out." Abe responds that Angie should, herself, since it's her parents' inn. But all she says is, "I'm not fucking going out there." Abe, clearly annoyed, grabs his drink, walks out onto the back steps of the inn. Behind the building is just a large field with no roads. The field ends at the edge of the cliffs, and then it's just ocean. Abe walks out on the steps and mockingly spins around, showing that no one's out there. Angie's still clearly freaked out, so to try to calm her nerves, I step outside on the porch with Abe, showing her that it's safe. Nothing spooky. I turn around to Abe and tell him to stop freaking Angie out when I see a glimmer of something behind his right shoulder. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like a car light, but eerily misshapen, like someone carved out a headlight before attaching it to their car. Normally, even with the weird shape, I wouldn't think anything of a parked car, but it was behind the inn. No one should even have access to drive behind the inn, and I know that no one at the party did, because I came early to help Angie set up. Keys were taken at the entrance, too, so no way somebody could run back to their car after entering the inn and drive their car around and leave it running in the back of the inn. I looked back at Abe, who also saw the light. He wasn't frozen in fear, but he did just stand there, eyes wide, like the light had stuck him in a sober trance. After that, we all heard a bang from the kitchen. After the 10 or so of us ran over to check what it was, we found that the frozen pizza that was in the oven had exploded. Then immediately after, there was a loud boom from above the kitchen, most likely from the master bedroom. No one wanted to check it out, but Dakota made Abe and a couple of friends that he brought go upstairs and check. They were so scared that they took a baseball bat. Waiting for them to creep up the stairs felt like an eternity. The lobby was eerily quiet, like the air had settled in place, and it froze time for 3 minutes. Then I hear Abe yell down the staircase, "The lamp just fell down in the master bedroom." After that, the clock struck 12 and we tried to continue with the party. But everyone was freaked. Abe and I didn't even tell the others about the weird headlight that we saw, because we were just too scared. We live in an area with a lot of homeless people, so maybe someone was watching us. But that doesn't explain the pizza exploding and the lamp falling one after another, like someone was taunting us. I don't even know if the 3 events are connected. Angie thinks they are, but I don't believe in ghosts as much as her. But I'll never get over that engulfing feeling of being watched that I felt when standing on the deck. And I know, despite not saying anything, that Abe felt it too. Story number 10. Al, you're dead. Go back to Georgia. When I was 6 months old, my family moved to Malmstrom, AFB, in Great Falls. This is in Montana. My dad was in the Air Force at the time. His job was security police, which means that he guarded the missile fields. It usually meant that he spent multiple days at a time in the field, important for later. The way housing works in the military is one family out, the next family in. The departing family is responsible for top-to-bottom cleaning of the house. A lot of times, the incoming family can go and take a look at the house to see if they want to accept it. Within a few days of arriving there, we were offered a house. My mother, who was a SAHM, don't know what that stands for, went to look at the house. She met Debbie, who was a current resident of the house. The house wasn't even close to being ready to pass final inspection, so my mom helped her clean so it would pass. After they had finished cleaning, my mom and Debbie were saying that all their goodbyes and all that good stuff. And all that when Debbie abruptly says to my mom, "You're going to hear a lot of stuff. So here's what happened. I killed my husband." Debbie's husband, Al, was having an affair. Al was telling his girlfriend that he and Debbie were divorcing, and he wasn't telling Debbie shit. Well, somehow they got together and confronted Al out of their house. They made him choose, and he chose the girlfriend. Al and the girlfriend then proceeded to leave. Debbie, overcome with emotion, grabs a knife, goes up to Al and spikes him once in the shoulder, right as he's about to get into his car. She immediately drops the knife and apologizes and tries to help him. Al runs. Al ends up pumping out all the blood of his system and loses consciousness as someone's porch really just lays there, eventually dies from massive blood loss. Debbie is charged, but ends up only getting like 7 years probation in her home state of Georgia. The wound would have only required stitches if he hadn't have run. It was a crime of passion, and even the girlfriend testified that she tried to help and was immediately remorseful. So, we moved in. Now, I was too little to remember fuck all, but... So all this is my mother's telling. Immediately after we move in, weird stuff starts to happen. My mother was a smoker at the time and made a little corner in the basement where she would smoke cigarettes and read books. Sometimes the light would just click off. So, she would just turn it back on at first. After it kept happening, she had civil engineering come out and check the wiring. They ended up coming out 3 different times, never finding anything wrong. Eventually, my mom would just ask for Al to turn the light back on, and he would. Sometimes, one day while down there smoking, the light went off, and when my mom asked to turn the light on, Al proceeded to flash SOS in Morse code. That was the last time my mom smoked in the basement. I forgot this bit, but sometimes it would feel like someone was caressing her cheek while she was reading. The floor plan of the house was basically cut right in half. Going in the front door, the kitchen, dining room, living room were all on the left of that order. About halfway into the house on the right was the door to the hallway that had all the bedrooms and the bathroom at the end of the hallway. My mom spent a lot of nights alone because of my dad's job. After she put us down for the night, she would close the door to the hallway and watch TV. On a pretty regular basis, the doors to the hallway would just open while my mom was watching TV. At first, she thought it could be my older sister that was around 4 at the time. But when she'd check, my sister would be soundly sleeping. The only other major incident that happened was one night it looked like smoke was coming up from behind the TV. It took the shape of a man's face. When my mom got up to take a closer look at the TV, the smoke immediately dissipated. The next day, she told her neighbor what she saw, and the neighbor freaked out because my mom had just described Al perfectly. One day, my mom was watching some show about the supernatural, and on this show, they were discussing how when people, especially men, freeze or bleed to death, they don't realize that they're dead, because you just lose consciousness and die. They also said that if you're being troubled by such a spirit, that you should address them by their name, remind them that they're dead, and tell them to go wherever they are for resting. From that point on, whenever Al did any of his ghostly shit, my mom would say, "Al, you're dead, go back to Georgia." This happened so often it became a routine for her. One night my mom had some friends over to hang out. Al pops the hallway door open. Instinctively, my mom says, "Al, you're dead, go back to Georgia." Everyone in the room just looks at my mom like crazy. She then has to explain the whole thing, and for the rest of the night, she had to escort anybody down the hallway that had to use the bathroom. However, that was the final appearance of Al. He finally realized he had died and found his peace. Story number 5. Shadow Man. Ex-husband had the same dream as me. Pictures started falling off of the walls. These events happened in 2016, a year after we moved into our home. First event. One day I woke up yelling and screaming as I had a bad dream about a woman dressed in a striped t-shirt with dark brown hair that was banging on our apartment door with a bat, yelling and threatening to kill us. I could hear those bangings so loud with an echo in my head that I instantly woke up. Then I started telling my ex-husband the first part of the dream without any details on how the woman looked, and he said, "She had stripes, she has dark hair, and she has a baseball bat." I freaked out. Then I proceeded to ask him more about this. How did he know that, even though I guess he said that he had a similar dream that night. And the woman said she'd kill us both, and we couldn't hide. After this discussion, I started bringing up to him that we needed to discuss this with the priest to come to a clean sort of house. But he brushed it off and felt irritated that I insisted on the topic, so I didn't go to church to talk to the priest. Fast forward 2 weeks later, and we had an argument, and I decided to sleep in the living room on the couch. Our apartment has the living room and the bedroom next to each other, and the bedroom door is always opened. So I fall asleep, and all of a sudden I feel as if I'm being watched. So I open my eyes, and I see a black shadowy figure with red eyes bending its knees and leaning forward to approach my face. I panicked, so for 5 or so seconds I wasn't able to do anything, but then I started crying and calling my then husband. As I did that, he was already coming to me and said he felt someone inside. He heard steps in the apartment minutes before I started yelling. There was no one in the room that he could see. The third event happened a few months after the previous ones, and it happened while I was alone, and he was in another city for work. It was around 1 a.m. and I decided to go to sleep, but then I heard a loud bang. I went outside the bedroom to find my picture that was on the wall of the hall of the living room floor. I placed it back where it was hanging, and again the nail and I closed the door this time to the bedroom, so a few more minutes pass. And then I hear another loud banging. I was terrified and I started getting goosebumps, so I finally had the courage to open the door and look to see my picture again on the floor. But this time the frame was shattered. I left it there, went back to the bedroom and closed the door. I stayed wide awake until morning came, and I called my mom crying for advice. She said I should use holy water and incense and say a prayer and go through all the rooms. So I did. Nothing happened for a while until another day, another few months ago, other pictures started to fall. And that was the moment when I called a priest. So he came by, said some prayers, cleaned the house. Nothing bad happened after that, except for a thing I remembered since I was a kid. I remember my parents used to drop me at my grandmother's while they were at work, and I would usually stay with my aunt, my dad's sister, while grandma did grocery shopping and went to the church. Sometimes I would hear my aunt in the bathroom talking on 3 voices, summoning the devil and saying things like, "Kill his family, make them sick, no one should live, my brother and his wife and his children have to die." I once told my grandma, but she didn't believe me, so I told her, I told her to fake that. Excuse me, I'm just reading what's here. She didn't believe me, so I told her to fake that. Oh. I think they mean, I once told my grandma, but she didn't believe me, so I told her to fake that she left the house and to come back in 30 minutes or so quietly so she could hear herself. She did, and heard what my aunt did as well, so she started banging on the bathroom door and yelled at my aunt. My aunt got out as if nothing happened, just as she did before when me and her were alone, and proceeded with her day. I guess she was into black magic because she used to tell me witches were real, and sometimes she tried to talk about weird stuff. Black egg spells, witchcraft, and all that. I always interrupted her and told her that we don't discuss that sort of stuff at home, and I was afraid to hear them. This is where things get crazier. My aunt stopped doing these things for years, and all of a sudden during that time when I experienced that, my grandma would complain to my mom about my aunt starting to do those weird things in the bathroom again. My mom knew I would freak out if she just said, and decided to brush it off until I called her in that morning. Mind you that this time my aunt was saying things about me and my then husband. May they both get sick and die, never see the daylight again, so on and so forth. I don't know why she did that. We had never had an argument, and she always said how much she loved me. Also, my dad had a pretty good relationship with her until these events happened, and he started to distance himself from her. Sounds like a good idea. Story number 17. The Garage Door. It was June of 1972 that my mom and dad told me that they were taking a couple of our thoroughbred racehorses to Durango, California. This is where my father owned land and where we typically boarded some of the animals during the summer. This trip was nothing unusual, as it had occurred rather frequently. The only difference this time was that my mother was going with my dad instead of me. I guess Dad figured that at 13 I was old enough and responsible enough to do the morning and evening chores, which consisted of feeding and watering the remaining horses, which numbered to about 8, a few cows, 6 pigs, and a coop full of chickens. There were also a few wounds to be smeared with ointment. These chores were not exactly rocket science, but it did take a while, so I was glad when Lyle offered to come with me and help each evening. He got a kick out of it, as he enjoyed that kind of thing. I, however, leaned more towards the arts, performing magic, singing, playing the piano, and even doing ventriloquism. In fact, I did it professionally by the time I was 12. I had no intention of staying at the house alone while my parents were gone in Colorado. I was very much afraid of the dark, especially of being alone. It would be years until I discovered why, but I was going to spend the weekend with two of my best neighbor's buddies, Lyle and Mark Harper. Lyle was a year older than I was, and Mark was a year younger, so I fit right in the middle of the two. They lived just 3 houses to the west of my house. I can't really call it a house that I lived in. It was one of the 4 duplexes that my dad owned. 2 of them were built back in the early 1920s, and the other 2 were newer, as they were built by my dad a couple of years after we moved there in the late 1960s. The 2 old units A and B and the 2 new units C and D were split down the middle by our long asphalt driveway. The only other building on the property was a very old and very large white stucco garage shop, which was located behind the unit in the end of the driveway. Beyond that old shop was the corrals and pastures. With my parents in Colorado, I was in charge of keeping all of the animals fed. Darkness was just around the corner, so I took Lyle and we headed to my place. As we entered my driveway, we started walking between the old units and the new units toward the big garage. What made this shop so unique were the giant rolling stainless steel doors, one on the left and one on the right, and that met in the middle. It created almost a mirror effect, but not quite shiny enough to be a mirror. I happened to be looking at the door, noticing how the streetlight on 8th Avenue created just enough light to make our stretched shadows lightly appear on the big metal doors. I commented to Lyle that I wish I was that tall in real life, and that's when it happened. With both of us looking at our very light shadows bouncing off to the rhythm of our steps, another shadow, only very dark, no, like black, so black it looked like a thick, inky, one-dimensional entity. It ran clumsily across the shiny door from left to right. It was wearing what looked like a wide-brimmed fedora hat. It had a troll-like appearance, all hunched over as though it didn't want to be seen. It scurried quickly in total silence until it reached the right side of the doors, after which it completely disappeared. We both stopped, frozen in our tracks, trying to comprehend what we had just witnessed. Before either of us could say anything, the thick, dark shadow man trotted back the other direction, once again disappearing as it reached the other side of the doors. Both of our minds instantly realized that nothing solid had run between us and the doors, and that the only way a shadow could be that dark was, well, there was just no way a regular shadow could be that dark. Without uttering a word, we both turned in sync, as though the move was choreographed, and took off running back to 8th Avenue. Neither of us stopped until we arrived back to the safety of Lyle's house. Once inside, we ran to his father, Lloyd, who was watching the news on television. We told him that we needed him. We related our experience, and he said that he was sure there was a logical explanation. I knew, though, that there was not. He walked back to my house with us, and we began to experiment, attempting to recreate a shadow that was as dark as what we had seen just 10 minutes before. It just wasn't possible. Mr. Harper agreed to stay with us a while I did my chores in the now dark back pasture. It would be years later that I would learn about shadow figures and how they operate. Since then, I've been blessed, or cursed, with several paranormal experiences, from full-body apparitions to simply feeding the presence, or rather, feeling the presence of spirits. I'm not sure why me, but I'm grateful for these experiences. Story number 5. Possible demonic activity in college house. So back in December of 2017, I had finally found a new place to live and was moving out of my ex-fiance's apartment. It was in this student housing complex that has a ton of houses in it and you would lease out by the room. Anyway, I was 20 at the time, took over the lease for this other girl that lived there. I moved into this 4-bed, 4.5 bath house that was 2 stories. 3 other girls lived there with me that I didn't know. It started out as smoothly as it could, given that I had literally rebuilt my life and I was in a strange new house with people I didn't know. Nothing really happened to me at first. However, it was certainly gradual. Probably the first thing I noticed was the air in the atmosphere felt thick, heavy all the time. I never felt like I was alone. I constantly felt fear or some other negative emotion. I just thought this was because of my situation, and I would get over it once I bounced back. It did not. Then I would hear clawing, scratching, thudding, random times. My bedroom was on the top floor and the door to the attic was just outside my room. We called maintenance on multiple occasions to get an exterminator out. They finally checked it out and couldn't find a single thing wrong in the attic. No nests, droppings, dead animals, insects, you name it. Then the breaker box would constantly have to be reset. Every single day, the breaker would have to be reset at least 3 times, usually more. How it would happen is there'd be a section of lights that would turn off in one room. We would reset the breaker for whatever room it was, and then it would be a different set of lights. We would reset it, wash, rinse, repeat several times a day. It didn't matter the time of year, the weather, or anything. We finally had the complex get an electrician out there. He said there was nothing wrong with our breaker box or anything like that. It was absolutely terrifying. Sometimes you'd be in the bathroom or the shower and the lights would just go off in the bathroom and that was it. No rhyme, no reason. Another thing that started happening was things would fly off of my wall. I would never see it, admittedly, but I knew they did just based on how and where they landed and what the object was. Whatever this entity was, it did not like my Mardi Gras masks. I had them on my shelf. There was no reason for this thing to fall off. I had it anchored to the shelf with hooks and a stopper in front of it. Either way, sometimes I would turn around or walk in my room, even if I just left for a few minutes and find this mask 6 to 10 feet away from the shelf. Doesn't make sense, because it was heavy, an odd shape. Didn't even have to roll that far if somebody just magically made it fall off. Side note, my room is carpeted, so that adds another obstacle. I wanted to test it, so I put a lot of noisy plastic stuff right underneath that shelf, cellophane mostly, but anything that was loud and crinkly, and I would definitely hear it, that kind of stuff. But I never heard it fall onto that pile of cellophane, even though it continued to wind up like 6 or 10 feet away from the shelf. There were lots of minor things as well. Drops in temperature, shadows, whispering downstairs. But we could never tell what they were saying. My roommates all got sleep paralysis, and it would always be of their worst fears. I never slept well. Things would disappear and reappear, strange sounds. Another thing is I find and resell various oddities. So I had a vintage Ouija board there. I sold it within the same week that I got it. Never even opened the thing. Just sold it as a way to make profit. During the few days that I had it, I would awaken at night, and as crazy as it seems, something was telling me to open it and play with it. Felt like the thoughts weren't my own, because I've never and would never play with one. I never caved in. But I thought that was odd. However, it started coming to a head after I'd been there a few months, and it was just before summer break. My roommates had a big party there. I invited a friend to it. My friend told me years later that when they went downstairs after the party, so at about 4 a.m. or so to get some water, they said that they heard hundreds of flies flying towards them. They couldn't see any. And they said while this happened that the room smelled of rotting meat. There weren't any flies or rotting meat in this house, for your information. So we moved out of that house after our lease was up and moved into another house within the same complex. Haven't had any problems. Still get creeped out when I drive by the house on Winter Park Drive, though. A strange encounter at Cloud Peak Wilderness. Around the summer of 2012 and 2013, when I was about 13-ish, I spent the summer in South Dakota with my uncle from the middle of June to the middle of August. During my time, him and I had quite a few interesting adventures. Accidentally macing ourselves, which is pepper spray, being charged by a grizzly bear, driving home through a tornado. But this one is one that I can't stop thinking about. Toward the end of my stay, we decided that we would go on one last hike. We had been hiking a few times beforehand, Yellowstone, Bear Boot, and figured that we could squeeze in just one more. He suggested going for roughly 5 or 6 miles overnight on a camp hike in Cloud Peak Wilderness, Wyoming. When we got there, we hiked for about 3 miles on the trail before he suggested going off trail for a little bit. At some point, we came across an opening that had a medium-sized lake, a waterfall, and a flat, rocky surface mixed with the surrounding woods. We decided to set up camp for the night near the rock surfaces, but still on a soft forest ground patch. We set up the tent, a small contained fire, and hung up our food supplies to avoid any nosy critters. During the night, we heard a variety of noises, from twigs snapping, owls hooting, and one of the scarier ones, wolves howling in the distance. My uncle brought his 5th-generation iPod, the first one where you were able to play videos and movies. He put on Star Wars: A New Hope. We're both people who can't sleep without background noise, and frankly, the background noises of the forest at night was starting to make me feel slightly unsettled. I fell asleep within 20 to 30 minutes of the movie starting. When I woke up, the movie was over and the screen was black. But it was still very dark out, so I didn't know what time it was. Within 2 minutes of waking up, I hear a loud clicking sound. It was fast and rhythmic, but not repetitive. Doesn't ever sound the same as the last phrase, you could say. My brain jumped to woodpecker immediately, but then I remembered that they don't peck at night. Seemed to be getting louder. My heart was beginning to race, and I was starting to freeze up. To my horror, the clicking sound started multiplying, now coming from every direction. Some were close, some sounded like they could have been miles away. From what I could, it sounded like there was possibly 7 or 8 distinct areas where the sound was coming from. My uncle awoke in the uproar of the sounds. He froze as soon as he sat up. His breathing became heavy and he was noticeably terrified. And he's a big dude, and I've never seen him like this. So if he reacts that way, I definitely know my fear is valid. We both looked at each other in absolute horror and confusion. The clicking sounds were nearly hurting our ears at this point. But all of a sudden, through the sound, there was a gunshot in the distance, followed by a loud screech. The only way I can describe it is it was like a lion's roar mixed with a woman's blood-curdling scream. The air became still. Everything became instantly silent. The only sound remaining being my breath and the breeze. My uncle and I just sat there, shocked for what felt like hours, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. After we were finally able to gain some self-control, we decided to do the only thing that we could do, go back to sleep. Obviously that wasn't happening, so I laid there for maybe 3 hours while listening to the still silent atmosphere. Once morning broke, we packed up as fast as we could, not speaking a single word, and hiked back. We tried to remember the way in which we had gotten there, but for some reason nothing looked familiar. We berated each other with questions, trying to maybe spark a memory. Nothing worked, and we couldn't recall a single detail of our hike beyond the point of being on the trail. We hiked for 6 hours, hoping that the direction that we were heading was right. Eventually, we found some relief when we noticed the trail. We saw a trail sign and looked at it to try to figure out where we were. We were confused when we noticed that we were still 2 miles from where we parked. How? How did we hike for so long and still be 2 miles out? When we only planned for a 5 or 6 mile hike. We got back to the car and drove home. Once home, we searched for the area where we had camped. We actually were able to find it, but I didn't understand. It was 22 miles from where we parked, and yet somehow we don't remember anything about the hike. To this day, we don't really talk about it that much. We have some sort of unspoken agreement to acknowledge that what happened wasn't normal. I think we're still to this day trying to process it. This was and still is one of the most terrifying and strange experiences of my life. Story number 23. Any opinions on what this could have been? I'd like to preface my story by saying that at the start, it'll seem like it just came from a weird case of sleep paralysis, but the more it goes on, the more unexplainable it becomes. Also, sorry if my English is bad. It's not my first language and I'm writing this on my phone. So, let's facilitate my typos. Well, writer, I will try. So, to start off the experience, I'll give some quick context. When my father drinks alcohol during the day, he snores a lot and makes my mom unable to sleep. So when he does drink, me and him usually change bedrooms. So I sleep with my mom, and he takes my bedroom. Now let's start the actual weird stuff. When I was sleeping with my mom, I suddenly faded into consciousness, and I saw standing in the back of the bed what looked like the silhouette of a child, looking a little like a more defined physical shadow person. I then fell asleep again and woke up with the silhouette standing on top of the bed by mine and my mom's feet. Before I fell asleep again, I woke up with the now much more visible child standing on top of the bed, standing by my torso. And then you guessed it, I fell asleep again. And then woke up for the last time in the night with the child, who I could clearly see now, standing by my side of the bed, staring at me. The child maybe looked 9 or 10 years old, but I don't know, I'm very bad at judging how old people are. They looked like they could either be a boy or a girl, and it was very hard to tell, but that was not their most prominent feature. That would easily go for the orange flames contained within both their pupils. This fire looked way too orange to be natural and moved in ways that felt in a way I couldn't quite put my fingers on. As the weird child stared at me, I noticed something also very weird. Even though the room was dark and I could barely see anything else, the child was clearly visible, almost as if the lights were on just for them. Another weird thing is that I wasn't creeped out or scared, but actually felt extremely at peace as those fiery eyes looked into my very essence. After a couple seconds, though, the peace was broken when the child finally moved, extending their hand as if wanting a handshake. For some reason, I complied and shook their hand, after which I fell into the floor without feeling any impact. I woke up the next day on the ground, but unharmed from falling off the bed and feeling refreshed despite the events of the night. With a name deeply ingrained in my mind, which is how I'll be referring to the child as Gabriel, I still wanted to be productive during the day though, so I got up and went to school. While in school, I couldn't focus on anything besides the fiery eyes of this child, bringing me to the first point that makes me think that it wasn't a nightmare or sleep paralysis. I have a fantasia, or a fantasia, which is a condition that makes me unable to picture anything in my mind. But despite this condition of mine, I could clearly see the fire in their pupils every time I closed my eyes, which is something I've never experienced with anything besides that flame. I can still see it if I think about Gabriel, which I do sometimes, just to circumvent my aphantasia, since imagining things is not anything I experience normally. I stayed silent about Gabriel to my family because I was afraid to scare my mom, who is deeply spiritual. After a couple of days, though, during lunch, my brother came through with a separate encounter with a woman combing her hair on his bed, which, to my surprise, made my parents angry. They were angry because he hadn't told them about it, because both my parents had seen similar things, with my mom seeing a priest and my dad a child, though that one was noticeably different from Gabriel. Older, clearly male and blonde. So that's the second thing that makes me sure that Gabriel wasn't in my head. The third point is a bit different, though. Being largely immaterial in nature, after I shook Gabriel's hand, I noticed that my dreams became significantly more vivid, and I started having small cases of premonition, which were incredibly common in my childhood. That's the end of today's stories. Feel free to help us keep this channel going by dropping a comment, recommending it to other people, all that good stuff. See ya. Story number 2. Saw my boss's dead ex-wife at work. This is such a cliché way to start explaining my experience, but despite believing in the paranormal, I'm an extremely skeptical person, so I always look for rational explanations, and for this, there aren't any I can think of. I also apologize in advance for the novel I'm writing here, but I would say it's worth reading. So I, a 16-year-old female at the time, worked at a Chinese restaurant. Loved working there and stayed for 2 to 3 years, but the owners did have their flaws. Taking most of the tips from staff and only giving 15% to share between all waiting staff. The owners loved money, let's put it that way. To explain the layout of the restaurant, relevant to the story, there were 4 floors, and the second and third floor had rooms that 2 members of staff lived in. The rest of the rooms on these 2 floors were stock rooms. The ground floor and first floor were the restaurant. Attached to this building was another, and the ground floor of that building was the bar and another part of our dining area of the restaurant. It was connected to the 4-story building by the kitchen, which only staff could walk through. So the minute I started working there, I was noticing weird happenings, like bamboo baskets flying off shelves on the CCTV, things going missing, things moving in front of us. One day, a chef, who's also my uncle, told us that the owner, the wife, that basically married 4 times before, and all of her husbands died, and she inherited all of their money. The deaths were sudden and unexplainable. She met the owner, her current husband, at her ex-husband's grave as his father was buried in the same cemetery. Crazy. They quickly became business partners and went on a business trip together in Scotland. The restaurant is situated in another country, while the owner's previous wife ran things. My uncle has worked there for 30 years, and the room now occupied by a current member of staff used to be a place to stay for the owner's previous wife. And one night, she said goodnight to my uncle and went to bed and said, "I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll help you prep in the morning." My uncle goes home, comes back the next morning, and begins prepping. He waits a little while for her, and let's call her Sally, to come downstairs, but she doesn't come. He goes upstairs, and she's not there either. All her stuff is completely gone. He goes in the back as he hears the door open, and the owner's current wife, let's call her Chloe, is cleaning everything with bleach. She's supposed to still be in Scotland with the owner. My uncle asks what she's doing, and she said she came back to help after an argument, and that she needed help cleaning blood off the ceiling. Trying to clean it before it, thawing the ribs and hanging the ducks. My uncle blindly helps her. Sally has never been seen by anyone at the restaurant or the family of the owner. Fast forward about 20 years. I go upstairs to the first floor of the restaurant to turn off a till that I could see was still on through the CCTV, even though I turned everything off, including all the other lights that were still off. And as I get halfway up the stairs, I see a pale figure of a woman wearing nothing but 3/4-length leggings and dark, messy hair. I didn't see a face. I ran back downstairs screaming. I asked for a description of Sally and what she was last wearing, and it matched what I saw. They all told me it was my brain playing tricks as I was working 70 to 90 hours a week, and I was pretty much just overworked and tired, perhaps. This was the first time I'd seen a ghost as a full apparition of a human. A month later, a member of staff on the bar who was unaware of what I had seen exactly the same thing on the same floor in the toilets. This wasn't an hallucination. There was also a Chinese calendar on the second floor from 2003 that hadn't been touched. The stock rooms were a mess, and they pretty much hoarded stuff in there from 1999 to 2020. And one day I was steaming the napkins when I heard paper fluttering. This was September 15th, 2020, or around that date. And some paper from the calendar fell and revealed that date for 2003. I always saw the calendar's paper move, but this was just eerie. I have so many stories from working here. Story number 1. Some weird, tall thing. So I live in Southwest Virginia, and I'm pretty skeptical about stuff. But this, I cannot deny. So I'd be out in the woods near my house with some buddies, and we always have a good time. But I'll never forget the nights that we saw this thing. It's a tall, bulky, light gray, hunched over, maybe damn near 9 foot tall, bipedal figure. The first time I'd seen it, we were out riding our four-wheelers, and shit when I seen something pretty large pass by the path behind us. I was on the back rack, facing backwards. I brushed it off as some kind of maybe wildlife. Maybe there was something like that around here, because there's loads of shit like that out here. But eventually we'd made our way to our campsite and settled down. Nice fire going, real bright. Then we kept hearing shit around us, and felt like we were being watched. I grabbed my flashlight, shined it around the outside of the firelight. After some scanning, there was nothing, so we brushed it off as maybe a possum. Then, I got the bright idea to shine it roughly 50 yards out past an old broken-down tanker that was nearby to us. There it was. From the bushes, we'd seen a pair of silver gleaming eyes. They seemed to just be locked onto us. So we panicked, hopped up on our rides, booked it out of there. One night, me and my other buddy went out just searching around for a new campsite for us. We eventually wound up in an old junkyard where there was an old shut-down coal mine. We found a real nice spot, and it wasn't far from our old one at all. We set some stuff up to mark where we were for the rest of us when we heard a big, loud bang, like an old car door slamming. Spooked us pretty good. So we set the marks, packed up, and boogied on out of there. We was nearly out when I seen those damn unforgettable eyes, maybe 70-ish yards out. We picked up the paces and eventually got back to a gate on the main road. As we hopped that gate, we'd heard a god-awful groan maybe 20 yards out. Shivered our spines good. Another day I was out on my porch alone, just taking in the night air, when I seen the brush moving, and I yet again brushed it off. But I hear that damn groan again. My hair stood up like it had 20 million volts going through me. I hollered at it, and it just went flying through that brush. But then, the last time I'd run into it, it was the worst. I was by myself looking for my phone. I'd lost it, over near our campsite. I had my bright light, my old 9mm with me. I got to an old broken down truck, where I had it last, and I thank God that I found it. I seen a deer run through the path in front of me, just running up the path behind me. So I made it to a clear spot and done a little scan on the field behind me. I seen the glow of deer's eyes, thought nothing of it. But then things slowly got up to shit nearly 10 feet tall. I got a few shots at it, 'cause I was scared damn near death. Once them eyes started chasing me at that same height, they stood up. I booked on out of that shithole and haven't been back since. My family had always told me stories of these mountains, and I never believed them up until now. I remember a while back my old uncle was telling me about these things that people would see, and that there's been a family of them for decades here. Cherry Tobacco Smoke. Story number 9. When I was younger, my family rented an old house that we lived in until I was 5. At this point, it's quite hard for me to remember much from that time since I was so young. There are a handful of things that I've been told that happened, mostly having to do with me at the house, so I decided to finally share some. My father told me that when I was very young, before I could even walk, I would sit on the living room floor and just stare at something. My eyes would follow something that he couldn't see until one day. He went to go get me my bottle and left me in the living room with a raccoon toy. As he rounded the corner from the hall into the living room, he saw me staring at a glowing ball. It was just floating there and then disappeared. Another time I was maybe 1 or 2, and my older sister was playing with one of her friends. I was in one of those rolling baby walkers, just doing whatever. My sister and her friend were playing with the ball, even though my mom and dad had told her to take the ball outside to throw it around. One of them threw the ball and missed. The ball slammed into a glass ceiling light and smashed it. I happened to be under that light. You'd think that the shards of glass would hit me somewhere, but it didn't. Even the tray of the walker was clear of glass. It had completely avoided me. My father believes it was the same thing that caused the glowing ball of light. My father is a firm believer in ghosts. having many experiences that are not easily explainable. He is insistent that the house had someone or something in it. A few of his experiences were seeing a shadow in the window in the basement when he was doing laundry. It wasn't a shadow of feet or something that could have been human, since that window was close to the ground. It was a man's head and shoulders. Another one of the weird things about that house was that my father would smell cherry tobacco smoke in the stairway. Both of my parents smoked at that time, but neither of them used cherry tobacco. We moved out of that house when I was 5, and of course moved into a house that was built in the 1800s. Scary place. I won't lie, but it was home. The basement of the place was dirt, with a set of boarded up stairs that I never learned where they really led to. Next to those stairs was a door that led to another dirt room with one window. I was terrified of that basement. I didn't learn how to do laundry for a long time because of it. Even before anything happened in that house, it gave me a weird vibe. My mother and sister would always joke about the children in the walls. I thought they were just joking around and trying to scare me. It was only later that they told me that they would hear sounds like children playing from the walls. But once they talked about it, it stopped. Great, totally not scary at all, nope. Not to mention the number of bats that could just break into the attic whenever they pleased. I only remember one experience from that house. There may have been more, but my memory has really gone out the window. I was alone in those big old houses. My mom and dad were at work and my sister was at a Halloween party. It was close to 9 p.m. and I was sitting on the couch in the living room watching some videos on my computer. Just to give a quick picture, the living room was large, and I can only remember the couch and the TV. The couch was up against the wall, and across the side of the couch was a window. My sister's door was in the living room as well, and the stairs went up to my room as well as my parents' room. In the winter, I would sleep on the floor in my sister's room since we didn't have heat, and it got ungodly cold upstairs, so I wasn't paying attention, drawn in by whatever I was watching, until I heard a noise that made me look up. It was a soft tapping on the window across from me. When I looked up, there was something in the window, a shadow of a head and shoulders. Something in my mind told me it was a young boy. I don't know why. I know it wasn't the reflection of my head in the window because it would have been lit up by the computer screen. Something made me unable to move, either fear or just difficulty of processing what was happening. It couldn't have been a person. The window was at least 10 feet off the ground. Honestly glad it wasn't a person, and when I finally got the ability to move, I bolted in my sister's room and stayed there until someone came home. I don't think I told anyone for a while until my mom and sister told me about the noises from the walls. We've since moved out and nothing creepy has happened at the places I've lived since then. Lady from the Island, Paranormal Experience. Let me start off by telling you about the creepy things that happened to me these past few years. Then I'll get into the backstory. I've been followed by a so-called woman spirit since I was a little kid. I would see this woman dart in and out of the shadows whenever I was alone. This figure would never show herself when there were other people around me, and growing up with this situation has not always been very easy for me. I always felt alone and scared as I was too ashamed to tell friends or family, and because of this, I kept it to myself and just continued living. Like I said earlier, this woman has been following me since I was a little kid, and even throughout my teenage years it didn't stop. She would appear in my dreams, often dressed in white, as cliché as it sounds. It was how I remembered her. When I was in the shower, I would often feel eyes watching me, and on a few occasions I'd actually see red glowing eyes staring intently at me. But as I grew older, I was less intimidated by her presence. Once I was just so tired of having the feeling of being watched while I showered and saw those all too familiar glowing red eyes, I just lost it. Splashed water from the bucket I was using and started screaming profanities at the thing until it left me alone. I've asked a friend who apparently can see into the spirit world and could see spirits since she was a young girl. I told her about my situation and she agreed to come to my place to have a glimpse of this woman's spirit. I didn't tell her about how the spirit looked like, but after her visit she explained to me what she saw. Long hair, white long dress, and an expressionless face. That was her description, and at first I thought that her description was so common as almost all female ghost spirits have that description, and just chalked it up to a lucky guess and moved on with life as usual. But after her visit, the spirit became more active, and I was seeing her way more than usual. After about a week, I had a horrific encounter with this female spirit and was attacked with sleep paralysis. Then, the very next day, my friend met up with me and told me that she had a vision about me. I had one of the biggest shocks of my life when she started explaining, and it was dead on. She said that this woman started following me since I was a kid, when me and my family were on vacation on an island in Borneo. She went on to say that we were all so happy and excited to be there, and she saw me playing soccer with my family and friends. We explored the island, and we were all having a good time. Then one of the adults there started jumping down into the sea from the jetty. The water was deep in that area and surpassed my height, so when I jumped in, I couldn't stand on the sand and I started to drown. She saw me struggling in the water when suddenly a woman in the water caught me and brought me up to the surface, and I was safe again. I was almost in tears when my friend stopped talking and asked me if I was all right. I was in such shock that I couldn't say anything. I knew she wasn't lying because, first of all, she didn't know that I played soccer, and all of my friends know that I don't play soccer too. It was after this event of almost dying that I hated that game and wanted nothing to do with it. And how would she have known that I went to an island and almost drowned there? I explained that it was one of our adult friends that caught me and brought me back to shore, but she said that it was partly the spirit of the woman. She somehow knew that I couldn't swim, and until this day I can't swim even if my life depended on it. She went on to explain that the woman's spirit started to follow me after that, and would be jealous if I were with another woman, which explained why all my past relationships would fail and end up pretty badly. She told me that there would only be one woman who could break the bond between me and this spirit, and only then will I get married. My friend said that when she went to my place, almost immediately she felt a malicious presence and could feel that spirit didn't want her to be there. It's been a few years since I last saw this spirit woman who followed me all those years, tormenting me and scaring me. I'm happily married now, and I can only pray that this lady from the island never shows herself to me ever again. Story number 18. Naturally, this story involves a little ghost girl. A couple of years ago, I was staying at my nephew's house for a little bit until I got back on my feet. And I've stayed here a couple of times before when I was in my teen years, and things started to click for sure after this. But my brother and sister-in-law one night was telling me all these ghost stories of all these different types of ghosts that they have in their house. And naturally, I was like, well, that's crazy. But also, holy shit. Also, really? Ghosts, I understand, are more like see and hear them to believe them yourself type of deal. But my brother doesn't scare easy, and some of these ghosts really got to him. Anyway, they told me a story about this little girl that passed away in the house. either from SIDS, which is sudden infant death syndrome. Do your research. It's sad and insane. Or she either fell out of the top story window. From the times they have seen her, she looked to be about 3 years old. Of course, the window was in the room that I was staying in. Never felt so sad and creeped out in my whole life. She had long black hair and wore a long white dress. Of course, if that isn't a cliche, you know. But anyhow, this little girl would randomly appear before my brother and sister-in-law in the basement or in the living room asking if they wanted to play, or if they knew where her mom was. By the time they blinked, she would always be gone. The next night, not even remembering that we had this full couple-hour conversation about all the different ghosts that they have in her house, I was definitely unprepared for what was going to happen. I shit my pants and not only really wasn't able to move for hours, that's how unprepared I was. I was up at 3 a.m. and talking to my now fiance. Again, not even ghosts on my mind at this point when I hear someone calling from downstairs for their mommy. Out of instinct, I thought it was my nephew needing help or having a bad dream. So I ran into his room where I found him asleep, snoring and all. I then could hear this little girl from downstairs crying for her mommy. I just ran back to my room and started recording on my phone. After I get into my room and start recording, I then realized that I could hear this little girl from the vents. Not from where my nephew was sleeping. I was so scared I didn't sleep. She just kept repeating, "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy," for at least a couple of minutes. And it was by far the most surreal and intense thing I've ever heard in my life. I was a daycare teacher at the time, so hearing children in distress was something I was trained to listen for, and it was heartbreaking and scary. I waited until I heard my brother wake up and use the bathroom around 5 a.m. I was waiting by the door when I heard him come out of his room and scared the hell out of him. I showed him the video I got, and then he stayed up with me and talked some more about his ghost experiences at our house. When I got home from work, I walked into my nephew's room and asked him, "Hey, did you wake up last night crying for Mommy?" He just goes, "No, it was probably the little girl." Fucking chills. My nephew was about 6 at that time, but he's dealt with this little girl his whole life. Stories my sister-in-law would tell me is that he would wake up crying with pinch marks on him or bite marks, and would say "stop" in his sleep. Going back to my teen years living in the house, I stayed in his room when he was a toddler. When he learned to say hi, I would be woken up by him saying hi or laughing. And when this incident happened to me, I started to wonder if everything I woke up to, maybe he was just talking to someone else, not at me. Laughing at me, but maybe he was laughing at someone else. Creepiest realization ever. Needless to say, I didn't sleep very well the next couple of weeks, but never heard anything after this night. I tried to show my friends the video, but it was deleted off my phone. A video that came right after this video I took the day before was of my brother, so I remembered very clearly it being right there and then, but it wasn't. Luckily, I'm smart enough to think that it would be insane to get deleted, so I saved it to multiple different devices, and yes, I still have that video. Story number 11. Houses on a Graveyard. So some backstory. In Texas, there's a suburb that's just outside the Houston area that was built in the 70s over the 1800s graveyards. They pretty much removed the gravestones, but didn't move the bodies. So as time passes and the community gets bigger, they keep finding graves. The most recent graves that were found were about 2 or 3 years ago. And if you go into the forest, heading to the lake, you may find a gravestone or two. This is a story of a few of the experiences I've had living living here. And for your information, this will be a lengthy post. So anyways, I had no knowledge of this when I bought my first home in 2019 in this community. We were so excited, and I don't know if the real estate agent knew the history of the land or not. So it wasn't mentioned to us. We actually lived there for a full year before we started having our first experiences. When my wife got pregnant in 2020, we were so excited. It was our first time, and we were outfitting my baby's nursery. On this day in particular, I was just about to build the crib. I had just picked up the heavy box from inside the garage. I went to open the door while struggling to reach for the door handle. Suddenly, the door flew open out of my hands, and due to this, I was expecting to see my wife on the other side of the door. She wasn't there. She was in the nursery. What made this even more weird is the door was a heavy door, one that would close under its own weight, and it wasn't a windy day. At this time, I thought it was strange, but really thought nothing of it. The second experience that we had in the house actually involves my wife. I was taking a shower and relaxing after a hard day's work. She had gone into the kitchen and started to cook dinner as I showered. She suddenly burst into the bathroom and she claimed that she saw a shadow heading to the nursery and assumed it was me. She said that she started talking, thought it was odd that I didn't reply, and looked over and saw no one was there. We would have things moved time, but excuse them, but we would have things move time to time, but thought we were forgetful and had moved them, but both of us never remembered moving the items. It wasn't until I buy a second house in the same community and go to rent out our first house that I learned the history of the community. A guy looking at the house told me what he knew of the graveyard, and after the conversation with him, I became curious and I started researching. I even found an Unsolved Mysteries episode about the community and the experiences that the first people of the community had, as well as all the lawsuits that happened thereafter. For those wondering, the buyers of the homes lost the cases due to the fact that the graveyard was considered abandoned when the developer took over, so there were no liabilities on them. Or so if I understand what I read correctly. Skipping to the next house, it started activity immediately. At this point of time, I have a 6-month-old and a toddler. My wife, myself, and the toddler were in the living room. My newborn was sleeping in the master. Suddenly, and with me and my wife both present to see it, a playpen ball flew out of our master and hit the wall. We both tried to figure out how it could have happened. We looked at the air conditioning if a toy nearby that could have launched the ball, but nothing. We couldn't explain how the ball was thrown that hard against the wall. The weirdest thing that happened was at 3 a.m. without fail. My 2-year-old daughter, who's autistic, wakes and wants to sleep with us. Sometimes she seems like she's scared. Sometimes she seems like she's normal. Now I don't know if this is learned behavior or something more, but I feel it's worth noting. Time and time again, we think we see shadows and dark masses. My wife says that she feels uncomfortable in the kitchen. I feel like I see things out of the corner of my eye, too. Now, to be forward, I won't call this paranormal because this could be from my own paranoia and makes me question if the small things I see are just my head. And if this really is what we speculate, it doesn't seem malicious. Story number 6, Pearl Garden. When I was about 7 to 8 years old, my family moved to a new house. We had to move because my dad was renovating the old one, so we had to stay at this new place for the time being. The new house was located close to the main hospital, and within the housing area was a graveyard. An old one, might I add. The new house we stayed in used to belong to a small family. For some reason, they reluctantly sold it to my dad. This will play into what happens after we move in. Weird things started happening during the first few nights of staying in that house. We could hear all kinds of noises like random knockings on the door, especially the kitchen door. Now, to explain a little bit about the layout, this was a semi-detached house, and the kitchen was at the back overlooking a jungle. The whole area used to be a swamp before it was turned into a residential plot. Because of this, the jungle part of it was thick and had lots of banana trees. So every time you went into the kitchen to use the sink, you would face the jungle, and at night, this was very creepy. More and more strange incidents started happening. Me as a kid used to see shadows passing by the rooms, hear strange voices, and sometimes out of nowhere, I would hear my dad sneezing or coughing when he wasn't even home. And I remember after seeing these shadows, I would get sick and had to stay home instead of going to school. And yes, it was that bad, and to call that coincidence just wasn't right. One time when we had some family friends staying over, and one of them was using our bikes when the rest of the family in the house was just hanging out and playing video games. It was 7 p.m. and we were told by our mom to come back into the house. But we just ignored them and continued playing on our bikes. We dared to ignore their advice due to the fact that my dad was outstationed. And all of a sudden I heard really loud footsteps coming from the jungle area heading towards us. It was the sound of heavy boots, and then I realized that it was marching. Couldn't believe my ears, but I heard it clearly, and it was loud. It sounded like a platoon of soldiers, and their movements were in sync. I froze for a few seconds, and when I snapped out of it, I screamed at the top of my lungs, calling my friend to run to the main door and get inside. We threw our bikes on the floor and ran for our lives. When we got to the door, it wouldn't budge, and so we screamed for them to open it up. It felt like hours waiting for them to let us in, and I could hear the marching getting closer and closer. Then all of a sudden the door opened and we flew inside the house and locked it behind us. We were all frantic at this point. Then our moms emerged from the bedroom and asked what was going on. So we explained it, and all of us got a shiver down our spines. The hair on our arms were standing, and I felt that the spirits were still present outside. Being a devout Christian, our mom started praying and decided to go outside to the back of the kitchen to see what was scaring all of us. I must have looked pale as a sheet of paper. My sisters stopped playing video games, and we all hugged each other. About 10 minutes passed by when our mom came back to the living room with us, and they were visibly freaked out as well. So for the rest of the night, we all slept in one room. Many other strange things happened there. My sister also had a weird experience one time when she was watching TV in the living room. There was a knock on the front door. When she opened it, she thought she saw my next-door neighbor who always hung out with me. But when she looked inside the house, looking for me, and looked back, he was gone. And it all happened in a matter of seconds, so it was impossible for my neighbor to have walked away that fast. My parents found weird things being kept in the house. I can't recall what it was, but it was tied up inside some sort of cloth. When we asked the church members, they had said that it could be some kind of cursed object to haunt us and made us leave the house. And eventually we did move out from that place, and thank God nothing followed us. I believe it was put there by a previous tenant. Perhaps they were unhappy that they had to move out. But the thing that puzzles me the most is, why sell the house if you don't want us living in there? And why plant a curse in the house? Till this day, I can't wrap my head around it, but I'm glad that we moved. Story number 3. Where did the time go? When I was 20, I took a job as a direct care worker at a group home for adults with developmental disabilities. The home I worked in had 6 residents, all of which had severe physical and mental impairments. None of the residents had the ability to walk or communicate. They were all tube-fed and needed 24-hour care and supervision. I worked the midnight shift from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. When I arrived for my shift, the residents were already tucked into bed. It was overall a pretty boring job. I worked with one other person, and we cleaned the house and stocked up on supplies while they slept. Every 2 hours, we would check the residents' briefs and change them as necessary. We also had 2 medications to pass during our shift, and in the last hour, we would give 2 residents showers. One night, my coworker and I were just settling into our shift. I started a pot of coffee and we chatted. It was around 10:30 p.m. We had baby monitors in the residents' room and in the kitchen so we could hear them if they were in distress. Suddenly, we heard our resident, and we'll call her Rachel, through the monitor. She was coughing and gagging uncontrollably. My coworker and I jumped up because we knew what was happening. Rachel had been congested that week, and she didn't have the ability to roll herself over, and this had happened several times in the past, and it was always a serious situation. The excessive coughing could cause her to vomit, in which she could aspirate and die. We tended to Rachel immediately rolling her onto her side and using a special suction machine to clear her mouth. Sure enough, she had vomited quite a bit, and we had gotten to her just in time. After a while, her coughing ceased and her breathing returned to normal. We cleaned her up, changed her clothes and bedding, and made sure she was propped up better with pillows. Adrenaline was still pumping through us as the whole situation was a bit frightening for a couple of 20-year-olds with minimal medical training. We agreed we would check on Rachel frequently for the rest of the night, and if something happened, write an incident report. My coworker and I left the resident area and headed back toward the common room. I was ready for my coffee, and she was ready for a cigarette. She headed outside, and I went to fill my cup. That's when I noticed the lights on and the coffee pot wasn't on. That's weird, I thought. It's plugged in, and I hadn't tripped the breaker. Started pouring my cup, and I realized it was ice cold. That didn't make sense to me. I had just started the coffee less than an hour ago. Why wasn't it hot? I rolled my eyes, figuring something must be wrong with the coffee pot. I dumped it out and went to start it again when my coworker barged through the back door. Her eyes were huge. A little startled, I asked her what was wrong. She asked me if I'd looked at the clock. So I immediately looked up and saw that it read 5:30 a.m. Before I could make sense of things, she shoved her cell phone in my face, which too read 5:30 a.m. We couldn't have been with Rachel longer than 45 minutes, but we had lost 7 hours. Neither of us could make sense of it. We walked into the back of the house and walked out 7 hours later without time feeling like it had passed at all. We hadn't given out meds, done bed checks, given showers, or cleaned anything. The next shift was coming in a half an hour, and it felt like we had just arrived. We did our best to pull it together and at least make it look like we'd worked all night. When the next shift arrived, we just sat at the table silently and then left. We never told any of our coworkers about the experience. It sounded crazy. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. My coworker and I lost touch eventually, and we both moved on to other jobs. But we recently found each other on social media. She sent me a message and asked me about that day. Our memories of the event are exactly the same. Nothing like that has ever happened to either of us ever again, and I have no idea what happened in those 7 lost hours. I do know that there was never a problem with the coffee pot. It timed out after 4 hours and shut itself off. I have no idea what what that creature was. I don't have much time for leisure with work recently. Been having to accept some pretty awful shifts to get by with COVID times. So I've lost my ability to go on my evening walks, which are a method of stress relief for me. That had been a while since I'd gone, maybe 3 nights ago. I decided to just go for a late night walk. I put on my headband, flashlight, and decided to take a path I hadn't in ages. There's a small trail near the back of my neighborhood that goes about 4 miles deep into the woods. My plan was to walk about 1.5 miles in and take a parallel path to come back. I make it down to around 1.3 miles, according to my Fitbit, and I start getting that feeling I'm being watched. I turn off my headlight and sit still to listen. At this point, I'm more concerned that there's a guy following me who's up to no good. I heard clear footsteps in the leaves off the trail. They've been behind me for nearly 5 minutes. I stopped thinking that it was an animal or another walker and became worried. Sitting there for probably 3 or 4 minutes and I hear nothing at all. I turn back on my headlight and just decide to start walking quickly back home. After 2 minutes, I hear footsteps again. This time it sounds different. Sounds like 4 feet instead of 2 feet walking. And it's walking at the same increased speed that I am. I turn around quickly with my headlight and my phone light, point it behind me. Silence. I get angry and yell out, "Leave me alone, I'm going to call the cops. And if you come at me, I have a knife." Silence. I yell again to get the fuck out of here and start walking towards where I had heard the walking. About 20 yards out, hard to fully make out because the flashlight doesn't reach too far, I see what looks like a literal naked man running at full speed on all 4s into the woods. Normally I'd chalk that up to drugs, but my area doesn't have a drug problem. And there were some details that lead me to believe that it wasn't even a person. For one, they were damn near hairless, completely bald, pale white skin. The way that it ran on 4s, it looked natural. Not like when you try to run on all 4s and look stupid. It looked like its bone structure was designed to walk on all 4s. There was no hunched look. Their back was flat, and they were fast. Last thing that happened was straight out of a horror movie. I hadn't heard anything in a while on my way back, but kept turning around to be sure. With about 0.3 miles left to go until I was clear, I heard a mad dash through the leaves. I whip around and it stops on a dime. I see the edges of its head behind a tree and yell loudly to try to intimidate. What I heard next, I'll never forget in my entire life. It cackled like a monkey, a noise I've literally only heard in nature documentaries. The tone was that of a mockery, a predator having fun with me. I didn't stick around. I sprinted as fast as possible back home. I'd love to believe this was some prank or some rabid, bald, diseased coyote. But I got a pretty clear look at it. It wasn't. It had human feet and human hands, a human head, and a human buttocks. But nothing else about it was human. I called the cops after and told them that a man was following me. I didn't want to say some creature because they'd think I'm crazy. They didn't find anything, but they did see quite a bit of activity in the leaves and dirt about 50 feet from where the trail was, leading far back into the woods before it got to a large stretch of grass where no footprints were seen. Story number 16. Okay, it's time I talk about stuff. Something has been following me my whole life. I'm not going to go into introspection or any sort of personal theory. I'm just going to give some short stories of events that have happened in my life leading up to this morning. I never really thought of these events as connected in any way, but my girlfriend, who's a spiritualist and a medium, has been drawing some concerning lines between the events. 4 to 6 years old, unsure of the exact age. My oldest brother, a male 20, took my siblings, myself, and a couple neighborhood friends, ages 5 to 13, on a trip to the woods behind our neighborhood. My oldest brother came upon a large dead stump of a tree, looked in it, and then kicked it over. Something I've only seen in video games and movies happened. Hundreds, or possibly even thousands of mice poured out of the broken stump covering the floor of the woods. Everyone else freaked out but me. I picked up one of the mice. I have no memories of that day after that event, and I have no idea what happened to that mouse. 10 years old. One night, I was very, very sick, possibly food poisoning, and I was in so much pain that I said out loud so many times that I would sell my soul for this to stop. I didn't get sick that night, and maybe a few days later, I woke up and saw the shadow of a man on the wall opposite my bed. I blinked, and he was gone. Around this time, I started drawing a strange symbol that I've always adopted as my own. I had never seen the symbol before, and even now I can't find the exact symbol like it anywhere. It's close to some Celtic symbols, or Celtic if you want to pronounce it that way, but with a symmetrical cross going through the center. 13-year-old. Now we get to the really weird stuff. Let me preface this by saying that I have high-functioning ASD. Nowadays, in my normal adult life, you wouldn't be able to tell unless you spent a whole week with me and studied my behaviors. That's not how it used to be. I used to be a complete disruption in the classroom. I had in the best words I can describe, coming to consciousness in the middle of gym class. I was freaking out about something, and then all of a sudden, it's like I just woke up and stopped being crazy. I never felt the same after that day. It's like my autism dialed down to the absolute minimum, and I could actually perceive things that I previously couldn't. 13 years old. I was hunting with a blowgun in my dad's backyard for birds. I shot one out of the air, and it straight up disappeared. My friend and I went looking for it for about half an hour, and then when we walked back to my dad's back porch, it was lying on the ground right on the front step. High school. I'm not going to go into every little detail and small event, but what I can say throughout high school is I felt like I was doing something to people. Every person who I felt wronged me or got some sort of cosmic punishment that I felt I was responsible for. A while ago, I made a post about how all of my school bullies have horrible lives. I can't stress that enough, how horrible their lives are. People that I was close to that wronged me ended up in mental institutions. Meanwhile, it felt like I was untouchable, felt like I could absolutely not get into trouble. 21 to 25 years old. I had a string of paranormal encounters at the job I worked at. Also, in another post of mine and a YouTube, I made a video with these stories. Those ones are scary-ish. Currently, I'm 27. My girlfriend moved in a few months ago, and she's a medium. She was immediately aware of something. A mirror has fallen from the wall. A stack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards fell from the counter to the ground in front of me. We've heard knocking, and this morning I found a fingernail mark on my shoulder. Here's the spooky thing. I've been biting my nails, pretty much to the nub since I was 5. My girlfriend sleeps facing away from me, and I was wearing a shirt that covers that area, and the mark location and angle indicates somebody grabbing my shoulder from behind. It was much taller than me. I'm 6'3" and sleep on my back. Story number 2. My dad visited me and got proof. So about 3 years ago, my dad passed away. Around a year or so later, I got a puppy because my adopted dog also passed around the same time. I thought getting a puppy would be just perfect for me to occupy my time and just not feel the void of not having my dad around. My sibling would enjoy having a puppy around too. All in all, it kept us as a family pretty busy too, and have a schedule and routine. Anyways, my house was 3 stories. The house originally was a 2-bedroom when I was a teen. My room upstairs. As I got older, my parents built me a room on the 3rd floor, which was only the garage. The garage was very long, so it still could fit a car, even if half of it was going to have a room, really. The room in the garage connected to the hallway leading upstairs, which I only went to the kitchen to sometimes stay up late on holidays and weekends to watch TV and relax. Okay, to the point now, there was a routine in my house when my dad went to work and he left every day at the same time, at 2 a.m. So if I was up, watching TV in the kitchen and living room, he would pace upstairs, and he'd go to the kitchen making tea and getting dressed, to be out the door by 2:45 a.m. If I was in my room, however, I was up late downstairs. I would hear him and I knew he was getting ready for work. Anyways, after he passed, I would hear these noises, as if he was still there, getting ready for work. Mainly I heard footsteps as if he was getting ready to go to work. I honestly was so creeped out. Thought he was still here. Also, I would only hear them around that time as well. You might think, well, you're so used to hearing your parents get ready, even after they passed away, you might miss them or got so used to hearing that noise in your house. But I'm making one thing clear. I literally went to bed with this exact thought to tell myself that's what it is. Every night, one time I randomly thought I would ask my mom if she heard it. One day she said no. I think the stress and grief of losing a family member causes someone to remain in a deep sleep. So I knew my mom wouldn't have picked up on the noise. I still thought I would ask anyways. But this is the weird part. I experimented. I thought either of leaving a camera in the hallway to monitor the footsteps, or just speak out loud and ask if anybody was there. I took my puppy, she always slept in her crate in the garage, and moved her crate to the kitchen and decided to sleep on the couch on the 2nd floor where the kitchen and TV was. The first couple of nights, nothing happened. Then suddenly, one night I was home alone after a long time. It was just me and my puppy, and all of a sudden, while I was telling my friend about the things I heard in the house, my puppy started growling and barking at the hallway going up the stairs. She barked at one area for so long. I just watched her and turned the TV volume up. I quickly got my iPhone out, began recording, and I said out loud, "Who's there? If you know me, make yourself known." I kept speaking and I just sat there and recorded. All of a sudden, after a few minutes of recording, I plugged in my headphones and began watching the clips. There I see orbs of light. They were bouncing around me. As I spoke out loud, they came to me and just flew by, and I caught it on camera. I couldn't believe my eyes. Anyone I told and showed my friends said it was him. My dad, I think he didn't want to scare me. I do get easily scared, so this presence was known to me through my puppy and the noises I heard every night. I knew right away. Still can't believe this. I broke the iPhone, sadly, because I moved houses since. I'm going to repair it, and as soon as I do, I want to show the video and photo proof. Lasting Effects After NDE, Part 1. Immediately after the car accident that started all of this, I was in the hospital getting patched up. On the third day, the doctors were starting to reduce the quantity of painkillers and sedatives that they were pumping into my system. I started to experience longer periods of lucidity. At shift changes, a new nurse came in to take care of me. He introduced himself, cracked a joke, and I felt connected to him immediately. He was obviously great at his job and skilled at calming people down while they went through the most traumatic experiences of their lives. He told me he'd be back to check on me soon, showed me how to use the call button, and left the room. Almost immediately, I started feeling an immense amount of pressure on my head, which I can only describe as the feeling in your ears during aggressive altitude changes. I hope I'm describing this in a useful way. It's super hard to describe. I felt like somebody was yelling at me. Imagine what it feels like to be screamed at, but the room was silent except for the mechanical noises of machines that I was connected to. This feeling grew and grew steadily for about an hour until I felt I couldn't take it anymore. Without knowing what else to do, I opened my mouth and verbally said, "Please back away, you're crowding me." And to my surprise, the sensation lightened some. I said thank you out loud and felt even more relief. At this point, I'm starting to get the impression that I was maybe feeling a female presence. Again, I can't explain why I knew this. I did my best to relax into the feeling, and I started to feel like I was getting more information. I felt confident that I was speaking to a woman named Anne or Anna, whom had died in an adjacent room a few days ago. I felt that she wanted me to thank the male nurse for preserving her dignity as she passed. About this time, the nurse walked back into the room and started checking my vitals. My heart was racing, and he noticed. He asked if I was feeling okay. I told him that I was. I couldn't bring myself to bring this up to him. I felt like I was losing my mind. He left again, and the feeling of pressure intensified continuously until he returned an hour later. By this point, I felt like I would burst if I didn't comply with this request. So I said something to the effect of, "Listen, I know this sounds insane, and I'm mostly telling you this so that you can identify if I'm having a mental break or not. Ever since you walked into this room, an older woman has been asking me to thank you for helping her pass with dignity. I will absolutely never forget the look on his face as long as I live." A handful of emotions flashed across his face. Shock, fear, suspicion. And then, to my surprise, empathy. He said, "I know exactly what you're talking about. Is she here now?" I told him that she was, and he said, "You're welcome, man. I hope you're feeling better." My head about exploded. I'd never told him that I thought her name was Anne or Anna. As soon as he left the room again, I immediately felt better. I ran into Anne again during my stay in the hospital, but Mike, the nurse, worked my room as often as he could during the next 3 months while I was there. This was the first experience I had after my NDE, and since then, I've literally thousands of experiences. As I said, as I get a moment or two here and there, I'll add some more stories for you guys. Also, please let me know in the comments if you had an experience like this. It would be great to know that I'm not insane. I know how crazy this stuff sounds, and half the time, I think I'm nuts. The Witches and Warlocks of River Leaf, Part 3. I used to sleep with my window wide open to let in the cold air, as the island that I reside in is quite hot and humid. So with the safety grill and also a mosquito net, it was very soothing to let the fresh air into the room at night when I slept. It was the whole night experience of insects and the occasional wind noise that was all so soothing. I also loved to leave the windows wide open so I could see the light of the moon, and like I said, the night experience. However, one night changed it all. When I was about to sleep and still looking out the wide open window, I felt a cold breeze pass through, and all of a sudden I could hear manic laughter. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but I knew at that moment that I had not fallen asleep and was very much still awake. Then, as if on cue, I saw what looked like a woman's figure flying past by. When I closed and reopened my eyes again to make sure that there was a woman flying past by my open window, that's what I was seeing. The woman was on a broomstick and had a nose like that of a bird, like the ones that you see in cartoons and movies with witches in them. You heard me right, I saw a living witch, and the only way that I can describe her laughter was maniacal. I froze in my bed and didn't know what to do at that moment. I perched up to see if the woman would pass again, but the laughing disappeared, and it all went silent. I got up and closed all of the windows and blinds and never opened the windows at night again to avoid seeing it. I believed that these were witches roaming around my village, as it was a full moon at the time. This part of the island has always had a creepy vibe to it too. I was told by my late grandmother that these parts of our land were once used as a spot where during World War II, the Japanese used to massacre their captives by chopping off their heads, and made it a dumping ground around our property. Coupled with thick jungle, you can imagine the aura that we're living in, which is dark and unnerving. Yet we managed to live here until now. I remember one time that our gate was pushed as it wasn't fully installed and in place while my mother was pregnant with me and my youngest sister. I saw the whole incident in front of me, and I was only about 8 or 9 years old at the time, but I remember vividly how it happened. The gate only started to fall when my mother turned her back to it, and it looked as if it was deliberately pushed, and my mother fell to her knees while the heavy gate was on top of her. It all happened in a matter of seconds, and all I could remember after that was that my father and cousins were screaming and running towards my mother to lift up the gate. It took 3 of them to lift the gate. Fortunately, my sister didn't sustain any injuries, as she came out a healthy kid. My father was a big skeptic regarding the paranormal and always told us that it was all coincidence and that we imagined it, as he never saw or explained it himself. Until one day when he was sleeping on his bed alone and felt someone kick him off the bed. Dazed and still in a sleepy state, he told us about the incident, but still didn't believe that it was paranormal. He said that it was unexplainable and was never deterred on staying on this land. One time I also saw a figure pass by our kitchen, and this was when I went to go get some water. The figure was a black mass like a shadow on the wall, but I knew that this thing was looking straight at me and with eyes wide open. I just froze and stared at it. Then in a few seconds, which felt like hours, the figure just disappeared into the window, but I was already so spooked that I ran back to the hall where my whole family was watching TV. I came in screaming, telling them what I had just witnessed, and my mother, being the strong Christian, went into the kitchen. Armed with holy water, she started praying and sprinkling it all over our house. She also felt it and knew that the spirit was still roaming around the house and only left after intense prayer. Story number 16, High School Ghost. I would always hear these stories in my school about some ghost girl. I never took the stories seriously, and there were so many stories about encounters, which were so creepy. I remember hearing some girls saw a creepy white girl in a dress in my school's parking lot weeping. Another of a cold wind hitting a girl and hearing some loud screams. I would listen to this gossip during class and I never thought about it. I just dismissed these as rumors. This happened around 2017. I was aware of the stories, but I didn't really believe in them. My high school was literally a block away from where I live, and some friends invited me to go play some basketball at my school. We went as a routine and played every Thursday and Friday until 7 p.m. We would play on some basketball courts outside the gym. It wasn't until daylight savings when the days were getting darker. We decided to stay longer and mess around at my school. We would walk around the cafeteria or sit on some benches in some classrooms. No big deal, we were just hanging out. But we would see weird stuff like flickering lights and felt like we were being watched. We made the assumption that it was probably the custodians. It wasn't until I brought up the ghost girl that me and friends jokingly said that we were going to go look for the ghost girl. Got my phone out to see if I could record something. My friend told me about the ghost app, but I dismissed him. That I heard a ghost girl possibly say hi. It freaked me out, especially since it came from the cafeteria. I ran out and I was really afraid to go back. I got these unwelcome vibes and decided to take a break from basketball. I returned again with friends to go play some basketball. I completely dismissed my experience and just went to have fun. When it got dark, we took a break and we began exploring around the school, laughing and just gossiping. We went by the outdoor cafeteria tables, and we were looking for leftover food in the trash bin. Don't ask why. And I started hearing the wind whistle. I ignored it because of the nearby airport. We kept digging for trash, and we went to the school's auditorium. That's when my friend noticed the whistling too. "You guys hear that?" he says. We all got quiet, and those whistles soon turned into bone-chilling weeping. We all ran out of the auditorium and we were all spooked. I have it recorded too, but the audio isn't too good. One night I got up from bed to use the restroom and I could hear the weeping from outside my apartment. I kept going back despite me being scared, but I did stop exploring my high school at night. During summer school, the second floor of my school was going through construction. Me and my friend ran up the stairs, and in the corner of our eyes, we saw someone standing in the dark hallway. A dark silhouette was in front of us, and we awkwardly ran back. We kept talking about the second floor ghost and had our laughs. Didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't until last year, 2019, that I went to go gossip, and we decided to go to my school and relax. It was around 6 p.m. or 7. We were exiting the school and I kept making jokes about my friend's crush. That was when I felt a gust of wind hit me, and I felt it wrap around me and pull me back. I soon had someone yell in my ear, "Hey!" and I screamed like a girl and ran out. I turned and saw no one near but my clueless friend. I was trembling and I didn't want to go back to my school again during the night. This experience still haunts me, especially because my high school is a block away, and I heard similar encounters as mine as well. There were many other stories, such as teachers and staff talking about their experiences. I stayed quiet most of the time, but I actually have one recording and I sometimes like bragging about it. I do want to visit my school again and talk to some of my old teachers and staff to see if I get any similar stories, but I haven't had the time to do so. That's the end of today's stories. See you later. Story number 15. Strange nighttime occurrence from my childhood. One night when I was around 7 years of age, roughly, I was just drifting off to sleep when I suddenly landed on my bed. And I mean landed as if I'd been hovering over it and was suddenly dropped like a sprint call. I looked around the room and found no one. My first thought was that it was just Jeff playing a prank. Jeff being a quirky friend of the family who was staying over that night. So I left my room to confront him. In retrospect, lifting a sleeping or almost a sleeping child and dropping him was really never one of Jeff's styles, you could say, but he was the most likely suspect that I had in mind. He was on the couch watching television with my parents and had no idea what I was even talking about. My parents vouched for him, stating that he had been there with them the entire time. I went back to bed, a little bit more than confused. Soon, this became a semi-regular occurrence and would happen sporadically throughout the remainder of my childhood, even continuing well into my teens, maybe even early adulthood, though I can't say for sure. Now, it does seem like being dropped onto your bed when you weren't even aware of not having been in it would be a traumatic experience, especially if it was reoccurring over the course of several years, but after the initial moment of being startled, it would leave a little impression other than mild curiosity or sometimes mild irritation. I did try to stay fully awake some nights in the hopes of catching the event from the beginning and maybe seeing what it was that was lifting me. But it always occurred when I was half asleep and not aware of my surroundings. This never seemed to occur when I was fully asleep, but always in the nightlight realm, between conscious and unconscious. I don't know how I know that. I think it was just the feeling I would have afterwards, the feeling of almost having been asleep, that it never happened when I was awake enough to fully perceive what had happened. The closest I got was becoming fully awake just before the moment of impact. I know, Gecko. And actually seeing my pillow coming up at me. But that was the closest I ever came. The drops would happen the same way, pretty consistently the same way, with little variation. The only thing that would sometimes change would be the elevation. Sometimes I would hit the bed with a light impact as if I'd only been dropped from a few inches. Sometimes with a much heavier impact, as if I had almost been lifted to the ceiling before my descent. The latter being the more annoying ones because it gave me the same jarring feeling that you get when you're in a hammock that suddenly collapses, where you feel as if your bones had separated themselves from your flesh so that your skeleton is loose inside your body. That's the feeling I get anyways. And it's not the one that I'm particularly fond of. Even then, I was never really scared, just a slight nuisance. It might also be worth mentioning that it wasn't just those two extremes. Often, in fact, maybe most of the time, it would be somewhere in between. Thinking back, I don't know why this didn't scare me. One reason might be that I always dropped on the center of my bed as opposed to on the floor or where I would hit the headboard. So it seemed safe enough. I simply knew it as that weird thing that sometimes happened. My parents were never concerned about it either. To them, it was just that weird thing that happened that Matthew sometimes mentions having happened. The one thing I've heard, writer, the narrator's opinion here, randomly, I don't know why I'm saying it, but I feel compelled to. Your body has like a sort of natural response when it thinks it's dying, or if your heart's stopping in order to jolt yourself, or rather stop yourself from having that happen. So, if you're ever laying flat and all of a sudden you're about to fall asleep and you just grab the bed all of a sudden because you're like, whoa, and you think that you fell or you have this sensation of falling, it's usually this autonomic response that your body gives in order to stop yourself from quote-unquote dying, except obviously you're not dying. Just my 4th cents on that. Story number 12. paranormal train ride. A while ago now, my partner, we'll call them Jace, our friend, we'll call them Mike, and I were in Bristol, UK for a protest. Once the protest had ended, we spent some time chatting in a park and then went to go get some hot chocolate. Before we knew it, it was getting late, and we had to wait for the last train back to where both my partner and I were living at the time. We were sitting outside the train station when my partner's mood seemed to change. They looked worried. "Are you both okay?" they asked. I looked at Mike, confused. "We're okay, are you?" We both responded. "I feel like someone's in danger," they replied. It was time to catch a train, so we started making our way down to the platform. The station was eerily quiet. There were no people to be seen, not even staff. The last train arrived on the platform. We got on. We sat silently, looking out the window as the train began to move. I felt sick. Something wasn't right. The train journey only takes about 20 minutes, but it felt like it was taking hours. We seemed to be the only ones on the train, and it was pitch black outside. We didn't talk, we barely even looked at each other. There's only one stop between Bristol and Bath. After what seemed like hours, we arrived at what should have been Kensham train station, only it wasn't. There were less lights than I remembered, and the stairs were different. They were on the wrong side and seemed to go on forever. The trees looked distorted and strange. I looked over at Jace. I don't know how to describe it, but it was really just expecting them to say that this wasn't Kensham. I had only ever passed it on the train and thought I might have mistaken it, but I knew that Jace would know. Eventually, we both arrived in Bath, and we couldn't get off that train fast enough. The way back to Jace's flat was along a small path that we went beside the train tracks. As we began to walk, Jace looked at us again and asked, "How did you two find that train ride?" We both looked at each other and in unison said, "Weird." I noticed as I was walking that I purposely wasn't looking at the tracks. I turned to look at them and immediately felt sick and terrified, as if they were going to engulf me into darkness. As we walked, we started talking about the experience, and all agreed that whatever it was, it had something to do with the tracks. I knew it was coming, but it still made my heart wrench when Jace added, "Oh, that wasn't Kensham." We kept walking until we came to a bridge that crossed over the train tracks. It seemed to be looming ominously over them. He started to walk down away from the bridge, and you could feel it in the air. The hairs on the back of your neck were standing on end and wouldn't walk fast enough. "It feels like something's following us," said Mike, and they were right, it did. We kept walking and walking, faster and faster. Something sinister was following us. Couldn't bring myself to look behind me. Finally, we arrived at the flat and hurried in, making sure to lock the door behind us. All we could do was talk about it and try to comfort each other. Jace told us that they thought that they had seen a figure standing on the train tracks as we pulled out of Bristol, the same figure that Mike saw standing on that bridge. None of us slept for a long time that night. Felt safe inside the flat, but anytime I looked at the door or window, I felt like something was waiting out there. The next day felt normal again, and we were ready to do some Googling. We weren't ready for what we discovered. Quick Google search revealed that a person had died on those exact tracks, just a small distance down the line, at the exact time my partner had stated to feel strange the night before. Step into the enigmatic realm of Paranormal M. We're your gateway to the unknown. bringing you stories that'll leave you perplexed. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to explore our latest supernatural tales. We hope you're ready for a journey that challenges your beliefs. I lived in a haunted house when I was little, and a house with a ghost. Story 16. I lived in a haunted house when I was 4 or 5. I can remember some things as far back as when I was 2.5 years old. Some of this is my memory, and some of these are things that my parents told me when I was a little older. It was probably 1978. The house we lived in came from my dad's job since he was a milker. The house was very old. One time, a guy came to work on our bathroom, and he said that the nails that were used to hold the house together were square. They didn't have a round head like nails today. His guess was the house was built before 1920. There were only 2 things that were unusual about the house. It was a huge 2-story house, and sometimes when we would come home, there was a bell about 30 feet off the ground that was rusted solid and would start ringing. The other thing that happened was at night when you would go to sleep, as long as we didn't have any house guests on the second floor, we would often hear a party going on the second floor, music and people talking and laughing. I do remember when we moved into our next place that I was looking for the ghosts there. I thought they came with every house. The second house I lived in had a ghost. It was the house that my parents bought when I was still in high school as a junior. Jerome, Idaho, population 5,000 at that time. The city's claim to fame is that Nikki Sixx graduated from the same high school I did. Anyway, his ghost was nice. You could normally see her out of the corner of your eye in the living room. I know it wasn't just my imagination because my friends saw her too, and we all gave the same description. Small elderly woman, about 5 feet tall, dressed in all black. She would get hazy and disappear from about mid-thigh down. Sometimes when I would come home, if I'd had a particularly bad day, she would, for lack of a better term, rub my back. It was a feeling like when somebody's hand is as close to your skin as it can get without actually touching it. This next one here is a second-hand story, and that I heard it from the people who were there when it happened. There is a belief that every good theater has a ghost, and Boise Little Theater in Boise, Idaho has at least 1 ghost, but probably 2. The reason I say 2 is because the original building the theater was in burned down during a performance, and 2 of the patrons died in the fire. I don't know how ghost logic works, but the ghosts came with everything that was salvageable to the new theater. Personally, I've seen lights turn on behind the stage, and I remember our costuming woman found a box of costumes appear in a locked room from nowhere, and no one ever knew where they came from. We liked our ghosts. One night, a couple of years before I was there was a rehearsal going on. Because it was just a rehearsal, the only entrance in the back was chained and locked. The front doors were the only way in, and there were people wandering around doing various things all over the theater all night. No one was getting into that theater without being seen or heard. Everyone was taking a break and eating pizza in the seats, except for one of the actors' 3 to 4-year-old daughter who was playing on the stage. That's when the trapdoors opened under the girl. From the top of the stage to the concrete floor below is about a 14-foot drop. A 3 to 4-year-old girl falling 14 feet with nothing to stop her but the concrete floor. You expect the worst. Everyone jumps up and runs to the back, for some going to the right of the stage, some going to the left. The way the theater is arranged, it only takes 5 to 10 seconds to get to the door going under the stage while running. They get below the stage and they find her, standing under the trap door, not a scratch on her. When her parents asked her what happened, all she would say is, "The nice man caught me." Story number 14. I believe myself and my girlfriend may be in danger after an experience that we shared last night. I need any help or advice because I'm at a loss. Last night, my girlfriend took me to an allegedly haunted house on the outskirts of the county. Her brother and his friends stumbled on it when they were in high school. She's been there several times, but swears that nothing like what occurred last night has ever happened. We had to drive down a secluded highway for about 20 minutes and then turn down a shoddy gravel road for a quarter mile or so just to reach the place. There's a pull-off on the gravel road that leads up to the rusted wrought iron gate and a concrete sign that reads, Charlie E., former slave. Can't make out the last name. Girlfriend took a picture of the time that she went before with her brother, and I'll get her to send it to me and update the post when she wakes up. Anyway, as soon as our headlights hit the gate, I just felt an overwhelming dread and fear. I'd felt perfectly fine as we made our way up the gravel road, but as soon as the gate, sign, and forested area around the abandoned house were lit up, I felt incredibly anxious. We sat and talked for a bit, never leaving the car. We talked about what Charlie must have suffered through, and how we hoped he'd find happiness and peace and freedom. We pondered what kind of man he was, and how he would feel about events in the world today. It just seemed respectful, almost like visiting a grave or a monument. I was mid-sentence when another overwhelming wave of dread came out of nowhere. My girlfriend must have felt it too, because she grabbed my arm and said, "Okay, we have to go now." I hesitated just a moment and she squeezed and said, "Okay, you can back up now," with a slightly panicked tone in her voice. I threw the car into reverse, headed back down the gravel road toward the highway. As soon as our tires hit the pavement, I started to hear a deep buzzing noise all around us. The hair on my body stood up straight. The buzzing finally faded into, I don't even know. It was low and high at the same time, like a scream and a bellow combined. I could feel it reverberate in my chest, and the noise surrounded as though it came from inside the car. It only lasted maybe 10 seconds total, and then warped into a twisted, cackling sound. I'm not kidding, it sounded like a stereotypical witch's cackle. I looked over at my girlfriend to ask if she'd heard that, but the lack of color and the look on her face when I told her is all I needed to know. She sat quiet for about a minute and then shakily said, Did you hear that? What the fuck was that? I nodded my head and said, I have no idea. We hauled ass all the way back to civilization and went to a friend that's a practicing Wiccan to cleanse ourselves in the car with sage. The cleansing didn't make a heavy feeling or the dread leave either of us. I'm still pretty shaken up about it today. Can't find any information about the house, Charlie, or even the road where it's located on Google. I can get satellite images of the area, but there's no street view. Can't find any information through the country properties appraiser's website, but can't even figure out who owns the land. I feel like what happened was a clear message that we aren't welcome and to stay away. The intense feeling of dread that are still with me today reaffirm that. So first and foremost, how do I protect myself and my girlfriend from anything that may have attached to us or followed us home? And secondly, I'm going back, alone and during the daytime. I need to know what's there and what happened there. How do I protect myself in that situation? Can't exactly blast a malevolent spirit with a buckshot. Ghost Encounter. So let me start this story off. My house was built in 1910, so it's very old and has had many people living in it. I would often hear creaking in our kitchen, or things moving and just disregarding them as my imagination. However, recently, within the past 2 weeks, me and other members of my family have seen this tall, shadowy figure. The first encounter happened to my mom about 2 weeks ago. She was home alone in her room. Our house is basically a hallway and 3 bedrooms. She was laying down, and from where her bed is, she can see partially down the hallway to the other rooms. She says that she's seen a tall black figure that appeared to be wearing a trench coat just walk past her room and towards the front door. So she quickly got up, went to check. However, the front door was locked and our gate was pretty much locked too. My mom isn't easily scared, so she just ignored it. The second story happened last week on Wednesday. We went over to my brother's house for my nephew's 10th birthday party. We were outside smoking a joint. My brother stays in a second-story apartment, and there are some old cabinets on the first floor, right next to his apartment. We were all sitting down on his balcony when my sister's boyfriend looked over to the cabinets and he yells for us over to look. We all look over clueless as to what startled him, and he tells us that he clearly saw a tall black figure come out of the cabinets and disappear. We all went down to check, because I live in Sacramento, the homeless capital of California. So we thought maybe a homeless had gotten into his complex. However, to our surprise, there was nothing there. The third story happened to my sister-in-law. We were hanging out at my house having a barbecue, and we were all sitting in our front yard, and she was facing our backyard when she says that she saw a black figure peek his head out from the corner of our house and just quickly go back. And she told my brother that he went to go check, but he didn't find anything, obviously. This is the fourth and final story. This is from the point of view as the story happened to me. This just happened last night. Give me some backstory here. My brother plays in a band, so he was invited to play at a birthday party. It was 8 to 11 p.m. and we like to smoke weed, so I'll normally help him set his drum set, and then I would go roll joints for us to smoke on his next break. I was sitting in his car with the windows down so I could hear the music, rolling a joint. I was right outside of the venue, so people kept walking by to enter the party. There was a street light about 10 feet in front of me, so keep in mind I can see everybody that would walk past me. Then all of a sudden, out of the corner of my right eye, I see a black figure dart past the front passenger window, and I look over to see nothing there. I quickly look through the rear passenger window to see if anyone was going into the party, but I didn't see anything. I got out and walked around the car to see if anyone was messing with me and walked down the street. I never seen anyone that could have explained what happened. All these things have happened within the last 2 weeks. I really have no idea what it could be, maybe a deceased family member. We're also in the process of moving houses. I do find it weird. Maybe it's a spirit that doesn't want us to leave. Please let me know what you think about this, and if you've ever encountered something similar. Weird childhood memory. Possibly a nightmare. Story 17. When this happened to me when I was around 6 or 7 years old, I'm unsure if it was just a crazy dream or a false memory or what, but here goes. When I was young, my grandparents and I took a trip to my great-grandma's house for a family reunion-style get-together. We stayed for 5 days, and the days were fun, but the nights were a different story altogether. I was set to sleep in the spare room on some rickety old bunk beds with my older, I think she was 9, cousin, Lori. She took the bottom bunk and I took the top, because everybody knows the top bunk is cooler. Literally, the house had no air conditioning and it was closer to the ceiling fan. Lori's mom was out of work and had been staying with my great-grandma to get back on track and try to find a job. Across from the bunk beds, there was a big hole in the wall where I was told my great-uncle Buck had fallen down trying to roller skate in the house, and his elbow had gone through the wall. The first night I slept there, nothing happened. Or if it did, I was so sleepy from the long drive I didn't notice. But the second night, I got really freaked out. After Lori and I got in our bunks and her mom turned the lights out, I didn't fall asleep for a while, and when I did, it felt like I woke back up immediately. The room was still dark, and when I rolled over to try to look down at the clock on the opposite wall, my eyes were drawn to the hole. It took me a minute to realize what I was seeing, because there was something lighter colored moving in the hole. You know how at night when it's really dark you can kind of see light and white things? The hole had this really weird look of moving white in it, and I leaned and squinted trying to see what it was. Eventually, it got still, and I realized it was an eyeball. Imagine if you were to look into a dollhouse through a hole that you made in the wall of it. It was like I was the doll inside, and this big eyeball was looking through the hole. The white I saw moving was the white of the eye growing larger and smaller as the people around the different parts of the room, or rather as it looked around the different parts of the room. Now the hole on the wall wasn't tiny. I'd say it was the size of an irregularly shaped dinner plate. So for the eye to take up so much of it, I couldn't see the whole thing. It would have to have been huge. I was paralyzed with fear, pulled the covers up over my head and laid there sweating in total silence until I eventually fell asleep and morning came. If it had just happened once, I'd say it was just a bizarre dream, but every night I slept in that room, the eye would come back. I'd fall asleep, then jolt awake later, and there it would be in the hole, and I'd be too scared to move. It's a miracle I didn't wet the bed, because if I'd have to go in there, I'd have to have been too scared to move. I never mentioned it to my grandparents, because I was convinced they'd think it was just a bad dream and take away my TV privileges. Isn't that messed up how as a kid you're more concerned about losing the TV access than something that was scaring you so bad that you were paralyzed? Well, I did, however, bring it up with Lori on her last day there. I'll never ever forget what she said to me, even though it's been 20 years. She looked at me in the face, no laughing, and said, "It's okay. He can't get through there. He's too big." To this day, I have no idea what she meant by this. Who is he? Did she see it too? I would have thought she was teasing me, but she said it in such a matter-of-fact way I didn't and still don't know how to take it. Years later, I asked her about it, and she claims to not remember the incident at all. This has led me to be kind of speculative that, This has led me to speculate that maybe it was just a recurring dream that I had as a child, and me asking her was just a false memory, but I don't know. It's something that stuck with me in a way that some other childhood nightmares I had haven't. Evil spirits and demons tormented a childhood friend for years. I had a buddy I grew up with who had a terrible upbringing and was sexually abused by a neighbor as a young child. He claimed to be tormented by evil spirits after moving into the house in the same neighborhood where the sexual assaults took place when he was a teenager. We were around 14 or 15 at the time. He called me one night really scared, saying that his dog started barking and growling while staring at the shelf in his living room. He couldn't get it to calm down. The shelf flew off the wall into the other wall. Other friends of mine saw objects get thrown when they were over his house too. Around this time, he tried to kill himself like 3 or 4 times in the span of 2 to 3 years. He was using a lot of substances and in a toxic codependent relationship with a girl who he had gotten pregnant. His life was not good or normal for a kid his age. He was on a break with his girl at the time when he called me and told me that he did some sort of ritual to sell his soul to the devil and used a picture of the girl that he was seeing and cut himself. Used the blood and the picture in it somehow. I just kind of brushed it off, but it scared the absolute shit out of me. One night we were smoking weed with his younger brother at his house, and he broke out into crazy laughter. He couldn't stop for literally 10 to 15 minutes straight, and his brother started getting incredibly scared and yelling, stop it, please." He just wouldn't. I just sat there kind of freaked out, not really knowing what to do. When he finally stopped laughing like a madman, he got really serious and said, "I was just fucking with you. Guys, stop being pussies." Wanted to drop it like it never happened, but it just kind of stayed in a serious and angry mood until we went back to bed that night. It didn't feel like a prank or him just messing around at all. It was one of the most odd things I've ever witnessed. I slept on their living room floor that night, and him and his brother slept in the bedroom that they shared. I woke up early the next morning and they both were still asleep, at least for a couple of hours, and I heard a laugh that sounded like a stereotypical depiction of a devil laugh from a horror movie coming from their room. I got up immediately to see if they were awake. Nope, both still out cold. Just brushed it off and tried to not let it scare me. Another night during the same summer, we were smoking weed in my bedroom at my house with my other friend, and he was sitting in an armchair in the corner, and he says to us, "I just felt something crawling on my neck." Got really scared, and when we questioned him about it, he just dropped it, told us that it was nothing and to ignore it. A few minutes later, it looked like he was getting pushed back into the chair and choking. He started screaming for us to help him. Took us both a couple of minutes of struggling as hard as we could to get him up. When we asked him what had happened, he didn't want to talk about it again. It was just terrifying, and he was terrified. He insisted that we just drop it and not bring it up anymore. So we did. The reason I think that he might have been possessed for sure is because there were times where he would go from laughing and having a good time to getting extremely angry and serious. And he would say incredibly mean things for a few minutes until he would snap out of it and not even remember saying those things at all, go back to acting like nothing happened. This happened a couple of times, and paired with the laughing incident, it makes me wonder. He overdosed on fentanyl in 2009. When I think about him and his childhood being so poor and miserable, I miss him a lot. I feel like he wasn't given a fair chance in life. It makes me really sad. There's many other paranormal experiences myself and other mutual friends of ours have had while hanging around him. We all think that they were tied to him and whatever it was that followed him. Story number 12. Humanoid growling in the backyard after another strange event. Once again, another trigger warning / death warning. You've been warned. A little backstory. My father lived with us for a while, 6 months prior to passing away. Long story short, my father was a drug addict who became violent and had to be forced from our home. This led to us not speaking to him for the last few months of his life. He didn't pass away peacefully. Since his death, my family's experienced 3 more losses. Our home has become a place of constant sadness and negative energy. The last few months, we've been experiencing some strange happenings. My father installed our ceiling fan, and it has always turned itself on sporadically. After his passing, it started happening at least once a day, turning on full blast in conjunction with the TV turning on as well. My father put a small screw in the back of the remote to keep the battery cover on. I would set the remote down on the table, turn my back, and then the TV and fan would turn back on. Sometimes it would take me turning the TV off several times for it to actually stay off. This stopped happening after my mom canceled cable and returned the remote to the provider. The ceiling fan went back to only turning on sometimes. I know this could easily be explained as an electrical or wiring issue. We have my father's ashes on top of our china cabinet, and we have some photos of him around it. The photos kept falling off with no explanation. My mom took the photos down after a framed picture of her and him fell and shattered, ruining the photo. He found the photo in storage shortly before he was removed from our home. When my partner and I are home alone, we've both heard cabinet doors slamming, the front and back doors slamming, what sounds like a drawer opening and being rummaged through, then slammed shut. Chairs pushing in and out. But when investigated, no one's there. The cats and dog will be asleep in another room, or we're basically just in our sight at that time. Several times when I've showered while home alone, I'll hear voices in the house. I keep seeing shadows out of the corner of my eye. The other day, I briefly saw a brown outline of a person in my kitchen. This didn't happen prior to my father's passing. Yesterday was my aunt's funeral. She passed young and suddenly. We've all taken it kind of hard, but last night my partner and I were sitting on the back porch for a few hours just talking, and as I was mid-sentence, we suddenly heard footsteps and a loud growling sound that was getting closer. We both immediately got up and ran outside. I felt this primordial sense that I was in danger. I made my heart beat fast and my hair to stand up on the back of my neck. Didn't see anything after looking around 10 minutes later, though. The growl sounded like it came from a human. The yard is fenced in, and the gate on the other side of the yard that the noise came from was locked, and the other gate was in view of us. If someone had jumped the fence, we would have heard it. We were outside for 2 hours, and my dog had been out with us. If a person had been there, she would have ran up to them. If it had been an animal, she would have been trying to run at it or alert us to it. She's a hunting breed and has done so before. We talked to my mom and she had a similar experience in the yard. We can't figure out what it could be, can't think of a plausible explanation for this. Story number 8. A mysterious light, a memory that still haunts me. Ever since I was a kid, I've been fascinated by the paranormal. I guess the thrill of the unknown always got me curious. As I grew older, some experiences stuck with me, but there's one that stands out the most. When I was a teenager, I still lived with my parents, and one night I decided to go to bed early and read a little. This was before smartphones and tablets. A high-end electronic back then was an Atari 2600. After about half an hour of reading, I switched off my lamp and lay there thinking. Suddenly, I saw a light from the corner of my right eye. At first, I thought it was my dad messing with me with a flashlight. It wouldn't have been the first time, really. Dick Dad. My room was next to the kitchen, and there was a glass window above the door. It was an old house built in the late 1800s. I realized the light wasn't coming from the small pane of glass, but from the other side of the door. My thoughts raced. Could it be an intruder? I sat up in bed silently watching the light. It floated up the glass above the door and then moved through it into my room. But it wasn't like a normal beam of light. It was solid and didn't reflect on anything, not even the glass it passed through. Stunned, I watched the light drift through my room, go back out through the glass, and disappear. After a few minutes of pondering, I decided to check on my parents. They were asleep. My mom woke up when I knocked and said nobody had been up. It took me days to even tell her what I'd seen. As I grew older, my childhood fascination with the paranormal evolved into something more. It became a cornerstone in my life. This interest has led me to create various side adventures, each requiring hours of research and deep dives into the mysteries of the unknown. Through this research, I've come across theories about orbs. These are thought to be balls of energy, often captured in photos or videos, but sometimes visible to the naked eye. Some believe they're manifestations of spiritual energy, while skeptics argue that they're simply dust particles or lens flares. Now, if I'm being honest, I believe when I see orbs on any kind of video, 95% of the time I believe it's either dust or a bug. Even I, while out ghost hunting in the past, whenever I've seen orbs in my personal videos, I throw them away. I just don't believe there's much validity to these, as I'm a huge skeptic. They can be easily replicated using basic dust in the house. Now, there's 5% of the videos that I look at that I believe there might be something there. What I saw with my eyes that night, what intrigues me, is the theory that orbs could be a form of energy consciousness, neither fully spiritual nor physical, but something in between. Given what I saw that night, the orb theory holds a certain allure. The light I witnessed behaved unlike any ordinary beam. It didn't reflect on surfaces, but it had a tangible presence, a solidity that defies easy explanation. Could it have been an orb, a form of energy consciousness that existed, even if for a brief moment within the confines of my childhood room? While I can't say for certain, the theories I've encountered in my years of research give me pause for thought. Maybe that mysterious light was an orb, a phenomenon that both the spiritual and the skeptical have yet to fully understand. Story number 7. Ask Reddit. I was around 18 years old when this happened. One night I was sleeping when I was startled awake by a super loud, high-pitched screeching. It was like a 5-year-old girl shrieking at the top of her lungs in terror. The way my room was oriented had the top of my, or I guess the top of me, perhaps, facing my closet, which was always open, and I sleep in pitch dark and silence. I immediately jumped out of my sleep. I was laying on my side and front, so I wound up in a push-up-like position and oriented my eyes where the sound came from, which had me staring straight into my open closet. I stayed frozen for a few seconds, thinking to myself, what in the world was that? I must have dreamt it. It sounded so real, though. I guess it was one of those half-awake, half-dreaming things. I'd had moments in the past where I'm half asleep and would hear my name or a family member's voice say something and startle me, but it's always been during that quote-unquote half asleep and starting to dream state, but still aware of your surroundings. This was different, though, but that was the closest thing to an explanation I could come up with. This got my adrenaline pumping, I guess, because I was immediately wide awake and shaken. But I had work the next day, so I calmed myself down, told myself to go back to sleep. After all, I am an adult. Not 10 seconds into calming myself down and closing my eyes, it happened again. Exactly the same. Super loud, super high-pitched 5-year-old shrieking bloody murder at the top of her lungs. This time, though, I'm not anywhere near asleep, as I had just settled myself back down. There was absolutely no way I was dreaming or hallucinating from being half asleep this time. In that moment, I unlocked my superpower. Turns out, I'm able to move at the speed of light. I was out of my bed through the closed doors and down the hallway so fast my feet didn't even touch the ground. Out of the bedroom, down the hallway, and straight into my mom's bedroom. "Mom, something's in my closet." I'm a grown adult man, running into my parents' room in the middle of the night, and nothing but boxers shouting that something was in my room. My mom and I went back to my room and looked all around and inside the closet. Nothing. I would sleep with my bedroom door open and hallway lights on for a solid week after this. I was working with my older brother at the time, so the next day I asked him, what kind of animal would make a loud noise that sounds a bit like a girl screaming bloody murder? He apparently thought I was telling a joke, because his reaction was to swing his gaze over to me and shout, "An ostrich?" Followed by holding a big grin on his face in anticipation of the answer. My response, "Then there was an ostrich trapped in my closet last night, I guess." I then told him what happened, which would prove to be a mistake. Spent the next month getting hazed by him and other construction coworkers about the little girl I keep tied up in my closet. Bastards. Never happened again, but freaks me out every time I think about it. I've told the story to various people over the years, and no one has ever come up with a good explanation. The most common conclusion people came up with is that it was just a hallucination or a dream while being half asleep. But I was absolutely 100% awake and alert on the second scream. Story number 20. A friendly being in the dark. So it was during a really intense examination period when I was having trouble sleeping due to stress. At night, I'd lay awake in our pitch-dark room, unable to make a single sound or movement because my sister was asleep on the bed beside mine. We had a bathroom in our room, and the door was a bit wonky. It raised unevenly off the floor, so if the lights were left on in the bathroom, it appeared as a strip of light in our bedroom. One of these nights, I looked over to find that my sister had accidentally left the light on in the bathroom. I thought about going to switch it off, but that train of thought ceased when I saw movement. A black shadow visible against the light moving around in the bathroom. There was nothing inside that could make the shadow, and it had never appeared before that moment. I watched as though in a trance as it moved. No discernible figure. It was like a mass of darkness writhing in place. As I watched, I felt fear, but at the same time was overcome by an odd sense of calm. I went to sleep within minutes. The shadow continued to appear as I left the bathroom light on purpose so I could discern more about this shadow. At one point, I got brave. Since it was in the bathroom, I rationalized that it wouldn't come through the door if I got off the bed. Thinking this, I switched on the light in our room and opened the door to the bathroom. There was nothing. I'd figured out by now that looking at the shadow entity helped me sleep, so I'd fallen into a habit of switching on the bathroom light at night and watching it. One day I forgot to leave the light on. I stared into the dark, hoping I could make out the shadow creature's entrancing, writhing movement. And to my delight, I could. Except this time I realized I had been sorely mistaken. The placement of our bathroom door is such that it's the darkest part of the room. One would scarcely notice a grown man standing there, much less a shadow. I stared at the dancing shadow and trailed my eyes upward as the realization dawned on me that the creature had never been inside the bathroom. I only thought so because of the contrast of light against dark. It was tall, a pillar of shadow that reached the top of the doorway and a little higher. Where its head must have been, the writhing mass was a little larger, a thinner portion just below what could have been a neck. I was afraid of it then. I considered calling to my mother for help, but a thought came into my head. It wasn't my own thought that came into my head. It had a voice in a way that your own thoughts don't. Like reading dialogue from a book, I suppose. It was a voice that was ethereal, almost like it didn't even speak at all. After each word, I thought I'd imagine the voice, and then the next word would come. "You're safe. I won't hurt you. Go to sleep now." It didn't sound like it was ordering me. As soon as the voice stopped talking, the usual calm I feel when looking at the entity became much stronger, but not in a forceful way. It was like being surrounded by a warm breeze. I was sitting up in bed trying to fight off the feeling, but the thing came closer to me and surrounded me. It was like a barrier and a blanket. I slept then. I've never rested so well before. For the first time in a long time, I didn't dream. After that night, I didn't see the shadow ever again. I told my mother about leaving, but as I had told her about its arrival, I didn't tell her it spoke to me. No matter how much I try, I've never been able to sleep as peacefully as I had during those days. That's the end of tonight's stories. As always, leave a like and a comment if you feel like being engaged with us and helping us push this further along, so to speak. See ya. My Strange Experience, story number 13. I was about 7 years old. It was summer, and we were in the usual place that we had always frequented from July to August. That day I remember that I had to learn to use the bicycle, and so I asked my mother if I could go to the yard to try. My mom gave me the okay, and there I went. Just outside of the building, I met a little older child, maybe 10 or 11 years old, and he asked me if I lived there. In short, we didn't know each other, and he told me that he was the son of 2 gentlemen who had rented the house next to ours, with the street number 3. I immediately understood who he was referring to, and we made friends. I told him that I had to learn to pedal the bike, and I had to practice. He replied that he could help me. Being older, he already knew how to carry it. We spent the whole afternoon pedaling the bike down a slope and then climbing it, but being inexperienced, when I happened to make the descent, I couldn't brake in time and I tumbled. The boy was laughing and so was I, to tell the truth, because in the end I wasn't hurt. Anyway, the afternoon ended, and both the boy and I had to go and say goodbye. I went home and told that I had met this child, and my mother understood who I was referring to, because the day before she had talked to the gentleman who had rented that house, and she knew that they had a son. The next day came. I woke up happy, knowing that I could spend another day having fun with my new friend. So I went down and knocked on the couple in the villa number 3. As soon as they opened, I asked them if their son was in the house. They then looked at me with a very strange air. Then they answered me, saying that maybe I had the wrong door. They didn't have a son. So, thinking that I had misunderstood, I asked them if they had a nephew who had come to play yesterday. They said no, and so I greeted them. You can't imagine my face at that moment. I wondered for who knows how long, who did I play with yesterday? But the thing that troubled me is that my mother knew him. She had confirmed me all a day before. So I went back home and told my mother about the situation. I still remember her answer. She told me that yesterday I'd not gone down. I'd stayed at home playing with toys until the evening. I told her about the boy in Villa number 3, but she didn't understand what I was talking about since they had no children. At this point, I was convinced this was a joke. I insisted so much that she got angry. I remember that I looked at my arms and legs looking for bruises due to the bike, but there was nothing. Also, because I actually didn't hurt myself by falling. People, I swear to you, I still don't know what happened. I can't explain why the day before my mother knew about this family and the day after she didn't. I also checked in the following days, but nothing. Never saw that kid again. After 30 years, I still can't explain this story to myself. A weird dream? Maybe. But I'm sure it was all true. I remember that moment very well, moment by moment, colors, noises, smells, all of it. The child was from another house, and then after the holidays he went away. Okay, but why didn't my mother remember it anymore? Who were you referring to then when you told me about the family in Villa number 3? A journey into another dimension, a very fervent fantasy, a ghost, a misunderstanding, an extremely realistic dream. I don't know how to explain it, but I think that from the event that I started to be more mentally open to these stories and to those who tell them. My freaky husband. We moved into a house in Northamptonshire a few years ago and instantly felt something was odd with the house. That feeling when someone's watching you, cold drafts. My husband started feeling compelled to say things, like he'd tell me what I'd done during the day with eerie detail. He'd tell me about a girl who talked to him, but in his head. Things started going missing or would be moved to random places. One day he said gungoozler out of the blue. Never heard that word, nor has he. I just assumed it was another one of his made-up words, but it turns out it's a word meaning somebody who enjoys watching canals. There are a lot of canals in the area, and one in the village. When I asked why he said that word, he told me the girl had said it to him, and she loved the canal. The weirdest thing that happened, though, was one evening when both my husband and our daughter wanted shower. They decided hubby would go first, but as we sat in our bed, stubbed my toe somehow. Where am I? Jogging back. They decided hubby would go first, but as we sat in our bedroom, we heard the bathroom door close, the light go on, and the shower start. So we assumed our daughter must have just beaten him to it. The shower ran for 45 minutes, and just as we were going to check that she was okay, we heard the shower stop and her come out of the bathroom and go downstairs. The light was left on. My husband turned off the light, followed her downstairs, and watched her go into her bedroom, which was also downstairs. As he walked into the kitchen, our daughter walked in the back door. When he asked how she'd gotten dressed and out so quickly, she told him that she's been out of the house for the last hour, seeing to her horses. So, who was in the shower? We saw a girl again a few weeks later, also stood in her daughter's doorway. Lots of other strange things happened there, but never anything scary, just freaky. Anyway, we moved a couple of years ago. Nothing has happened since. Until this weekend. We went away to a hotel in Cornwall. On the first night, it was very foggy and cold. As we stood outside having a cigarette, he suddenly said, "John, Joan is waiting in the summer house. I asked what on earth he was talking about. He had a strange look on his face and said, "Joan is waiting in the summer house for Derek." Then he sort of snapped out of it, mouth hanging open, and said, "I have no idea where that came from." We talked about it, and he said he felt compelled to say those things. He also felt that she was military. We carried on discussing it for a while, then mid-sentence he said, "He's married, and she's waiting in the summer house." A bit spooked, we decided to go back to our room. We searched on the internet and found out that in 1946, a young woman who was serving in the Navy was stationed at the hotel. Her name was Joan. She was having an affair with a married officer. When they were found out, she was transferred to another site in Devon. On the night she was due to move, she was waiting for him in the summer house where he shot her twice in the head. His name was William. We were totally freaking out. The man's name was wrong, but at that time, people used to be known by other names frequently. Like my granddad was John, but was called Jack, and my grandma was Grace, but was called Queenie. Perhaps he was really known as Derek. Story number 11. Advice, confirmation for possible shadow entity bothering my daughter. To start this off, I'm 21 and I'm a single mom to a beautiful 9-month-old. I live in a granny flat at the back of my parents' property. The previous tenants were the previous owner's daughters and 2 granddaughters. Apparently, the daughter, a single mom, often had fleeting relationships that would move in and out of the flat as well. When I moved in last year in September, I was still pregnant. The very first night, something watched me while I slept. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence. My cat wouldn't stop staring in the direction of the door as well. Now, I didn't know this, but there's a motion sensor light in one of the top corners of my room facing the door. The reason I didn't know this is because it would turn on and stay on, even when neither I nor my cat were moving. This happened again the next afternoon, and I asked my mom to bless the house, as that was normally something we do when we move into a new house or when weird stuff would happen. After my mom blessed the place, things were fine again until October, when I started seeing shadow people in my parents' house. I could see and feel them watching me. I felt they were angry that I ignored them. Like, I don't know how I got to that conclusion, but it just felt that way. After my daughter was born, my mother blessed the flat again, and everything felt fine. Whenever anyone comes to my house, they say that they feel like they're not alone, that someone is watching them, and that it is angry. This all brings me to the past 3 months when my baby started with what we thought was sleep regression. She would wake up screaming bloody murder like she was hurt and wouldn't fall back asleep unless I held her, and went to go to sleep on the couch in the living room with her. I'm at this point exhausted, frustrated, and I often was finding myself getting extremely angry too, to the point where I would walk away and have just to scream somewhere, which I can't help but feel kind of ashamed about. Now I recently started dating again, and my boyfriend comes to sleep over on the weekends. He has an amazing relationship with my daughter and treats her like his own. When he's over, it feels like the thing that's in my flat is somewhat appeased. My daughter doesn't wake up like that at all, and the very night that my boyfriend leaves, she's a scream machine again. She hasn't known him for very long at all, and isn't very attached to him either. So that strikes out as the possibility of missing him. As well as the fact that this happens Sunday to Thursday, every night. My mom and I theorized that the entity in my house was created by some residual energy from the previous single mom. I heard there's a name for that kind of entity, but I can't remember what the name of it is. Other things I've experienced are as follows. Something called my nickname, and when I go looking, no one's there. Foul smells. Things just go missing and reappear in weird places. Mostly religious stuff. Knocks all over the place. Forgot to add that when I picked my daughter up from her cot, which is right next to my bed, she starts looking around like frantically and hyperventilates for like a minute after. Please let me know if you've experienced anything like this and what I can do to actually maybe contact whatever's in my place. Sincerely, a drained, tired mom. Story number 9. Thing in my house from my baby. I've just had a baby. Well, just being 2 months ago. I'm having no sleep. I'm cranky. And those who know this stage know how difficult that it is. Regardless, weird things have been going on in our house ever since bringing the baby home from the hospital. It first started with strange smells. I know what you're thinking, nappies and such, but I assure you it wasn't those or my daughter. I would be feeding her and putting her in the crib next to me, going to go get a bottle of water out of the fridge. Upon entering the kitchen, which is down the stairs and a few more rooms away, it smelled like rotting garbage. That's the best way I can describe it. I thought the kitchen sink was blocked up again and made a mental note to mention it to my husband in the morning. So I mentioned it, and he took it apart. Nothing. No blockage, no smell. It seems like this smell moves from room to room. Next, I'm awake mostly at night. I would hear 3 loud random knocks on our bedroom door. My husband and I would be in bed and nobody else would be in the house. We only live with it being us 3, myself, my husband, and our baby. I thought I was losing my mind, or so sleep-deprived that I was making it up, or maybe someone fell one time and my imagination just hung on to that. I don't know. It happened every night. I'd open the door and see no one there. No windows open, nothing. Like I said, I thought I was going crazy until my husband stayed up with her one night while I got some rest. I hastily got into bed and willed myself off to sleep in case he changed his mind. And the next thing, I'm getting shook awake. It's my husband asking if I heard the knocks. Okay. Not just me. I told him not to worry and went back to sleep. No one was going to ruin my very rare nap time. I now keep having dreams of this figure. It's a shadow man, but I can make out some features. It seems to have 4 sets or horns on its head, and it's pitch black. Sort of like a black swirl, if that makes sense. In my first dream, it was standing in the door hallway, blocking me from exiting. It was blacker than the room and had red eyes. I started to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Then my daughter cried, woke up from that dream. The next one is right over my daughter's crib and staring at us. I told my husband about this also. As in a look how crazy I am with no sleep sort of way. He went white. He grabbed me and the baby, and the next thing we were sitting in the car. He said he didn't want it to hear us. He told me that he was trying to nap one lunchtime as I was out with our baby shopping. And he thought, why not? He awoke to this black swirly thing right next to him, its face inches away from his. He said it didn't have a face. just had 4 black shadow horn outlines and a wispy black body. Its head was on the same pillow as my husband's. That's how close they were. He told me he jumped backwards as a sort of oh crap moment. And when he did, the figure folded in on itself and left. And not without that god-awful smell. What is this? What do we do? I want my daughter to be safe. Story number 15. 2 ghostly experiences. 1. This is the most recent of the 2. My husband and I were in Deadwood, South Dakota, and did a haunted tour at the Fairmont. Early in the tour guide brought us into a room and had us sit down while explaining the history of the building. She explained the room that we were in didn't typically have any activity, so it was a good place to chat. As she's talking about some of the deaths in the building, I suddenly feel about 3 to 5 strands of my hair go right along my part on the top of my head get pulled straight up and out of my head. I turned around and silently smacked my husband, but he was confused. I didn't say anything to the tour guide or any other people on the tour because I was convinced that my husband was playing a joke on me. He swore up and down that he didn't even touch me. By the end of the tour, I started to believe him, but I started questioning myself. Did I want something to happen so bad that I made it up in my head? But I know I didn't because I feel the strong sting of the hairs being ripped out. And that feeling lingers on, and I know I couldn't have imagined it. So if anyone else experiences hair pulling in Deadwood, you aren't alone. 2. This one happened when I was a child. I believe I was in 5th grade at the time. My parents had gone out for the night and I was home alone. I had our house phone, and I was on the phone talking to my best friend. To set the scene, there was a hallway with the computer room on one side and the bathroom on the other, and my parents' room at the end of the hallway. I'm in the computer room with the lights off, but I had the hallway light on. I was standing by the window in the dark computer room, leaning against the ledge and absently looking across to our neighbor's house while talking on the phone. The neighbors had a window with a lamp on, but the blinds were closed, so it was just a soft yellow glow, and that's all I could see. Suddenly, as I'm talking, I see in the reflection of the window that I'm leaning against a man in a red flannel shirt walking down the hallway from my parents' room, past the computer room that I'm in. Clear as day, I saw this. I can still picture it now. My dog was in the room with me. He was a big German short-haired pointer, and he was the ultimate guard dog. I got scared and hung up the phone, but I didn't know what to do, so I decided that I would run across the hallway into the bathroom and lock the door until I calmed down. I wanted to bring my dog, but as soon as we got to the doorway by the hallway, my dog dug his paws in, put his hackles up, and started growling at the hallway. He wouldn't move. At this point, I started crying, and I gave him one big yank on his collar, and he took off and ran, without me, straight into the bathroom. I went in after him, closed the door, calmed myself down. Then my friend called me back for hanging up on her, and I explained everything. I don't think she believed me. No one else was home. My parents didn't come back early. My stepdad didn't even own a red flannel shirt. I have no clue who I saw, but I saw him, full-bodied. I would give anything to go back to that house for a night and do a ghost hunt. Story number 1. UFO sighting experience. Hey guys, I just finished watching the interview with Joe Rogan and David Fravor about his UFO sighting. Well, I decided I wanted to share an experience me and my brother had several years ago. I've told all of my family and friends, but I've never shared it online other than on my personal Facebook when it happened. My grandpa and 2 uncles used to work at NASA in various positions. My uncles both denied ever hearing about anything extraterrestrial while working there. Whereas my grandpa wouldn't tell me any specific stories, but he told me that we weren't alone and he knew. Anyway, I grew up in Cape Canaveral, Florida, but I now live in Georgia, about 20 minutes south of Atlanta, which is where this took place. So several years ago in summer, me and my brother rode in his truck to the gas station to get snacks and cigarettes. After we got our things, we decided to park in a space facing the road so we could smoke before we went home. My mom didn't know that we smoked at this time. We were sitting there, and I remember distinctively that we were drinking Yoo-Hoos and eating hot Cheetos. Everything about this experience has stayed in my mind, and whenever I visit that gas station or drink a Yoo-Hoo, I think about it, and I think about what we saw. So we were sitting there just talking, and I noticed something in the sky. I said, "What's that?" My brother looked, and we saw 5 lights in the sky in a V formation. They weren't moving, but they were just sitting there. We do live close to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, and we see planes all the time. These were not planes. It was in the middle of the day, and the lights were bright, and like I said, not moving. Well, as we were staring at the lights, the top 2 lights at the top of the V flew in different directions extremely fast, and then came back and joined the formation. This happened in about a second. Here's the best way I can describe the way the lights went. After that, the 2 middle lights did the same thing, flew quickly away and then back into the formation. Next, all of the lights scattered in different directions and didn't return. They disappeared. We were shocked by what we just saw and drove home quickly to tell our mom. I then posted it on Facebook asking anybody if they saw the lights in the sky, and 2 other people who lived near me said that they did. Some people asked why I didn't take a picture or a video. Well, first off, when it happened, we were both so enamored by what we were seeing, it didn't occur to me to pull out my phone. It all happened so fast, maybe in the span of about 45 seconds. Then we were so focused on what we were seeing that it didn't cross either of our minds. Second of all, at this time my brother had an iPhone that he left at home, and I only had a slide phone, so the camera wouldn't have been that good. Anyway, I think about the occurrence all the time. My brother is a no-nonsense type of person. He's a non-believer from anything from ghosts, Bigfoots, aliens, etc. I don't know really how to describe him, but definitely not somebody who would make up a UFO story. He might not even tell anyone just to keep himself from looking weird to others, but even he can't explain what we saw and will corroborate the story. Me? I'm very open-minded. And since this happened, I definitely believe in extraterrestrials and have become interested in other mysteries like cryptozoology, stuff like that. Raised by the dead. My mom's house was haunted growing up. First experience that she had was a shadow figure in the attic window who had appeared to be in a rocking chair. She had the feeling someone was staring at her and immediately thought, okay, I won't be the only one living here. We'd have dogs bark at random corners of the house. Every dog we ever had would refuse to go into the basement, where my bedroom was. Doors would slam shut, gusts of wind, shadows nor peripheral. Hearing footsteps on the old creaky floors numerous times in the middle of the night. Usually during a thunderstorm. We'd hear the front door slam to and footsteps. This was outside my mom's bedroom door. My mom would experience a figure of a lady with frizzy hair standing at the end of her bed, where there's a window, so it's easier to make out her shape. A few times she felt it sit on the end of her bed, the mattress lowered, and she saw the figure in a sitting position staring at her. As a kid, I couldn't explain what I was experiencing. I'd always have to run to my room through the basement. Always felt like something was right behind me. The craziest part is, when I told my mom I was moving out for the first time, activity increased tenfold. My girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife and mother of our 2 kids, didn't at this time believe in the paranormal at all. Until she had an extremely stressful 6 months. Panic attacks weighed on her shoulders, bad dreams. Would need to pull over numerous times to step out for fresh air. Then we were at a party at my mom's neighbor's house. This lady approached me and asked me if my partner was okay. I said she's just tired. Then she said she was a medium and asked if it was okay if she went and spoke with her. Apparently the spirit in my mom's house was trapped there. She killed herself by hanging in the attic during World War II. When she learned the news of her husband's death in battle, so my mom always said it was her first sighting, was when it was in a rocking chair, but really was just her hanging. He was drafted, and then they bought his family house and planned to start a family. The thing that freaked me out the most is the medium said that I see her right now in your kitchen window. The medium was able to tell me details of my house, the exact burnt orange color of our basement floor, a sticker on my bedroom door. She's watching over your girlfriend to make sure she's the right one. This spirit is playing a motherly role in your life because all she wanted in life was to have kids of her own. Try to let her understand everything is okay. She's the right one for you, and to let her know she's dead and needs to move on. We did exactly that. We have another friend who is also a medium. My girlfriend went and spoke with her about all of this for her opinion. She confirmed everything, said that the lady's in the room with us right now, standing right behind her. So she was able to attach herself to her and attempt to torment her life. Our friend said her name was Mary, which is wild because as a kid I told my mom that's what the ghost's name was. No idea how I knew. We looked up our home in the city archives at the library and, well, I guess you could just say, sure enough, Mary lived and died there in the 40s. I think we successfully guided her out of our world because my mom says the house is now quiet. She's not around anymore. Story number 14. Angry spirit interrupts phone call. This happened 2 years ago, and another post jogged my memory, and I wanted to share this with you. A friend of mine was looking at houses in my city and had sent several of the online listings to me to give feedback as she was going through the process. She sent one in particular that just gave me terrible vibes. I noticed the tax history on the listing showed that it had been owned since it was built in the 1970s, up until about 2005. After that, it was purchased and sold several times. Each owner only having it for about a year or so. There wasn't anything in particular I could pinpoint, other than the hideously bland beige walls that I didn't like. But the photos of the den in the living room gave me terrible vibes. All I could say is I would not look at that house if my realtor sent it to me. I told her pretty much this, and my friend admitted that something seemed odd about it to her as well. The next week I was down the street from the building. This is down the street from where I lived at the time. And I was getting some lunch in a restaurant that I liked to frequent. She gave me a call. I already had my AirPods in my ears, as I was listening to music while I was eating, and I answered. She told me that she had a client meeting and didn't realize until it was over that she was only a mile or two from the home. So she had a realtor meet her there. They did a quick tour. She emphasized the quick stating that as soon as she was in the door, she regretted it. She began to describe the house and the feelings that she had in there when out of nowhere this terrible sound that was something between a growl and a human wail filled my ears. It was louder than anything my AirPods could have been able to produce, even at the loudest volume setting. It physically hurt my ears. Without thinking, I immediately grabbed them out of my ears and dropped them on the table in front of me. I had assumed it was some weird Bluetooth glitch, which can happen with wireless earbuds of any kind. When you take AirPods out, they call automatically and it switches back over to the phone, so I picked it up and said, "Sorry," to my friend. As I was basically about to explain what happened, she stopped me and said, "What the actual fuck was that?" "You heard it too?" I asked. "Yeah, it was this horrible demonic sound like an angry voice, but so much deeper and gravelly." "I thought it was just my earbuds glitching," I replied. We both took a moment and I told her that there was nothing but bad energy in that house, and she should probably run by a shop that sold sage and sage herself before driving home. Several days later, I mentioned it to a realtor friend of mine. She asked me what address it was. I didn't know, but I described the location of the house and some of the info that I had on it. She got out her laptop and was able to find it quickly. She glanced through the info, and when she saw the tax records, she said, "Yep, there is absolutely something wrong with that house. It's rare you see so many sales and resales within such a short amount of time." She also told me that while she personally doesn't believe in ghosts, she knows that things that happen in houses leave imprints. She often shows houses that have wonderful and uplifting energies, and knows there's a lot of happiness and love in those houses. She also comes across homes that have very heavy and dark energies, and she knows that bad things of many kinds happened there in the past. Worst phone call in the middle of the night. This happened a few months ago. I don't remember the exact date because I tried so hard to forget about the experience, but a month ago it surfaced again. It was pretty late at night, between 4 and 5 a.m. I fell asleep with my cell phone right beside me, and I felt it vibrate. It wasn't that unusual for me being woken up like this. On weekends, I get up pretty late and my parents call me to wake me up or to make sure I'm up and get ready to go and get lunch or somewhere. But it was in the middle of the night and I was coming from my grandparents. I immediately answered, thinking there was an actual emergency. My grandparents are 90 and 89, and my youngest uncle, who lives with them, has Down syndrome. They're pretty much vulnerable to a bunch of things. When I answered the phone, my grandpa was on the other side of the line, and his voice sounded as if he was answering the phone to me, and immediately told him who I was and asked him if everything was okay. That was confusing. He sounded confused, which I didn't think was a big deal. He has trouble with hearing because of his age, and I thought that he had just forgot to put on his hearing aids. But then he started screaming, and the phone call ended. All this happened in the course of a minute or so. I immediately tried to call back, absolutely terrified of something happening to them. After 3 non-answer calls, I was on edge of panic attack, if not having one already. I got out of my room and woke up my dad. I told him what happened and showed him the call record on my phone so he couldn't brush it off, saying that it was just me having a bad nightmare. I begged him to call them just to make sure everything was okay. He told me that he would do it, and for me to go to bed. I didn't sleep much that night. I was absolutely terrified. At times imagining the worst, but also analyzing what happened and thinking of a logical explanation. But nothing was making sense to me. My grandpa's not the most technological guy. He's pretty old school in that way. My grandma's the one that uses their cell phone or their landline to communicate with us. I'm not really my grandpa's favorite, and I don't know how I would be the first to be contacted if something happened. For me, it's pretty hard to comprehend how the man that doesn't even know how to spell my name correctly knew my phone number. I have to add also that my grandpa is a very respected doctor who's won several awards and is the most healthy person I've known in my entire life. He hasn't lost any of his marbles. He's pretty aware and conscious about all of his surroundings. In the early morning, my dad called and my grandma answered. Fortunately, everything was okay. My grandma assured him nobody called me that night. My dad kind of tried the, "you were just dreaming" speech, but once again I showed him the call I received and that I actually talked to someone. He's a logical man, and he would try to give me an explanation, but this time he didn't even try. He was so freaked out that he pretended this conversation never happened, just so we could continue on with the day. I made my entire family check their phones so we could make sure nobody was called that night, and it was just me who received a creepy phone call. I buried that memory on the remotest corner of my brain, hoping it never popped up again, and I had just forgotten it. What was under my attic window? Story number 10. So this story is from a while back, and I'm still confused as to what had happened those couple of nights. Let me set the scene. When I was younger, my parents would send me up to Russia to visit family. I would after that spend the whole summer at the family dacha. D-A-C-H-A. This was deep into the woods, quite a bit away from the nearest city. But the dacha itself was in what is best described as a small village of about 16 or so streets with 2 major roads between the sections. These major roads weren't paved or anything, they were just the biggest. So this was where most people would drive their cars. Then after the 2 major roads was miles and miles of deep Russian woods. Our dacha was technically 1 floor, but you could go up into the attic, which had 2 small rooms. This would be where I slept. That year was one of the years when FIFA was playing. I remember this vividly because the first night I was lying in the attic listening to my extended family shout and laugh over the gameplay. Finally, after what felt like forever, the game ended and everyone went off to bed. I, however, in my infinite wisdom, decided to stay up. What was I doing? Who knows, but I was awake. That night was a hot night, unusually hot, so I had both windows open to allow a breeze to go throughout the 2 rooms. At some point I'd realized that I needed to use the bathroom. This was an issue, seeing as the bathroom was outside on the whole other side of the property. As I was about to get up, I had a wave of nausea hit me. Lying back down, I then noticed an odd noise. Hooves. They were distant at first, but then grew louder. While I could have easily written off the noise, none of the elk, deer, or even moose would go anywhere near the settlement. As the noise came closer, I couldn't satiate my curiosity, so I slowly inched up in my bed. As I was about to move the curtain, I had a sense of dread come over me. I was terrified of what I really had no clue. As I pondered, I realized that the sound of hooves was right under my window. They paced in a circle underneath and wouldn't leave. There was no curiosity left within me, just confusion and that continued feeling of terror. I inched my way back down in bed and lay under the thick covers as I tried to fall asleep. I stayed that way till the first sign of light, at which point the sound disappeared. I remember not if they walked away or if the sound just dissipated. Either way, it was odd. By the time everyone was up, I thought nothing of it and I just felt a strange occurrence. Then came night. Once everyone was asleep, the sound returned, and with it, the terror. By morning it was gone, and being the young teen that I was at the time, I ignored it still. The next night came again. Under my window, it paced as I lay in bed, shivering underneath the covers, listening to whatever it was walk in circles. By morning it was gone, though. 3 nights was enough for young me, and after that, instead of telling anyone, I decided to just go to sleep before everyone else. After that night, I didn't hear anything, but I cannot tell you if it didn't come back, or I just didn't wake up to it. Fiance's first experience in my home, and we would love to hear what others have to say about this. Here's some context first. I moved into my college house when I was 19 years old. The house was built in 1926, and I live in a pretty sketchy area. I will hear, see, feel things somewhat frequently in the home. It's an old house. I'll normally just say out loud that this is my home. I don't welcome anything negative here, whatever, and then I won't have any other experiences for a few months. I've only ever truly been scared inside the house once. I was in the bathroom getting ready for a date, and I saw and heard the doorknob of the bathroom jiggle, like someone was trying to come in. I, a 25-year-old female, assumed my fiancé, a 27-year-old male, was just picking on me. I opened the door and he wasn't there. He was in his office playing on the computer. I've told my fiancé multiple times about seeing and hearing things. I very frequently get that feeling in the back of my neck like someone is in the room with me when I'm alone, or that I'm being watched. He always just laughs and never believes me, until this morning. We were both upstairs in bed. I was asleep. He was lying awake on his phone. Both of our dogs were asleep in our bed as well. There was a loud thud at about 3:30, maybe just before it. It woke me and the dogs up. One of our dogs barked once, and the second was growling. My fiancé immediately jumped up, looked out the window, didn't see anything. He stepped out of the room and he came back in, grabbed his gun, and told me to call the cops. The look on his face when he came back in the room told me everything I needed to know. Somebody was in our house. I called the cops, we both armed ourselves, and we stayed on the line with the operator. He assists and has heard and felt someone walking around downstairs. So much so that he had me call the police, and he would never do that if he didn't genuinely think somebody was in here. It took less than 5 minutes for 3 cops to arrive, and they had us meet them on the front porch. They came through and cleared the whole house, other than the room that had the dogs in it. Nothing. Couldn't find anything that could have made the noise. All of the doors were dead-bolted. Nothing downstairs was touched. Robot vacuum was stuck in the corner, but it wouldn't have made a noise that loud. And I went and checked the app, and it had shut off at 3 a.m. on the dot. We looked everywhere ourselves. Couldn't find anything or replicate the noise at all. He stood at the top of the steps and had me walk through the house, and he said it sounded exactly like when I was walking, as if I was trying to sneak through the house, coming from the living room into the dining room. We can't explain it at all. We're used to hearing bangs and stuff outside, and creaks in the house because it's old, but he said it sounded and felt exactly like someone was walking around downstairs, and the initial thud sounded like someone slamming on one of the doors downstairs with a vibration through the house. That makes sense. We do have cameras, and they didn't pick up any movement, unfortunately. One more thing to note. He and I had just talked on Sunday afternoon about how I'm convinced the house is haunted, and he denounced it entirely. So what are the odds that this would have happened at 3:30 a.m. the following morning, when only he is awake? My favorite sleep paralysis demons. Story number 4. I'm honestly torn between the lanky, well-dressed man with a face made of shadows and the thing that waits at the threshold. Both have their pros and cons. They actually both showed up at the same time, once. I keep a journal of my sleep paralysis episodes. Here's the time they both showed up. This entry is from July 14th, 2019. For context, I work at a group home where I sometimes have to spend the night. Occasionally, I'm able to sleep while I'm there. Occasionally, I bring my dog with me. I was lying on my air mattress at work trying to sleep. The room didn't look right. It was cold, and I could see my breath. It was almost pitch dark, but I could still see everything clearly. The lanky, well-dressed man with a face made of static and shadows mocks me. I know something worse is coming. I left the doors open, with the screen door shut, before I went to bed because it was maddeningly hot. That's how it's going to get in. I need to get up. I need to shut the door. Something worse is coming. I can hear its footfalls outside the big window in the living room here at work. It's on the front lawn. Every time it steps down on the grass, I can feel an external sense of coldness radiating through the world from that direction. Like it's cold, but it's a kind of cold that isn't localized within my body. I'm not experiencing it with my nerves. I'm feeling frozen footsteps that flow into my brain from outside the house. The lanky, well-dressed man with a face made of static and shadows asks if I'm really going to just lie there and let the other come in through the door. He says the horseshoe above the door won't be able to stop it. I try to scream, I can't. I try to get up and I can't. I try to turn my head, and it happens so slowly. It takes so much effort for every millimeter of turning that I do manage. It feels like trying to push my face through a concrete wall, except it's working, but too slow. I try to move my arms, I try to stand up. My body shifts ever so slightly, and the effort is exhausting. Frozen footsteps. I can see the midst of its breathing coming through the screen door. The lanky, well-dressed man with a face made of shadows raises a wine glass and a toast. The thing is at the door. It sees me. I see it. I'm freezing, and its eyes are so very cold. Then my dog woke up with a start up from where he was sleeping. He made a warning sort of growl, came over to me and started licking my face. Then he put a paw on my chest, wagged his tail, and pawed at me. It was adorable. The lanky man went away, and I didn't see how. I could still feel the thing in the doorway looking at me, but I ignored it because adorable little cocker spaniel. Then the thing in the doorway went away, too, and I'm finally able to move. I got up, shut both doors, then locked them. I briefly considered checking the horseshoe that was above the door on the outside, but then decided I really didn't want to know if something had even happened to it. Story number 1. My family's entity, one of two. My mom grew up in a small house in the middle of nowhere. The home is located in the middle of a forest that was previously Chickasaw tribe land. My grandparents bought the home in the 50s or 60s, and relatively nothing is known about the home prior to them moving in. As a young girl, she lived there with my grandparents and her 3 sisters, along with family pets. From the time she was 6, she would have reoccurring dreams of a woman crawling on all fours to the foot of her bed and then violently jumping into the bed with her. My family dismissed these dreams as the workings of a child's overactive imagination, with the exception of my grandmother and one of the aunts, who we will refer to as Kay. These 2 had always felt uneasy in the home and saw my mom's dreams as validation to the negative energy surrounding them. The dreams that my mom would have of this woman occurred frequently, and each one was the same woman, same path to the bed, same conclusion. They continued to live there until my mom was around 12, at which point they moved into a home closer to my grandfather's job. The old home was kept as a rental property, since it had long been paid off. My mom was still having the dreams, and my grandmother hoped that the new home would offer my mom and her some well-needed rest from the dream. Unfortunately for them, this was not the case, and the dreams began occurring more and more frequently. By the time my mother was 14, the dream would happen every single night. My mom was doing pretty bad in school, and the family was beginning to grow tired of the screaming that would come from my mother's room at all hours of the night. Kay had moved away at this point. She was about 10 years older than my mom. Kay was visiting home one weekend and had nowhere to sleep, since the new home was smaller than the previous one, and she had to sleep with my mom. At some point on the first night, Kay woke up because she could hear my mom moaning in her sleep. She sat up in the bed as my mom's moans got louder and louder, and Kay began to hear the sound of trotting coming down the hallway. Obviously, this scared the shit out of her, but curiosity did get the best of her. She continued listening as the trotting got louder. When the sound was essentially on top of them, my mother sat straight up in bed, panting and crying. The sound had stopped, but Kay still felt uneasy. She went to try and console my mom, but at that moment it felt to them like something large leapt onto the foot of the bed. This sent both of them into a screaming fit that I'm sure woke everyone up in the neighborhood. According to Kay, whatever jumped onto the foot of the bed stayed there until my grandfather came into the room to see why they were wailing. Kay told this story to my grandparents that night, and it convinced my grandfather to call their pastor to the home the next day. The pastor blessed the home and my mom in an attempt to get rid of whatever this was. The blessing worked for a time, but it was not an end-all be-all. Sleep paralysis. Doppelganger pretending to be my mom. It's my second time having sleep paralysis ever since that last time I was attacked by an incubus a year ago. I was in the middle of trying to get back to dreaming, but I was still half awake. Now that I think that, I knew I was awake. I remember going to the washroom twice after waking up sometime around 8 a.m. and going back to my room. My dream was mildly weird, like they usually are. It was about going to a party, then being invited to a Spanish school thing, but it was really just a bunch of teenagers traveling together. At the end, there was a party, and I totally forgot about it, so I was going to grab my makeup. I was having a difficult time trying to grab my makeup because it was like something was blocking me. Something blurred my vision in my dream. I knew I was trying to dream, but I didn't at the same time. Then all of a sudden, because paralyzed in my bed, I felt tingly feelings holding me down. That's the feeling I usually feel when I make an attempt of astral projecting. I remember hearing someone walking on my bedroom's wooden floor. The floorboards are pretty creaky, so it was definitely walking. I remember it hovered by me, thought it was my mom. I remember saying something like, "Hi, Mom." And when she didn't answer and the noises from the floorboards continued, I said, "Mom, I know it's not you." Still no answer. It was my second time being able to break out of the paralysis, and I said, "Stop," loudly. After I said that, there was a voice. A woman said, "Stop," in a mocking tone. I knew if it wasn't my mom, but I also knew that it sounded exactly like her. After I broke out of the paralyzation again, I knocked on the wall for my mom to come over. That was basically when everything ended. She came into my room and we talked about it. I'm writing this a couple of minutes afterwards, so I still feel very uncomfortable. I don't know if this will add any relevance to the story, but I'm getting into more of the spiritual side of the world. I'm learning about witchcraft and Reiki. I only started learning a few months ago, so I'm pretty new to this world. I remember these past days I kept seeing dark shadows here and there. As much as it's sketchy, I came accustomed to having weird things happen to me. I've been able to see and sense things ever since, really. This was since I was a kid. It's only starting to become stronger because I'm now becoming older and I'm getting basically into all the spiritual stuff. I have a guess that more entities are able to take control of me because I'm naive and weak. I'm also at that time when everything's confusing in my life, so it makes sense that even spiritually I'm having trouble. Had my fair share of talking with spirits and them giving me bad dreams about human sacrifices, but I've never gotten a response quite like this. It was so clever. I could feel the presence of this entity right there in my room. It was nothing like the incubus attack. That entity dived right into it, while this entity just taunted me. Story number 21. I think ghosts like me, and I don't know if that's bad or not. I've always loved ghosts, and ghost-like things. I would watch ghost movies with the curtains drawn and the lights off, and then sleep perfectly fine that night. My dream job as a kid was a ghost hunter. Ghost 1. One of the houses I rented with my roommate was definitely haunted, but it never really bothered me and my roommate never noticed. I always felt like I was being watched and that something was there when there was nothing. One day I was lying in bed on my phone and thought I saw something, so I looked up and saw a black shadow float from my door to my shelf and vanish. I wasn't scared and just went back on my phone. Ghost 2. Moved into a new place and felt that my room was warmer, especially warmer than the other rooms. Now, for some context, that house was a it was an old doctor's office for the psychiatric hospital close by. The psychiatric hospital had been shut down for years. I remember laying in bed about to go to sleep when I saw her. She was beautiful and was floating on her side. When I saw her, something happened and I saw a bus crash in my mind, almost like she was speaking to me. My friend did some research and a bus crash did happen close to where I was. Made a whole lot more sense and made the whole experience more crazy. We don't know if this girl was on that bus, but it was still an eerie experience. I let her be as she was harmless, but I think it was because she liked me as my other roommate's stuff was often moved and thrown around. She got woken up a few times. Never had that stuff happen to me. I did treat the ghost with respect and told her she was beautiful as often as I could. Now to my most recent house. I've posted about this one before in a different sub. But for now, Ghost 3. So I had a dream. I don't really know what to call it. I kind of woke up to find a lady in all black with a shawl on. She was very sad and wouldn't stop looking out the window. I never got to see her face and I didn't get to talk to her. Kind of mad that I didn't say anything. I then woke up properly the next morning to this feeling of utter strange. I also got a vibe that she lost her baby or child or something. After talking to my friend who knows heaps about spirits, she told me it's probably a demon who's tricking me, so I got some sage and I'll be doing that. I also wrote down some pages from the Bible. This lady also likes to sit next to me and sit on top of me every night. They say, or rather I say, you do not have permission to enter me in the name of Jesus Christ. The first time I said it, my entire left side went cold, like I just walked into a freezer cold, and my right side was fine, so I knew she was next to me. Some mornings are incredibly difficult to get up, and I have issues breathing, almost like somebody's on top of me. Sometimes I think she watches me play Grand Theft Auto, because I feel her when I'm playing that. Story number 8. Ask Reddit. I know you asked for police and firefighters and first responder responses. I just had to share this story, though. I'm a cable technician for Comcast in Portland, Oregon, and Vancouver, Washington area. I was working close to downtown Portland a few years ago when I had a job for an installation of our products at a Roman-style apartment. You know the kind. The building is square with a huge common court in the center. I was training a new employee, so he was riding along with me. We get to the residence and meet with the really sweet older woman, and she explained what she wanted, and then asked what we should do with her satellite equipment. Working for Comcast, I said I have no clue. She then explained that she was originally going to have a satellite, but when the technician came to do the install, he had to run new lines to her apartment to provide her service. He went into the basement, and where her apartment is, the basement has one access that's padlocked and bolted shut. The original owner of the building had done this, and the new owner didn't know why. Anyway, the tech goes down to do work, leaving the equipment in the customer's apartment to install once all the lines are ran. Hours pass, and she heard nothing from the satellite tech. She goes to look for him. His truck is gone, his tools and the cables are all in the basement. She called the company, and she had requested service from, and was told that the technician left and refused to go back to the building. No explanation was given. That's what she was told. Now I'm there, and I notice I have to run new lines. So I take the new employee, leave my equipment. Her apartment is there, all my stuff's in there, and I proceed to the basement. Here is where I started feeling really off, and honestly a little bit scared. As she got to the door that was barred and padlocked, I had my headlamp and my Maglite Mini on hand. As I opened the door, I noticed it was pitch black, and I mean dark. My new employee refused to go in. I walked in, and first off, the creepiest thing I've ever seen was a huge boiler, like the heart of the house in the movie Monster House. Anyway, I had to go to the far side of the basement to run the cable and attach it to the overhead beams. I felt a severe apprehension at being in there, like someone was staring murder at me. The new tech left me down there taking one of the lights with him. So I started talking to myself, apologizing for being in the space, and I wouldn't be there too long. I was apologizing for shit I did when I was just 5, just to apologize. And I felt that maybe that was what was needed. I was a little more than a halfway bit done. I still was apologizing when I was forcefully pushed into the wall in front of me. I finished my work, quickly backed out of the room, and when I got back out of the basement, my heart was pounding and my back started to burn. I asked Jacob to look at my back, and he saw what looked like hot spots on my back. He put his fingers up, and they matched fingertips there. There were like 10, like I was pushed. I told him what happened. He sat in the truck and quit the next day. As much as that was scary, it was the coolest thing to ever have happened to me. A horrifying spook that I had. Story number 17. When I think back on this experience, it makes me so uneasy. For context, my mom was a single mother, and I'm an only child, meaning that I spent a lot of time home alone as a kid. We lived in a small house in the middle of nowhere, Indiana. And this house was just built before we moved in, so I always thought it was weird that I experienced paranormal things here. I would usually play outside with neighborhood friends while waiting for my mom to get home around 5 or 6 to avoid the slightly creepy feeling that I had alone in that house. This happened when I was about 11 or 12, so I was becoming less interested in playing outside and more interested spending time on the computer. This was back when there was a designated room in your house for the computer. It was a 3-bedroom, single-story house, and the kitchen and living room were on one end, and then you'd go through the living room to get to the long hallway on the other side of the house where the bedrooms were. The garage was connected and in front of the kitchen, and there was a door connecting the two. My mom would always park the car in the garage and walk in through the kitchen, and then she'd have to walk through the living room to get to the hallway. Anyway, the living room had hardwood floors, and my mom always wore heels. Every evening I would hear the same sequence of noises letting me know where my mom was, basically, as I was usually in the computer room. The garage door opening, the door into the house opening and closing, and then her heels while she would walk on the hardwood floor. This particular day it was sunny outside. I had the blinds open to the window facing the street, and I had been home from school for a couple of hours, so it was probably 3:45 or 4 p.m. I was sitting at the computer, probably on MySpace, and I was totally zoned out. Then I heard the sequence of noises. The garage, the opening of the door to the house and the closing, and her heels while walking through the living room. I remember thinking how weird it was that she was home so early, so I was excited to see her, so I called out, "Mom!" Went into the hallway and no one was there. I had a sick feeling instantly and then went in to check the garage, thinking that I would for sure see her. I opened the door to the garage and my stomach dropped. There was no car. She wasn't home. I got so freaked out I remembered running back into the computer room at the end of the house, grabbing my cell phone and then running out the front door. I can't remember what I did for the rest of the evening while waiting for my mom to get home, but I probably went to my neighbor's. I may have called my mom as well, but she worked an office job and rarely was able to answer her cell. However, I do remember telling my mom what happened when she came home that night. She didn't seem to want to talk about it at all or really even believe me. That was one of the many weird things that happened at that house occasionally. After moving away, I never had anything like that happen. I sometimes wonder if maybe the house was built on an Indian burial ground or something had an energetic attachment to me. Whatever it was, it felt bad, and obviously was trying to trick me. Hearing the heels walking through the living room is always what freaked me out the most. I have a few other stories from when I lived there I may share, but this is one of the times I felt most scared. The Witches and Warlocks of River Leaf. Story number 2, part 2. The area where I live in is somewhat of a rural part of the island. It's on a hill and the roads are creepy at night, where you have to pass through lots of banana trees and bushes to get to our house. So the setting at night can give someone who's not a brave soul the shivers if you're not used to this kind of place, where no one hears you if you scream, as the next door neighbors are certainly not close by. When I was about 10 years old, I used to see a bonfire at the front yard, and people around it chanting and dancing, like in the movies. And that was all I thought of it, me imagining them in my head, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. I could really see spirits when I was younger, and now thinking back, I know that I had actually seen these chantings, like it was some kind of ritual. And that brings us to this story. The local folks here know that there was a shaman living within the village, among the many residents. But what many of them didn't know was that this shaman performed abortions and was dwelling in the dark arts of black magic. So one day when me and my buddies were cycling around the village, we happened to stop in front of the alleged shaman house. We got the hint because of the way the house was built. Wooden, rotten house with a lot of bamboo growing around the whole house. It was creepy, and so us being nosy teenagers decided to check the place out. We parked our bikes outside the property and started to walk up to the front porch. There were dolls hanging inside of the house, small ones that looked like they were hand-sewn. The place was bare except for rubbish scattered around, and the only way I can explain the atmosphere is that it felt heavy. Like the oxygen was being drained from us from something that we couldn't see. The whole house had a very weird, musty smell, and it was sickening knowing that it was once used to murder innocent babies. It was said to imagine the life that could have been lived, but instead taken from them by their own parent, as it's still very much against the law to abort a child in my country. So many young girls who got pregnant on accident wanted nothing to do with having a child outside of marriage, so they come to these kinds of places as a solution. Hence, why it is so dangerous for these girls to go through such a thing with an untrained shaman. Some of these did not go well for the mothers either. So there were definitely angry and unclean spirits still roaming in that house, and the longer we stayed there, the more we felt sick to our stomachs. So we decided to move along and go home. It was when we were on our bikes that we heard something coming from inside the house. At first it was faint, but it grew louder and louder. It was laughter, the kind where you could hear the evil in their voice. Then we saw smoke started coming out of the roof, and before we could see anything else, we booked it out of there and went straight home. And since then, we never went anywhere near that house, ever again. Story number 12. I think I have a ghost attached to me. So for a little context, I'm a 36-year-old female, and I live in a very southern part of the United States. We believe in the Rougarou and other things of that nature. A large portion of my state participates in voodoo and stuff like that. Well, as far as back as I can really remember, things have always happened to me. For instance, some of my earliest memories is of me and my mom living in a little house. I had my own bathroom, and one morning while getting dressed for school, my mom flew off the handle accusing me of dumping out all the shampoo into my tub. I told her no, it wasn't me. I got punished for lying and pouring out all the soap, which I honestly didn't do. From there, shit just got worse. Back in these days, it wasn't abnormal for a 6 or 7-year-old to be home alone for a few hours after school. Well, it wasn't for us. But every day after school, I would get off the bus, go inside, and eat a snack that I had been previously had prepared for me. Then I'd play Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, I don't know what, but I ended up just being really, really scared all the time. So I started not going inside after school, and I would climb up a tree and wait for my mom to get home. This went on for a few weeks and things kept happening and I kept getting in trouble. All of the flour would be dumped out, all of the dish soap would be in the floor of the kitchen, lights would turn off and on by themselves, shit would just come up missing. I kept being the one accused. It took a toll on a child. Finally, one day my mom just said, "Go in your room, pack a bag of your stuff that you can't live without." So I did, and we moved. The next house, things were a little bit different, but very much the same. This went on for years. Fast forward to me being 15 or 17, something like that. I'd gotten very used to whatever this was being around. A mischievous little ghost. Eventually, my mom caught on, and I stopped being so harassed for this shit, especially since I wasn't even doing it. So now I'm 15, and I think I know everything. We were living in a small house on the edge of town. One night I heard the back door open, close, and someone walking around in the front of the house. So I dart across the room by my mom's room and just wake her up. She sits up and I tell her to shh, listen. Sure enough, she hears it too. So we lock her door and we call 911 thinking that someone's broken into our house. Well, the police arrive and we slowly come out of hiding to find absolutely nothing in the house. Nothing's been even touched. Absolutely nothing. The only thing out of the ordinary was all the apples and oranges that had been on the counter had fallen on the floor, and it was absolutely freezing in the living room. Shit, something just fell and scared the shit out of me, my God. So the cops leave and tell us if we have anything else to call them again. Well, fast forward, I've been in some pretty risky situations where I know I should be dead. And I honestly believe that this spirit has taken kind of a liking to me and saved my life on numerous occasions. What do y'all think? Story number 6. Long green forearm. My brother and I started talking about some strange things we've experienced over our life tonight, and one of them in particular has been really bothering me. So, I created a Reddit account, hoping someone here can give me any insight into what they think happened, or what this could possibly be. Any explanation that would help really make any sense of it. This happened almost 20 years ago. But everyone who is present can recall this event happening. My brother and I would spend a lot of our time at my aunt's house, who lived just up the road from our house. We have 2 cousins who were close in age, and had a whole house filled with toys that we could all play with, so we often spent most of our time there. I'd say more than a few strange things in general happened there, but this one in particular is just so eerie. My brother was 6 years old, my younger cousin was 8, and I was 11 at the time. I was with my aunt in the kitchen making dinner sometime between 6 and 8 p.m. That was when this happened. But I asked my brother for a detailed version of exactly what him and my cousin experienced. My brother and my cousin were in my aunt's bedroom, sitting on the floor, playing with Dragon Ball Z action figure toys, leaning against the foot of the bed. All of a sudden, my cousin screamed. My brother looked over to see why he screamed, and in the space between them, he saw a long, green, almost neon forearm and hand coming out of the hardwood floor at the foot of the bed. This thing was almost 2 feet in height in total. The entire thing was massive, but the hand was really large. He described it as an inhuman hand, maybe about 8 inches in length, and the hand opened up in front of them, fist to open hand. At this point, maybe a minute or so after my cousin's first scream, they both started screaming and jumped into the bed and underneath the covers. From my point of view, we heard them scream a few times from the kitchen, but there were 4 children in the house all the time. We were always screaming. My aunt stopped cooking and we went back to check what was going on. I recall going into the room and hearing them freaking out and explain the story to us, but I thought it was a big joke and didn't pay much attention. My cousin was especially upset, and my aunt was really worried and told the 2 of them to play in the living room connected to the kitchen, so that way they would be within eyesight. I never really thought much of it, to be honest. I remember hearing from my aunt that my cousin saw the floating mysterious arm a few more times in different places in the house, but I really thought of it as some big joke that the 2 of them were playing, until now when my brother and I started talking about it. He still remembers vividly what happened. Can't explain it. While we were talking, I was like, "Did you ever look into this at all?" And he laughed and said, "What, like Google?" So I started searching, and the only thing I could find were 2 posts on Reddit about it. If anyone else has experienced this or has any idea of what it could be or what could have happened, I'd love to know. Attacked by an incubus again. So I think I got attacked. The last time was when I was in my first year of high school, and now I'm finished high school. Pretty sure it all started when one of my favorite podcasts read an email that I sent in. An email about my first experience, as well as other paranormal experiences. I listened to it about 2 times, read the email that I got back from the podcast, and kind of put it behind me. That was officially 1 week ago. Leading up to the recent experience, many things have happened to me while I was half awake or half asleep. I thought it was due to the fact that I've been working to quantum jump and shift for some time now. And to do that, I went through the astral realm and plane. I'm a person who doesn't mind things like ghosts or spirits, so I think this thing got immediately attached to me. Multiple things were happening to me prior to that night. Someone was rubbing my leg. I felt the bed sheet brushing against my leg. I was visualizing much more clearly than ever before. When asleep, I felt pressures on various portions of my body, and during the first draft of this writing, I was feeling a pressure on my shoulder, as if someone was holding, just kind of holding it, I guess. Prior to the night of July 27th of 2022, I woke up on the 26th at 4 a.m. since I had to do some registration for my passports and such. Much to say, the next day I was exhausted. I was supposed to have a subway adventure with my friends, but some of the lines were closed due to fire, so we didn't end up going. It was about 8:40 a.m. I decided to go back to sleep after eating my breakfast, and I was asleep till 10:30 a.m. During that time is when this went down. I was having layered dreams, something that I don't get too often. During that time, I was constantly woken up from my mom, either asking me to put the laundry in my room, taking out the garbage, or saying that she was going out somewhere. So I was in that in-between stage of being awake and asleep. In one of the dreams, I remember the same exact feeling that I felt when I was a kid. My body being pressed up against, lightly sinking me into my mattress. The feeling of rubbing on my arms, waist, and legs. My pelvic lifting up, and you can guess the rest. Before the actual sex part, I'm pretty sure I gave it consent. I said, "What the hell?" Or, "Why not?" I don't know, I'm stupid. It felt good, and for someone who's never been in a real relationship, hormones kind of just took over. I also forgot to mention that I was paralyzed during this whole ordeal. But this time, I couldn't break away from the energy like last time. I felt a bit vulnerable, but it didn't freak me out much as it had last time. I'm now more knowledgeable about all this kind of stuff and not as scared of the paranormal. Because of the last time, I'm still uncomfortable doing research of Incubus. Heck, I hate saying the name right now. If you can provide any information, that'll be most helpful, though. Story number 5, Shadow Man. So this is a story from back when I lived in DeRidder, Louisiana. I was around 12 when this was happening. So apparently the house we lived in was beforehand occupied by an older gentleman and his family. Never really knew much about it, but I heard a rumor from neighbors around saying that an older man died in the house that we were living in. It was a beautiful, big house. 4 beds, 2 baths, and a huge living room and dining room. It also had an office room that we would later use to turn into a bedroom. But the way the neighborhood was set up was a big square. Only one way into the neighborhood, and our house was on one of the corners of the big square. We didn't have any streetlights around our house, and it was kind of sloped down into a ditch. So when it rained hard, it usually would flood the whole backyard and everything around it. The rest of the neighborhood was more elevated and had streetlights. Our house was the only house that had no lights around it. It was honestly creepy at night when we were pulling into our driveway. But anyways, ever since we moved into that house, I always had this weird feeling like someone or something was watching me. It really never did too much damage because I thought that maybe it was just me being young and scared. But boy, was I wrong. Many weird things happened in that house that were unexplainable. But one of the first things that started happening was I would see a dark shadow-looking figure run past our garage door. We would usually leave the left garage door open and the right closed. And when the left was open, you could see right through our door that leads into the garage because it had a glass window. But I would randomly see this figure run past really fast. And I thought maybe it was just my eyes because I would catch it in the corner of my eye, but slowly and surely all of my siblings started to see it too. The siblings aged at the time were 2, 6, 8, 8, 16, 17, and me, 12. We never really mentioned it because it never really bothered any of us, like I guess. But then it started to get more frequent, and it made me curious and wonder if it really was a ghost or spirit. So I decided to ask my brothers if they've seen it, and they said yeah. They also thought that they've seen something run past a few times. And as we were talking in the kitchen, my mom and stepdad at the time came out of their room and just came to talk about it. They too said that they've also seen the figure as well. And at that moment that we were all standing by the garage door, we all saw it run past. My stepdad swung open the door and ran out. Everyone followed right after him. It took no more than 2 to 3 seconds to get outside. Our backyard was massive and there was absolutely nowhere that a person could have ran and hid from us without us seeing them. Then there was woods at the end of our backyard, but it was at least 100 meters or more. We were all standing outside looking like we were crazy people. And from there on, we just knew that there had to be something paranormal. A little after that, weird things started to happen and it got a little bit more interesting. Nothing that was absolutely crazy enough to drive us off and run away from the house, but creepy enough to look back on it and say to myself that I've definitely seen some ghostly stuff. Story number 5. The Old Riders of the Pony Express. Back in 2015, I worked at a museum dedicated to the Pony Express and the success of the mail service. The museum is actually the old stables where they used to keep the horses, and was the jumping off point where the first rider believed to be Johnny Fry would ride across the Missouri River into Kansas at the first station. If you're ever in St. Joseph, Missouri and looking for something to do, it's worth checking out. Anyway, back to the story. I used to work weekends and was often by myself, sending visitors on self-guided tours of the museum. There's always been a rumor in the museum that it's haunted by the ghosts of a few of the stable hands, riders, and even horses of past years. My best friend at the time and I would yell across the stables to the spirits to keep the stables safe until we opened the next day. One day in particular, after we closed for the day, I noticed on the CCTV that there was a man standing across from the mock log cabin that sat across from the diorama where all of the audio and visual effects would begin. He was dressed in all dark Western wear with a large black cowboy hat, leaning against the cabin. As the sound effect of a thunderstorm across the plains flashed and clapped violently, I closed up the gift shop doors and made my way around the stables. Coming up to the point where I saw the cowboy, I yelled throughout the museum that we had closed up for the night. A huge blast of cold air rushed through me as my heart dropped to my feet. I really didn't want to go near the man, but I didn't want to show that I was afraid. As I got to the cabin, I looked around the corner and the man was gone. I practically sped walked through the rest of the museum, yelling that we were closed and that he needed to leave. As I reached the end and backed up to the gift shop, there was no sign of him. I checked all the doors and everything was locked up tight. There was absolutely no way he could have gotten out of the locked doors and just locked everything behind him in the process. I called my best friend and had her come over to walk me to my car. I told her the whole story, and she said it's the ghost of one of the riders that she saw months before. As I locked up, I felt pretty comfortable enough to know that my mind was playing tricks on me, perhaps. I yelled again to the spirits to protect the stables until I came back the next day. That's where we heard it. Loud clumping of boots on the stable floor with spurs jangling and the low grunt of a horse snorting. We ran back to the stables and looked all around, but there was nobody there. I have several other experiences from this place, including a strange encounter with a homeless man following me home, but that's another story for another time. If anyone is interested, I've since left that job, and I still have a love and appreciation for living history, but the ghosts of the Pony Express will forever haunt my mind. Story number 6. Ghost Car. So back in 2018, I was working at a national park in Wyoming and had a friend that was coming out to work with me. Due to some errors with his bus ticket, he got stuck in some nowhere town in Utah, and I offered to come pick him up. It was around 6.5 hours of a drive, and it was a one-way. So I brought my girlfriend at the time with me to make the drive easier. Made it to the town in Utah and picked him up with no problems. It was about halfway back to Wyoming when I heard some weird shit starting. It was roughly around 1-ish in the morning, and I noticed 3 bright red lights in front of us, almost like someone hitting their brakes. It was 2 red lights with a smaller red light directly above them. As we got closer to where the lights would have been, they suddenly disappeared. I mean, completely vanished like they weren't even there. Now in the moment, I thought, okay, I'm tired, I'm probably seeing things. I'd been awake for over 20 hours at that point. It was when my buddy in the back seat leaned forward and asked me if he had also seen those lights. My girlfriend turned and said that she saw them too and asked where they went. Up until this point, it had all been well over 30 minutes since we had seen another car, as it was super late and we were on some backcountry highway. We passed where we all thought the lights had been, and there was no car, no road for a car to turn down, and there was no one around. probably another 5 miles down the road, the lights came back. Same pattern, same brightness, same distance away. My girlfriend started freaking out and telling me to go faster and just get us back to that park. Now she didn't want to be in the car anymore, too. My buddy and I are starting to get a little bit freaked out as well. Same deal, we get to the point where the lights should have been, and there was nothing. This happened one more time before we stopped seeing the lights. The fact that this all happened, and there were other people around to experience it, made me feel a bit better. Until about a year later, it happened to me again, while I was alone. I was driving through the mountains of Colorado at probably a little after midnight, and saw the red lights. Same pattern, same brightness, and same exact distance as last time. This time I'd seen them, and I'd get closer. They'd blink out, and then almost immediately they'd reappear further down the road. That was 5 years ago. I live in Georgia now. I drive an hour one way to get to work in the mornings, and I make that drive at 3 a.m. I saw those fucking lights this morning. Anytime I tell anyone about the lights, people either don't believe me or they laugh it off as just nothing. I don't know if it's aliens or if it's a ghost car or what, but this has me spooked. I sincerely hope someone out there has experienced something like this before. Story number 7. The Wish for Vengeance. A few years ago, when I was a young person in the wrong path, spiritually, a very wrong path, I had a chance to ponder the true nature of this existence. Let me begin my story by saying that I used to be a demon worshiper, a so-called Satanist. And I had a job which I started at around 12:30 a.m. and ended at around 12 p.m. Monday through Saturday. One night I cut myself pretty bad. I told my boss. He wanted me to go home and then go see a doctor. It wasn't bad enough for a seeing your bones sort of a thing. But I just took the day off, but I still had to drive home. This was around 2:30 a.m., and it was raining a bit, but at this time the freeway was empty, so I'm driving kinda chill, because I get to go home, relax, call up a chick, etc. When out of nowhere, a bright red Ferrari blasts right past me, swerved into my lane, and brake-checked me pretty hard in the rain. I almost panicked, but managed to keep control as I was driving the speed limit, 65 miles an hour. But this made me so fucking upset. I was fucking pissed this motherfucker almost killed me, just to show off his shit in a literally fucking empty 6-lane highway. Man, I was incredibly angry at this motherfucker, like if every single bad shit that ever happened to me was that person's fault. That kind of upset. So I quickly reasoned that my vehicle had no chance in hell of catching up to the Ferrari in order to, I don't know, maybe shake my fist at him, call him a bitch or something. I don't know. But nah, I'd never ever catch up. He hit the gas, turned into a little ass dot in the highway. Well, I focused all my anger and asked Satan to please revenge himself for me, as I couldn't drive fast enough to catch up. I begged him and prayed hard as fuck with the complete heart that I wanted that motherfucker to be destroyed, or to suffer equally to my anger. A few minutes later I realized, unpuckered my asshole and kept pushing. I even got to forget about that shit that happened as soon as I had a look for my lighter to get a cigarette going. I drove a ways to get home. I had to exit the highway and enter a different highway, let's say the 5 to the 71, and noticed that a few miles up, traffic was starting to stack, and with all the red brake lights, it looked cool as fuck. I swear that you can see pretty far down this highway, and that shit looked like a red carpet laid out against the night sky. Anyways, when I got to the scene, which caused the traffic jam itself, it was the red Ferrari turned to shit against the center divider. I whooped and hollered and smiled, and that was the best damn smoke I'd ever had until then. For fuck's sake, I was feeling ecstatic and just thanking the thing that I had received help from, over and over. Sorry for all those F-bombs, people. Story number 13. Sorry for the loud raid noise. And just to address some of the comments saying that the audio is incredibly screwed up and that I need a new mic, I just want to let you know that that's nothing I can control. I send them stuff at a really high quality and then they seem to upload it or edit it on whatever video editor that they use and completely destroys the audio, which makes me quite a bit depressed because I have a very nice microphone and I'm a musician, so sound matters to me. So, if you guys can put up with the rain, and if you guys can hear the rain. Story number 13. The New Neighbor. Me and my wife moved into our home a little under 2 years ago. The first year we had some interesting interactions with the locals of our new town. They told us stories of our home and the father and son who had both passed away in the house. The father of old age and the son of a heart attack shortly after. I was on the fence of believing in the paranormal until we started noticing objects moving like our dog's balls and toys at first. Until it turned into larger objects like shoes and decorations. Odd objects that didn't belong in our yard showing up on the back stairs. Things like door hinges and random pieces of ceramic. The house across from us was assumed abandoned, even though we saw people every now and then going inside, until recently when a middle-aged man showed up to live there. Immediately after moving in, he got 2 younger pit bull puppies. Both of them were white with brown spots on them. Me being a smoker, I go out nightly around 12 or 11 for my final cigarette. I noticed some strange noises coming from the backyard and never really thought much of it. The other day, my wife asked me if the gray dog had always been over there. And now I noticed that the second white and brown dog had been replaced with a gray dog. Nothing I was very stressed about until tonight. While out on my smoke, I noticed a pack of deer in the field behind the neighbors. Normally our deer are terrified of humans, but this man just calmly walked through the pack, as if they didn't even notice he was there. He bent down to try and pet his puppy, who seemed to growl and back away from him. He looked over at me when this happened and slowly stood up and continued into the home. No lights turned on when he went inside. Being a little freaked out by the situation, I made my way inside slowly. I sat on the couch for a few moments so I could look out my living room window and keep an eye on his house. Still no movement or lights for about 10 minutes. Then the blinds slowly slid open that face my house. I turned off the lights in my home and made my way to the bedroom where I'm typing this story now. If anyone has any idea of what's going on, I'd appreciate some help, maybe or advice, anything on where to go with this. I was thinking maybe a skinwalker or a watcher of some sort. Maybe one of y'all have some information I could read into. Story number 6. Creepy stares at my childhood home and other strange occurrences. This took place in the late 90s and early 2000s. So we had internet, but it was a slow dial-up connection. I don't remember Google really being a thing yet. When I was around 9 or 10, my mom got remarried. We moved into a bigger house to accommodate our now family of 5. Most of the houses in the neighborhood were built in the 70s or 80s. The house was okay overall, 3 bedrooms, 2-bath ranch style with a finished basement. One weird thing about the house was the feeling I got on the staircase that led downstairs. It's hard to explain, but I got the worst feeling on the staircase every time I had ever had to use it. Coming and going. Like you were going to be pushed or pulled down the stairs. It was a finished downstairs area with a built-in bar and a lot of living space, so it's not like it was a creepy basement. It was completely irrational, but I hated that staircase. We later found out that the man who lived there had previously died in this house. Not sure of his manner of death, but his widow didn't bother to pick up man cave downstairs, and we were left with a lot of his belongings. I never talked to my family about the weird feeling on the staircase and chalked it up to my imagination. When we were moving out of the house, I asked every member of my family separately if they had ever had any weird experiences in the house. Every single person, without prompting, said they felt uneasy on the stairs, like they were going to be snuck up on or grabbed. There was a strange experience that my stepdad at the time told me about. One weekend, him and my mom were laying in bed in the morning. It was a weekend that his kids were with their grandparents, and I was at my dad's. So they had the house to themselves. My mom got up to make coffee, and her husband was still sleepily laying in bed. He was facing away from the doorway with his eyes closed when he heard my mom walk back into the room and plop down in the bed. The floors were hardwood, so it was easy to hear. He started to talk to her about their plans for the day. When she didn't answer, he rolled over to see my mom wasn't in the room, but there was an imprint of somebody sitting at the foot of the bed. He got freaked out and left the house for the day. We would all often hear footsteps and doors would open and close on their own. There were times where things would go missing only to be found in the middle of a room previously searched. Lots of weird feelings and little things. I would get nightmares and struggled with insomnia. Not sure if it was related, but it only ever happened in that house. One time the old industrial whole house attic fan that we hadn't worked on in years came on in the middle of watching a paranormal movie, blowing papers everywhere and being loud as fuck, scaring everybody until we figured out what was happening. Nothing super crazy, but still the weird gut feeling that you would get in that house. They were intense. Story number 16. Anyone else have a similar experience? I hope this is the right group but I've tried for years to explain to friends and family something that me and my friend experienced, that to this day everybody says that we imagined. I came across this subreddit and thought maybe somebody else had had something similar happen. And by the way, what happened to me and my friend was real. We were sitting in her bedroom and it was around 1 a.m. Her brother was in the room just next door sleeping, and so were her parents down the hall. Her bedroom had those huge built-in closet mirrors. They were sat on a set of drawers that were empty. So her bedroom was set up so that her bed sat opposite the mirrors on the wall. I was sat on her bed with my back on the wall facing the mirror, and she was sat on the floor facing me, her back against said mirror. We were both having a rough week, and we were basically trauma dumping, letting go of some pretty heavy feelings. This is the part I can't explain, so I try to just imagine what I mean when I'm explaining it, because I don't even know 100% what I saw. In literally 5 seconds, I watched this black fuzzy ball just shoot up to the ceiling behind my friend. What I saw wasn't a shadow or something reflecting against the wall. It was a pitch black, uneven ball that had an aim. It's like it started in the bottom corner and shot up to the ceiling, then flew across the ceiling as it dimmed in the light. Went for like a split second, Then it went across. At this point, I closed my eyes and I felt an insane amount of pressure, almost like when somebody pushes your head and shoulders and tells you to try and resist. It's the best way I can describe it. While this is all happening, my best friend, who's on the floor at the same time that I'd seen this dark matter, she literally jumped on me. Like, when I say jumped, I mean she leapt off the floor and jumped into my arms. We were both terrified. We couldn't speak or move, and we were gripping each other so fucking tight her nails had dug into my arm, and I still have a tiny scar. When I opened my eyes, I grabbed my friend's wrist and noped the fuck out. She lived on a 4-acre block, so we legit ran out of the house and into her mom's garden. It took us some time to start speaking normally again, but we started thinking, what the fuck was that? She told me she felt the most insane amount of tingles up her back, so bad that she knew something was wrong, and said she just jumped on me. She also said it felt like I was sinking, like so far down into the bed, which is why she was gripping me so hard. I told her how I felt pushed by the thing. There's more to it, but it's small things, like we'd experienced her lamp turning on and off. It's one of those touch-sensitive lamps. And she'd never had it happen before, but it didn't freak us out like the black matter did. We aren't friends anymore, but we had so many conversations about it, and up until we had stopped being friends, one of our last conversations was pretty much all surrounding the fact of, what the fuck was that? Story number 1. This creepy doll I have. At least 10 years ago, probably longer, a doll was left behind at my work. The doll was made in 2004 or later. We didn't know who it belonged to, but it was one of the creepiest dolls any of us had seen. We propped it up where customers could see it, and waiting for someone to claim it. We all avoided it without really acknowledging what we were doing. Months later, and this doll is still there. My boss told me to get rid of it, but I had a better idea. He was a huge jokester, so he gave me the green light. I hid the doll at a coworker station, where she would see it, where she glanced up. It worked, and she screamed. It was pretty funny. That kicked off almost a year of us hiding it and scaring each other. Sometimes we pranked someone else, but mostly it was between the two of us. I arranged to have it make a cameo appearance at a baby shower for her first grandchild. It was awesome. Then I had her daughter wrap it up, hide it underneath the family Christmas tree. I wasn't there, but they had a good laugh. Then they started tossing the doll around, and out of nowhere, where it started to laugh, what they all say sounded like an evil laugh. We live only a mile apart, so my coworker's husband drove the doll down to my house and tossed it out of the window. On Christmas morning, no less. My coworker called and told me what happened. I tried everything, and that doll would never make another sound. I stopped the game at that point and tossed the doll in the garage. Years later, I decided to try and sell it on eBay with its backstory as a possible haunted or cursed object. Only after writing up my description, I could not find that doll. Months or years later, I stumbled across it again and put it somewhere better where I would remember where it was. When I decided again to take a shot at selling it, I again couldn't find it. So this week I spotted it and decided it would be perfect for a little project art I have. It required me to basically disassemble it. Of course, I found the voice box thing. I knew it had one. What I did not expect at all was for it to start talking. The doll talking isn't the really weird thing, but what kind of battery lasts this long? Not to mention, I've washed this doll. How can it still work? The spooky thing is that the doll hasn't laughed a single time for me. It's repeating my name over and over. Patty, Patty, Patty. Story number 3. Oldest university in Asia. I'm a student at the Pontifical University in the Philippines. Being a student in the university means that you most likely have knowledge of the various ghost stories in the campus. I used to have a dorm right next to the university until Corona came, and also I'm usually active at night. I had 2 weird encounters in all of my university life. The first one goes as follows. As the usual routine goes, I go to the internet cafe mostly every night to game or to study, often staying until 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. I usually do this alone, and would usually take the route only to the university to reach the internet cafe. The university gates close around 10 p.m., so I make sure that I'd be able to reach the internet cafe by then. As I walk past the university gate at 9, I took a long walk trying to get ready for my sitting session later. I was approaching a fountain and an ark when I realized I wasn't alone. I was walking along the corridor of trees when I noticed 2 people were sitting by a certain tree. I felt disturbed as I spotted them because the ground where they sat on was probably mud. I picked up the pace a bit after and then I slowed down. I heard one of them laugh and 2 sets of footsteps trailing behind me. I was immensely disturbed and my heart felt heavy. They were chasing me. Maybe I violated their privacy, or they were the type of people who would ask for a fight. I'm not sure. When I approached the end of the corridor, I turned around and saw no one was even following me. I didn't want to stay and I ran toward the gate near the internet cafe. I approached the guard and reported the 2 people, and he told his colleague, who was readying for a patrol. Mukhang hindi lang ko translates into, looks like it isn't only you. Second, I heard my assignment partner was busy doing her part at the library, so I decided to check it out. When I reached the place, I found out she was with her boyfriend, who wanted to help. Her boyfriend and I went and tried searching for the book while she stayed to read what she had gathered. He found the 1st and 4th book on the list, while I found the 3rd. Still looking for the 2nd on the list, he told me that he'd asked the librarian who was walking around the bookcases. He disappeared while looking after her. I found the book before he even returned and decided to head back after sending him a text. I got to meet my partner again and we waited for her boyfriend to return. After a few minutes, he did return, but he was teary-eyed and his skin pores were acting up. He said that the librarian he saw was in one of the portraits of the staff a few decades ago. My partner told him that what he experienced was one of the few ghost rumors in that library. I had doubts. Maybe it was the librarian's kid who identically looked like the one that he saw. I saw the other perspective. I moved into that home around 9 years old and moved out at 13. It was a very old house, Victorian age, but not as beautiful as the ones that come to mind. It was run down but big and cheap. My parents wanted to build onto it. An older married couple died in the kitchen of that house. They tried to keep warm by lying near the stove. It didn't work. The house was also built on top of a cemetery. If anyone's curious, it was called the Boneyard in Houghton, Michigan. Anyways, the second I went upstairs, at least as a kid, I felt a presence, and I hated it. It made me want to cry. I was 9. Ghosts were never a thought in my mind. I just knew I didn't like the feeling. I cried to my mom about how I wanted to sleep in the living room. It was a safe place, and I didn't feel watched or scared. But I ended up crying every time, to the point where we had a mattress in the back of the living room for me to sleep on. It went on until I was 11, when I used to go up there and grab anything. I would cover my ears and repeat what I'm doing, such as, "I'm grabbing my pants and I'll leave right after, I promise." And I felt like I was being stared at. I never actually heard voices, but I felt like my ears were heavy if I didn't plug them. More stuff happened in between, but once I turned 11, I slept upstairs for the very first time. Because my parents thought it was ridiculous at first. It was pretty hard. But then I ended up just trying to pretend that it was me, keeping in mind that my best friend felt the same way. We both swear to it to this day. My parents admitted that they felt the same once we moved out. So, skipping to the point, I had no door in my room. It was just a walkway. We knew something was there every night. Eventually, when we moved, I was 14 now, and at this point of year of my new home, I had a long dream of me watching my younger self sleep. The whole dream of me tossing and turning. Everything was detailed. I was standing at the doorway, and there was nothing else to dream, just my younger self lying there. I know it could just be my subconscious thinking about it, but it came into my dreams, but it sticks to me this day. It made my experiences there feel more real, if that makes any sense. I know it sounds like I was young and it's whatever, but I'm 20 years old now. I remember the feeling, the stories, it's all vivid. It'll never leave my mind. And at that age, my parents never let me around ghost stories, scary movies, or anything of that sort. The most surreal experience I've ever heard at Mount Reiner, the inspiration of The Exorcist. So, a little background. It's 2012. I just graduated high school. My brother moved from Florida to Maryland to maintain foreclosures in the Maryland and D.C. area. I spent my 2 summers between college to work with him, giving me a little bit of a break running his crew around moving, changing locks, cleaning the house, and taking pictures, etc. Our route sent us around D.C., and he often would put together the morning and browse the Daily Mail and other articles. He somehow stumbled across an article about how the movie The Exorcist was inspired by this property. It was in D.C. on Bunker Hill Road, which we just so happened to maintain one of the neighbors' properties. That day it was my brother and myself, and we decided we would stop where the old 3-story house once stood. To be honest, I hadn't known what was there. I knew of the movie The Exorcist, but never been into scary movies, so didn't really know that much about it. Well, the house where the 14-year-old boy lived in 1949, where The Exorcist was performed, is no longer there. Today, it's a normal-looking historic street with older homes and this vacant lot with some trees and nice grass. It's now a park and even has signs about no entry between dusk and dawn. on the property where the house sat is a pavilion for the public, shaped in an octagon, if I remember, maybe raised 3 feet from the ground with a wraparound ramp. Around the ramp were bushes that circled the pavilion, so we decided to walk up there. It was quiet, and nothing seemed eerie or strange as we walked up the ramp. This is where it gets odd. We walked up the ramp into the corner of the pavilion, and not until we actually are in the pavilion nearly dead center that we hear buzzing. Not just like a little fly or a bee flying, but hundreds of insects, which we assumed were flies, began to buzz all in unison from around the center pavilion. It was very loud, and I guess you could say a noticeable swarm in the bushes. They didn't fly around, we just stood there and looked around, and then we were shocked and we did not stay. And the bugs are totally normal, but I don't get why they didn't make a sound as we walked up the ramp or around the pavilion, as we were so close to the bushes then. Hell, I maintained several properties and never experienced anything like that in Mother Nature, or anywhere for that matter. Those summers I experienced ground bees to spiders to voodoo in basements, books on spells and witchcraft, glass orbs, crystal balls, trap houses, hell. We even explored the haunted abandoned insane asylum up there, but that moment still freaks me out. Story number 11. Cogstus, a strange string of events. When I was a kid growing up in Pakistan, a weird string of events occurred that still leave me confused, baffled, and spooked to this day. Can't remember when it started, but every now and then whenever I entered a room in my house, there would be this figure, possibly a woman, sitting crouched in the corner. She would always show up when I least expected, so I could only get a glimpse before turning back and finding nothing there. Her hair was black and frazzled, so I never got a glimpse of her face. She wore a white article of clothing that I could never really be able to make out. Sometimes, if I blinked quickly in succession for whatever reason, maybe of an allergy or a sneeze, she had a chance of showing up, but only when I least expected it. So when I would blink again, poof, gone. Now, even as a child, I had my skepticism. Maybe my mind is playing tricks on me, I would think. Maybe I'm just imagining it. But either way, I just let it happen for a while. One day, my sister walks up to me and she asks me, "Have you seen this woman who's in the corner of the room?" I say, "Yes." And we both share this bizarre moment where our suspicions have been validated, but we have nothing to do about it, or anyone to talk to regarding it. We started calling her Cogstus. I don't recall exactly why, but back in those days there was an animated movie called Monster House where the ghost that haunted the house was named Constance, and me not remembering Western names morphed it into Cogstus. Life went on. We saw her again and again, and one time we even walked into a room together and saw her crouch for a moment. Again, when we turned, she would be gone. We actually started to think it was kind of cool that something like this was happening to us. This really was a fascinating thing in our very mundane lives. But there was always this nagging sense that there had to be this shared delusion between us, or the power of suggestion that made us see her. One day, our maid walked up to us, asked us about this strange woman that she saw from time to time, and her description of it was identical to ours. Now here are 3 people, all of whom is a young adult with a freaky supernatural experience, or one of whom, the rest being adults. But what were we to do about it? Who would believe us? You'd think there's a climax to this story, but there isn't. One day she just stopped showing up. It's been around 2 decades since these happenings. I live in the West now, but I think about Coxtus often. I still don't know what to make of her. Sometimes if I find a chill running down my spine or feel spooked for no good reason, I look into dark rooms in my house to see if I might find her again. Never there, though. Something weird at my school bus stop. When I was in 9th grade walking to the bus stop near St. Paul, it was still dark out and eerily calm, no traffic, and very quiet. But the second I stepped onto the street from my driveway, it felt like there was some kind of mild static electricity in the air, if that makes sense. Anyways, my bus stop was half a block from my house on the corner, with one street light above it and some pine trees and shrubs that lined the street. I was looking at the ground as I walked up the hill toward the bus stop, and just before I crossed the street, I finally looked up to see if the kid I shared this bus stop with was already there. He wasn't. Instead, standing directly underneath the streetlight was this maybe 3.5 foot tall alien, facing its body toward me, staring at me. I stopped in my tracks, stared for a second, paralyzed with fear. This thing was like 3.5 feet tall with grayish, bluish, whitish skin. I could see blue veins under its skin, which seemed almost translucent or thin. No clothing, no hair at all, no noticeable genitalia. Its head was large with some sort of flattish top that became bulbous around the forehead area, tapered in a bit at the temple. Then bulbous cheekbone area that tapered down to a flattish chin, and the eyes were larger and more spaced out than human eyes. Sounds like my girlfriend. I didn't see a nose, and the mouth was like a small slit, no lips, closed. The arms were too long for its body and hung at its sides. I guess I didn't take note of its hands. It kind of had a flat chest with small pectoral muscles, but no nipples, with a wider protruding lower stomach, wide-set hips, short legs that looked more like maybe how a hooved animal stands on their hind legs, but with humanoid feet. This thing just stood there under the streetlight, facing me and staring at me, and only 20 to 30 feet away from me. I would guess I stood there for maybe 3 to 5 seconds staring at it, frozen with fear and confusion, trying to figure out what the fuck I was staring at. But my brain caught up with me. I ran as fast as I could back home, slammed the door shut, and inconsolably cried and hyperventilated. My parents were confused and horrified as to what happened to me in the 3 minutes I was gone. My mom had to literally help me walk to the nearest chair. I didn't go to school that day either. My dad stayed home because I was too scared to be alone. After I calmed down, I took a nap and woke up fucking 8 hours later to my mom when she got home from work. It felt like I had literally just closed my eyes, then opened them to my mom, who had just worked an entire shift. This is long, and hopefully I explained it well enough. Scariest day of my life. Also, when my mom was a little kid, her early teens, she had several encounters, including abduction. She hates talking about it, but my God, her stories are absolutely terrifying. My mom grew up as a farm girl in rural Wisconsin, who wouldn't make this shit up. Story number 3. Ask Reddit. When I was around 10 years old, I woke up to what I thought was my mom calling my name. I remember wincing my eyes when I sat up in bed, like someone had just turned on the lights. I opened my eyes and there was an angel at the foot of my bed. It was so bright I couldn't look at it for long periods of time. It looked exactly like how angels are depicted in the art and religious texts. I remember it had its arms out with its head tilted a little down and to the side. It had hairs to its shoulders that had neither feminine or male features, like it could have been either or from its appearance. Its eyes were closed, and it didn't have a halo or anything, just an extremely bright light and an aura around it and behind it. It was massive and seemed like it was coming from another dimension or an open portal because it wouldn't fit in the space in front of my bed. Normally, I would have freaked out and screamed for my mom or ran to their room, but it brought this calming warmth, safety-like energy that filled the room. I've never felt anything like it before, but if I had to compare it to something, I would say how a baby feels inside their mother's womb. So I'm trying to look at this angel and it starts speaking to me, but it's in my head. I remember the vibrations were so loud when it spoke that I said, "Ouch," and kind of put my hands on my head in response to this intensity. It lowered the vibrations and asked me, "Is this better?" I responded, "Yes." Its mouth never moved. It was a conversation telepathically. I remember asking simple 10-year-old questions like, "Are you a boy or a girl?" Responded with, "I am neither male nor female." Things like that. When it gave me answers, it was like an instant answer and a knowing inside of me. Can't explain it. After asking it a couple of simple questions and it answering them, it told me something. I can't remember for the life of me what it was, but I remember shaking my head yes that I understood. I remember feeling really sad when it left, like I wanted to go with it. I laid back down and went to sleep. Woke up, ran to my mom, and told her all about it the next morning. To this day, I take the time to go over that night and I remember what it looked like so I don't ever forget it. Also, I've tried to remember what it told me, but I can't. Maybe I'm not supposed to remember. Or I will when the time is right. I've never had sleep paralysis, and it was not a dream. Story number 4. Large eye that would watch my brother and I when we were younger. What are your thoughts on it? My parents bought my childhood home for my grandmother when I was 5 years old, and the many different family members that lived here all share a unique paranormal experience that they had while staying at this home. All of the experiences ranged from seeing a full-body apparition, being held down against their will, feeling like they can't breathe, and then occasionally seeing objects move, like doors closing and photos on the wall moving. For the experience I had, my older brother also witnessed when it happened. However, when we both sit down to discuss it now as adults, we both question what we saw. When I was growing up, my mother kept my brother and I in the same bedroom in the basement, having a wooden bunk bed and our duct taped together refrigerator box full of toys. Above that box of toys was a window. Since we were in the basement, it was a window that was roughly 2 to 3 feet deep, and a metal crate over the top to prevent any animals and people to get in. Occasionally, I was woken up to the sound of my blinds bent slowly, and since I was on the bottom bunk, I would have to look around the bed frame to see the window. But when I would hear the sound of the blinds being slowly bent and snapping, I would see a large growling eye that would illuminate the room. This eye had a large pupil that would track you if you looked at it, and it didn't have any other characteristics to it, like an eyelid, eyelashes, reflection, a color in the pupil, or anything to make it look human. Just a single eye the size of an average human fist. Since the window was so small, and the window well would not allow any person to just view in like that, it was hard to say if it was a person or an animal. My parents, of course, never believed us, and we had to stay in the room. My brother had got to the point where we had thumbtacks in the ceiling so we could tack up his blanket to block the view. I would go to the extent of sleeping on the side of the mattress, practically hugging the wall. The eye never did anything other than just watch and track us if we moved. This happened to us ongoing until we moved upstairs, and then it never happened again. My brother and I will hang out during family events and talk about it often. We both still have no idea what we saw. We both experienced it at the same time, and we know we saw it. But as adults, we question it and haven't found anything close to other experiences that people have had. Story number 6, Black-Eyed Kid. This story takes place during the late summer in the 1960s in Iowa. It's a very small farming community. My friend's great-grandparent Bob owned a farm out there. He had acres of corn, wheat, and potatoes, but corn was his main crop, so he had a huge cornfield. It was around 2 a.m. and his grandfather couldn't sleep, so he went outside to get some fresh air. When outside, he noticed something that looked like a child walking around the cornfield. So Bob ran back inside, grabbed his double-barrel shotgun, and woke up the farmhand to back him up. They combed through the cornfield in an attempt to find whatever was running around out there. After a while, they still couldn't find anything, so Bob told the farmhand to go back inside the house while he stayed on the porch to watch his cornfield. Then he looks at the gravel road between his yard and the fence line that led to the cornfield. And standing on the road was a little girl around 6 years old or so. She was wearing a white dress that made her look like she had just gotten out of church. Bob thought that his mind must have been playing tricks on him, so he tried to lay down on the couch to rest, but also still somewhat alert. However, not even a minute after he laid down, he heard a knock on the screen door. He walked up to the door and slightly cracked the main door open. He sees the little girl and asked, "May I help you?" The little girl said, "Mister, I'm lost and I don't know where my parents are. Can I come in the house and use your telephone?" Bob felt uneasy and told her that he could get her a glass of water and she can call her parents. If she would give him the number, he could do it. But he didn't feel comfortable letting her inside. He felt something off about this little girl. However, the little girl insisted to be the one to call and to talk to them. And Bob said, "Young lady, it's 2 a.m. and I don't feel comfortable letting a stranger into the house, little girl or not." The little girl started to get agitated and said, "I'm not leaving until you let me use your phone." Startled, Bob told the little girl that he was going to call the police to come pick her up, so they can keep her safe and find her parents. He closed the door to go and call the police. He heard somebody punch the door like a grown man. He walked back, cracked the door open again, but when he looked, he realized that it was the little girl that punched the door. But when he looked at her this time, she didn't have any eyes. Instead, she had pitch black orbs instead of eyes. And she said in a deep voice, "Let me in." So Bob grabbed his shotgun and pointed it at the little girl and told her no and to go away. After this, the little girl looks right into the barrel and then back up at Bob, smiled smugly at him, giggled, and then she ran back into the cornfield and disappeared. Story number 7. one of my many strange experiences in the woods of Appalachia. When I was in high school about 15 years ago, a group of friends and I were hanging out at our friend Dale's house. For some backstory, we lived way out in the country, also technically part of Appalachia. The kind of middle of nowhere where the nearest neighbors are a few miles up the road. Dale happened to have a cave near his property that we'd like to explore and be dumb teenagers in. To get to the cave, you had to walk roughly a mile through dense woods and cross a big field. We had yet to find the end of the cave system despite exploring for hours and multiple times. One day we had spent the better part of the afternoon exploring the caves, and it had gotten dark by the time that we emerged. We already had flashlights, so it was no big deal. My memory is a little fuzzy on the exact details, but for some reason our friend Sam decided to go back to the house a little earlier. I want to say that we ordered a pizza or something and he went to meet the driver. The rest of us started making our way back through the woods to Dale's house when we started hearing voices in the woods. We were asking each other if we heard that and where it came from, but we each had a different direction of where we thought it was coming from. It was a childlike voice, and it sounded like talking or whispering, but you couldn't make out what was being said. At this point, we thought one of our friends was messing with us and started to talk back to it. It sounded like a child giggling, and then our flashlight started to flicker and die. We had one dim light left to get to the rest of the way back. We were all thoroughly freaked out, prank or not, and hightailed it back to the house, adrenaline pumping. We all got in the house, shut the door, and I felt a sense of safety for a split second before the crucifix on the wall literally came off the wall and broke on the floor. It literally seems like something out of a bad horror movie. We all watched it legitimately come off the wall and crash to the ground for no apparent reason. Before that moment, I hadn't been convinced it wasn't our friend Sam that was messing with us, even though he really wasn't the type. We all started word vomiting at Sam, trying to explain what had just happened and question if he had something to do with it, but he genuinely seemed freaked out and confused. He actually said that on his way back to the house earlier that he kept hearing weird things and seeing lights in the woods, and he thought it was us trying to play a prank on him. I don't know what it was. Maybe your friend's a great actor, but I honestly don't think it was a prank. Feeling I got in the woods like every hair was standing on end, goosebumps on my goosebumps, and every fiber of my being screaming to run. I've never felt like that again, and I never want to. More of my boyfriend's stories. Story 1. When my boyfriend was around 8 or 9, he lived with his paternal grandmother on a decently large plot of land. The land was marked by 4 concrete fences and long poles. I think they were street lamps, but I'm not sure. He told me that he remembers standing outside with his grandmother in her front porch, not screened in, and had the urge to look along the property line. There he saw half the face of what he described as a strange human creature with a beaked mouth. It taunted him, quote-unquote, and stuck its forked tongue out at him. He said he was too shocked to point out the thing that he saw to his grandmother. When the shock went away, he said that if she saw anything, she would tell him. According to him, she ignored his question and went inside. The story seems to bother him a lot, and I've noticed how nervous he gets looking at the tree lines or driving in the woods at night. For reference, he lived in Chiapas. This area borders a large jungle. Howler monkeys, tapir iguana, jaguar, all of them live around him. Story 2. He spoke a lot about how him and his family would cram into a pickup truck and get to family parties or birthdays. One night they were returning from a party. Him and his cousins were sitting in the bed, and they were holding flashlights in that truck. They'd flash them at the tree lines and on the gravel road. Apparently, the entire time they were driving from the party to their homes, they could hear something just beyond the tree line keeping pace with the truck. Then something was chasing or following them. I think it could have been monkeys or a jaguar. Story 3. This was a more recent story that my boyfriend had relayed to me from his gym friend. Not totally familiar with the myth about cadejos and brujas that turn into large black dogs, but that's what his friend claimed to see. When his friend would go to bed, he'd hear shuffling near the windowsill. His window was covered by a curtain, and out of curiosity, he pulled it back and peeked out, seeing a large black dog with red eyes towering over the window and staring at him. Of course, he was frightened by it, ran by the window, went to sleep, and there were no paw prints on the ground the next morning. I believe his friend is from El Salvador. Story 4. Another one of my boyfriend's stories comes from his paternal grandmother. When his grandmother and grandfather were younger, they would take their canoe out to the canals and rivers to go fishing, usually from midday till late night. Night had come, his grandma had decided to lay back down in the canoe to rest. Well, apparently, as they were floating along the canal, they heard patterings of feet and rustling of trees above them. They had claimed stones and glass had been thrown at them from the trees, as well as whispers and gibberish. What they think it was is called a duende. They're creepy. Even his family here believe in them. I personally think monkeys. Another day, another dollar. Story number 8. We've named him Tim. Most of my mornings start at 3:30 a.m. I pull myself out of bed and stumble around until I get to work around 4. Typically, there are 2 of us to open. A baker, who makes all of my donuts, and me, the opening manager, who makes all the coffees. This particular morning, I was late, 15 minutes late, but enough to scare my baker into thinking that I had just left him to his own devices till 7 a.m. when the rest of the employees came in. As the general manager, I see and hear everything that goes down in my store. I had heard the spooky stories about Tim knocking over cups and causing a ruckus. To me, Tim was an imaginary person that everybody liked to joke about. Even I did, saying that, "Oh no, this spill on the counter must have been Tim. Shame on him." We laughed and joked about him and blamed him for all of our problems. It kept spirits light and gave us a scapegoat when something went wrong. Now, if you've seen my previous stories, you'll know that I am a firm believer, and that I've had plenty of experiences myself. Tim, however, was a fake ghost. I was sure it was just a running joke. I walked in at 4:15 a.m. to find my baker standing in the front of the line, and not in the back where his station was. Eyes wide and a scared expression. I immediately got worried. I asked what was wrong, and he just said, "There's someone else in here." So here we were, a small coffee shop located right in front of the city jail. Attempted break-ins are a regular thing with the colder weather. Inmates were released and their ride never showed, just looking for a warm place to spend the night. My baker rattled off how he had heard the cooler door open and shut. Then someone shuffling across the beverage station. He went around the corner thinking I'd come in, while perhaps he was just not being able to hear quite well enough from the freezer. He then heard running down the back hall, and our swinging door being slammed open and the person go out into the dining room where I was currently standing. Our security system sends alarms out when doors are opened without the code. My baker said that he had not heard the alarm. A manhunt ensued. I searched every single place a person could be. We looked for signs of a break-in, signs of a robbery, something. I took him to the office, we locked the doors behind us, and we checked the cameras. 4:12 a.m., my cooler door did open. A couple seconds later in the swinging door, just like my baker said. He sits in the parking lot for me now and waits until I get there. We've been keeping it to ourselves. Too far out of left field not to be true. Story number 12. Please keep in mind as you read this that I am a complete skeptic, constantly finding ways to practically explain my weird experiences. At this time in my life, I was in a very dark place. Because of my self-esteem was at an all-time low, my choices were sometimes very imprudent. I met this guy on the Hot or Not dating website, today's equivalent of Tinder. His name was listed as Abe Lincoln. And he was in his early 20s, which was a bit younger than me. He even seemed immature to me on the website, so I'm not sure what I was thinking. Why did I give this guy the time of day? We met up at a very well-known sports bar in Colorado, D&B. I was at least wise enough to not let him pick me up from home. The second I said hi and gave him a hug, it was like something punched me in the gut. I had a horrible feeling about this guy, but I thought, hey, what could possibly go wrong in a well-lit, highly populated area? We walked in, and it was particularly sparse for being a Friday night. As we walked down the main center aisle, headed toward the back area, Abe, in quotes, was leading the way as I hung back a little. Suddenly, something unseen physically hit me hard, and I mean hard, on the right side of my head. So hard that my hair whipped up over the top of my head and over to the left side of my head. Not only did it shock me, but it hurt. I naturally whipped around in a complete 360 to look everywhere behind me on both sides, but there was nothing. Nothing I could have run into, as the aisle was very wide and there was absolutely no one there, at least in the physical sense. I was stunned. I couldn't for the life of me figure out why or what had just happened. Was it something from the other side trying to warn me of something bad to come? Or was it something darker? Something that just wanted to mess with me? I get how completely stupid this sounds. I'll say the more that I talked to this guy through the evening, the more I saw that he was a very scary individual. He told me weird things about himself that caused 100 red flags to pop up. I was terrified from the event that happened earlier, and I was completely paranoid the entire time. Looking all around me, afraid of another unseen assault, although my feelings about myself were not so great, my instincts were sharp, and I somehow felt I was important enough to tell him that I needed to leave. Did I escape something dreadful about to happen? Did I get backhanded by a loved one from the other side who knew what would happen if I stayed any longer with Mr. Lincoln? Or was this just a random dark entity deciding to hit me just for the hell of it in the most random of places? I will never know. Story number 5. My grandfather's house. It was always a tradition in my family to go to my grandfather's house every Sunday for lunch. It was a tradition that had happened since before me and my older sister were even born. The house had always given me pretty weird vibes since I was around 7. Yet for some reason I felt attached to the house more than I did my own. It's not unusual to feel like a place that you go to a lot is like a second home, but it felt more than that. I know that it sounds fake and it's up to you whether you want to believe me or not, but I would get a physical pain in my chest whenever we would have to leave. It was as if something was trying to keep me there. My grandfather passed away in early 2020 due to a mountain of health complications. Me and my family moved into his house to keep it in the family, I got my uncle's old room. My parents got the spare room, the biggest room in the house, and my sister got my grandfather's room, which is going to be important later. By this time, the pain I would get in my chest stopped, and although I probably should have told someone, I was a kid at the time and I was having these pains, so I didn't know that it couldn't have just been something serious. Everything was going fine for the first 3 weeks or so. We got settled in, and life continued as normal. That was until my sister started getting scratches down her leg while she would sleep. They were long and went from around her thigh to her knee. She still has scars from them too. There were some nights that she would wake up with what looked like burns on her arms. I thought for a long time that this was a ploy to scare me. Although looking back, I highly doubt that she would burn and scratch herself for a little joke. I would start to see shadows in the corner of my eye, but because I loved horror movies so much, I chalked it up to my imagination. My sister moved out when she was 18. I got her old room. After around 2 weeks of being in that room, I started to fully experience what my sister was talking about. I got long scratches down my legs and my chest. We have a dog, but she sleeps in my parents' room. This was not the experience that truly instilled my belief in spirits, though. I started to hear things coming from my attic. It was more than the occasional noise. Every single night, I could just sit here and hear what sounded like harsh footsteps and scurrying constantly. I originally had the same thought that a lot of people are probably thinking. It's some sort of rodent. So my parents did the natural thing, called the exterminator. However, when the exterminator came and looked in the attic, there was no rodents and no traces that a rodent had ever been there in the first place. Story number 14, Houses in a Graveyard, Part 4. So as an update, we've had some noticeable things happen that are kind of interesting. So starting this off, this particular update has more questionable stuff happen, as in the sense of its paranormal or possible coincidence. One night my daughter and I were playing hide and seek. Now she somewhat understands the concept, but she struggles on the concept of counting and then going to go seek. So what I do is I wait till she turns around away from me and I run away and hide. Sometimes she just chases me, or if I get her distracted or my wife distracts her, I'll get a good hiding spot. Once she realizes I'm gone, she goes around the house humming and squeaking. She doesn't speak, while looking for me. Well, one of the times I hid in the master closet. We have a decent-sized walk-in closet, and I usually leave the lights off and hide in there. Well, I was there hiding from my daughter to find me, and I hear a rustling of clothes that are hung a few feet away. I turn around and see nothing. Assume I may have bumped something, but then I hear it again. I stand in the dark looking in its direction, but I see nothing. I finally start hearing my daughter's hum, and I hear what sounds like hangers sliding on the dowel. I look behind me again, and this time my alert is high. It's dark enough that I can't see anything other than what's in front of the door. At this point, my daughter finds me, and I turn on the light, but I see nothing there. A couple days later, my curiosity leads me to download a ghost hunting app. Now, I know from what I read, a lot of them said that it was gimmicky and fake, but it seems that one called Ghost Tube was the least gimmicky, and when you download it, they claim it's legit. Is it real? I don't know. Anyways, I got 4 words. Stop recording, and this one said it 3 times. Annoying psychic, how are you? ×2. Not sure what that was supposed to be other than maybe I'm annoying for recording. We're starting to notice things are getting moved. And yes, I have toddlers, and it's given things, they'll gain toddler feet and walk away. However, a few nights ago, the family was in the living room, and I was holding my son and my daughter, and I was playing on the slide. In the kitchen that's adjacent to the living room was a pink ball that lit up when you bounced it. This ball suddenly lit up and started rocking, and it did for a solid 10 seconds at least. We all noticed it, even the kids. It was odd, to say the least. And then this morning, a shampoo bottle that I know is on the high shelf so my daughter can't reach it. Suddenly it appeared in front of the master bathroom water closet door. It's a little spooky. One Last Hug, 1995. When my father died in 1995, I started sleeping beside my mother in their bedroom. The window of my parents' bedroom overlooks our garden terrace. Even if you're not looking out the window, you can hear if there's people at the terrace. We have a huge star apple and mango tree in the garden terrace. Because of this, leaves from both trees constantly fall on the pavement. About a week after we buried my dad, I was tossing and turning, and I didn't immediately fall asleep. At dawn, about 4:30 a.m., I woke up and felt my mom getting up from the bed. I still had my back to her, and with my eyes closed, I felt the mattress on her side lift up. I could hear her getting ready to go down. She usually makes a lot of noise when she gets ready. I heard her open and close the door, and as she got out of the room. In a little while, I could hear her at the terrace walking and starting to sweep the fallen leaves. I could hear the swishing sounds. The crackle of the dried leaves were echoing on the pavement. I was getting ready to sleep again and snuggle on the thin blanket that I had on, but then I felt the mattress on her side move, as if somebody sat down on the bed on her side. I could still hear the swishing sounds outside too. That was from the side from the window. I was confused because I hear my mom sweeping. I then felt something leaning on top of me, as if somebody laid down on me. But I didn't feel anything like a physical elbow or a knee, just a really heavy weight pushing down on my whole body. With my eyes still closed, I pulled the blanket up over my head, and the weight on top was still so heavy. I got really scared. I was always a scaredy cat ever since I was a kid. I started praying Hail Mary and Our Father, still hearing the swishing sound. It was constant sound at that terrace. I was crying and saying that I'm not too scared and to please go away. I was already sweating and trembling for what seemed like ages. I peeked at the window through the blanket and saw a bit of the sunrise. That was when I shoved the blanket off, jumped off the bed, and ran as fast as I could downstairs. When I'm telling this story to my sister, she said that it was stupid. Didn't realize that what had happened may be her dad saying goodbye and hugging me one last time. Still regret it to this day why I didn't talk to him or say I love you one last time. I miss my dad now and forever. I love you. My love is as big as a juniper. Story number 18. Haunted House in the Woods. This is a story about my experience of the paranormal in a remote village. I was in my maternal uncle's house with two cousins, and around 11 p.m. one of our neighbors called my cousin's brother, asking for the key of his house, as he was there in their house last. So I will give a description of the area first. It's a really remote village where roads came recently, and before that we used to walk through the woods to travel through the village. And also, houses have big distances between them, like 200, 250 meters. So after the call of 3 of us, we went over to his place. The way was quite creepy because after roads came down to connect the village, the woody way were hardly used. It was getting covered by big grasses and things like this. We reached there, and it was a wooden house. For reference, let's say 2 stories, but actually the ground floor had no rooms, but rather it was a place where they used to keep cows. There were no cows now. It was all empty, and above was where they lived, but at that time no one of his family were there, and he also had just arrived now after months. We went up, and my cousin told him that he had kept the key up there in the ceiling, and when he was searching for it, the key fell down. They sent me to go get it, and I went down through the metal stairs, but I was having a creepy feeling. I had a torchlight, and it just went off. I turned it on, got the key, and ran back up. We went in, had some weed, and talked a bit. There were 4 of us. Then we decided to go to sleep. 2 of them slept in the bed, and 2 of us slept on the floor. Me and the person on the floor weren't sleepy, so we decided to listen to some music as there was no internet service in that area, and we had some songs saved on the phone. After some time, we heard some noise coming from the floor. We thought it was an insect which eats wood, so we searched for it but found nothing. We ignored it and listened to music, but that noise was not stopping, so we searched again and tried to find the source. It was coming from the ground floor, like ceiling scratching from down there, as the noise was also moving from one corner to the other. We got spooked and decided to ignore it because only 2 of us were awake. After some time, we heard footsteps coming from the stairs as it was metallic. Now we were panicking. The kitchen was not in the same building, but was next to the house. After some time, we literally heard utensils being thrown from one corner to the other, like there was some fight going on. We were just so scared at that point that we decided to just cover ourselves with a blanket and not open our eyes or move. The next day, we went back and shared the story to our cousin's brother. He said that the neighbor's brother took his own life a long time back, and like he was relating it to that, but don't really know what it was. Story number 15. I used to see a face in my window at night and hear voices. A few nights ago, a few of my friends and I were hanging out, and we started recounting some weird instances that we've had related to the paranormal. After a few stories, I remembered a few instances that I'd forgotten about. There are 3 very vivid memories I remember from when I was a kid. We lived on a farm out in the middle of nowhere in North Dakota. We were nestled next to a cemetery where many of my family members lay today. Our nearest neighbor was a few miles down the road, and most of them were elderly and retired farmers. I remember one night, I must have been in the single-digit age. I was in my bedroom, and it was late, and I had randomly woken up from something, but I couldn't figure out what it was. My bed was positioned directly across from the only window in my bedroom. I remember glancing around the room and stopping to focus on my window. I swear to this day that I saw a face peering in at me. Now my bedroom was on the 2nd floor and the house was old. It was designed tall and narrow, so the 2nd-story window was more like a 3rd-story height compared to any modern houses today. I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, so I kind of just ignored it. A few minutes later, I decided I needed to pee, so I got up and went to the bathroom. And by the way, the bathroom was on the main floor of the house, only one of them there. I went into the bathroom to use it, and again I stopped to focus on the window for a second, and I saw the exact same face looking in at me. It was identical to the one I'd seen in my bedroom. I have a handful of experiences with walking into rooms and either hearing someone saying hi or using my name to get my attention. I remember telling my parents about that, and they both told me that sometimes your mind plays tricks on you, so I ignored it. The last instance I remember was shortly after my dad had passed away. I was around 11 at that time, and my mother and I decided that we had to leave the farm because we didn't have the means to keep up with it, with just the two of us and me being so young. So we were at the bottom of the quarter-mile driveway having a moment. We kind of just wanted to get one last look at the property and let the emotions that we had go. Well, my mom was looking up at the second-floor windows, specifically where their bedroom was located, and the lights were turning on and off. I don't mean flickering, they were turning on and off as if someone was flipping the switch. I was visibly freaked out, and my mom tried to play it off to me with just an awkward, Dad must be saying goodbye. It was pretty obvious at that point that she was shook up. That's the end of tonight's stories. Hope to see you guys listening tomorrow night. Story number 15. Knocks on my window. So 4 nights ago, I was sitting at my vanity, taking off my makeup after work. My vanity sits directly in front of my window, so when I'm sitting at it, I can see out of it. It faces west. Anyway, I'm close to done and reach for my drink, which was just to my right on the vanity, and I heard 3 very loud knocks on my window. I jumped up and back and then threw my can of soda in the process and started looking all around my backyard through the window, thinking that somebody was out there. The light was on in the back, and I could see everything within at least 8 feet of my window, so I decided to brush it off. Told myself I was being silly and it was just the wind as there was a mild breeze. Granted that there was and is absolutely nothing near my window that could hit it, even with strong winds, but whatever. So I sat back down and started cleaning the spilled soda and finished my makeup removal. Less than 5 minutes pass, and again 3 very distinct knocks directly on top of my window, but slightly softer this time. Again, I jumped up and looked all around my window, only to see absolutely nothing and no one. I said, "Screw this," and went to shower as I had planned to. A few minutes into my shower, I heard what I thought was my husband walking down the hall. The house sits up about 4 feet off the ground, so on 4x4s. I think they're 4x4s anyway. So any time that we'd walk around, it's very audible due to the space beneath the floor and the actual ground. So I yelled his name and poked my head out of the bathroom, because I wanted to tell him about the knocks. Well, from my bedroom, I can see directly into our bedroom. Or from my bathroom, I can see directly into our bedroom. And he was laying in the bed, sawing logs loud enough that I could hear it over the shower running. Not an abnormal thing. I chalked the walking around noise that I heard to the house settling, shut the bathroom door again, and before I could even turn away from the door, I heard footsteps running back and forth up and down the hall from the living room toward the end of the hall and back. This only went on for 30, maybe 45 seconds, but it terrified me. Cut my shower short, hopped into bed, and fell asleep. Cut to last night, I'm in my den watching TV and I hear 3 knocks outside that sounded exactly like the ones I've heard days prior. My window is only about 5 feet away from the window, and it's in the den. By the way, my house is kind of L-shaped, and I swear it sounded like somebody was knocking on my window again. I have no idea what's going on, but if anybody has any sort of input, including rationale or explanations, please share. I'm kind of freaked out by all this. Story number 1. An encounter and weird instances in my old apartment. I was a minor when all of this happened. Take it with a grain of salt if you'd like to. At the time, I lived with my father, stepmother, and siblings in a triplex apartment. Our family dynamic was quite abusive and unsettling. To top it off, our apartment seemed to harbor eerie occurrences, including the inexplicable sound of dining room chairs dragging at night and footsteps on the staircase when everyone was asleep. 3 incidents particularly shook me. Firstly, I frequently experienced sleep paralysis and lucid dreams. One of the dreams took place within the old colonial building that we resided in. Strangely, I felt completely normal in this dream, just casually walking around, despite the odd ambience of the setting. It was weird because the lift was working. It never worked when we lived there. The wall paint looked newer in comparison to the doors to each apartment. They all looked different. Almost like I went years back. The most terrifying incident happened when my father and stepmother went on a trip, leaving us alone with an older cousin. One night while I was alone in my room with the lights off, the TV was on with very loud music, I saw a woman. She was stunningly beautiful, but otherworldly, with curly hair, black eyes, dilated pupils, and olive skin. She just kept staring at me, and I froze. Her gaze sent chills down my spine. I couldn't discern whether it was malicious or simply empty. I screamed and fled my room, seeking refuge with my cousin, who immediately rang my uncle and aunt, who stayed with us that night. Sometimes our stereo would turn on by itself, blaring at maximum volume. Eventually, we moved to a larger place, but years later when we returned to this old apartment, strange events persisted. This time I didn't see any apparitions, but I heard my guitar strings being played and some whistling, all originating from my room where I first saw her. I was not alone, so I knew I wasn't imagining these occurrences. To this day, I regret not discovering the identity of that mysterious woman, or whatever she was. As an adult, my curiosity about that encounter has only grown. She was one of the few ghosts that I ever did see. The Witches and Warlocks of River Leaf. The place where I live in is a forest area on a small island in Borneo. We've been living here for quite a while, about 40 years or more. This was and still is my parents' place. We were always told by our late grandfather that the trees here have spirits living in them. I think you call it haunted. He used to tell us that he sees it sometimes, especially in the wee hours when he makes his rounds, making sure there were no burglars or any type of threats toward us. He was our guardian, vigilant and always ready. He would make his rounds at 4 p.m. every single day, built like a bodybuilder, tough as nails. He was well respected in our small community, hence why we believed him when he told us about the witches and warlocks of our village. There was a woman spirit that would make her rounds of the woods around her property, and Grandpa would always see her. I remember one day when I was sleeping alone in the master bedroom, and in my dreamy state, I saw a woman wearing sleep robes, and I honestly have to say that she was beautiful. I was so much in awe, my jaw must have dropped when I saw her from behind. I couldn't see her face as her hair was blocking it, but that's what I assumed. I know, silly me for wishful thinking. Don't judge me, as I was still relatively young at the time, so blame it on the raging hormones. I couldn't move my body. I was frozen. Call it sleep paralysis, but I remember vividly when the figure moved slowly across my bed. It moved in such a lustful way that I thought I was going to get raped by this demon. Then suddenly it was on top of me and its face was just blank, like a blank canvas. It has no nose, no mouth, no eyes, but I could tell it was looking straight into my soul. I struggled to move, but I couldn't get myself free of this spirit that was pinning me down. I tried to pray with the Our Father, but kept messing up the words in my head. Then the worst happened. It started to choke me. I felt her grip on my throat, blocking my airway, and I honestly thought I was going to die that night. But I kept trying to move and get free from its grip. Tried praying harder, but in the end, I passed out from her choking. Miraculously, I woke up the next day thinking I was dead, but thank God I survived. And from that day onwards, I always sleep with the lights on. The Man in the Barn. Story number 11. Years ago, my friend and I would go explore haunted locations all over Connecticut. Although we never really saw anything, it was always fun to bop around the state and see new sights. One of these adventures took us to my hometown, which is a small tobacco farming community. Barns littered the landscape. Some were new, while others had stood longer than I've been alive. Being from a small town, everybody knew each other, and most worked on the tobacco fields during their youth. My father was one of those individuals who would recall many memories from his time at a local farm. One of these memories consisted of a man who would walk around in the rafters in a large barn in the back of the field. Many of the workers have seen the same man, but few knew who he actually was. It got to the point where my father grew curious enough to ask him about it. His face turned white when he heard it was the ghost of a man who hung himself from the barn's ceiling. Fast forward to the present ghost tour that my friend and I were on. We set off looking for this barn. Gaining access to fields were easy since the owners were family friends who granted us permission. We joked about the drive up to the back field was reminiscing of a horror movie due to the ground being muddy from previous storms during the week. Lightning lit the sky as a new storm approached us. To help navigate, I opened Google Maps to have an aerial view of the property. I could see the barn on the map, long since collapsed, buried deep in the forest, difficult to see from the road, but I said nothing to my friend about its true location. It wasn't until we were by it that a sudden heavy feeling hit both our chests and quickly faded away once we drove past it. She turned and asked if that was it, to which I replied, yes. Both of us were spooked but wanted to get a good visual of the barn, so we turned around. As we parked the car with the headlights facing into the forest to try to illuminate the barn's remains, the heavy feeling returned, but a lot stronger. Got to the point where we had to leave because it felt angry. It was at that moment a shadow appeared in the brush in front of the barn. It was in the shape of a man, but it stood there watching us. Now panicking, we tried to rush out of the fields, almost getting stuck in the mud in the process. That feeling of anger and dread stayed with us until we left the farm's property. The drive back to my house was silent as the storm was now upon us, unleashing a wall of rain. The first words spoken upon our arrival to my father, these words still ring in my ear today. You were right. Story number 14. The Ghost in the Video Chat. I grew up in a house that's well over 100 years old by now. It used to be a barn, and it got converted into a proper Victorian home at some point. When we renovated it, we found horsehair in the walls. Between literal animal trimmings being inside it and the activity I experience, I've always felt like the house has a wildness to it. Before we moved in during the summer of 2000, my grandfather owned the home. When he owned it, there were old portrait paintings that felt like they followed me across rooms. And when adventuring upstairs, a place he rarely went due to old age, it felt like uncovering another time. The bedroom that eventually became mine was a military room, filled with antique soldier uniforms and other items that I never fully learned the stories from. The rest of the floor had loads of other objects just like that. Simply put, the house had all of the ingredients for residual hauntings. To top things off, my grandfather ended up dying in the house, and that's what led me and my family to move in shortly after. It wasn't long before I'd hear footsteps from the upstairs during the day, or even in the hallways at night when everyone else was asleep. The footsteps could become so relentless that they'd even pace at the front of my own room at times. Exhausted, I'd ask the spirit to please stop and make sure I'd never sleep with my back to the room. Due to the footsteps mostly being upstairs, I was particularly creeped out up there. But when I was a teenager, our computer was at the top of the stairs in a little loft by the landing. Nothing, not even creepy footsteps, could keep me from updating my aim away message and video chatting with my boyfriend at that time. While happily tapping away at the computer, the entire upstairs was to my back. I always made sure of all of the lights were on to help me better cope with the feeling of being watched. One evening I was alone upstairs as I video chatted away. I was laughing so much that I wasn't thinking at all about the room behind me. It was in that moment that I felt the unmistakable feeling of a hand coming down my left shoulder and firmly resting there. It was so fast I didn't make a sound. Wide-eyed, I grasped my shoulder and twisted my neck to see who was there. No one. My head spun back to the screen and I asked my boyfriend if he saw who was behind me. He said he didn't know. Video cut out right before I turned my head. Mirror and me. I've always seen things. Things some are afraid to see. Things some are afraid to even think about. During my younger days, I thought nothing of it, just that it was part of our everyday life. People around me brushed me off every time I told them about it. When I reached high school, I did my research, unable to bear the judgy eyes that people gave me. Still found no answer that could make me satisfied. Days went on like nothing happened. I could still feel them. Moreover, I could feel someone looking at me with envy. That was when I started noticing odd things in my mirror. Every time I look into it, I feel that the reflection doesn't belong to me. Since then, I was afraid to look into a mirror. Just the mirror in my bedroom. My mother always sleeps with me, so I always felt safe. But it all changed one night. As usual, my mother and I slept, but that day I felt uneasy. I felt as if something bad was going to happen. In my sleep, I could feel someone caressing my face. I thought it was my mother, but I could feel her right next to me, snoring. So, mustering up all my courage, I slightly opened my eyes. Not fully, just a bit. What I saw that night haunts me even today. I saw myself standing and staring at me. At this point, people would say that it was a dream, but I know that I was fully awake. I think you all must know what scared me that day was not seeing myself, but its lifeless eyes that looked at me with envy. The same envy that I saw in my reflection. I slowly covered my face with the sheets without making it realize that I was awake. Suddenly, I felt a spiky hand touch my eyes, trying to grab them. At this moment, I could only pray. I heard a sigh, and I could hear it leave, so I pulled my sheets down a bit and watched myself go into the mirror. I know it was no sleep paralysis, because of course I was awake and saw it happening before my eyes. You may believe it or not, but from that day my mirror is covered. To some it may be like a story, but to me it was a nightmare that I still try to forget. Even now I see things, and that's a story for another time. Story number 10. Used to see shadow people. I used to see shadow people all the time from ages 11 to 14. Back then, I was severely depressed as I went through many traumatic events in the 3-year span of middle school. I told my mom, who sadly passed away when I was about 13, about how sad I was all the time, that I was starting to hear and see things. My mom ended up taking me to my pediatrician, and he told me that a person's depression can be so bad sometimes that it causes hallucinations. I'm still conflicted about his diagnosis 9 years later. Why? Because everything I went through felt too real, too strange, too coincidental. It terrified me at first, yeah, but I used to hide in my covers all the time, and especially seeing one particular shadow, whom I named the Tall Man. But all the shadows used to scare me so bad just by standing around and slowly moving to the other side of my room. I just got fed up with it. So one night, I decided to charge at one and start punching at it. It did not like that and actually rushed me. I didn't feel anything, but I saw it cover me right before I closed my eyes. So I cowered on the floor for a while and cried. After that night, I decided to just observe them and not give off any hostile vibes. I think they noticed because they started to become, for lack of a better word, curious of me, and I them. They started to get closer to me while I would draw and play video games. I would watch them move around my room and merge into darker shadows, before I went to sleep especially. I wasn't scared of them anymore since I realized they weren't hostile unless provoked. I kind of felt less alone when they were around. The tall man, quote-unquote, who I mentioned before, always stayed in one place. He was more solid than the other ones as well. He had a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat. He didn't do much and never moved from his place, which was right next to my bedroom door. Why I bring him up is because after I turned 15, I didn't see the shadow people anymore, but this one stuck around for a while longer. I haven't seen him in about 2 or 3 years now, but I'm wondering why. Why don't I see shadow people anymore? Was I actually hallucinating because of severe depression? What even are shadow people? For anybody listening, drop down in the comments what your version or your definition of shadow people are. I'd actually like to know. A Haunted Christmas Eve. Story number 13. 10 years ago, I, a then 16-year-old female, now 26, had eaten a lot of Burger King on the 4-hour journey to my grandparents' house. When we arrived to see my Nan, it was Christmas Eve. And as I still do now, when I get excited or happy, I jumped around the house, which combined with the Burger King lunch, unfortunately made me really queasy. This was a sadder Christmas than usual, as my grandpa had passed away earlier that year from Alzheimer's disease. But my family were determined to lift my Nan's mood with a fun and loving Christmas. Now on to the spooky bit. I decided to sleep off the self-inflicted nausea Well, family just took my Nan to a local fish and chip restaurant, leaving me on my own in the bungalow that my Nan and Grandpa built themselves. I was woken up by the sound of loud music. It was the Nat King Cole song, which my Nan's favorite artist is. Being sleepy and not thinking straight, I asked my grandpa to switch it off. Immediately, the music stopped. This made me wake up properly, of course. My grandpa had passed away. Tentatively, with my heart racing, I left the bedroom and I shouted to see if the rest of the family had gone home, but they hadn't. I was still alone. I went into the living room and saw that my grandpa's stereo system, and he loved technology, had a Nat King Cole CD inside. So I unplugged the stereo and went back to bed. It wasn't long after falling into an uneasy sleep that the Nat King Cole music blared out even louder. It was so loud it was reverberating around the bungalow, and I started to cry, feeling freaked out. I yelled, "Grandpa, please turn it off. I don't feel well." And the music stopped. I didn't want to get up again, so I stayed awake until my family came back about a half an hour later. After telling my mom, she checked the stereo, and sure enough, it was unplugged. Since then, my Nan's dementia had gotten worse, and she often forgets about my grandpa, remembering only about a handsome, kind man and stroking his photo for comfort. The stereo still comes on loudly, usually when she's being difficult to care for or unpleasant, a horrible side effect of dementia. And it calms her immediately. We all think it's our grandpa. In his own sweet way, saying as he used to, "Don't worry, pet. It's all going to be all right." Story number 11. An Angelic Encounter. I was about 14 years old and at church for a Christmas program. During the program, I noticed someone seated nearby that had something unusual about them, some kind of special energy. I noticed this person watching me several times. Thought it was a little odd, but I wasn't worried about it. He had a kind face that radiated interest and concern and was dressed in a light blue satin baseball jacket, jeans, and a solid white Nike tennis shoe outfit. After the program was over, I was in another part of the church with family and friends. While we were talking, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the man again. He was at the other end of the room, leaning against the corner that led to the hallway. He was watching me intently, simply staring without looking away at all. By this time, I was thinking that he must be an angel, perhaps my own guardian angel. Whoever he was, I wanted answers. I pretended to keep talking to people and took 2 steps backward away from the group. When I was good and clear, I took off, running straight toward the man as fast as I could. When he saw this, he jumped away from the corner, turned down the hallway, and ran as fast as he could. I was only a few yards behind him. The hallway was a blank wall on the left side, and on the right side were 3 doors. He went into the middle one. All right, I thought to myself, door number 2 it is. I caught up within seconds and stepped into the doorway. Just as I spotted him in the room, I saw him throw what looked like a whole ream of copy paper directly at me like a frisbee. The paper came flying right at my face, so I turned my head quickly and covered my face with my arms. A second or 2 later, when I realized that the paper hadn't hit me, I lowered my arms to see a completely empty Sunday school room, with sheets of paper going everywhere, drifting toward the floor like giant snowflakes. The man was not there, and he had vanished. There was only one door into that room, and I was standing in it. He had not pushed past me to get out. The only windows were little rectangular ones up high that didn't open. And I don't think a person could fit through one anyway. I called out after him, That's not fair. I walked away fairly certain my first instinct was correct. I also wondered if all angels wore white Nikes. Didn't pick up on the paper either. I was just too stunned. Story number 3. My mother's phone call with a medium. My mother called me today. She had scheduled a phone call with a well-known medium in our town. I don't believe in mediums. I believe they're masters of cold reading and extrapolation on something, one says. But I listened out of politeness and respect of my mother's beliefs without belittling her. Before I relate this story, I must tell you about my brother. He's 34 years old, 5 years younger than me. About 2 years ago, he turned his life around, studied to be an electrician and was working in that field and seemed to enjoy it. My brother is a very secretive person that keeps to himself and has a hard time opening up to us and letting us know about things in his life. I let him be, but our mother nags him constantly, worries about him too much, and sometimes he gets fed up with her about it. So it came as no surprise to me that when he reorientated his short electrician career to drive, tell her about it, to drive semis, He feels as if she will worry even more about his financial situation, and he doesn't want her to worry needlessly. So my father and I are the only ones to know about him being in school right now, out of town 3 hours away to learn how to be a truck driver. My mother still thinks he works as an electrician. So back to our story. My mother tells me about her phone call with the medium. The medium has asked her to prepare semi-vague questions about naming any names, my mother's relation with them, basically the least amount of info possible. The medium told my mother about a few things about our family, a lot of which was quite spot on. Me working too much and having no social life. She spoke about my mother considering gastric bypass surgery, which I've been asking her to talk to her doctor about, and a bunch of other small interesting things that could fit what you're going through as a family. But the best bit was when my mother asked her, "Is my son happy?" The medium told her, "Your son is going through a career change right now. I see him driving something much bigger than a pickup truck. I see trees, a forest, and dirt roads. We live in a remote area where wood trucks haul from the local forests in the United States." She told my mother that this is where my brother would find his happiness. Now, my mother still thinks he works as an electrician, but I know this is not the case, and this woman, unknown to us, being so spot on, gave me the chills. How I may have accidentally communicated for the dead. Backstory. My sister, who was 12 at the time of the story, used to collect baby dolls. Along with it, she would also purchase real baby stuff, like baby clothes, strollers, and baby swings. This story happens to center around the baby swing. The baby swing was not of the automated ones where it rocks on its own. You physically had to push it. This story took place around when I was 8, and at the time my cousin was 11. They were staying the night. We were playing in my older brother's room since his room is bigger than ours, and he was staying at a friend's house. Note: the bathroom door was shut, so we didn't disturb my dad while he watched TV and had no windows opened in the room. My sister had set up the baby swing in the corner of the room and placed her baby doll in it. When I was younger, I was very imaginative and decided to play a game of make-believe. We started playing house, where my sister was naturally the mommy. I was the daddy, and I was their older child. As we were playing, we noticed the baby swing from the corner of our eyes at the same time start swinging on its own. Naturally, we freaked out and ran out to the living room where my dad was sitting watching the TV. We immediately told him what happened. He didn't seem too concerned, just waved it off. So we shrugged, tiptoed back to the room to see if it was still moving. Luckily, it wasn't, so we just assumed it was just our imagination. Soon as I was getting bored of playing house, we started playing another game. Still a variant of house, but darker. At this point, my sister and I were sitting on my brother's bed, and I was sitting on the bed. I started telling a story about a woman who killed her baby. Can't remember the story for the life of me, but it was pretty detailed, and I'm pretty sure it involved her drowning her baby in the bathtub. Soon the baby swing started swinging on its own again, but faster and banging into the wall. We once again freaked out and ran for my dad. As soon as we made it into the living room, we noticed my dad was watching an episode of Old Murders. The story I was telling to my cousin and my sister in my brother's bedroom was playing on the TV. The exact same story with the exact same details. Nope, I didn't hear the story, and I was not repeating it as the episode aired. I don't know if a ghost was acting through me to communicate and convey the story, or if it was merely a bizarre coincidence. The whole thing was strange, and I had night terrors for weeks after. My Haunted School. Story number 7. I remember when I was a kid that every school was built over a cemetery cliché. But my elementary school was actually built over one for real. Ever since I was a little girl, I was heavily interested in the paranormal and always thought my school had something weird going on. And for some reason, I was invested on proving to myself that I was right. In the 4th grade, my experiments began. I purposely stayed there, later in the classroom, hoping something would happen. I was always alone for like 10 minutes every day in the classroom, and I waited for like 5 minutes in silence to hear something. But I was slowly getting frustrated, decided to drop my experiments. But one day it happened. I was alone in my classroom putting some things away in my locker space as quickly as possible so I could join my friends in the patio. My classroom was at the end of the hallway on the 2nd floor, so I was hurrying to catch up. I could hear the muffled voices of the other kids outside. In one instant, it was like a crowd of people talking out loud just hit me in the ears. Couldn't understand a bit of what they were saying, but it was loud, louder than a bunch of kids playing outside. I grabbed my backpack, ran outside. When I was just by the stairs, I closed my backpack, walked to meet my friends. I was freaked out because I didn't say anything to anyone. I didn't want a bunch of other kids to stay late in the classroom with me, and if someone told a teacher, they would think I was doing it for attention. Some weeks passed, and I wasn't staying late anymore because I didn't want to hear those voices again. One day I thought it would be interesting to leave a piece of paper with a message for the ghosts hidden behind my books. I made sure nobody was there, and that nobody could see it in plain sight. And sure enough, I received answers written in the paper. They were simple sentences and yes and no answers. Since my mom was a teacher at my school, I was the first kid to arrive at the classroom, so before anybody else could come, I would open my message and see the answer. Eventually, I stopped doing that because it felt wrong and I could just tell the ghosts were getting a bit annoyed. It wasn't much, but it was enough that made me believe in ghosts. It made me think that I was as awesome as those ghost hunters on TV. My Ouija experience. When I was in middle school, I went to a friend's birthday sleepover, where we did the typical girl things, painted nails, did makeovers, and watched a movie. It was all normal until my friend suggested that we make a Ouija board. On a sheet of paper, we scribbled out yes, no, goodbye, along with numbers and the alphabet. She told us all the rules and we nodded in agreement that we would follow. I remember being scared, wanting to fit in, really, but also wondering if this was a good idea. I remember the first movement happened, and I looked across to the girl facing me, insisting that she had moved it. She had said it wasn't her that moved the clear pebble that we were using as the planchette. We asked dumb questions like who we each liked and if our crushes liked us. Typical middle school girl things. I don't remember much of these sessions other than a particular name, Wanda. And that we had asked her if she was a demon. She told us that she was not. After a while, this was no longer scary. We began to enjoy it more and more. And I remember feeling excited, like I wanted to keep playing, as if it were a video game. The next day I told my dad about it. My family was pretty open-minded about those things, so he wasn't mad or ashamed. He just wanted to make sure that we were all safe about it. Fast forward, and I was in my first year of college, and I was over at a friend's place for her birthday. And she had talked about how she found a Ouija board, and that we should try it. I was a little hesitant, as now I realized the true implications of them. We eventually started setting boundaries, but I was still hesitant to believe that the planchette was moving. My friend asked questions like, when's my birthday and what's my name? I shifted to questions not about myself, tending to ask about the entity rather than me. My friend suddenly asks if the spirit knew my deceased grandfather's name. It spelled out Lewis. I was in shock because none of my friends had known that. I know that I hadn't directed the planchette to the letters, so I was surprised to see that it was correct. Later on, another friend of mine had said that she felt something grab her foot under the table. I was right next to her and I didn't feel anything. At that point, I'm like, let's say goodbye and call it a night. It was all just too weird. I've never had a truly bad experience, but it's still very creepy, to say the least. My Old Ghost Neighbor, story number 13. I was around 8. Me and my family were living in New Orleans. I was playing in an area outside of my house, and I noticed this older Haitian man who lived a few houses down was sitting under one of our apple trees. We were somewhat close. I would occasionally go play cards at his house, since he lives alone and my parents thought he was lonely. The man was in a wheelchair, and I sat down near him and talked to him. He gave me an apple, but it was incredibly sweet and unlike anything I had tasted before or since. We talked a bit, and he told me that he'll see me again, and walked away. Later that day, we found out that he had died the night before, and even later in life, I found out that the man was some sort of voodoo priest from his granddaughter who I was friends with. She also claimed to see him from time to time. This story didn't end here, as I saw the man a few more times. We would talk, and he would always give me an apple. I even continued to see him, though we moved out of the country around 4 more times. He just showed up when I entered middle school. I chalked him up as my imaginary friend. I saw him again in a crowd at my high school graduation. I looked at him. He disappeared. As I was into voodoo at this point, it didn't faze me that much, and I realized that he may have been more than an imaginary friend. The last time I saw him, and the most recent time, was 2 years ago. I was in a really, really dark place, and I was in a crappy job, My girlfriend had just left me. I was really depressed and battling with alcohol and other illicit substances, but was actually considering ending it all. And right as I was about to drink a bunch and probably jump off my balcony, I saw the man on the couch. He told me that he had missed seeing me, but he knew that I had been busy. We played cards, go fish, our old game. He actually got me back down, and right before he left, he said that if I gave him all of my Coke, he would leave me some apples. I agreed, and he gave me a few. I passed out, and when I woke up, I still had the apples, but all of my Coke was gone. He's one of the main reasons I stopped doing stuff, and didn't get that badly addicted to them. It probably saved my life. Story number 6. Ask Reddit. I spent a great deal of time with my grandparents during my childhood. They lived then in my country of birth, which was foreign to them, though they did come to speak the language. My grandfather would take me out into nature to paint. I would squirm anxiously, as no kid wants to simply sit and watch someone paint for hours. So eventually my grandfather would start talking to me, and I would reference family events I had heard about from my maternal great-grandfather. My grandfather never questioned where I got the information from, so he would discuss the family history with me openly. It wasn't until a setting that included both grandparents and myself that it became problematic, as I couldn't actually have ever met my maternal great-grandfather, as he killed himself when his cancer treatment sapped his will to live. And so my grandmother asked me to describe this man. And after some digging, she was able to find a few photographs of my great-grandfather when he was a younger man, maybe 10 years before his suicide. They asked me when and where I spoke to this man, and I told them I saw him now and again around their property, though never on the actual grounds, like standing along a fence or sitting by a tree near the road. So I recounted things that he had told me that even my grandparents had forgotten. Small anecdotes about who belonged to what bloodline, where family artifact X, Y, and Z were being kept, and other stories. It was a problem because while there was some written form of family history, it was all in their native language, and I didn't speak or read it. In the end, no conclusions were drawn, and they had apparently decided it was best not to press the issue. And so I was allowed to just forget and move on. While I do recall the serious nature of a series of conversations I had around the time this would have taken place, them grilling me at the dinner table about this mysterious information-granting man, I have no recollection of any conversations with this man or any information that at least I came into possession of. It wasn't until I spoke to my great-uncle that any of this seemed vaguely familiar, in the subsequent talks I had with the extended and immediate family just sort of brought it back. It's frustrating because the reality of the situation is I'll never truly know what even happened. Story number 17. My first ghost experience. I believe in ghosts wholeheartedly. Bad ghosts, good ghosts. Ghosts that just like messing with people. All of them. My first real encounter with a ghost, I now can say I've had plenty, was when I was 10. Now, I will also preface this post by saying that I was so young then, and have told a lot of stories in my life and seen so many movies, but I guess I can't tell if it was real or not. But also old enough now to definitely tell whether ghost phenomenon has happened or not, just not back then. house I lived in when I was younger had a ghost that we'd like to call Larry. And thinking now, I'm sure we even made jokes about it back then, but maybe he was a she and was so angry all the time because we called her Larry and mocked her all the time. Damn it, Larry. Larry's back. Larry's mad. Things like that were said when cups in the middle of the tables would fly off the cupboards. Things would be opened and closed, and our grandfather clock from my passed-away grandmother would chime randomly. Creaks on floorboards where no one was. My encounter that I am unsure of, whether it was actually real or not. At some point, I tried making my real ghost encounters more scary by telling it this way and seemingly got carried away. That was when I was standing in our pantry, grabbing maybe a bowl or a cup for something. We moved my grandma's grandfather clock in there, and the space was that of a walk-in closet, not very wide, long and narrow. So keep that picture in your head. I just got done grabbing my whatever when I jumped down off the countertop, and the clock all of a sudden fell violently to the other side of the wall, like it had been pushed, to which I had to fall completely on my back to not get crushed by it. The door flung open and the chimes fell down, but it was held up by the wall. Everything just swung right above my face, dangling. Got many more stories to tell, too, that I'd love to write about because I'm into all this creepy goosebumps vibe, but also because they're true stories that happened to me, and I like sharing things about my life so other people don't feel alone. And I can actually have someone else relate to and not tell me I'm crazy or making it all up. Which is possible for that last one, but I admitted that already, so... Story number 7. I was house sitting for my parents not long ago, and their house is old. It's like built in the 50s. I decided to sleep in the basement where they had a futon. For context, the basement is a small cement room that my friend once referred to as being a great slaughterhouse for kidnap victims. It's since been furnished, but it's still creepy. So night 1, while I was down there were 2 electric candles laying on a chair right next to my face. As I was about to fall asleep, coincidentally, one of the candles turned on, all on its own. The candle had no on switch, no light sensor, nothing. You have to twist it to turn it on. So this kind of spooked me. Regardless, I just chalked it up to it being a coincidence. Went to bed a little bit spooked. Night 2. Throughout the day, I kept checking on the candle and it never turned on again. Once more, I took this as a sign that it was probably just a weird coincidence. I get ready for bed, head down to the basement, and find that the candle is still off. All is good. Fall asleep. And then in the middle of the night, I wake up to find that the candle is now flickering. Not cool, dude. Just creepy. But I was tired, so I just dismissed it and went back to sleep. Night 3. I head down to the basement to get ready for bed, and as I'm about to fall asleep, I hear this knocking sound. Like if a chair or table had one leg short and it kept knocking onto the ground. I dismissed it and I tried to fall asleep. But after a while it started to bug me. I get up, inspect the room, and can't find the source of the noise. Whatever. So I get back into bed, and within 30 seconds of getting comfy again, the knock happens. It's like it's taunting me. This time I decide that I'll just lay in bed perfectly still and try to zone in on that noise by my ear. I lay in bed motionless for 20 minutes straight. No noise. At this point, I just give up, go back, just fall asleep, and I swear to God, right as I get comfy again, the knocking happens. I look up to see where the noise is coming from and think to myself, this is way too creepy for it to be a coincidence. and almost simultaneously the freaking candle turns on right in front of my eyes. Goosebumps all over. I then packed my things and moved upstairs. Please share some real scary ghost stories that happened to you. We lived in a big house that was located in the Blue Ridge Mountains. We grew up there, and nothing ever happened. But when we went to my grandma's house that was just down the road, the creepiest things would happen to my sister. She would say at night after we all fell asleep that she would be woken up by a slap across the stomach. She thought it was me, came into my room to yell at me. When she came in, I was sound asleep and she freaked out, so I let her sleep in my room. Another time we were outside playing and it was getting dark. I said as we were cleaning up that I had to go inside to the bathroom and I would be back. She said okay, but when I got back, she was laying on the ground, screaming and crying. She said she saw me come out of the house and run right at her and then punch her in the face. Then she said I shook off around the corner of the house, and when she went after me, she saw something horrifying. She said it was a tall creature, probably about 7 feet in height and wearing a black robe. She said she saw it and froze in fear, and it kept looking at her, but all she could see was its glowing eyes from the darkness. Then she said it let out a horrible scream, and she blinked and it was gone. Then she collapsed on the ground where I saw her. She told my grandma, but she acted like my sister was just playing. 2 days later, my grandma came flying up to our house at around 10:30 a.m. She came in screaming. She said that she was last night in the kitchen making brownies when she heard someone at the front door knocking. She said it was around 8, so she was a little scared, but she went to see who it is. There was no one there. She thought it was some kind of kid from down the road, maybe, but she thought nothing of it. But then later in the kitchen, out of the corner of her eye, saw a little man walking from the living room up the stairs. She flipped out, but then she talked herself down, thinking it was just her seeing things. She said that she didn't go to bed until 3 in the morning, which isn't unusual for her, and she said it was around 10 in the morning when she felt the blanket being pulled off of her. She shot up and saw a little man at the foot of her bed smiling. So she ran out of the house and came straight to us. She now sold the house. Story number 24. Light switches switching on by themselves. Haven't had all that many paranormal experiences, except for like 3 or 4. One of which was the most vivid that I've described in a previous post. This one was the last that I experienced. Maybe there's some natural explanation, faulty wiring or something, but it doesn't quite make sense. So, here goes. My entire family once went for a relative's funeral in the countryside, about 5 or 6 hours away from the city where I lived. The funeral was to take place the following morning, so we stayed overnight. In the morning, I decided to take the bus back home myself, without staying on for the funeral. It was around midday when I got home, and I hit the sack immediately. A couple of hours later, I woke up and the lights were on. Obviously, I didn't switch them on before going to bed because it was broad daylight and no one was in the house but me. Didn't think much of it, so I switched them back off and went back to sleep, only to wake up to the same thing again. It was either the same night or the following night, don't quite recall. I woke up at around 2:30 a.m. to the lights being on. This time I thought that maybe I was sleepwalking or something. So I switched them off, went back to sleep, woke up again exactly half an hour later to find the lights were on again. just in my room. At this point, I was too freaked out to go back to sleep. This continued to happen until I became numb to it. But this made me realize how it used to happen all the time, even when I was a kid, where I was so sure I'd switched off the lights, but would wake up to my mom yelling at me for leaving them on. I always thought that I probably forgot to switch them off. And this was still the case. Different houses, though. It became so predictable every night that one night before going to bed, I called my mother and asked my sister to switch the lights in front of her, so she'd know that it wasn't me, just in case they were on the next morning. Like clockwork, the next morning, they were on. I grew numb to it, where over time it just made me curious more than scared. For years now, nothing's happened, until the same thing happened last night. I don't even live in the same country anymore, but it's quite possible that it could have been just me switching it on for something in the night. That's the end of tonight's stories. Hope to see everybody tomorrow. See ya. Story number 24. Light switches switching on by themselves. Haven't had all that many paranormal experiences, except for like 3 or 4. One of which was the most vivid that I've described in a previous post. This one was the last that I experienced. Maybe there's some natural explanation, faulty wiring or something, but it doesn't quite make sense. So, here goes. My entire family once went for a relative's funeral in the countryside, about 5 or 6 hours away from the city where I lived. The funeral was to take place the following morning, so we stayed overnight. In the morning, I decided to take the bus back home myself, without staying on for the funeral. It was around midday when I got home, and I hit the sack immediately. A couple of hours later, I woke up and the lights were on. Obviously, I didn't switch them on before going to bed because it was broad daylight and no one was in the house but me. Didn't think much of it, so I switched them back off and went back to sleep, only to wake up to the same thing again. It was either the same night or the following night, don't quite recall. I woke up at around 2:30 a.m. to the lights being on. This time I thought that maybe I was sleepwalking or something. So I switched them off, went back to sleep, woke up again exactly half an hour later to find the lights were on again. Just in my room. At this point, I was too freaked out to go back to sleep. This continued to happen until I became numb to it. But this made me realize how it used to happen all the time, even when I was a kid, where I was so sure I'd switched off the lights, but would wake up to my mom yelling at me for leaving them on. I always thought that I probably forgot to switch them off. And this was still the case. Different houses, though. It became so predictable every night that one night before going to bed, I called my mother and asked my sister to switch the lights in front of her, so she'd know that it wasn't me, just in case they were on the next morning. Like clockwork, the next morning, they were on. I grew numb to it, where over time it just made me curious more than scared. For years now, nothing's happened, until the same thing happened last night. I don't even live in the same country anymore, but it's quite possible that it could have been just me switching it on for something in the night. That's the end of tonight's stories. Hope to see everybody tomorrow. See ya. Story number 9. Comforting conversation with dead brother at the bus stop. For some context of this, I was 7 when my older brother had passed away at the age of 18, on my 7th birthday no less. My mom has had experiences ever since he passed, where she thinks she sees him on the street, though I never have. Until a few years ago. Was thinking about it after someone was talking about how they were almost sure that they had walked past their dead grandfather on a busy street. I was about 16 or 17, and I'm 21 in January. Alone for the very first time going through the Denver bus station around Christmas time. Being alone, scared, pretty much, it scared the hell out of me. It was my trip back home, and I was not digging being in the city Greyhound station at 10 p.m. I had sat on the ground where the bus was supposed to come and started to read a book. While I was sitting down reading, a guy asks if he can put his stuff near me and sit too. I said yes, and I didn't mind to even look up, and I didn't talk to men, no less at the bus stop. Don't blame you. Though I finally looked up when he started a conversation. He looked exactly like my brother and sounded like him. He asked where I was going and how the holidays went. The conversation somehow had hit a lot of points of my life up to from when he had passed, like how I moved up to the mountains and he wished that he could go see that mountain town. He talked about missing his girlfriend and asked if I had a partner. I was actually coming home from spending a few days with my first girlfriend and her family. He high-fived me for liking girls too, very on character for what my brother would have done. We talked about how I was starting to teach myself guitar, of which I was doing because my brother had. It was hard not to cry while talking to him, and his bus was the one that really came before mine. He said goodbye and left. I didn't get his name. He never said where he was going, only said that he was from a small town in northern Colorado, of which me and my brother are also. That was it. Came home and cried in my mom's bed for hours. Such a surreal experience. I'm wondering if that kind of thing happened to anyone else. Obviously, I've heard of people thinking that they've seen their dead family members, but not entirely having like a 30-minute conversation with. Story number 9. That time I was explaining to my grandson who God was. My daughter was working, left her son with me on one evening. While I was looking over some books concerning 2012, he came and sat down beside me and was asking questions about why I was always reading books. I took this as a chance to introduce him to God. So as I was explaining good and evil, I was taking a keen interest in the words that I was speaking. When it came to demons, he was very interested. So I asked him if he had ever heard of the stories that I told his mother when she was a young girl about the things that had happened to me as I grew up. He replied that he had heard some things when she told other people about it, but he didn't know the whole story. I took that as an opportunity to share, and I was doing that when he and I got our own experience. As I was telling him my favorite story from my childhood experiences, a music box melody began playing. We both stopped what we were doing. We go to find the source of the noise, and ended up in my daughter's room, which was pretty much in a disarray from her knack of not picking things up. Clothes were piled on the floor everywhere, and the noise seemed to be coming from one particular pile of clothes. We began picking up the clothes and shaking them out to see if there was something that we could find that would be making this noise. And as we reached the bottom, there was nothing left but the bare floor emitting music. My grandson looked at me and asked what it was that was making this noise. But as we could both clearly see there was nothing there, that's when the music stopped. We stood up from looking at the floor, still puzzled, when the toys began turning on and flashing lights in the toy box. My grandson went over to it and reached inside and pulled out a toy airplane that was just going off every which way it could. I asked him if he could turn it off. He just looked at me and said the toy didn't even have batteries and that he had left it outside in the rain where it became submerged in water. And it never worked since, to be frank. With that information, I took it from him and turned it over to see if there was no batteries, and there wasn't, and it clearly couldn't be working. That was the first experience my grandson had with the supernatural. Needless to say, he became quite aware of the other side of our existence that evening. Story number 13. Nopai Ming Provincial Park, Unexplainable Story. Camping, ghost, animal, Wendigo. This incident happened in 2019, and to this day I still can't find an answer. There's a short 20-minute trail of Nippon Ming called Walking on Ancient Mountains. It's basically a hike up a huge rock that brings you above the tree line. You get a 360-degree view of the lakes and forest around you. And there's a few picnic tables up there to eat breakfast, as it's a great place to watch the sunrise. So my boyfriend and I drove out there. We lose signal, and the last thing that we had passed was a campsite about 22 kilometers down the gravel road before our stop. We were pretty isolated. We get there at roughly 1 a.m. It pretty much made a bed, you could call it, in the back seat and trunk of our SUV. So when we get there, we can snooze for a while before hiking up. So we pull up to the base of the trail. We want to use the outhouse and get ready to sleep. We honk the horn, slam the doors, and yell to scare away any animals nearby like bears and such before we walk. Maybe 40 feet to the bathroom. After all that, we hop into bed, lock the doors, and within the same minute, we hear heavy footsteps in the gravel outside the car. Step, step, drag, step, step, drag. After being frozen in fear for a moment and hearing these footsteps approach the car, I quickly scramble to the front seat, start the car, and shine my lights around to see what's out there. But there's nothing. No tracks in the gravel, no signs left behind that anything was out there. I do a quick circle, shining my lights, shining it in the bush that's surrounding us, and we don't see anything. But I was so scared I stayed up for nearly an hour shining my lights and waiting for something to come back out. After not seeing anything, I figured whatever it was had passed, and maybe it wasn't coming back. So I turned the light off and crawled to the bed in the back where my boyfriend slept. With no exaggeration, the moment I lay my head back down, we hear the footsteps again. This time walking from the rear driver's side wheel well, where my head lay, around the trunk and to the wheel well next to my boyfriend's head. We look up through the windows, too scared to move, but don't see anything. Then suddenly there's a loud, slow, scratch-like sound in the wheel well next to my boyfriend's head. Scratch! Story number 2. I wasn't imagining things, right? I was 6 or 7 years old and at home with my mom. My dad had gone to drop off my sister at the nursery and then go off to work, so it was just us. We decided to play Uno together, and it was really fun. We ate snacks and just played for a couple of hours. We were about to play the final match when I suddenly needed to use the bathroom. I asked my mom if we could wait a bit, because I really needed to go, and she said okay. I rushed into the bathroom and did my business, flushed the toilet, and was about to wash my hands when I saw something from the corner of my eye walk just outside the frame of the bathroom door. I turned my head to look, thinking it would just disappear, as it usually did, but it didn't. Now, there was from what it looked like, a 6'4" shadow person, standing, staring, with the widest eyes in front of me. Without looking away, I slowly walked to the sink and washed my hands. I heard something shuffle behind me, and I quickly turned my head around, terrified it would be another one. But there it was. Nothing. I whipped my head back to the doorway, and the 6'4" tall shadow man at the doorway has turned towards the kitchen and walked there, disappeared right in front of my eyes. I was horrified, frozen in place. As soon as I snapped out of it, I ran to my mom and told her what I saw while hyperventilating. She told me to wait in the living room and check the house, but there was nothing. No signs of anyone being there. She told me I was probably just seeing things, and it was just my imagination perhaps. But I know what I saw. My mom doesn't know this, but I saw him that very night. But I wasn't scared this time. I was relieved, because I wasn't imagining things. He didn't say anything to me, but I'm guessing it's because he had no mouth. I didn't move, but I closed my eyes. When I opened them, he was gone. Even to this day, I see him at the corner of my eyes. I see others too, and I've learned to live with it. Ghost camera. So this is a quick story from back when I lived on Cherry Street in Muldoon, Alaska. My mom rented out a duplex when I was younger. We lived there for a few years. Weird things did happen in that house, but it never really fazed me all too much. Besides one time, but that's a different story. But I remember my mom had this gray camera. It was kind of like an old school one. We've taken a few pictures on it, and then after a while we just needed to throw it into a bin that had basically a bunch of electrical stuff in there. One day I was going through the box looking for a Wii controller, and I remembered the camera catching my eye. For some reason I felt like I had to charge it up and turn it on, so I did. Everything was normal until I went into the camera roll, and this is where things just went south. I started going through the pictures and seeing 3 pics that are in black, white, and gray. I'm not sure if that camera takes black and white pictures, but all the pictures that we've taken beforehand were all color. But when I looked at the first black and gray picture, I was weirded out. There was this girl who seemed to be 12 or 13 years old taking a selfie on the camera. Weird thing wasn't just me not knowing who that person was. It was also taken in her hallway right next to my bedroom door bookshelf. And the bookshelf that we had was filled with books and random stuff. But in the picture that was on the camera of the girl in the bookshelf was empty. And the only things that were on the bookshelf were skulls. But they didn't look like actual skulls. They were like see-through and smoky-looking skulls. Kind of like a cloud, but in a perfect skull form. There was about 3 skulls to be exact. The other 2 pictures that were taken on the camera were just pictures of basically the bookshelf and the skulls on them. To this day, we have no freaking idea who or how that was possible. It's honestly really freaky and weird. It wasn't a previously used camera because my mom bought it brand new. And even if it was previously owned, how would that person, or whatever she was, have taken the picture in our house? I wish we would have kept that camera, or rather wouldn't have. But my grandmother was living with us at the time. They were kind of a super Jehovah's Witness, so she made us throw it away. No one in the house knew who she was. Some creepy stuff. Story number 3. He took his soul. Hey everyone, I'm back with another spine-tingling tale. This time it's from my girlfriend, and it revolves around her grandfather. As always, these stories are recounted exactly as they remember them and 100% true. So picture this. It's the early 1900s in rural Guatemala where the story unfolds. One misty morning around 5 a.m., when the sun was just beginning to pierce through the darkness, their grandpa embarked on a journey to the neighboring town. In this remote region, there were only scattered houses, each separated by miles of empty land. The path he trod was a winding dirt road, and the morning air was thick with fog. As he ventured forth, he noticed a figure ahead, an ordinary-looking person, or so it seemed. Her grandpa didn't give it much thought, perhaps just another early riser on their way to town. However, as they drew closer, this stranger turned and greeted her grandpa with a friendly hello. Engaging in casual conversation, they both revealed that they were headed to the same destination. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary until out of the blue the stranger mentioned his fatigue and decided to rest on a nearby rock. He urged her grandpa to continue on without him. With no reason to be suspicious, her grandpa continued walking, but felt a strange compulsion to glance over his shoulder. To his astonishment, the man had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind him. A shiver ran down her grandpa's spine, and his entire body broke out in goosebumps. The air around him turned cold, and it became hard to catch his breath. He couldn't help but think that it might have been a spirit all along. In a panic, her grandpa made a quick decision. He turned on his heels and hurried back home. Little did he know that within a week he would draw his last breath. Many believed it was the work of a malevolent spirit, robbing his soul in that encounter. Story number 9. Ask Reddit. I was in my teens, attending some event where I was more or less unsupervised. I was hanging out in the venue, waiting for the event to start. There was a pretty good-sized crowd, a couple thousand people, most of them in small groups. As I was waiting and people watching, I noticed this guy walking around in the crowd. No one was really looking at him, but they were getting out of his way as he walked, instead of the other way around. And as I was noticing this and thinking how odd it was, suddenly he looks over at me. Then he came over, with the crowd parting around him but not paying any attention to him, and talked to me for a bit. Here's where it gets really strange. I don't really know what we talked about, but I don't really know what he looked at. I remember he was male, taller than me, no great feet. I'm kind of short. And I think he had dark hair, kind of longish. I think I specifically remember his hair because I was actively trying to remember something about him. So I was concentrating on what his hair looked like to see if I could even remember it. And I think he noticed somehow, because in the middle of our conversation he said something like, "Don't do that." Not in a menacing way, but just as a casual, "You're being rude" sort of comment. And I think we may have gone somewhere briefly, because I have a vague sense of being somewhere away from the crowd, although I don't know where, and I don't remember going anywhere with him or coming back. There's no big payoff to this story. At some point, I was just alone again. I went to the event, had a good time, and at some point after I was home, I noticed I had a pretty good-sized scratch on my arm. It didn't look like something you'd get scraping up against a nail or playing with a dog, mind you. It looked more like an incision, not long, but fairly deep. It didn't hurt unless I noticed it, and it was hard to notice it. I feel like it must have healed pretty quickly, or else I just didn't notice it healing. I had a scar for a few years, but not anymore. In my mind, the man and the scratch are linked, but I don't actually know if they are, or what, if any, there are any really things to do about it, but I've always kind of low-key wondered if I met a vampire that night. Story number 20. My mom saw a guy from the 30s. This one is not my story, although I have many, but it's from my mom. Here it goes. She told me that when her and my dad bought their very first house together, standard 2 up, 2 down in the city of Birmingham, UK. She said that Dad would always arrive home earlier than her from work on weekdays. So when she got off the bus and walked in the door, she was surprised, but not concerned, to find my dad wasn't home yet. She put the kettle on and went to go upstairs to change out of her work attire. As she looked up towards the landings, she said she saw a man in army clothes, and says that she saw him hanging from the ceiling. I'll also add that my mom has a very strong connection with the other side, and has plenty of other weird stories that she's told me. Anyway, she started to scream and runs outside into the garden and waits until my dad gets home, and then tells him what she saw. My dad, being an absolute non-believer, shrugs it off and says that she's mental. Anyway, a few days later, their neighbors, who were in their 60s or 70s, were out pottering around about the front garden, and Mom gets to chatting with them. She told them that she felt uneasy and that she feels like there's someone lingering in the house, and told them what she'd seen. Apprehensively, as she didn't want them to think she was mental too. Remember, this was in the 70s. The old lady said that that's not the first time somebody's had strange feelings in the house, and it's not surprising. She told my mom there was a lad who had been called to go join the army back in the war, but refused to go, and ultimately hid upstairs in the loft for months on end, hiding from the police or army or whatever. He got so paranoid and scared that he hung himself up there, and his parents found him. My mom always said that she didn't find the presence scary or malicious, just knew somebody was there who shouldn't be anymore. And obviously with what she saw, she kind of knew that somebody didn't quite know what world he should have been in. Very sad. She said that he stayed there until she kept speaking to him when she was alone in the house. She basically explained what had happened and that he no longer has to hide anymore and to go enjoy the next part of the journey on the other side. Eventually the weird stuff did stop. God love him. I just need to talk about this. Story 15. So throughout my entire life, I've been a hardcore atheist. I still don't believe there's a God out there, but that's beside the point. I didn't believe that we had souls, and I certainly didn't believe in ghosts. Recent experiences had led me to believe otherwise. I've been together with my current girlfriend for a little over 4 months. We met through mutual friends. I've been spending a lot of time with her over the past months, and it's been great. A month or so back, the freezer opened on its own and something falls out. She goes to put it back and acts like it's a common occurrence. I go to check on the freezer to see if it's easy to open, but you really need to apply some pressure to actually open it. But anyway, I don't really think much more of it and I just move on. Then one night when we're doing the hanky-panky, the TV switches from being set to the PS4 to regular TV. So some random program turns on and the remote was on the sofa about 2 meters away from the bed that they were on. So there's no way that could have been an accident. After calming down a bit and turning the TV off, we continue, kind of forget about that one time. When we go to the shower, I ask her if she had any idea what could have caused it. She said she did have good reason, but wasn't sure if she should tell me. She eventually gives in. Turns out she can see and talk to ghosts. And so can 2 of our mutual friends as well. I felt like my world had turned upside down. I'm a man of science. How can ghosts be real? Doesn't make any sense to me, but now there's no way that they aren't. If it is, or at least if it was just her, I would probably just think she's crazy. Since then, she's met my parents and talked to them about too. We also visited my grandma, which has had a lot of problems with ghosts. I just thought she was old and was probably just seeing things. She confirmed that there is a lot of activity there. She's also been at my place and says that there are about 5 or 6 ghosts here, 4 of which are connected to, I guess, my family in some way. This is just so crazy to me. Anyone else here know 100% that ghosts do in fact exist? Story number 18. Experiences growing up in my hometown. This first one happened when I was really little. I'd say in 2004 maybe 2003. I suck with dates, but this was one of the first experiences that I had. It's pretty fuzzy. All I remember is being at the top of the flight of stairs and jumping down the whole thing, almost like I could float down. I looked back on this one and I thought that maybe I had fallen down the stairs and didn't remember. But in that case, I would have gotten a shit ton of scrapes and bruises because it was a big wooden staircase. Likely not related to the other experiences that I had, but still, weird. There was some weird shit in between these two, but I'd rather just get to the meat of it for now. Anyways, here's the biggest one that really bothers me. When I was in middle school, I was a rebellious little shitbag and decided to try running away from home in the fall of 2014. I got up in the middle of the night and just decided to walk straight down the road. Not sure what my plan was there, but anyways, I ended up just following the highway until I ended up around Thunderbolt, east of where I lived, and was stupidly proud of myself for not chickening out and that I'd stopped crying. Anyhow, I wandered some more, hopped some fences, and amid my dumbass adrenaline high, I ended up in this dense, trashy woods. I started thinking over shit and crying again. Then I heard what sounded like my mom calling out my name from up on the highway, and instinctively ran away from it. Once again, I was a stupid shit-stained kid. I remember looking up to the highway and just seeing a person go limp and fall off the side and under the overpass in my direction, then started running towards me on all fours like some kind of creature. It was super dark and I couldn't make out any features at all, and I wasn't interested in getting any closer. I just ran like the damn wind until my legs were shaking and I sat down in the underbrush. I was resting for a bit and shaking and crying and all that, and then I heard my mom calling me again. It sounded like it was the same exact voice and volume. Like it was from the same distance away. It almost sounded like a mosquito buzzing super quietly in my ear. Passed out for the night and found my way back home in the morning. Story number 3. Weird experience last night. So my boyfriend is out of town for the week, and I've got the apartment to myself. I spent yesterday cleaning and playing a retro video game, then went to bed around 3 a.m. We've known for a while that our apartment is haunted, and as I've said before, it's just a block away from a graveyard. Anyway, I always sleep facing the wall that our bed is up against, with just a pillow between me and it. My dog sleeps on his bed, which is at the foot of our bed, and the cat has a bed under a table, which we have our air conditioner on. Because its hose doesn't reach the window without it, and yes, I know single hose units are terrible. I woke up around 5:30 a.m. and saw a hand in front of me on the bed. It looked like a normal hand or arm coming out from under the blankets, but there wasn't really room in front of me for something to be laying there. I grabbed the hand. I don't know why. And it felt like it jumped, like I'd startled whoever it was attached to. Then I heard a voice come from underneath the bed say, "Huh?" My dog and cat bolted out of their beds and ran out of the room. Then the hand just vanished, and I was laying there holding nothing. I had a feeling that I shouldn't reply, though whatever, and I went back to sleep. I don't know why I felt impelled. I think they mean compelled. I don't know why I felt compelled to grab the hand. I don't know why it didn't scare me. Maybe my previous experiences with disembodied voices and shadow people. I know I wasn't dreaming because I could read the clock. And when I'm dreaming, I have a sort of hazy pressure feeling. And I know it wasn't sleep paralysis because my pets reacted to it. Maybe one of our ghosts. But things never happen when my boyfriend is home. The occasional light will turn on or off. The cupboards sometimes open and close themselves. We've seen a shadow peek into our room, but we've never felt like we were in danger from the usual stuff. Story number 19. I'm so scared of this stuff, so I deny the existence of things I really have experienced. I have always felt a presence or presences in others' houses. One time I was living with my surrogate father, and when I was going to sleep, it would feel like someone was sitting on the edge of the couch and patting my leg. It was a comforting presence. I never said anything to my surrogate father about it. One day he says he needs to talk to me outside. I go out on the porch and he tells me something was touching his bed last night. He said, I was laying there, not asleep yet, and it felt like someone sat on the bed and was tapping my bed. I reached for my gun and it stopped. I then told him about my experience and that it didn't feel like a bad spirit. He didn't feel threatened either, just scared that it could be an intruder. I felt things as a child, and once me and my sister were playing rough and she pushed me and I almost fell down the stairs. I swear to God, something held me and pushed me back to the landing. There was no logical or scientific reason I came flying forward when I was falling backwards down those stairs. I now feel something in my new house. I always feel like I'm being watched. And one day my daughter came over and she said, "Mom, I don't like it out here. I feel like someone's watching me." I had never mentioned to her or anyone that I felt like this, that, I was being watched. I told her not to worry, because I know fear can amplify some spirits. This spirit I feel here is scary. It feels not good. Now I sage my house, Palo Santo my house, and do salt lines at my doors. I don't feel anything inside, but I do feel it outside. Like it's watching me through my windows. Like it's watching me when I'm outside. I try to deny that I believe in this stuff because it terrifies me. If there's a way to cleanse the property, because I feel so uneasy and terrified around the spirit, I know I sound crazy, but I'm constantly feeling like I'm being watched since I moved in. Story number 14. Possession, attachment. I'm going through an extremely difficult time. I did mushrooms and some ketamine last December. I felt possessed a few days later. I felt like my mind went into overdrive and I suddenly got this burst of knowledge. I was trying to make sense of it. The day after I took the mushrooms, I was talking really fast, a bit manic, and my head started turning to the right and then to the left by itself. At the time, I thought I was given some sort of special power or I was being shown something. I also felt a force dragging my neck back towards the ground, like something had a hold on me. From then till now, it's slowly been progressively getting stronger. At first, the movements didn't happen often, but now I'm fighting this thing on a daily basis. I don't have any moment of rest. I can constantly feel the strong energy inside my head. My hair is also falling out from the pressure that I feel. Please don't say it's stress because it happened the day after I took the mushrooms. It's starting to think that the mushrooms either infected me somehow or I have some sort of virus or an entity is attached to me. I think it's something to do with my central nervous system. I feel like my body's constantly vibrating. If I let it, it will move my body in a snake-like motion and my tongue also does a weird ripple sometimes. I went to a psychic healer and he said he felt a barrier around me and that this thing tried to attack him when he put his hands by both sides of my ears. I've tried cleansing, baths, shamanic healing, prayer, I'm Catholic. Nothing seems to help. I'm going to do an ayahuasca ceremony on the 20th, but I don't know if it'll help. Do you guys know what else I could do? I started thinking about suicide because it's been so long and it's not going away. I've had a CT scan and an MRI to rule out any medical condition. I want to do an EEG too, but the way I feel doesn't seem like a medical condition. From my point of view here, after reading this, I'm not sure if ayahuasca is gonna make this any better, no matter what it is. I'm not even dissing ayahuasca, just don't think it'll help. On to the next story. Story number 12. Shit, she saw me. When I was 12, I went to stay at my grandma's house for the night, as we were going to the desert hot springs in the morning. Well, that night I could not sleep. I was sleeping in my grandma's bed. I couldn't stop getting out of bed, lying on the floor, listening to my MP3 player. Yay, 2008. When I finally decided to lay down next to her and settle down, it happened. I looked down at the foot of the bed. There was a silhouette of a head looking at me, like somebody was knelt down. When I looked at it, it ducked down, as if it didn't mean for me to see it. I freaked out. I turned towards my grandma and I heard the sound of someone crawling on the floor. The carpet in my grandma's house was weird. It made a very distinct crunching sound as you walked on it. Well, I heard someone crawling on the floor, around the side of the bed, over to my side of the bed. That was the first and only time I'd ever understood what paralyzed from fear meant. I broke out in the worst sweat. I swear to God, I felt someone standing over me. I heard the breathing. This lasted for about a minute. When I was brave enough, I turned and of course, nobody was there. Funny thing I didn't realize until I started writing this is I knew from the second I saw a head looking at me that this was a paranormal experience. I saw a head. I heard someone crawling on the floor, and I felt someone standing over me. Maybe I'm stupid, but this easily could have been an intruder. But the entire experience and every day since, I knew it was a spirit. Not the first encounter I've had with one. I never heard footsteps walk away from me, and believe me, I would have. The presence I felt gradually subsided. I was scared, but I thank God I knew immediately what it was. I don't know what I'd have done if I thought it wasn't an actual person who was breaking in. I really wish I knew who that was looking at me. To this day, freaks me out. Even typing this. I had to get on my bed because I got scared of something coming out from underneath it. If we stay here, we'll never be seen again. Story number 19. In August of 2019, my family and I went on a trip to Bath, England. B-A-T-H. Sorry, don't know how to pronounce that. Bath? Bath? We'd been there before, but hadn't had a chance to visit the Roman sites. Unfortunately, when we arrived, we found that the Airbnb that we had booked was absolutely filthy. We weren't willing to stay there, couldn't find anything else, so we had to call off the trip and head home. Still haven't seen the Roman sites. It was a really long trip, and we'd already been ready to settle down for the evening when we arrived at the holiday flat. So the journey back stretched well into the night. My sister was incredibly tired and wanted to stop the night at the hotel, so we pulled into a travel lodge. As soon as we pulled in, I was instantly reminded of various footage I'd seen of people moments before they disappeared. I got the inexplicable and chilling feeling that had we stayed, the hotel CCTV would be the last thing anybody would see of us. I was absolutely freaked out, but everybody was super tired and fed up. I didn't want to cause problems. Thankfully, there were some complications with check-in. Despite her being the one who wanted to stop for the night, my sister insisted that we leave and push through to home. As soon as we left, the feeling began to dissipate, though I was very shaken. On the journey home, my mom mentioned that it was the Travel Lodge Shropshire, where many years previously we had stayed on another failed weekend break, but had to abandon the trip and leave the hotel in the middle of the night to go home early because it was absolutely infested with fleas from stray cats and the stank of their pee. Could I have remembered this and had some sort of flashback to an unpleasant childhood experience? Maybe. Though, whilst I do remember that failed trip, all travel lodges look identical and I couldn't see the building in the pitch darkness anyway. Last week I told my sister about the ominous feeling that I had. She said that she had felt exactly the same way, and that's why she insisted that we move on. To this day, why we felt like that's a mystery. But I know had we stayed that night, the unexplained mystery would be of our disappearance. Story number 14. I didn't hear my door open. I live with my parents, and this wouldn't be the first time I've dealt with some type of a paranormal experience. I remember this was about a year ago, so it wasn't that long ago when I was coming back from using the bathroom that night. It was around 1 a.m. when I was about to go to bed, and let me just say my room is the closest room to the living room and my parents' room, and my sister's room was closer to the den in my parents' house. When I went to bed finally, I had just gotten comfortable, had my music playing on YouTube, and all in all, warm and comfy. At the time, I was sleeping on my back with the blanket over my head. I don't know why I do it, I just like to cover my head. Now again, this wouldn't be the first time I've experienced stuff like this. You know, paranormal and whatnot. I usually wake up with random bruising on my legs most mornings, actually. When I was almost asleep and I was enjoying the peaceful thought of being almost sound asleep, when all of a sudden I felt the bed dip down next to my calf and ankle area on my legs. My body froze, I stopped breathing, and my eyes stayed open. Any type of sleep I had was gone. I stayed as still as possible. And then I felt the presence lift up. I finally got the courage to uncover my head and catch my breath. I turned on my phone's flashlight and shined it all over my room. found absolutely no sign of anyone being in my room. I was scared, awake, and out of breath. What the fuck was that? I stayed up for a little bit longer waiting for something else to happen, but maybe that thing would come back. But nothing happened, so I shrugged it off, fell back asleep. The next morning I woke up and walked into my mom's room and asked her, "Hey, did you come into my room last night and check on me?" She looked at me really confused and said, "No, why would I?" My stomach dropped. I proceeded to tell her what had happened, and she told me that it was weird, but wouldn't surprise her considering the stuff that's happened around our house. Looking back on that time and remembering what all had happened that night still creeps me out. But what makes this story really creepy is the fact that I didn't hear any footsteps or my door to my room open at all. Story number 9. The Banshee. My father passed away about 2 years ago now, and I had flown out to the Pacific Northwest to be at his deathbed, along with the rest of my family. So I was the last one to arrive, and we began a 2-day-long vigil of sorts. He had been out pretty much all of it for days, with the morphine and all that. But when I got there, he had become totally lucid for about 5 minutes, remarking on my haircut and other totally mundane things. My family was astounded. It was the first time lucidity had pretty much he'd had in weeks. Anyway, so I went upstairs to get some sleep around midnight, just lying on top of one of those beds with the door open, clothes still on. I was startled from a semi-sleep at 2:30 a.m. by the most horrendous scream I've ever heard in my life. I about fell down, leaping out of bed, and ran down the stairs to find nothing at all. My dad's bed was in the family room next to the big double doors looking out of the Cascade Mountain range. He was asleep, and pretty out of it. My sister was sound asleep in the chair next to him, and my brother and his wife were in the bedroom adjacent to the living room, again, sound asleep. My mom was asleep on the couch next to his bed. Imagine the sound of a screaming woman, but like sped up. It was like a 5-second long sustained scream or screech that cut off at the end, like someone played a recording of a scream but left out the beginning and the end. It was long enough that it woke me up, and I was standing when it ended. Weird. So it was not a dream by any means. My first thought was that Dad was gone and my sister was screaming. "What is with everybody tonight? Gecko, neighbors?" My first thought is that my dad was gone and my sister was screaming. She's not like that, but it's all I could think of. He passed away peacefully 6 hours later, all of us by his side. So I haven't said anything to anybody except my wife. It wasn't until months later that I was reading an article about the Banshee, and I instantly knew that's what it was. My family's Irish, and from what I've read, it can run in families. One of my cousins had a similar experience back in the 70s. Forgotten about that. Story number 13. I experienced something, and I don't know where to go about this. I'm terrified to go back. I work in healthcare and take care of people inside their homes. My individual went to bed, so I was just relaxing on the couch at his house while my coworker was in a different room talking to his girlfriend. As I'm laying on this couch, I see something out of the corner of my eye. A pair of legs. I don't think anything of it. I just assumed my coworker thought I was asleep and was trying to sneak up just to mess with me. Everything was good until I saw a second pair, and then I started to freak out because there's only 3 people in the house, and my individual was asleep in the room in the front of me. When I looked up, I saw an elderly woman. I saw her pure as day. Crystal clear. I could make out every feature on her as she started walking to my individual's bedroom. I was terrified as an elderly woman has died in this house before, and other staff have talked about seeing a woman or a shadowy figure in the house. It's very common, apparently. When she got close to my person's bedroom where he was resting, I looked to see an elderly man. He was running, but his legs were walking. That makes sense. He was way faster than his legs were moving. I can't really explain it. They both disappeared into my person's bedroom, and right as they happened to be next to the door, it creaked open. I was paralyzed with fear. I could feel something just staring at me or reaching out for me. I could just feel its energy. I felt so unsafe and had an overwhelming sense of dread. I yelled out for my coworker and he ran in, and the door beside me closed, and he witnessed it too. For the rest of the night, nothing too big happened besides for shadowy figures and stuff moving. It's very common for small things like this to happen around that house. But I'm coming here because I've been freaking out ever since. No one believes me, and I swear on my mom I saw this old couple as pure as day. I can't comprehend it. I feel like they're following me too. I just feel so unsafe at all times now. Does anybody know what I should do, or does anybody even believe me? I saw my first ghost. 34-year-old male, Ohio. Last night, 10/20/2020, at around 1:05 a.m., I saw an apparition float from my bedroom closet and out of my main bedroom door. I was laying in bed with my girlfriend while she was asleep, watching Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? The movie was at the part when the girls are in the river giving the main characters moonshine. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it floating from my closet and traveling semi-fast out of my bedroom door. It looked like a fog or exhaust on a cold day, but in a rectangular form without the edges. I woke my girlfriend up immediately to tell her, and tears started to pour down my eyes. I was in complete shock. My whole life had been shocked, since now I know ghosts are real. I felt like I wanted to throw up. I even called and told my mom at 2:10 a.m., and I'm a grown-ass man with a 6-year-old daughter. Note: my girlfriend's grandpa died exactly 2 months earlier on 8/20/2020 at 2:05 a.m., and his ashes are in a mini urn in the closet, where I also saw the apparition originate from. Then today I grilled steak for dinner for my family, girlfriend, 3 girl daughters. When I brought it in from the grill, I covered it with foil. Before I went to uncover it, there was a huge fog, mist, and distortion all around me, right in front of me. I could barely see the counters and cabinets in the kitchen. It happened for about 5 seconds, then went away. I told my girlfriend, and she said that her grandpa really liked steak and was freaked the fuck out. I don't want to just assume it's my girlfriend's grandpa because of the 2-month anniversary mini urn and his love for steak, but something definitely happened. I was always super skeptical, and now I just don't know what to think. Still in shock, and it's really messing with my mind. Does anybody have any insight on what this is or what I can do? Is this what a ghost really is? It hasn't moved anything, controlled lights, or touched anybody in the house. But we do live in an old apartment. Story number 17. My first security post. 10 years ago, I started working for a security company as a guard. My first post was a place in Flint, Michigan called Diplomat Pharmacy. A little history: the place was originally a GM plant and the site of one of the sit-down strikes in the 40s. I started working third shift, Granted, I'm not a big fan of walking around in the dark, but it was what it is, And every night, a patrol every 2 hours. It was wild. Constantly through the night, I would hear footsteps. I would hear creaks and bumps. There was a constant feeling like I wasn't alone, and this was at 1 or 2 a.m. This went on a nightly basis. One time in particular, I remember being on the 3rd floor. 3rd floor was easily the worst spot for me in the building. As I was patrolling, I was passing the elevator. Now, mind you, this is at 3 a.m., and as far as I know, I'm alone. As I'm walking, the elevator kicks on and starts running. This was a bit alarming. A door to the elevator opened in front of me, and this was once again on the 3rd floor, and there was nobody in there. Depending on what floor I was on, I would use the bathroom and the toilets would flush without being in use. Again, middle of the night, early morning, I eventually switched to 2nd shift. I thought worming in the day would be easier, and to a degree it was. One afternoon I was patrolling an office. Perfect sunny blue sky day. As I was passing, I saw a silhouette in the window, like someone staring inside the window, through the blinds. Now, I'm working in the city of Flint, so the idea of a homeless guy or a crackhead staring through the window wasn't a concept that I didn't consider. I raised the blind, nothing. Sunshine and blue sky. So I lowered the blind, and the same silhouette of what looked like someone standing at the window. Very strange place to work. Nor looking for advice, really, just these are the things that I've seen. Story number 10. I've seen a crying thing, and it really scares me. Hi, everybody. This happened to me just last night, and I don't know how to explain it. For a bit of context, my father recently became ill, so I've moved home to help out my mother for a while. I still have young siblings and a grandparent living in the house, so I decided to stay in my parents' caravan out back. They only use it in the summer, so I thought I could get some privacy. The caravan gets cold at night, so my dad gave me an electric heater to warm it up. But my mother is very worrisome and is worried leaving it on overnight could start a fire, and I promise this will be relevant. So last night I go to sleep, and around 4 a.m. I hear banging on my window. I jump up, open the curtain, and my mother was standing there. Not gonna lie, I was a little worried something happened to my father, but she was just there to tell me to turn the heater off. I say, okay, great, thanks for waking me up for that. Then I try to get some sleep. This is where the weirdness begins. Just as I turn over, I hear very faint crying. At first I thought it was somebody in the house, but it was coming from the direction of the shed behind the caravan. I think to myself it's just some fox or other animal, but it slowly starts getting louder. Not extremely loud, but loud enough that it was keeping me up. I fling the curtains open to scare whatever animal was out there, but it was no animal. A child-sized shadow thing was sitting against the shed, its head in its knees, crying. I've never jumped up so fast in my life. I instantly turned on all the lights and ran back to the window, but it was gone, and the crying had stopped. I quickly jotted down all the features of it so I wouldn't forget, and stayed up with all the lights on that night. I'm scared it'll come back. Does anybody have any info on what this could be? It was child-sized, and it was like a shadow. The only features I could see was its body shape. Never been so scared in my life. Witches and Warlocks of Riverleaf, Part 4. This is a compilation of paranormal stories that me and my family have experienced in and around our home. I want to start off by saying that my mother is a devout Christian, and she was not afraid of spirits or demons, as she would call them. She used to hear chantings and talking, but couldn't understand the language while she was praying at night, as if these spirits were trying to stop her from praying and distracting her as much as they could so she would stop. But my mother would never let these spirits deter her from praying, and so she would pray even harder to fend them off. On one occasion while she was praying, one of these spirits came to disturb her. She took holy water and sprinkled it upwards where the voices were coming from, and immediately heard screams of pain as if they were splashed with hot boiling water. My mother would describe this as spiritual warfare. Night after night, she would repeat this and never gave up the fight. Kudos to Mom. Although she had a solid faith, there were times when these spirits would torment my mother in different ways. For a few months, she would be disturbed by a male spirit where it would come to her when she was about to sleep and would feel a hairy spirit sit on her chest to the point where my mother couldn't breathe. It was like dog's fur, thick, had a foul smell. All my mother could do was pray harder and rebuke it until it would eventually leave, but then come back the next night to torment her again. It got to the point where my mother would leave all the lights on while she slept, and as she couldn't get much sleep and would be screaming to them to just leave her alone. This disturbed us deeply, and I would run downstairs to see what was happening when I would hear her screaming at something that we couldn't see. I believed her, as when I would come downstairs, the hairs on my arms would stand and I could feel the evil presence, and sometimes smell something musty like wet dog smell around the house. But I would never see animals around. As quickly as it came, it would disappear. Story number 13. Binky Stealing Ghost. I have 2 kids. When my first was a baby, her Binkies always seemed to disappear. Like out of thin air almost. I know it's easy to think that I misplaced them or something, but I'm serious. I would tear the entire house apart looking for this one specific Binky because it was the only one that she would take. I had recently had a run-in with my TV remote vanishing as well, and after some advice from a friend, I decided to ask the house to please return the stuff to me, quote unquote. So I did. Then I took a nap with the baby. Within an hour, after a week of the remote being missing, the remote returned on top of my AC, which, by the way, I messed with very frequently and was right next to the couch that I was pretty much always on. The top was also dusty and there was no dust-free mark underneath the remote. It's like it was just put there. I was shocked, weirded out, scared. I was completely alone in that house pretty much all the time, so it wasn't a roommate or anything. Shortly after that, the Binky started getting taken. Every time I couldn't find it after a few days, I would beg the house for it back, and it would return in plain sight. Once it even was placed in my hand while I was sleeping, and I was awoken by the sudden feeling of it dropping in my hand. That one freaked me out. I don't know when it stopped, but eventually it did. There were other paranormal encounters in that house, but seemed like separate occurrences. Now it's years later. I live in a different house, a different state, and a new baby. I had a lot of Binkies sitting on the side table next to the couch. Probably like 8. Only like 3 are left. and we've checked the house. Yet, I'm feeling very, very uneasy. I figured whatever it was lived in the house. Now I'm worried something is attached to me. Maybe it's been so for a long time. Does anyone have any idea what this could be? Story number 18. I know it's probably nothing, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched in my apartment. Okay, so for context, I used to live in a house in Arizona I believed to be haunted by a little girl. Late at night when my son was asleep, wife at work, and me in my home office, I would hear a little girl giggle every now and then. I would sometimes hear footsteps in the attic area. No room to move around as it was mostly HVAC up there, very little open space. There was also what sounded like walking in the hallway. I had to get up and make sure my son was still in bed, and he always was. I actually saw her once, though. As I was working, I saw what looked like a child walk past my office door. On top of that, my son would tell my wife and I about the girl in the closet. Never caught it on camera. Did catch an orb once, but I don't personally subscribe to every orb is a ghost rhetoric. Anyway, I always felt as if something was watching me, especially in the hallway and in my office and son's room. Fast forward about a year and a half. I now live in a small apartment in Texas. I've lived in the apartment since June of 2022. At first, everything was fine. However, over the last 9 months or so, I've begun to have those feelings that there's a presence in my apartment. Every now and then, when my wife is at work, son in bed, and I'm working, I feel like someone is watching me. On my nights off, I will sometimes hear noises in the hallway, tapping and even shuffling. It could be explained that my son is shifting in bed, or that the ceiling fan is shaking, but I know where the sound is coming from, the hallway itself. The eerie feelings in the hallway and my son's room have returned as well. Like I said, I know it's probably nothing, but it's eerie. I'm not scared of it, but I just can't shake the feeling that this little girl has followed us. Yes, if you're wondering, my son does still talk about a person, not a girl anymore, just a person in his closet. I see him talking to himself sometimes while looking toward the closet itself, and even gesturing towards it. Story number 16. The tall men getting close again. Recalling things that have happened here in my home has never been something I enjoyed. If I'm being honest, it scares the shit out of me. I can't stop recalling this one incident that still makes me nervous now thinking about it. Anyways, a couple of years ago, I was about 15 or 16, so only 4 years ago. I shared a room with my teen, 12 to 13-year-old younger sister. It was during the summer, so nothing was strange to us when it came to sleeping with the door open. Our parents would tell us that it was just a pretty well-ventilated room. But regardless, we were used to that. It wasn't strange to wake up to the room door being wide open. One day, I think early morning, I woke to sounds of my sister crying. I didn't think much of it, but as her older sister, I got up and went to comfort and check on her. She was a sobbing, uncontrollable mess. Her tears felt endless as I asked her continuously what happened. Through muffled sobs, she points at the door and mutters in a broken cry, "The men on the stairs with the trash bag." I was confused and followed her gaze, but I saw nothing. I chalked it up to her just recalling a nightmare and brushed away her fear like it was nothing. Proceeded to get up and closed the door. Closed it to provide us some peace. I calmed her down and lulled her back to sleep since it was still pretty early in the morning. I went back to bed and fell asleep once again shortly after. An hour later, I woke up to her once again crying, yet more terrified this time. Her eyes red, with seemed like more red than before, and I asked what happened. Once again, through her cry, she said, the tall men with the trash bags, they're getting closer. Even I started getting nervous. That was when I noticed the door was wide open once again, despite me locking it earlier. Ignoring my own nervousness, I held her and laid with her as we both fell asleep. A couple hours later, my sister was calmer and better now, but we both knew that we were scared. Almost half a decade later, and she still claims it was the scariest experience she's ever had. I can only consider myself lucky that I didn't witness the tall men too. Story number 18. George. When I was a kid, my mom would take me to the boathouse at the beach quite often. I remember the sounds, the smells, the equipment, and George. George was about 70 years old. He had skin like leather and a buckled jaw with large fake white teeth. He always sported the same baseball cap and had a huge grin on his face. Everyone knew George because he talked to everybody, but I remember him vividly because of the way that he would flirt with my mom. My mom, being so friendly, was always very kind to him, and I guess I got to know him better this way. Throughout my childhood, I'd always see him in the same spot, the same lawn chair, just hanging out. I would sometimes say hello or otherwise just pass by. On this particular afternoon, it was a hot summer day and the beach was jammed. My friend and I decided that we'd have enough and made our way back to my place. On our way back, I saw George sitting in his chair. At first, I felt awkward, not sure if I should say hello. As I got closer, I turned and made eye contact. That's when he raised his hand and said, "Say hi to your mom for me." I smiled, waved, and nodded. My friend and I got back to my place and are grabbing drinks and snacks while my mom is preparing something in the kitchen. I turn to my mom and I say, "George says hi, by the way." And she froze. "What?" my mom asked. "George says hi," I repeated. She had a grim look on her face and looked pale. My friend and I didn't know what was wrong. I asked if she was okay, and she responded by saying, "That wasn't George. You couldn't have seen him because he died 2 weeks ago." I sat down immediately, broke down, and cried. It was heartbreaking, but this was out of fear. Never in my life have I felt this way. It was so incredibly vivid and seemed surreal. In the end, it was nice to know that he was in his happy place, but he was sitting in his lawn chair looking out the water. So, rest in peace, George. Story number 10. Ouija board extra hand. So this happened back in college, almost 13 years ago. A couple of our friends invited us to go and try the Ouija board. So we started with the lights partially off. 3 people in total decided to go ahead and join in. We started by asking normal questions about her past that the board would answer pretty accurately. In the beginning, it claimed to be the grandfather of one of the girls that was in the game. After a couple of questions, he told us that really it was someone else, even giving out his real name, unpopular name that I can't recall now. Anyhow, we closed the game and went home. Next day, one of our friends was showing us the video of our hands moving. One of our friends was recording the session. I didn't notice anything strange in the beginning, just normal hands going around the board, until one of our friends freaked out. She was like, "Wait, why are there 4 hands in the board? We were only in 3 that night." Looking at the detailed video, one of the hands was definitely bigger than ours. And because of the darkness, candlelights in the video, you couldn't see the arm. It looked like it was vanishing. The hand had a big ring on one of the fingers. None of us had rings back in the day. Also, the ring was like it was part of his finger, like part of the finger bone. Pretty creepy. We reviewed the video 100 times. We still couldn't believe it was true. We brought it to a couple of other people to check it out, and they were like, it does not look unusual. But of course, for somebody that was not there, no one believes that we were only 3 people. Simply thought there was a 4th hand there. From this day, we never talked about that encounter with our friends. I tried recently to locate that video, but I couldn't find it. It's probably somewhere in a dead Nokia SD card somewhere. Anyhow, I don't recommend anybody to do anything with the Ouija board. It's dangerous, and who knows what it leads to and what gate it opens. Ghost Girl from the Camera Part 2. This was way back when I lived on Cherry Street in Muldoon in Anchorage. My dad came up to visit from Hawaii after he got out of jail. My mom was at work and he was there watching us. It was a pretty chill day. We were going to go to the zoo, so my dad decided that he would do my little sister's hair. They were sitting down in the recliner that was facing down in the hallway. Halfway through doing my sister's hair, he asked my older brother to go grab a comb for her hair. And me, being the nosy, ADHD-filled child I was, I got up and followed right behind my brother to go into my mom's room to grab the comb. As soon as we opened the door, we were greeted with an absolute cold breeze and the sight of a teenager-looking girl on the far side of my mom's bed. The bed wasn't up against the wall, it was in the middle of the room, so there was enough room on both sides of the bed to have a walking space. Me and my brother both froze instantly and looked down the hallway at my dad and little sister. At first, we thought it was my sister for some reason, but nope, she was still there sitting, getting her hair done. And when me and my brother looked back, the girl was standing right in front of us. I'm talking like some horror movie stuff. Like I'm literally in The Grudge. It was hella scary. At the time, I was like 7 or 8. Right after that, me and my brother booked it down the hallway and yelled out, "Oh my God, there's a ghost in the room." My sister, out of nowhere, just threw the brush that she was holding down the hallway and it hit the fish tank at the end and broke it. Water was everywhere in the hall, and it was carpet. She said she threw the brush because when she looked up after we ran past, she said she seen the girl running after us. It was just so crazy. Like, I literally mean it when I say that it was like The Grudge, straight out of the movie. It was hella scary. It's probably one of the more serious encounters that I've ever had. I've had plenty more, but this one just about tops all of them. And if you read my story about the girl on the camera that I posted, I think this might have been her. Same long dark hair and same build. But in the picture on the camera, she didn't have a scary face or anything. She looked normal, like a regular person. But when I seen her with my own eyes, I couldn't see her face. It was covered by her hair. Grudge much. Story number 7. The time the hospital elevator sent me to the basement. This is probably 11 years ago now. My mom was in the hospital. Can't remember why now, but she was there a few days. I went to go visit her, and she was like on the 5th floor. And I hate elevators, but I had to take it because I only knew how to get to her room by the elevator. This hospital was usually packed, but when the elevator doors opened, no one was inside and no one joined me. I stepped in, pressed the 5th floor button, and nothing happened. Frustrated, I pressed it repeatedly, and still nothing was happening. I got an eerie feeling, and I was about to get off when things shifted and the doors began to close. I pressed the 5th floor button again, but to my horror, the elevator started going down. My heart was beating like crazy. It just went down until finally it stopped and the doors opened. I knew I had to be in the basement because the floor it took me to was super quiet and dark. There was only a small light down there. I quickly began furiously pushing the 5th floor button, but nothing was happening. I had no idea where I was, but knew I was going to need help because the elevator wasn't working. As apprehensive as I was, I peeked out of the elevator and almost screamed when I saw a man standing by the corner near some janitorial supplies. I froze. I don't even remember if he spoke to me, but I know he said something. Maybe like, "It brought you down here?" He was very nonchalant. I just nodded and stepped out. I think because he told me there was another elevator I could take. The one I was in was not closing or going back up, so I stepped out and indeed, there was another elevator beside the one I was just in. I pushed the button, and the second those doors opened, I flew in and pressed the 5th floor. I didn't see that man anymore. I figured he left, and I was glad. The elevator went up, and when I was finally at the 5th floor, I let out a big sigh of relief. I was so nervous as I made my way to my mom's room, and I was so happy when she told me they'd be releasing her that day. Story number 11. Encounters in Dreamland. A few months after my grandfather passed in 2016, I had extremely vivid dreams about him. In these dreams, my truck had broken down at night, and I was trying to call my in-laws for help. After the cell rang a few times, I heard my grandfather's voice. I looked down at the phone in disbelief, and it was like we were FaceTiming. I'm staring at him through the phone one moment, and the next thing I know, I'm not in the truck. I found myself in something that resembled a basement apartment. My grandfather looked and sounded like himself, but visually he looked like he did in the 90s. He changes his style up every so often, but this was 90s Papa for sure. I asked him if he knows that he passed away, to which he replied, "Don't worry about all that. I want you to know everything's going to be all right." He kept repeating himself and then led me out of the apartment. When we walk out, it was a beautiful, never-ending field with a large tree to my left. It almost looked like a cookout, not gonna lie. But there were several people standing and chatting underneath this massive tree. I only recognized my great-grandfather who passed years prior, but I was able to make out a few faces. When I woke up, I was shivering and sobbing. It was so good to hear his voice again. At any rate, I'm explaining it to my grandmother, and she's amazed because one of the people I described was a brother that she had that died in the early 1960s. I was born in '88. Sadly, I've never had the dream again. I was speaking with my cousin the other night, and he tells me about a dream that he had. In it, my grandfather was lying in bed in the apartment that I grew up in, when my cousin started crying. He told my cousin, "Everything will be all right, it'll work out." Of course, it brought me to tears, but it made me feel a lot better that someone else had had an experience like mine. I would love to dream and hear him again, but I never remember my dreams. So irritating. Anyway, I just wanted to hear other encounters people have had in their sleep and share my own. Spirits cooking in my kitchen. Please tell me I'm not the only one that's experienced this. So I'm fairly certain that my house is haunted on some level. I don't know why, or what spirit may or may not be in here, or what the history of the house is. Other than that it was built in 2008, and I've never even done a cursory Google search on it. A little afraid of learning things I don't want to know. about an hour outside of Phoenix, Arizona, in the rural desert. It could be built on ancient Native American burial grounds for all I know. I moved here 8 years ago, and within a couple of months of moving in, I started hearing faint noises. I couldn't account for them. Kind of reminded me of the noises that the early 1900s houses I had living in Detroit would make. Pipes creaking, banging, walls creaking, windows rattling when it got windy, steam boiler kicking on and off, just at much lower volumes. I've seen things in the past in Michigan that I can only describe as apparitions. But this current house, it now has all plastic pipes inside, all electric appliances, electric heat, modern double-pane windows. No reason to be hearing old house sounds. Would never be enough to wake me up at night. Was never obnoxious. I've never felt afraid of it. I'd occasionally joke about the ghosts, and always just figured it was my super cheap appliances doing weird things. Though the dishwasher would occasionally just turn itself on and run the cycle. Then a couple of months after that, I swear I could smell things being cooked in the kitchen. I'm the only one in the house. Don't even have an inside pet. I'd wake up some mornings to the distinct smell of blueberry muffins or pancakes. Sometimes I'd come home from work and swear there was a hot pizza waiting for me. There's been times I've caught the smell of marijuana, and I don't smoke at all, neither do my neighbors. 8 years later, it still happens every few months. Story number 14. The Man, the Dog, and the Boy. So a little backstory. My wife and I were youth leaders at a church that had been, well, I guess you could just say it had a recreation building attached. When you walked into the building, it was a gymnasium, and at the back was a hallway that led to the bathrooms and a set of stairs that went up to the second floor. My wife and I would have Nerf wars with some of the youth and her siblings occasionally. We played one game, which was hide and seek in the dark with Nerf guns. Nice. I have 3 encounters to share. The first time I was hiding down the hallway next to one of the bathrooms, and I was facing the stairs. A little bit of light was coming through a window upstairs, but otherwise it was dark. As I was sitting there, I saw a 6-foot-tall person, who I thought was my friend, just looking out of the bathroom at me. I didn't think too much of it until I heard his voice out in the gymnasium. The other times was on the same day. Again, I was hiding down the hallway because everybody else was spooked because of what happened last time. Well, I saw my wife, her siblings, and another friend come down the stairs and go into the gymnasium. Right behind them came a dog. Only problem was there wasn't a dog in the building. It looked like a sick and tired greyhound. It looked out into the gymnasium and everybody else and then looked at me. Right after it did, it disappeared and everything went black and cold. I could still hear, but I couldn't see. I tried to stay calm, but eventually got to where I could see the light from the window. Later, as I was still recovering from what had happened and still hiding in the hallway, I heard a knock on the wall, and then a kid appeared half in and half out of the wall. He looked at me, and then it went dark. At the same time, my wife screamed, and I noped out of there in the direction I thought the light switch was. My wife told me later that she heard the knock and went to investigate because she thought it was me. When she went over there, she heard a growl from the wall. Needless to say, that was the last time we played Nerf there. Exploration of an abandoned hostel in Singapore. I live in Singapore, and on one random day, my friends and I decided to explore an abandoned place that we visited before a few years back. But this time, we decided to explore at night. As usual, I packed my camera gear and all my equipment and filmed the entire time that we were exploring in the abandoned place. If you guys would like to research on the place more, feel free to Google abandoned Brunei hostel in Singapore. Something about that night made the place and vibes really strange. As soon as we started exploring the place, I started to feel really uncomfortable in the venue. That night was really strange. Among my friends, I was the only one who heard the ladylike voice humming and singing. I don't know. And managed to capture it on tape, but it was really subtle. We continued exploring the place, and fast forward to the end, we didn't see or encounter anything in person, mostly weird noises. To my surprise, I'm pretty sure I captured a ghost on camera. Basically, in Asia, we believe in Malay ghost called the Pontianak. Not really sure about the history of the ghost, but you can Google it yourself. I'll explain what to expect in the video. In the video, in the first clip, you can see my group of friends as well as myself slowly walking towards the abandoned building. I want you to focus on the second floor and the pillars along the second floor and compare it to the second clip. In the second clip, you can see this figure standing behind the second pillar on the second floor. It was really weird because none of us noticed or saw the ghost in person, which explains why none of us were overreacting. And we just continued exploring the place. Feel free to leave any questions below, and I'll try my best to answer all of them. Leave your thoughts below as well. I'm 100% certain that I actually caught a ghost on tape. Story number 18. More spooky shit at daycare. It's been a bit since all that happened. Never got around to talking to the other kids about if they had also seen Christopher as well. But the idea that the building is haunted hasn't left my mind, and that thought is even more prevalent after today. So the usual routine for the kids is just snack in the morning, play until lunch, have lunch, and then put the kids down for nap time. Today I took my lunch an hour later than I usually do, which I do usually just before the kids go for the nap. But this time it meant that I was there to put the kids down for nap, and I left after most of them had gone to sleep. When I got back, there was a few kids awake with the other worker there. After a while, we got the few kids that were awake to start coloring. And where we had them coloring, you could clearly see the door to the room in which the rest of the kids were napping. On this day, we had 8 kids, which is about the usual for us seeing how it's small. At the time, we had 4 kids awake and 4 still napping. While drawing, well, I was facing the door, so I could see when a kid comes out after waking up. After a while, I saw the door open. Not fully open, but come off the latch. So I got up to go see what kid it was. When I walked around to see, I could see a child's face peering through the small crack in the door. But almost as soon as I saw this, the door closed quickly. I laughed it off as just one of the kids messing around and went to go check which kid it was. When I went to open the door, it felt as if the doorknob was being held on the other side. But it was just the slightest feeling, so I didn't require any more effort than it was, if it was typical. But it still had that feeling attached. When I opened the door, I expected to see one of the kids standing behind the door because of that feeling that I did have. But when I peered into the room, every kid in there was still sleeping. I don't know whose face I saw in the door. Not because it wasn't one of the kids, but when I think back on it, I feel like the face was almost barren. Like there wasn't an actual look to it, but the way the door closed almost as soon as I had made eye contact with it is still kind of terrifying. Story number 7. Hat Man being nice. During the pandemic, I got into the occult and witchcraft. I and many people in my family, mostly women, have some sort of gift for that kind of stuff. At 17, I began to meditate more and saw more things that I wasn't able to at the start of my journey at 16. There were a few spirits that resided in my house. Still, for some of them, they're still there. A ghost kid from the 70s. He's pretty quiet and I've only seen him once. A shadow cat. A weird, disembodied face. Didn't really faze me. An occasional poltergeist. Only a few times. Nothing huge. My guides at the moment. Loki. I dabbled in light paganism. And finally, the Hat Man. He and the shadow cat always looked at me in the living room from the basement. My biggest rule is that spirits and entities are confined to the basement, although I see the occasional shadow peek out at me behind a wall. The Hat Man always felt brotherly. I don't have any siblings now, I was always home alone for most nights. I've been low-key neglected as a child, so it makes sense that I've always been very vulnerable. I was chill with the Hat Man staring at me. I would even wave to him. I still years later talk to the basement openings when I'm talking out loud. He never hurt me, never made me hella scared. He felt like an actual being at one point. I'm now watching a video. They describe the Hat Man as an eternal father, and that the guy the YouTuber is talking about believes that everyone is a Hat Man's eternal child. I went from, oh, Hat Man's so nice, to shit. I've heard that he was malevolent, but he was never really being mean to me. I've always been sensitive and seen things as a kid. Only when I got cast last year, I haven't seen anyone for the most part. I sincerely believe my home is being haunted by an evil spirit, and I need suggestions how to get rid of it immediately. So in a few weeks, or rather a few weeks ago, I started randomly waking up in the middle of the night, like my eyes would just open and there was always this shadow figure standing next to me or my husband's bedside, just staring at us. Creeped me out, but I figured maybe I was just nuts. And then I'd go back to sleep. Anyway, it started happening every night, and I started to have really bad nightmares. It got pretty bad to the point where I thought I was developing insomnia because my sleep was so awful. I finally told my husband about it last week. He got creeped out but said that he believed me and actually informed me that he's been having real bad sleep for the last few weeks as well. He also mentioned that he thought it was because he randomly picked up the habit of grinding his teeth at night, which made me realize that I had too, and it started for both of us a few weeks ago. This is not typical for us. Anyway, last night before bed, our daughter comes into our bedroom and asks if she could sleep with us. This is normal and occasionally happens. She just likes cuddling. And we were like, sure, no problem. So later in the middle of the night, our daughter wakes up screaming, "Why?" I grab her because it scared the crap out of me, and she starts crying, saying that she had a bad dream. I tell her to go back to sleep, and I cuddle her until she falls asleep. She wakes up this morning at 6 a.m. with me and my husband. That's what time he wakes up for work. And I typically will wake him up and wake up with him. We usually have a conversation. I asked her what happened in her scary dream. And she said in her dream that she woke up and there was a scary shadow looking at her with no face, telling her that it was going to burn the house down. My husband overhears this conversation and looks terrified. as am I. Story number 12. They could be why I survived. I was walking with two friends to take one home after school. We had to walk up a dodgy country road, and it was away from the surrounding towns. It was still daylight outside, being around 16, and there was tall bushes on either side of the road. We got about halfway up onto a straight bit, and I saw on the other side, standing inside the bushes, two really tall, slim, black silhouettes. They didn't look like real people, but they had the body of one and about 7 feet tall. I had stopped and said to the other two, "The fuck was that?" They turn around and say, "What?" But I said it was nothing, and I just thought I was seeing things. A couple of minutes after this, my friend stopped and said the same thing. You could hear that she was spooked. She explained to us that she saw the exact same thing. We all started freaking out. We ended up dropping my friend off and having to walk back the way we came. When me and my friend reached the bottom of that road, not far from where I saw them, we both got hit by a car pretty bad. She got lucky and knocked by the headlight and fell to the side, whereas I got hit and went over the bonnet of the roof and slid down the side, getting stuck on the wing mirror and dragged around the corner. The car was going around 50 miles an hour when it had hit us. I believe I should have died, but instead I came out of it with only one broken leg. I obviously had big grazes, but only broke one single bone. None of these injuries have stayed with me. I've got no scars or anything. I think about this all the time and how it's all such a coincidence. How there was two of them, and two of us got hit by the car on the same road only about 40-ish minutes later. I would love to know what people have to think about this, because I think about this a lot. Story number 16. Homeless Ghost. A couple of days ago, September 12th of 2023, I was in Nashville, Tennessee with my girlfriend and her son to attend a concert. Instead of paying the $75 parking fee, we found a spot that was about a 20-minute walk away from the venue. As we were getting close to the intersection of 6th Ave and Ewing, I noticed a disheveled man across the street in a parking lot to my left, walking briskly in our direction. I assumed he was homeless based on 1, his appearance, 2, that the rescue mission was on the other side of the parking lot. It was just a quick glance, and I returned my gaze back to the direction we were going. A few seconds later, we reached the crosswalk. As we were waiting for our signal to cross the street, I turned to see if he was actually going to approach us, and he was nowhere to be found. I said something about it, and neither my girlfriend or her son saw the man. I described him, a squat, stoutly built guy with close-cropped dark hair with a touch of gray, a goatee with a mustache that didn't quite connect, like Orlando Bloom sported in Pirates of the Caribbean. And a few days of stubble, meth mouth, a drab-colored-looking undershirt, gray camo cargo shorts, a dingy white sock scrunched down, and gray shoes with a pop of red on them. They both say the other 3 people I saw in the parking lot. Or rather, they both say the other 3 people I saw in the parking lot. One woman sitting in a low white collar. This is written strangely. They both say the other 3 people I saw in the parking lot. One woman sitting on the low white cinder block wall that surrounded the lot, and 2 other women walking along talking to each other. I know what I saw. Oh, I guess they just said that they saw just these people there. But we're not seeing the man that he was describing. But I know what I saw, and there's no way that a living person could just disappear like that. Also, he couldn't have made it back to the mission in that short amount of time, as he was much closer to us than he was to the mission. Story number 14. I think something is in my room. Last night I was going to bed with my radiator on, and it was on the brink of, or rather I was on the brink of falling asleep. I usually hear creaking and stuff near my desk setup, but usually never pay any attention or any worry to it. My radiator makes some cracking sounds, which is normal. But just as I was about to fall asleep, I hear two loud taps and knocks that definitely did not sound like the noise my radiator makes. I couldn't exactly pinpoint where it was coming from, but it sounded like it was being made on wood or from the attic. This isn't the first time I've experienced this, as I have a door in my room that connects to my bathroom, and heard 3 loud knocks on it late at night once. I've heard footsteps coming from my attic, and they definitely did not sound like rats or mice or any piping. They were very heavy and lasted for a bit. I've had my cases of sleep paralysis in this room as well. The most terrifying sleep paralysis I had was I saw a girl with a teddy bear who looked like she was from the 60s. And then another time where I had an empty bag of chips on my desk, and I could hear the bag being crushed and rustled. After hearing the 2 loud taps and knocks last night, I opened my eyes and went on my phone to play Hunaman Chalisa, and also turned on my LED lights. After I started to play it on Spotify, my phone, and just put my phone down, and my phone volume went to mute without me doing anything at all. I then felt a very strong presence in my room and felt like something was watching me, and it made me feel pretty scared and nervous. I then decided to go to a different room to sleep in. The most weird part is that no one else in my family has experienced these things, and it's just me that's experienced these situations in my house. Any ideas on what I can do to get this to stop? Story number 13. Footsteps. I've never seen anything inexplicable that I can remember, but I do hear things that puzzle me. For years, I worked at a law firm in an older building. Every so often, employees, including me, would hear the sound of a woman's footsteps walking up a hallway. There was a door leading outside at the end of the hallway, toward the inner office. I say woman's footsteps because it sounded like high heels. The footsteps would fade away about halfway up the hallway, and there was never anyone there. After a while, I came up with a theory. Perhaps there was a woman who walked by the office some days and her footsteps seemed to be inside of the building even though she was outside. The building did have weird acoustics, so this seemed like a possibility. At times, the footsteps seemed to be muffled or a bit faint, so this helped bolster my theory, I thought. One morning, I was in the office alone, standing at the copier, and I realized that the door at the end of that hallway had just opened because the traffic sounds suddenly got louder. Then I heard footsteps. I rushed over to peer down the hallway. No one was there and the door was closed. I had no explanation for this other than an oral hallucination. One other odd thing related to that same hallway. One day I was headed back to the kitchen, and on my way I glanced towards the door at the end of the hallway. I saw a man wearing a brown overcoat and a muffler standing in front of the door, his arms down at his sides, just staring into the office. His face seemed blurred. Maybe I just didn't look at it closely. After that, the footsteps weren't heard, except for some on the second floor, which was also unoccupied. Lastly, a legal assistant stayed late one night and heard what sounded like a power tool, like a drill, being used in the back of the building. She thought her handyman must have been working on something, but when she checked, there was nobody there. She quickly left after that. Story number 11. What the fuck were those hooded figures I saw as a kid? When I was a kid, about 7 years old, I saw these 3 hooded figures on 2 separate occasions, and I still wonder to this day what the I witnessed. Curious to know if anybody else has seen or heard of anything like this. So the first time it happened was at nighttime. I had not long gone to bed, and I was just laying there quietly waiting to fall asleep. I used to be quite scared of the dark when I was at that age, and I'd already had a few paranormal experiences by then, so my parents would leave the hallway light on for me and my door open just a few inches. The way my bed was positioned against the wall meant that I could see down past my feet, through the doorway, and down the hallway. All of a sudden, I saw 3 hooded figures coming down the hallway in single file towards me, and then turning left into my parents' room. The third one stopped for a moment and looked into my room straight at me, and that was when I screamed for my mom. The second time it happened was a few months later, and during the daytime. I was just chilling in my room alone playing with my toys when something caught my eye in my parents' room. I turned to look and saw the 3 figures walking in single file again. Both times I only saw them for a few seconds. Of course, I was scared, because that's not normal, but I didn't feel threatened by them. They were quite small, maybe 5 foot or so, and they looked quite like monks. Well, the clothes did anyways. I couldn't see their faces as it was just blackness. They moved in the same way monks walk, like slow and deliberate paces, with heads down kind of thing, you know? My dad was fighting with the council at the time to stop them cutting down the lovely big oak trees in front of our house, and he thought that that might be spirits connected to the trees in some way. I don't know what or who they were, but it was very strange, and I can remember it so vividly, 30 plus years later. Story number 17. My Boyfriend's Strange Stories, Part 1. For context, my boyfriend and his family are from a very rural area of Chiapas, Mexico. He brought these 2 stories up today while we were at work. His family normally had gatherings and reunions, and these stories involve his aunt and grandpa. Story number 1. Aunt is a pig farmer. She talked about how her pigs would squeal and pace the pens during the night, almost as if something was bothering them every night for a month. She eventually couldn't take the noise and came outside around 1 to 4 a.m. She claimed in her story that she saw a dark figure on top of one of her pigs, and her quote was that it was fucking her. Excuse me? She then shouted at the figure and it jumped off the pig, walked away into the darkness, and then the sun rose. She went to check on her pig. Apparently, the one that had been targeted had strange burn marks all over its hindquarters. She claimed the pig wasn't able to get pregnant months after this event, and therefore she decided to kill it. The pig didn't put up a fight or make a noise. My boyfriend told me that they used a blunt side of a hatchet to do the deed. Story number 2. Grandpa's a land caretaker and a landscaper. He takes either his horse or his bike to the properties on dirt paths. Normally goes before the sun rises. He uses a flashlight to guide his way, and while he was on his way to a property for the day, the flashlight began to flicker and eventually turn off. He continued on the path anyway, and when the sun began to rise, the flashlight came back on, and another smaller path was visible veering off of the main one. He decided to follow it a few meters and noticed some peculiar footprints. He described them as bare human feet with an elongated big toe with a long, sharp toenail that imprinted the ground with every step. The small path eventually faded into the shrubs and disappeared. Story number 3. The Lone Walker. There's reason why the phrase, "things that go bump in the night," exist. While working the night shift on the railroad, one of the sites that we were conducting repairs on happens to rest next to a graveyard. The timing couldn't be more perfect because it was the middle of October, which only added to the eerie nature of the environment. It can be said that what I saw could be chalked up to fatigue or my subconscious playing a trick on me. But that doesn't explain why the entire work crew saw the same thing. To set the scene, my team was sent out to repair the tracks at a local station, which rest in a nice but historic area. Residing next to the station is a bike path, residential housing, and an old cemetery. Work progressed as normal. We were making great timing on the repairs. It had gotten late in the night, around 11 p.m., when we saw an older gentleman casually walking down the bike path. He was pale, wearing a tan button-down shirt, short sleeves too, khaki pants, a strange hat, and most notably a feather tucked behind his ear. Just before he reached the entrance to the station, he made a sharp right turn and disappeared into the thick brush that separated the cemetery and the bike trail. It should be noted all the residential housing was behind us and could only be accessed by crossing through the work zone. It wouldn't be too out of place to see people use the trail that late, but it was 48 degrees outside and there was no path in the brush for the old man to traverse through. We grew concerned when no one saw him exit the woods. We thought that he went in to go around the construction equipment. Everybody saw him go in, but no trace of the man was ever found. Not even broken twigs or crushed leaves from where they first entered. To add to this mystery, the only thing on that side of the brush was a tall stone wall for the cemetery. We continued on with the night, but the oddity was not forgotten. Husband routinely hears ghosts in her house. Advice? We've lived in our 1963 house since 2017. Since we've all lived here, my husband has had many experiences with ghosts that are children. We have a 4-year-old son, but it wasn't him making the noise. He's heard children calling out for mommy while our son was sleeping. My husband wakes up before me and our kid. He hears children running around the house at night. Also of note, we still have a Nest camera in our kid's room. We should take it out soon just because he's getting older. But with the ghost stuff, we haven't pulled the plug on it yet. We've confirmed that it wasn't him making any of the noise. Last week at 6 a.m., while me and the kids were sleeping, my husband heard a music box and kids running around the house. We don't have a music box or anything that plays that type of music. When we first moved into the house, our son had reported a few instances of a male ghost. We didn't make a big thing out of it. We suspected he was dreaming because when checking the Nest camera, he was asleep all night. But he would routinely talk about a man who was a lava monster. How he would refer to anyone with burns and red skin at that age. And he'd talk to him. He said he wasn't very nice. He hasn't reported anything in the past year. But he would talk about this visitor for 2 years off and on. I've never had any experiences in our house. And those ghosts don't seem bad. At least my son's visitor hasn't reappeared who was suspect. I burned sage a few times throughout the house, but that didn't seem to do anything, and would tell spirits to move on or leave. To our knowledge, no children have died in the house unless it was before the house was built. There have only been 3 owners before us, and one of those was a daughter of the original owner. She inherited it from her parents. Story number 8, The Iceman. When I was about 15 or 16, I was doing my Duke of Edinburgh Award, which involved camping and orienteering. We pitched our tents in a low valley in the mountains. It was at the foot of the Slieve Donard in Northern Ireland. Me and my friend carelessly made our guide ropes super long. We made them so long that everybody was tripping over them in daylight, that the tent was up and we couldn't be bothered to fix it. I woke up in the night to footsteps and heard someone brush against our tent. I didn't think much of it, assuming one of the boys was taking a leak. I tried to get back to sleep. The next morning, as the aroma of sizzling bacon was filling the air, I asked who bumped our tent last night. Everyone denied it. But someone walked round our tent. A few other people heard the same thing, and the 2 class clowns or jokers in the group said that they were fast asleep, didn't hear a thing. I thought they would have at least joined in with the I heard something, trying to freak us out bit. One of the more sensible guys in our group said, someone walked around my tent, but I noticed they didn't have light. One of our teachers, who was pitched further away, admitted to hearing footsteps too. Our Duke of Ed facilitator finally said, "You're not the first group to hear those footsteps, you know." We all turned around perplexed. He asked us if we had seen the ice house further down the valley. This was built to preserve ice for food storage before electricity. Yeah, we all had seen it. Did you read the plaque on it? I hadn't noticed it. No one seemed to. But my buddy Andrew spoke up. Yeah, for the man who died in it. The facilitator nodded. I laughed it off and headed back to my tent to get my mug for a hot cup of tea. Tripped over the guide ropes. It suddenly struck me, how did this person who walked around our tent so close? He didn't trip over the guide ropes. Can a painting be cursed? Not safe for work warning. You've been warned. I was riding my bike to work last Monday and I saw a woman putting some things on the roadside in front of a house, so I couldn't resist stopping to see what it was in the boxes. Not much was in the first box, just some useless household items like kitchen utensils, a few candles, some dried flowers with all the petals gone. But in the second box, there was only this small painting of a letter, the letter E. It's not a great painting, but immediately caught my eye. I had to grab it, put it in my backpack and started riding again, and I wasn't more than half a block away and my tire blew out, causing me to wreck. Now, it doesn't strike me as weird that it happens to a lot of people every day. And that's what I thought at first. But then, because of the wreck and the flat tire, almost made me about an hour late for work. I got fired from my job, tried to call work and explain that I was going to be late, but my phone was completely destroyed in that wreck. I got home that night when I took off my backpack, tossed it in the recliner, and when I did, it accidentally got caught on a lamp, causing it to fall and break. So I went to clean up the glass and cut my finger really bad after I got the bleeding to stop. I went to bed but kept having these really vivid nightmares. I would wake up and feel like I wasn't alone in my room, like my backpack was watching me somehow. Tuesday, when I woke up, I went to grab my backpack and remembered the painting was in there. So I took it, and I set it on the table, so I thought. But after I got home, the painting was now on the floor next to the table. I'm almost certain that I put the painting on the table, but it's not where I found it when I got home. I decided to hang the painting on the wall next to my bed, but I now feel uncomfortable being around the painting. I feel as if it's watching me, and every night since the painting has been in my house, I've had terrible nightmares. And ever since I've had the painting, I felt tired and weak. My friends said that they want me to get rid of that painting, but I just can't bring myself to throw it away. It can't be the painting's fault, right? Story number 3. Hearing, seeing, and experiencing things. If this is the right place to post, since I don't have any video or pictures to prove it, but I've had strange things happen that I can't explain, and I don't know who to talk to about it without sounding crazy. Sorry for the cow in the background, guys. I'll try to explain what's happened without it getting too confusing. The first occurrence was about 2018. I was babysitting my niece, who was just a little baby at the time. While she was taking a nap behind me on the couch, I was sitting on the ground watching TV, and out of the corner of my eye, I see a lady in 1800s type dress, just staring at me. Took a step towards me, but the moment I looked over at where she was standing, she was gone. The rest of that day I was there, I could see figures walking past out of the corner of my eyes, but never when I was looking directly at where they were. The second time I was sitting in a different apartment that my sister lived in, and I heard someone calling my name, and it sounded like an old lady. When my niece came running and saying, "She's calling for you." My sister and her boyfriend were in the room too, but they didn't hear anything at all, and no one else was in the apartment too. The last time something really strange happened was in 2020. My sister died, and we had shirts made with her picture and name on it. The name of the funeral, the night of the funeral, I took the shirt off and put it on the back of a chair with her picture facing up. I closed the door and went to sleep in my niece's room with her. The next morning, I came into my room and the shirt was inside out and on my bed, which was across the room from the chair. These were the top 3 occasions that were really weird things that have happened. But I do see shadow figures walk by, especially in an old house I used to live in, where the owner apparently passed and died in as well. Story number 22. What would happen if you were to see this? Now, I wasn't sure if this could be considered as paranormal or not. Plus, I wanted this to be a question, but had to put gore instead since it wasn't anything medical with organs, and it's considered as one. No idea what they mean by that, sorry guys. But long story short, my mom had an enlarged heart and soon passed away due to cardiac arrest. Since I thought her gigantomasia was the cause of her breathing problems and chest pains, I was in the room speaking to the doctor, and as I left, the nurse spoke to me of what she saw during the autopsy. The enlarged heart and the dilated aneurysms were removed. There, she said, as the pathologist placed it on the table, he went out to get a drink or something, but as he did so, she was doing her report on the computer until she saw the heart starting to thump really hard by itself. At first, she was curious to see what was happening. She had never seen anything like this, until it began beating irregularly. She thought she was going crazy, but as she'd gotten close to my mom's enlarged heart, it was like that for a good few minutes. The nurse said that she could see the instruments on the table shaking due to the pounding, and hearing a disembodied heartbeat, believing that it was possessed by something, perhaps, till the pathologist arrived back when it stopped. Now, I thought it was hogwash, as she was probably pulling my leg or that she was exhausted with all the work. Now, there could be some explanation about this, as it might possibly be temporarily jump-started until stopping again. Since it was a wall-to-wall globular enlarged heart with multiple dilated aneurysms of her CVC, aorta, and pulmonary artery. But I've wondered, could spirits or souls or apparitions possess organs? It's the end of today's stories, or tonight, if it's nighttime where you are. It's nighttime where I am. So, see ya. Story number 2. Silent Rock MT, Hood, Oregon. I mainly joined to see what I could find on Silent Rock, and it wasn't much. I grew up in a small town 15 miles from Silent Rock, which is on Highway 26, heading up to Mount Hood, Oregon. I've heard all the stories growing up. There's plenty from Native American burial grounds, many deaths, and strange occurrences. If you're from here, you'll know when you get close to the rock you're supposed to turn your music off and not talk until you pass, or something horrible might happen to you. Something did almost happen to me, and it was a miracle I made it down the mountain. But that's not why I'm writing this. Nobody has ever ventured below the rock. Kinda hard to get, but one day I decided I would attempt to get there. I hiked down and made it. I brought a trail cam, a compass, and a few other items. I didn't get any weird quote-unquote feels when I was down there, but my compass was going all over the place. I spent about 30 minutes down there and put up my trail cam in a nice sneaky spot. I came back with a more expensive compass a week later, and also to grab that trail cam. Once I got down there, the cam was gone. Spent 70 minutes looking everywhere, and I just couldn't find it. The new compass I brought down there was doing the same thing. I'm no genius here, but what else can I bring? If it wasn't such a rough hike, I would bring a ladder to mount a cam higher, but that's just impossible. Something weird is definitely going on. I'm going to try to stay the night down there this weekend. The forecast showing sunny, mostly. But that's the last weekend before the snow hits. Story number 8. And if you guys are still up, don't forget to leave a comment and maybe a like. It helps us keep this channel going. And yes, my neighbor's kid is screaming outside. Not part of the horror part. Story number 8. Date appeared on my mirror. Hi, this actually happened to me back in 2016, but it's really creeped me out since it's happened. I have one of those over-the-door mirrors. Nothing special about it. My boyfriend bought it from Kohl's. Anyways, when I moved the door to access my closet, I noticed something was written on my mirror, only because the sun happened to hit it in just that right spot. I looked over the mirror and noticed the date was October 3rd. I get so nervous just remembering it. The handwriting was clearly not my own, and why the hell would I write something on my mirror? To clarify, this wasn't written in pen. It was like if somebody had written it with their fingernail. The only other person living with me was my boyfriend, so I asked him if he did it. He said the same thing. Why would I write on your mirror? Occasionally, my little sister would come to visit, but she is way too little to reach the spot where that date was written, and she could definitely not spell like that. So this date just randomly appeared on my mirror. I don't know how long it had been there. I'd also owned this mirror for about 2 years then, and had cleaned it several times. I cleaned the mirror after discovering it, but I honestly was terrified at how it got there, since I dread that day was October 3rd. I often even call into the work that day. It's never happened again. Keep hearing crazy metal banging after hearing my neighbor's kids scream. Listening. Well, that's just odd, guys. I guess no noise is good noise. Story number 16. My deceased uncle won't rest in peace, and I need advice. Last year, my uncle died from lung cancer. He was diagnosed on the 4th of April, and he died around the 20th the same month. But it was really a rough time for all of us. But we took some solace in the fact that he died surrounded by our family, considering he was divorced and spent most of his life alone and bitter about that fact. Then the dreams started. Both my brother, sister's father, and mother and I had dreams about him. Most of the time he was thankful, like one time when he thanked my sister for taking care of his crib. She inherited his apartment, which he loved and cared for a lot. However, most of the time we agreed on one thing. He was not resting in peace. In fact, one fact tied all of our dreams together, really. The fact that he's not aware that he's dead. My father even told him in one dream, assertively, how he's dead and how he should move on. I had a dream where he told me he's proud of me. He hugged me and his skin was literally cold. It felt like touching a corpse. Last night I had another dream, and this one started to worry me. He was talking with my sister, joking around as he usually did. Then I realized his eyes became sunken and dead. The skin around his eyes became red. His face started sinking, and most of his mouth and nose rotted and fell apart. He was still talking. I don't know what to do. I loved my uncle a lot, and I hate the fact that he can't move on, that he can't abandon this world and his body, even while it's painfully obvious that he's dead. As a Christian, I do pray for his soul often, but it simply doesn't help thus far. Even after I hoped he would move on, this dream still happened. Story number 15. Storytime, Weird Childhood Memory. I've always had this memory that was just there. A couple years back, I'm in my 30s now, I really thought about it and realized that this was not a normal memory. I was born in Oregon. This is in the USA, and only lived there until I was 3. My parents were staying with my grandparents almost all the time. I assumed to help with me. I remembered their house very well. They had a huge row of windows that gave a massive view of tall trees behind their house. They had horses that roamed, and once they even woke me to go to a family of deer that was hanging out in the middle of the night. It was snowing, just a stunning scene. Anyway, one morning, I guess I jailbroke out of my crib and found my way to that living room. In my memory, there's a teddy bear, and he's telling me all about UFOs, I assume flying ships, and how they fly, that they come watch us, and like to see us do whatever we did. I don't think I understood a lot of what he, sounded like a he, was saying. The memory's pretty fuzzy now. But we were sitting by my grandparents' old vinyl collection, and he was telling me his quote-unquote ship was like this, pointing at one out of its sleeve, one of the records, and would spin when it flew. I got the bright idea to take the vinyls and start tossing them. My dad heard the commotion and came out. He took one look at me and put his hand on his hips. He was wearing his red robe, very 90s. He put me back to bed. It was always just a normal memory until I realized a talking teddy bear was not normal. Thought y'all might enjoy. Never had an imaginary friend, and my mom said I never mentioned this or anything like it to her. I found pictures of that dang red robe after my dad passed. Mom said he wore that thing for years. Story number 10. Ask Reddit. I'm normally pretty logical about seeing weird things. I work nights, and I go long periods of time without sleeping, so my mind playing tricks isn't super unusual. But this happened in broad daylight with other people around, and it's left me completely confused as to what actually happened. I was repairing a condenser in a very standard-looking suburban neighborhood. Directly across the street was a mother playing in her driveway with her toddler, pushing him around in one of those plastic cars. I was walking back to my work van around the side of the house when I hear a shriek, like a noise that you hear and know something is about to be hurt. I took a very quick step to clear the corner of the house and see what was happening. Mother across the street didn't seem to notice, or hear, or care. That's when I heard it again, but being in front of the house, I could pinpoint a little bit better. My head snapped to the house directly to the right of one of the mothers that she was out in front of, and I saw a small child staring directly at me with its mouth wide open and eyes that seemed to be completely black all the way around its eye socket. I looked at the mother. Sure, she had to have noticed this, or at least heard the commotion. She didn't. The thing waved, not like a come here motion, but more so acknowledging its awareness of me. I walked slowly back to the condenser and hid for maybe 5 minutes. When I came back around, it was gone, and the mother was carrying on like nothing had even happened. I had no explanation for what happened to myself, and I still don't. When I went home and began to tell my girlfriend what had happened, she told me about black-eyed children. I don't know what I saw that day, but there was something so deeply unsettling about the entire situation. I'm happy calling it a cryptid if it means I'll never see them ever again. Story number 19. Seeing a pale person in my closet. This basically all started and ended when I was younger. The closet in my childhood room had no sliding doors and was very wide, but not a walk-in closet. Around the early years, I was in elementary school and I was starting to see my cousin in the closet itself. I mean, not my actual real cousin, but a kind of ghost version of them. They always had their eyes closed and they were very pale. And when I say pale, I mean they looked like a white statue. Everything was white. And my window being opposite of the room made the moonlight bounce off of them and made them glow. Very creepy and daunting to see when I was just a kid. Usually I would ignore it and just pretend that it wasn't there by hiding underneath my covers. Other times, after that, I'd been staring at it for a while and it would open its eyes so quickly and stare straight into mine. I was so scared I would work up the courage and run past it out of my room and straight into my parents' room. After a while, I forced my dad to put a blanket over that part of my room and I never saw it again. I then switched rooms with my sibling as well. I guess the kind of vibe that room just got to me. Is this normal to see as a child? I did forget about it for a while, until a year or two ago. I found out something bad was happening to my cousin around the same time I was seeing their ghost in my closet. And then I couldn't stop thinking about it. Was I seeing them for a reason? Was this a way to warn me about what was happening to them? I can't really imagine that, though, because we were both kids at the time. How can I help them when I was just a kid? This has been causing a lot of guilt as well, because I feel like I should have somehow known what was going on with them. Has anyone else had some kind of experience as this? Am I making up this connection? How can I stop thinking about this and stop feeling so weird about it? Story number 6. I need answers. My best friend and I were outside having a late-night conversation. We live in a very small town on the edge of the forest in the middle of the Great Canadian Shield, a very large forest that covers central Canada. It was around 2 a.m. when we were suddenly hearing a howl that was picked up on a few other calls. Nothing strange yet, but it picked up more and more howls until the point that it sounded like there was 100 of thousands of wolves. Initially, my friend and I tried yelling over the sound, but even though we were right next to each other, we couldn't hear one another. It got so loud at the end that we couldn't even think to ourselves. It was mind-numbing. Then, as suddenly as it started, the howls died out. It went quickly from hundreds of thousands to 4 or 5, then 1 or 2, and then silence. Not one howl for the rest of the night. The thing is, we have absolutely no mountains. It's flat forest land. Not only that, but we have wolves in the area. Though not that many for sure, but no one else in the neighborhood heard the sounds when we asked around. My best friend's mother lives closer to the sound, and is a light sleeper who had her window open, and she heard nothing. My grandmother either, whose house that we were standing in front of, nothing again. We had no idea what to make of this event. Finally, after 6 months, I realized something bone-chilling. No one heard us either. What happened to us or our voices? Did we have a shared hallucination? If so, why did no one still hear just us screaming to each other then? This never happened again. Has anybody else out there, anywhere, ever had an experience like this or something similar? Or maybe as a theory on what has happened, I'll take anything. This is a true story that happened when I was 16, I'm 23 now, and I still have no idea what could have happened. Story number 6. The Woman on the Platform. Years ago, when I was a young troublemaker, I was on my way to a community service roadside center. My commute required I take a bus and several metros, city rail trains, early in the morning as the godforsaken community's service started at 6 a.m. So, at about 4:30 a.m., I got off the first metro and walked down a platform in order to wait for the second metro. I was early, so there weren't many people, a few guys on their way to work and the random hobo here and there. But I noticed a woman standing against one of the platform pillars. She struck me as odd, as she's dressed in a way that showed off her body shape. But the weird thing was no one seemed to notice her. Not the hobos, not the guys waiting to go to work. She stood there, staring at me. I was mildly fascinated, as she was attractive, apart from her lack of attention from others. There was nothing else obviously strange about this woman. And as I was having a last look at her, the metro pulled up, and I walked in, found a seat, and wondered if the chick got onto the metro herself, as she was waiting on the same side of the platform as me. But no, she was still standing against the pillar, staring at me in a real sad way. I remember. I also remember seeing her as the train rolled off, and we locked eyes, and goodbye. 2 stops later, I arrived at my stop, and got off the metro into the platform and started walking down the stairs. I had to stop walking halfway down as the woman I had just seen at the last metro station was walking up the stairs on the side which walks up, and she was just staring at me with that sad face. I ran back up when I caught my wits again. She was not there anymore on that platform. Story number 19. Ghost Who Steals Food. I'll start this story with the remark that out of the whole family, I'm the only one susceptible to the paranormal. Since childhood, I've encountered inexplicable and strange phenomena, and none of them repeated themselves. This is the apartment that my parents rent. Lately, there have been a lot of noises in the kitchen. My family noticed this too when we all gathered in the same room to watch a movie. Before this, though, there were also other paranormal cases here. Something definitely lives in the kitchen. Literally less than half of an hour ago, it happened again. This time it was not black shadows, footsteps in the corridor, or monsters. It was a ghost thief. It's 1 a.m. and I'm sitting in the kitchen drinking tea, learning to snap my fingers loudly, when suddenly an apple fell from a loud cabinet. It fell right behind the cabinet, and yes, we store fruit on the cabinet, not in it. I immediately understood everything from the sound without even looking, but it was strange. Literally 10 minutes before, I had to move all the apples away from the edge so that they wouldn't fall. The second strange thing is that when I looked at which apple fell, it was a green apple, not a red one. The green apples generally lay in the opposite direction. Then I didn't really think about the details, and so it wouldn't rot there, I took a long broom and began pushing the apple behind the cabinet on high legs. Under this cabinet there were 2 boxes with onion and potatoes, but when I moved them aside and looked underneath the cabinet, there was no apple. This confused me. I started running the broom over all the places where the apple could have been rolled, but it simply disappeared without a trace. I swear I heard it fall, and I saw a couple of times before it disappeared. Story number 1. A Mexican ranch tale of witches and mysterious lights. In the spirit of the spooky season, I've decided to share one of the paranormal stories that my mom used to tell me. To give you some context, I come from a Mexican-American background. Although I was born in the United States, my parents were born in Mexico and spent most of their early years there. Here's one of the many eerie tales that my mom would recount from her own childhood. My mother grew up in the Mexican countryside, on a ranch where houses were scattered far apart. Nighttime brought pitch-black darkness due to the absence of the streetlights. One day she was walking to a party with her brother and sister in the early afternoon, and it wasn't dark yet. As they made their way through the remote area, my mom happened to glance up at the sky and noticed a mysterious light that was moving about. She kept this sighting to herself, knowing all too well that it was rumored to be a witch, a common belief in many parts of Mexico. They get to the party and enjoyed the party, momentarily forgetting about the odd sight. However, when the party ended around midnight, they began their journey back home through the now pitch-black countryside. Halfway there, the inexplicable light appeared in the sky once more, and this time her siblings also saw it. They continued walking in silence, not daring to mention the eerie sight to one another. Then out of the blue, my mom tripped, turned to look behind her, catching a fleeting glimpse of a mysterious lady. Almost instantaneously, the figure transformed into a glowing light and ascended into the sky. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. Story number 11, running on the roof. Not safe for work warning, although the last story seemed pretty safe to me, so warning or not warning, your call. Alright, I just want to make sure I ain't crazy. I'm a huge believer when it comes to paranormal things. I grew up in a house that always has been filled with entities. There's always some creepy shit happening, like things moving around, doors opening and closing, someone walking in the hallways, and voices. It's been almost 2 years now that I hardly haven't heard anything. Things calm down. It's not as bad as how it was when I was younger, but I've noticed that whenever I talk to anybody about what's happened, suddenly things start happening again. Last Saturday, me and my brother were on a road trip and we started talking about paranormal stuff and things that people have been seeing lately. I always enjoyed a huge scare, but we both knew that when we talk about those things, something is bound to happen. And it did. This morning, everybody left for work and I was alone in the house. I was getting ready to run some errands. I suddenly started hearing noises, like things falling or being thrown or small footsteps. I didn't think much about it, only because sometimes we have cats that are on the roof and they tend to fight or do whatever they do up there. But this time I had this eerie feeling that something wasn't right. As I was getting ready to leave, I heard something run from one side of the roof to the other. I'm talking about actual footsteps of someone running so fucking fast. It scared the shit out of me to the point that the fear I had made me literally cry. I never heard something like that before, so I'm just gonna hope it was a raccoon or something on the roof. What made matters worse is I had to leave to run some errands, so best believe that my ass was paranoid and didn't even want to look on that roof. Story number 9. Was messing with Robert the doll the wrong move? Trigger warning / blood. / my neighbor's dog. This morning I read a story about Robert the doll that gave my interest. And I know has a lot of people talking too. 2 well-known people in the field of exploring mysterious and spooky stuff, Kalani Smith and Exploring with Josh, decided to do something risky. They performed a ritual involving blood with Robert the doll, a famous doll that many believed is haunted. After doing this, both of them felt very bad physically and emotionally. This event has started a lot of conversations about the right and wrong ways to explore unexplained things. So what's the problem with what Kalani Smith and Exploring with Josh did? Well, there are questions about whether they thought through consequences, not just for them, but also for others who might interact with Robert in the future. Also, they shared their experiences online, which could influence other people to do similar risky things. The story has caused quite a stir online. Many people think that Smith and Josh should have been more careful. The public's reaction also highlights that even in the age of the internet where sensational stuff gets a lot of attention, people still care about doing things safely and responsibly. I think this is the biggest problem with many content creators. It can muddy the water, in my opinion. What are your thoughts? Not just this story in general, but investigators pushing the envelope. Does it push things too far? Truly interested to hear what others have to say about this. Story number 23. My first experience seeing something. To this day, I have no clue how or what. I was 7 years old, and the memory of it down to the last detail is etched in. I was sleeping next to my mom and happened to wake up in the middle of the night to see a little boy dressed in a white shirt, blue shorts, similar to a typical school uniform of primary school boys, enter the room. It didn't quite faze me at that point for some reason, but made me wonder who this could be. My first thought was that it was my cousin of the same age, but he wasn't even in the same city. The boy came in and walked toward the wall on the left side of the room. Toward the top of that wall was a Jesus picture, the modern-day white Jesus type. And to the left was a suitcase on top of which was my favorite stuffed teddy. The boy stood next to the suitcase and seemed to stare at the Jesus picture above him, so I could see his back. I woke my mom up and pointed at the boy, asking her who the boy was. She said there was no one there. That was when it hit me. I screamed and pretty much had the entire house up, my sisters and grandparents. I was wailing away in fear, trying to convince my mother that the boy was right there and I could still see him. My mother then asked me to close my eyes for a while and check again, which I did. He was still there and my wailing and screaming continued. Then she said she'd pray for me, which she did. After maybe a couple of minutes, I checked again, and the boy was gone. At one point, I seem to remember seeing something whitish dripping off the boy's face. That bit's quite hazy. It's difficult to say whether it was a hypnotic hallucination or what, but the whole ordeal lasted for at least 15 minutes while I was up and continued to see the boy throughout it. Story number 12. Red bean paste in a dream. So before I explain, I want to say that I had no idea what red bean paste even was until recently, and only found out what it looks like after the dream. Anyway, there's this dream that I had. I wake up in a strange mountain, desert area by a cliff, and immediately I notice a cave entrance. So the dream just sort of dream me, I guess you could say. Takes interest, I guess, and I go inside that cave, dimly lit by the light spilling in, and a warm reddish glow from a big bowl in the center filled with a reddish-brown mushy-like substance, which I later realized was red bean paste. The paste in the bowl didn't show any plausible means of emitting a red glow, yet it was glowing, and scattered around the ground by the cave walls are piles and piles of more red bean paste. And perhaps the strangest part is that while in the dream I have this overwhelming feeling of déjà vu, like I'd been in that cave numerous times. But I've never experienced déjà vu inside of a dream before, and didn't even think it was possible until now. After having the dreams, I decided to look up anything about the stuff, because my first thought was, maybe it could be a religious offering. And the only thing I found was that apparently Koreans believed that eating red bean paste can ward off evil spirits. Also, it might have been the wind, but I swear in the dream I could hear whispers in that cave. Probably not relevant, though. Story number 4. Ask Reddit. I had an entity visit me in my room every night. I would feel and see the indent that it would leave on the mattress. Physically hear and feel the springs cave in under the weight of an invisible force. Every single night, too, I would feel it play with my hair and touch my face. It handled it with full denial. Just pretended it wasn't happening as best as I could. One day I was arguing with my dad on the phone. It didn't like that, I guess. I had a closet door that was off the hinges, leaning against the wall. The door flung forward so hard it hit the corner of my dresser and it left a huge hole in the door. My dad heard the noise of the door and asked what that was. I was stunned. Told him, "The door to the closet just flung forward." Like I said, we were arguing, so he was just agitated and didn't believe me and said, "Doors don't just fall that hard." I know. Then one day as we were doing our nightly routine of it crawling into bed with me and me trying my best to ignore its existence, it decided it was sick of being ignored and grabbed my arm so hard it yanked my arm up. I screamed bloody murder, ran faster than I ever have in my life, ran up the stairs, and slept on the couch next to my dad, who happened to be asleep in his chair that night. I honestly think it felt bad for scaring me, because I never saw or heard from it ever again. After years of convincing myself I must have just had a months-long psychosis that I do not speak of, my dad one day asks me if I ever experienced anything weird in his basement at his old house. He had experienced everything I had described a few years later, when he made his man cave down there after I had moved out. Story number 9. Many more encounters happened to me here, and here's a few of them. Strange events in my past. Over the course of my life, I was always spiritual and sensitive, but I'm too fearful to open that door. I'm going to recall as many situations as I can. Dreamt I was going to lose someone close to me in a helicopter crash. 1 month later, my best friend was killed in a helicopter crash. Dreamt the girl I was interested in died, and I could see her tombstone, but feeling she was endangered. Found out the next day she was rushed to the hospital because an attempt was taken on her own life. Hanging out at a friend's house at night, outside, saw spirits in the corner of my eye. The feeling was that they wanted to go to his house, but couldn't. I told my friend, and he freaked out and told me that when he was young, they had a spiritual attack in their home. Toys had no batteries that would go off, things like that. He didn't go into much detail because he was terrified, but he said a priest was called to help his family and home. Dreamt a dark shadow figure shut my mouth. Me being held, freed my mouth, demanded its name, and it told me jeers, and it was stuck in my dream. Only the words Jesus helped me freed me. A few other dark shadows dreams, but I need to find my dream book. I get raging angry at anything like Ouija boards, like pit bulls, crazy mad. Many years passed, but last week I randomly became bitter about a loved one's actions to another family member. And that same day, their plane needed to make an emergency landing. Story number 16. The Sobbing Ghost. This is something that my mom experienced and has never forgotten. When I was 4 years old, my parents, my grandmother, and I went to the country to stay in a pretty old hotel. A lot of buildings in my country are very, very old and are just constantly renovated. My Nana and I had one bedroom and my parents stayed in another. On the first night, my mom was woken up by a pretty chilling sound, crying. She could hear a girl and a woman sobbing, and the way my mom describes it is that the woman sounded absolutely heartbroken. The horrifying part was that it was coming from somewhere in the room. My mom didn't want to move, Her heart was aching for whoever was crying, but at the same time she was searching for the person, but couldn't see anything. She didn't want to turn on the light. She was sad and terrified at the same time. And then it just stopped. My mom woke up my dad immediately. To her surprise, he hadn't heard anything. But to my mom, the sound had been as clear as day. In the morning, she told my Nana, and my Nana hadn't heard it either, and we were in the next room. My Nana said it had probably been someone out in the hallway, or maybe in the room next door, or above or below. But my mom was certain the entity had been in her room. Of course, it could have been some kind of a lucid dream or just a regular dream. But to this day, my mom is still certain that she was fully awake and fully aware. Look, it was a hotel, which is going to be full of people, so it's very possible that the sound was coming in the window from outside or something. But it still creeps me out to think that there was a presence in the room with my parents, weeping so sorrowfully. Story number 6. My dead cousin saved me from a shitty situation. In the early 2010s, I had a cousin who passed away in a terrible car accident while I was a young teen. At 18, he went head-on into an 18-wheeler and died instantly. He was meant to do great things, and used to joke that I would have to follow in his footsteps, since we were the only ones in the family who really held education highly. Years later, I'm a college dropout, working dead-end jobs as a server, broke in my early 20s and drinking a lot. I was living with a random coworker who took me in, and they were in a very quiet neighborhood not far from the party spots. One night I drove home after drinking. I know. And I must have fallen asleep at the wheel for a moment. The dream I went into felt simultaneous as I looked to my passenger seat and saw my cousin sitting there smiling at me. He was glowing. My whole body calmed and warmed instantly when our eyes met. He didn't say anything other than, "Look!" And as I looked forward, I woke up and saw the gate to be a closed community coming up straight ahead. I slammed the brakes and looked back, but he was gone. I stopped to breathe a minute before getting home, only 4 houses down or so. It was such a fast moment, but the memory is so clear, and a few years later I started questioning that it was a dream at all. Maybe it was him visiting to protect me. I think he'd be proud of me now. I ended up graduating and even having a master's degree. I hope that he can look down and smile. Story number 14. Shadow figure downtown. I stayed with my buddy and his family for a bit when I was homeless in 2016. We got off of work at about 1 a.m. most nights. There's a 24-hour coin-operated laundromat not too far from where we stayed. We were both night owls at the time, so we walked up to do a couple of loads of laundry. We were playing a pinball machine inside that was themed after cheesy 80s action movies. And in the middle of one of our games, the flippers stopped being responsive and then started flipping on their own. And it played a creepy Halloween-sounding music followed by the whole building smelling like sulfur. So we both sat outside on the beach, waited for our clothes to dry. It was probably between 2:30 and 3 a.m. at this point. Nobody else was there, at least that late, besides us, and the occasional crackhead that came by to either try to sell stuff or beg for money. And on the walk home, I looked down one of the streets that we were crossing and saw a shadow standing directly in the middle of the streets with both of its arms stretched out and its head tilted to the side like it was mimicking Jesus on the cross. I looked at him and asked if he saw it too. He said that he did, and when we both looked back, it was 200 feet up the street from where it originally was, but going the opposite direction as us. We both walked as fast as we could back home. I wish I was making this shit up, and I know most people won't believe it, but I know what we saw, and he still remembers it to this day. This was the wildest paranormal experience I've had, other than seeing shadow figures passing by in my peripheral occasion. Passing by my peripheral occasionally, I think they meant. I haven't had really many paranormal experiences since then. Story number 2. Another story about a witch. Hey guys, I had a conversation with my mom today. I managed to coax another chilling tale from her. This time the story revolved around her grandmother's experiences in the early 1900s. Her grandma was in her 20s, residing in a remote ranch in the mountainous regions of rural Mexico, surrounded by very few houses. There was a local belief that witches would prey on newborns, particularly if they hadn't been baptized. Her grandma had recently given birth to a baby, and one eerie night, she and her husband awoke to the sound of their infant's ceaseless cries, accompanied by the eerie howling of their dogs. What unsettled them even more was the strange flapping of wings on their roof, reminiscent of a chicken or a rooster. Without delay, they realized it could be none other than a witch. They hastily snatched the baby, nestled in between them, clutching him tightly. During that time, there was no electricity. Her husband, summoning his courage, attempted to light a candle, but it kept flickering out mysteriously. He returned to bed, and they both remained vigilant. Strangely, though, they felt as if they were under a spell, unable to stay awake, gradually drifted into an inexplicable slumber. Upon waking the next morning, they were greeted by a horrifying sight. A pool of blood had formed around them, and the baby lay lifeless, bearing a small snake-like bite on his neck. I think I saw a legit possessed person. I had always assumed these things only fell into 2 categories: mentally unwell or faking. Something happened a couple of days ago that had me questioning this lack of belief, though. I like to think through logical explanations for things before I jump to conclusions. So here I am. 2 days ago, I was walking home from church carrying a small prayer book. This thing is like 3 by 5 inches, nondescript item that could just as easily pass for Dickens or Harlequin. It certainly doesn't look like a Bible, and the words that were on the cover aren't even visible. As I got closer to home, I saw a man walking in the opposite direction towards me, mumbling gibberish to himself. I live in a big city, and I've been assaulted by a mentally unwell person some years ago, so now I'm in the habit of putting distance between myself and anyone who appears to be having an episode in public. He was still several meters away, certainly too far to even see any writing in my hand, even if it was visible, and when I started to cross the road, I heard him yell, "I'll throw that Bible in the toilet," and go right back to talking nonsensical gibberish. It took me a second before it occurred to me what really even just happened. How did he know exactly what I was holding? No, it's not a Bible exactly, but it does have a lot of Bible passages in it. But no one who hasn't examined it closely could tell that. And what of the crazy coincidence that those were the only coherent words that he was even able to muster? Just wanted to get this sub's thoughts on this encounter. My mom's sister tried to contact her after death. Story number 15. My mom told her sister that she'll celebrate every birthday of hers. Her sister died of brain cancer. Years ago, back when it was flip phones and text messages costing money per text, mind you, my mom got something super weird on her phone. A lot of years had passed since her sister's death. It was me and her driving at night from the mall or something, and suddenly my mom's phone started going off and weird shit was happening to it. She got a message on her phone that said, Kelly, with a picture of my sister from my stepdad who didn't even know how to work a phone back then. She named my sister Kelly after her sister. Then I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know you could even get text messages, let alone know how to text. I immediately called my stepdad while in the car with my mom, asking him why he sent that. He was freaked out and said there's no way that he sent that at all. Then I hang up and my mom starts to cry and says that it's her sister Kelly's birthday. As soon as she said that, all the lights in her van turned on, and one super bright light. My mom started to cry harder while driving and said that we have to sing happy birthday to her. We both started singing, and the lights flickered to the song. And at the end of the happy birthday song, the lights flickered very fast. We both started to cry and the lights turned on once more, and my mom said, Kelly, I'm driving down the highway. Please turn off the lights. I don't want to get pulled over. I love you. Then everything went out. It was the most shocking moment I've ever experienced. My mom bawled her eyes out the whole way home. What was in the bed with me? Story 2. I had a really hard time sleeping last night. My partner had an early morning, and our 3-year-old was passed out. I finally fell asleep around 4 a.m. I'm jolted awake by my 3-year-old yelling about something. He wanted the hallway light back on. No one else can sleep like this. I'll shut my door until he falls asleep, then turn the light off and open my door. I looked at my partner who was sleeping still, yelled out to my son, which surprisingly didn't wake my partner, and got up to turn the light on. I closed the bedroom door, and my partner wouldn't be, so he wouldn't hear it. I told my son to go back to sleep and walked around to the kitchen. It was 7:15 a.m., but no sunlight and quiet outside. Way later than I expected, too. I walked through the Jack and Jill back room, back to my bedroom to alert my partner that he was late. When I got to bed, it was empty. We must have crossed paths, and he's in the shower. I go look, having a very unsettled feeling. The bathroom is empty. The house is empty, except for my son and my dog, who's passed out throughout this event. I called my partner feeling slightly nauseous and panicked. He stated that he left the house at 6 a.m. No one woke up. Not even the dog, which he noted was super strange. We laughed, and I attempted to go back to sleep until my son woke back up. I never was able to sleep, and I haven't been able to shake this feeling. Something isn't right. Story number 3. What should I do? Growing up, I always seemed to have some sort of connection to the spiritual world. My mom would tell me it started when I was 3. I would apparently wake up with bruises. When she asked, I would say it's the scary old lady who lives with us. I've grown more accustomed to seeing them now. But something odd happened last month. I was watching my baby sister when my mother was cooking dinner. She walked into the room and asked me if I had seen any ghosts recently. I found this strange, because she would always tell me to not mention it or bring it up. Still, I answered truthfully, which was, yeah, I see them in the corner of my eye, and sometimes hear people calling me when no one did. Why? She told me. She proceeded to tell me to forget about it and went back to cooking in the kitchen. I forgot about it after that until this week. When I'm out or at home, usually in the kitchen, I always have the feeling that someone or something is watching me. I don't know if I should tell my mom or just shrug it off. I wasn't worried until yesterday when I was washing up and saw one of them standing right beside me. I was a little scared and jumped. As soon as I blinked, it was gone. I looked around the room and nothing at all. So what do I do? Should I leave it? Or should I talk to my mom about this? The ghosts I usually see are shadow people. No identifiable features except their height. And this one was about 5'6" or 7. Story number 12. House on a Graveyard. Update. I was unsure. We had told a few friends, but no one would believe us, and I also finally told my wife what I'd actually noticed in my daughter's room. But I was unsure if it wasn't influenced by my own paranoia. Well, 2 events happened since my last post. First off, we have 2 dogs. They've never randomly barked or responded to anything, so that's what confuses me on these experiences. As I said in my last post, my daughter, without fail, will hop into our bed at around 3 a.m., plus or minus 30 minutes. Like I said in the past, I'm not sure if it's a learned behavior, but thought it was worth noting. Well, the other night, I was outside with my daughter, talking to my sister. Suddenly, my wife burst outside with my son in hand, in a scared tone said that she had heard one of my son's toys go off. She heard the toy and looked up and saw a black mass flying across the door of my daughter's room. It matches up with what I've been seeing. My only fear is since I told her what I've been seeing, she may be influenced, or was influenced by it. The mind works in mysterious ways, after all. The second experience, it was late at night, and I walk into the kitchen and I feel like I'm being watched. What's weird about this house is no matter what we see, we may feel a little bit uncomfortable, but we never feel threatened by whatever's here. Even my wife, who jumps at the sight of her own shadow, says that she doesn't feel threatened. Anyways, I walk into the kitchen and I see what looks like the shape of a head behind the side of the fridge. It disappeared as soon as I saw it. Like I've said, the dogs have never barked. We've never felt threatened. Story number 22. An experience I had. It was about 2015, and I was driving back from North Carolina to New York. It was about 4:30 a.m., and I was on the New Jersey Turnpike. For those of you who don't know, I-295 is about 120 miles, and about 100 of those are straight through a heavily forested area. So if you've ever driven on the interstate at night, you know how it is. Normally, you get into a pack with other vehicles. Call it subconscious or even a conscious decision, but normally around 5 or 6 vehicles will group up and drive together. So in this pack was me and my minivan, my wife and kids, a few other vehicles, and an 18-wheeler. I'm in the center lane and going about 80 miles an hour when something tells me to pull into the left lane and slow down. There was no reason, nothing urgent. It was almost an instinct. So I calmly did so. About a minute later, the 18-wheeler passes us in the center lane, and he gets about 20 feet ahead of us. All of a sudden, there's a whole herd of deer in the middle of the highway. I don't mean one or two, I mean like 10. The 18-wheeler hits them first, and the bodies of the deer just fly to either side of the road. I remember seeing a deer fly in front of me and hit the ground, twitching. Nasty. Being that it's an 18-wheeler, I doubt he even got a scratch. No one slammed on their brakes or skidded out of the way. Of course, we all slowed down a tick, and I had to catch my breath, but my family and I were inches from death. If my minivan had hit that herd head-on, it would have been a total wipeout of my vehicle, and who knows how many vehicles behind me would have also crashed. Story number 19. I think a woman tried to contact me. I think a lady tried to talk to me while I was asleep. Okay, so I suffer from lucid dreams. Turns out it could be sleep paralysis, but I don't know. But this one was different. Different because in all of my other dreams, I'm able to control my eyes, and I also wake up in a hot sweat. I did neither of those and was also talking in my head but don't remember any of it. I can always remember what I say in my lucid dreams. After heaps of thought, I also remember moving my arms, something I've never been able to do during my dreams. So I went to bed as usual and woke up slightly later than I normally would. I remember trying to get up and then must have fallen asleep before actually getting up. I quote-unquote woke up and was in my room and saw a lady in all black against my bookshelf, looking out the window. She wasn't looking at me, but looked incredibly sad, and that's the vibe I got from her, as she wouldn't look at me at all. It kind of looked like she was in some sort of shawl or something that would cover her head in a long black dress. I then woke up a few minutes later and have been dwelling on the encounter ever since. I don't really know what to think, but as someone who absolutely loves ghosts and everything paranormal, this is right up my alley. I'm just wondering if there's something I should do or not do. I'm thinking of heading to the library and doing some research if that's something I can do. If she's sad, then I could try to help her. My roommates also found some writing on the fence posts outside, but I still need to venture out and find them. Story number 17. My mom's childhood stories of her home galaxy. When my mom was young, starting from 2 to 3 years old, she would talk about the triangle in the sky and the triangle galaxy. She said that was where she was from, and eventually she would go back there to be with her quote-unquote old family. The family from before she was here. My grandparents were not into astrophysics. They weren't academics or hobby astronomers. They also didn't have a television at this point, so my mom had pretty limited exposure to any general astronomy knowledge in childhood. When she was around the age of 8, she learned about planets and stars in school and saw the Triangulum Galaxy in one of the space books in the classroom. She immediately told her teacher, "This is my galaxy. This is where I'm from." Obviously, she was just brushed it off, and I admit it could be just shit kids say, but I always found the story to be a bit unsettling. My mom has always been a big believer in aliens and the paranormal, which is probably the reason I'm into it as well. She says that she can't remember much about this from her early childhood, but remembers some of the conversations from when she was a bit older, like talking to the teacher. She says she felt completely confident when telling these things to people because she didn't realize that it was strange to say. It was just her experience, and she wanted to share. She says she remembers being excited to find the excerpt from the book at school because she knew that that was where she came from. Story number 12. Something Strange. Me and my friend were driving 2 weekends ago from the Bay Area back to our homes in Santa Cruz. Highway 17 is the final twisty, narrow forest highway that takes you into Santa Cruz. It's a notoriously dangerous drive, lots of deaths, and generally just dark forest spooky vibes. Most of the highway has no shoulder, just rock face or trees directly next to the road. It's a 16-mile stretch with no gas stations or really anything minus a few homes tucked away. It was 3 a.m. We were just about 4 miles deep coming up the hill, and we saw a man standing on the side of the road. He was facing away from us. He was standing straight and perfectly still, all black clothing including some type of hat. There were very few cars coming by, maybe one a minute. He must have been standing there still, even before we had come around the corner. He was just staring at the forest, about 5 feet from the edge of the road on a very narrow shoulder. He wasn't relaxed. It was like stiff and straight with his arms, out a little bit wider than what would be typical and comfortable. It was so unsettling. The most unsettling part is that there were no parked cars for the 4 miles prior to seeing him, and no parked cars for another 6 miles after. And we counted, but he was just alone somehow on the side of the highway and not able to be walked along. I guess what they're saying is that you can't walk on that highway. I'm not sure what to make of it, but it has definitely stuck with me and haunted me ever since. Do I have a haunted house? We both went to bed as normal, and the night felt really strange. I just had a feeling that I couldn't really describe. Anyways, I closed my eyes and I went to sleep. Randomly during the night I woke up. I rolled on my side, and standing next to my bed was some little kid. Gray skin, black eyes. Note that I rarely ever wake up during the night. Anyways, this kid yelled out to me and said, "This is my house." Then I yelled back and said, "No, this is my house." Then it disappeared. It was weird. My girlfriend didn't hear me yell back either, which makes me feel like it was some ultra-realistic dream. I could confirm that it wasn't sleep paralysis. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to roll on my side and lean up to communicate to this thing. Then I woke up the next morning. No sign of the entity or whatever it was. Maybe it left me alone because it knows that I'm taking good care of the house. I have no problems with it at all. It's been really quiet lately. If it understands who I am, and understands that I keep the house in good condition, maybe it'll just leave me alone. It's always welcome here, just as long as it doesn't harm us in any way. I'm 6'8". Nothing will run through me. Hopefully a spirit or something demonic will always have the power. Story number 3. Gettysburg Ghost. Last night, I went on a ghost hunt in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. It was like a ghost tour, but the guide gives you a bunch of ghost hunting equipment to use. Tells you the history of the site and then lets you do your own thing. The guide sets up their own experiments, too. I grabbed a laser grid. We were on a bridge, Suicide Bridge, otherwise known as the Eisenhower Bridge. The guide and most of the group were listening to a spirit box on the bridge. Me and my partner started walking away from the group across the bridge and down the wooded path. I was shining the laser grid in front of us. Suddenly, my eyes registered something was off. It took me a minute to realize there was a shape in front of me that wasn't there before on the laser grid. It was solid, like a person was there and the lasers were bouncing off of it. Well, I nearly shit myself and spun around real quick to almost run into my partner, who was like, "You saw it too?" We'll no longer judge paranormal investigators that freak out when something paranormal happens, because I always told myself I wouldn't do that, but my first instinct was to get the fuck out. There was no one on the path in front of us, and there was no noise from the trees and brush that anyone could have stepped into the path and then stopped off real quick. I know this isn't as exciting as a lot of stories shared here, but it's the most solid experience I've ever had, and I'm still reeling from it. I didn't have any other experiences of that magnitude last night, but honestly, that was enough for me. Story number 20. Sleep paralysis and shadow people since I was a kid. I'm not fully sure if this is the right sub, but I'm going to try and sum up this part of the story so I can get to the actual point. When I was a kid, like 10, it was night. I went downstairs in me and my mother's apartment because she asked me to grab her Dr. Pepper, so I grabbed the Dr. Pepper. When I turned around, I saw this shadow in front of me, like legit standing in front of me. It had no eyes, just like hollowness as it was carved out or something. The fingers were pointed like claws or a glove. But the head was like also looking pointed, but hung slumped to one side of the head like one of those old jester head hat things. I screamed, and when I blinked, it was gone. Now, since then, I don't know if it was a hallucination or a trick of the eye or what, as I was very young, like I've said, but for the last nearly 10 years since, and at every single apartment I've stayed at in those 10 years, nearly every couple of months I get sleep paralysis. At the time of writing this, I haven't had one in a couple of weeks, but always a shadow figure, always staring at me. If I was able to throw my body over or close my eyes, then I would hear the loud whispers that I wouldn't be able to actually understand, or the screams of those I love. Hell, last time I had one, which was a few weeks back, it was a shadow that looked like a child. It was at the side of the edge of my bed and just started pounding on my bed, almost like a kid throwing a tantrum. I'm just wondering if anybody really had any insight what the fuck has been going on for the last 10 years. Story number 15. Is this normal to experience after surgery? So a couple of years ago, give or take like 2016-17 era, my dad went under for an open heart surgery. The surgery itself was complicated, but he made it out safely and okay. It was the things that he said afterward that scared me. Once he recovered and was able to tell us what he needed and wanted, he kept on talking about this nurse. A nurse none of us had seen or even noticed around the ICU. He talked about a tall man in blue scrubs with black hair tied up in a bun and a goatee. My dad was convinced it was the devil or something haunting him. He said he has vivid memories of the supposed man telling him how he was going to die, how he wanted to get rid of him. I wish I could say I knew what my dad was talking about, but none of my family ever saw this man. My relatives that stayed overnight never saw him either. My dad still talks about him years later, and he's still too scared to go into depth about this man. The only memory I truly do have is when my dad would call my mom late at night from the hospital. He would call panicked and tell her, "He's trying to kill me. And they're trying to kill me. Come get me." We couldn't, because one, he was in recovery, and two, nobody in my family drives other than my dad. I don't know what my dad experienced that day, and I don't know if there's an answer to all of this. All I know is that I'm creeped out, and I'm like 50% sure that my dad experienced something paranormal through those days. Story number 21. Thing that has happened since getting the Ouija board app. One thing that happened was it mentioned my aunt, Ruby. About 3 weeks later, I got a letter in the mail to the address, not my address, but the name was Ruby. I have no clue why my mom gave it to me when she sorted the mail. She usually just gives the mail back to the mailman if the person doesn't live here. Since opening the app, I found a job, but it only lasted 2 weeks. At the job, I met a musician named Gary. I had previously heard a voice tell me, "Gary, him," but I assumed the voice was talking about another guy named Gary that I know. It's just a coincidence because I write music. I wrote Gary a song, but he didn't give me any feedback. The creepiest, craziest thing that ever happened, though, was that I won the lottery. I got 4 out of 5 numbers and won about $400. After winning, I was randomly playing with the Ouija board app, and I asked about a job or how I was going to get money, and it replied, "Under the table." Thought it was going to say under the bed, but the lottery money is sort of like under the table money. I've seen shadows moving. My paper plate moved blatantly, and I looked closer and it moved again. I wasn't scared at all. I was just completely interested and intrigued. The last few times I checked, the spirit's name was Dora, and Dora is always next door sitting down. Let me know if you want or need me to ask Dora anything in particular. Story number 16. Hereditary imaginary friend or demon. My father was the firstborn child, and he had an imaginary friend named Miku. When I was young, I had an imaginary friend named the same thing. I found out when my dad got us a pet python and named it Miku. Not sure how it's spelled, but that's how it's said or pronounced. And he told me his imaginary friend when he was little was also named this as well. I always felt that my imaginary friend kept me safe from danger and evil. But as I've gotten older, I wonder if it was something paranormal or like a demon passed down to the firstborn child through the bloodline sort of thing. I would draw picture after picture of me holding a chain leading to a collar on a monster. But the monster was always so big you couldn't see its head, only its paws and chest. As I got older, I got deep into addiction and began living in really bad areas. The first man I ran with and who protected me was named Meek. The second, and the one I dated for years, was named Mook. The second had done time for murder. They both hurt anyone who hurt me. Weirdest thing was that Mook always told me that he'd be with me all of my life, and he's always been with me. It's easy to dismiss as ramblings of a mentally ill drug addict, but he had details from my life from before we even met that seemed impossible. He also told me that he'll always come back to me as love. Not as him, but as love. And he'll always be with me and protect me. Story number 5. Orb of bright white light. I have this dark hallway where I usually see a lot of spirits. They mostly stay in my basement entrance or the stairs. Both areas are darker than the rest of the hallway, too. I've seen the regulars, like the Hat Man. Pretty sure we had a cat at one point and a few disembodied heads. The usual. But this was different. I've never seen anything like this before. I forget what I was doing there, but I was right next to the first steps of the staircase up. Right then, at the corner of my eye, not even a meter in front of me, a huge white shining orb moved to the side of me and disappeared next to the opposing wall. It was shining like the sun. At the time, I didn't really think much of it, but after a few days of sitting on it, I have my suspicions. I know that it's probably not one of my spirit guides. I already know all 3 of them and didn't really feel like any of their presence. But I mean, could it be an angel? Although I don't belong to any religion, I have family members who are somewhat religious. I do believe in many different cultures, so that's saying I do believe in angels, biblically accurate and humanoid. And for my feelings when that happened, I guess I was a little taken aback because I felt pretty calm, which I don't know how to interpret it being really a feeling about all the spirit encounters or me feeling calm due to the spirit and encounter itself. Hope that makes sense. Story number 5. People saying my name. My parents were divorced, so I grew up in 2 houses in the UK. First house was 650 years old. Wonky floors, low doorways, servants' living area and main living area, the lot. Had many spooky situations there. Second house, 100 years old, was for sale when we bought it because the owner had died of cancer. In my house, and later found out that it was my bedroom. Thanks, Mom. I saw this man sitting on a chair in my room once when I was a child, which is when I was told about the death of the previous owner after telling my mom what I saw. Anyway, throughout my life in both of these houses, I've consistently heard someone saying my name. Not always the same voice, and sometimes it would sound like the voice of one of my living family members. I'd shout down to them to see what they wanted, and they had never called me. It happened at least once a week. 10 years later, I haven't heard it for ages. But then a few days ago, I was falling asleep in my house, built in 1838, and I clearly heard my boyfriend shout for me. I got up to see what he wanted, as he was downstairs watching TV. When I got down, he was asleep on the sofa. I thought he was messing with me, so I woke him up, and it was clear that he had genuinely been asleep. Story number 12. I made a spirit mad by taking the internet away. Background. I live in an apartment complex built in the 1950s but recently renovated. LA County. I recently moved my computer desk from my dining area into the bedroom to make room for my girlfriend's dining set. A couple days later, I was laying on the couch watching TV before going to bed. The kitchen light randomly turned on. I didn't think much of it. I figured it was just a weird power surge. The kitchen light uses a button instead of an on-off switch. Then last Saturday night, my girlfriend and I were watching Paranormal Activity movies in the dark. And it turned on again. I thought it was funny timing. Turned it back off. I took my dog for a short evening walk. I came in and she just turned on again. So we turned it off. And she used the bathroom, turned on again. And at this point, I make a joke along the lines of, "They're mad I took the computer away and they can't watch porn anymore." The light turned on again. We said out loud, "Okay, we get it. Please stop turning the light on. The computer and internet are in the bedroom now. The light never came on again. This is the first time anything like this has ever happened, and I don't think I can believe something in this apartment was actually upset about where my computer was plugged in. But the timing with the things that we said out loud was really funny. Might be a weird power issue affecting the light because our complex is running industrial fans like 24/7. Story number 11. Having insomnia as a kid. I've been frequently reading the sub, on and off. Reading of people asking for guidance, information and techniques to succeed. The reason I'm writing this is because I'm asking a question of something that I've experienced when I was younger. My last recollection of several events I can recall when I was 6 years old, I believed. That's the time that it was about the late 90s. Those times when you're a kid with the attention span of a goldfish, sat in front of a dumb box to watch animated toons or the broadcast views. Anyway, I'm going off topic here. What I'm trying to say here is that when I was young, I couldn't sleep at night. Both of my parents would be asleep, but I would go to my living room and play in the dark. I remember I didn't make that much sound to awake my parents. While tiring myself with the shenanigans in the dark, I head back to sleep eventually. Walking toward my bed, I saw an animated, colorful spirit sprouting inside the dark bedroom. It came out of the darkness, out of a void. I'm awestruck and wonder. My little kid mind couldn't comprehend what I was seeing at that moment. What's that? I pondered. It looked really cool. It's like I'm hallucinating, but how though? I'm only 6 years old at that time. After that event, more spooky shit happened to me. I was probably abducted with my dad. This happened like 7 years ago. I was invited at a party by my best friend at the time in his house, which had pretty awesome views of the city, especially at night. I was pretty bored, so I asked my dad to pick me up, and sure he did. I was like 9:30 or so when he picked me up. We were on the car, and we were talking some kind of nonsense, just having fun and enjoying the city lights and the night sky. Suddenly, my dad recognizes one of the houses of the neighborhood and told that it was where an old college friend used to live and heard the story. Then everything went black. The next thing I remember was us still in the car, or as these guys write it, on the car. The next thing I remember was us still on the car. My dad stops when he realizes, I'm sure, that somehow we're going in circles when we passed again by that old friend's house. The thing is, we were going downhill to take one of the main roads again, so if we were going in circles, we would notice we were going uphill. Somehow we were brought uphill. We have no recollection whatsoever, and about half an hour lost. When we got home, we were still so confused and some kind of shock. I remember feeling anxious and a bit afraid without knowing why. The next morning, I noticed some bruises on my shoulders and my neck that I couldn't explain. My dad also had some bruises, but I don't remember the exact places. I still cannot remember anything of that lost time. Story number 5. 10-gallon fish tank water disappear overnight. Preface. The night before, I know 100% that my 10-gallon tank was filled to the brim because over the past 2 weeks, like half an inch had evaporated. So I'd refilled it to the top. Now, the story goes that the next day, when me and my family came back from work around 6 p.m., My aunt was the first to notice within 10 minutes of us being home. She yelled out, "There's no water in the fish tank." There was no water underneath the tank on the walls or inside of the little cupboard under the tank. Me and my cousins were rushed to refill it because we realized that the 6 fish that I had were still alive. This is even weirder because that means that this tank would have miraculously have emptied within the past 10 minutes of us being home, for the fish to still have been breathing, unfortunately. 3 died of stress the next day. But we've looked everywhere and couldn't find where those 10 gallons went. This happened 2 days ago. The tank is completely refilled again, hasn't leaked at all, meaning it wasn't a mechanical problem since we changed nothing. Also, I should know that the night before I did pray to God to give me some sort of sign that there was a higher being out there. So obviously the sequence of events really spooked me out. Story number 17. Is this kid seeing a ghost? I, a 25-year-old male, work in a small town and work at the daycare center. Today, when a kid 4 years old was dropped off, their mother turned to me and asked me, "Who's Christopher?" And taken a bit back, I turned to her and asked what she was even talking about. It was only the normal kids that come here, and with it being a small town, I knew that she knew every kid there. She looked at me and said that her child said there was somebody new here named Christopher. I told her no. We both laughed it off, and she left. Later on, I asked the kid who Christopher was. They got really bashful and shy-like and said that he was a boy here. That was really shy as well, and wasn't shy around them, and that he was only here when I wasn't. Now, I understand that kids can be kids, and could be seeing imaginary friends, but the part that I get concerned by is that he's only here when I'm not. I'm not saying it's a ghost, but I'm also well aware of the fact younger children can see things adults can't. And I'm not trying to be egotistical or anything, but I'm a practicing pagan and have spent a lot of energy protecting myself from bad spiritual stuff. Essentially, so I do find it concerning that something that only wants to communicate with the child doesn't want to be here when I'm not. So I ask, do you think this is a ghost or just a child being a child and having imaginary friends? Story number 10. Coincidence or God really listened? Sorry for any grammatical mistakes. Don't worry. Don't worry, writer. Pretty good at skipping over those things. So, this is the event when I was about 13 years old. There was an old type of computer in our house whose monitor was like an old TV. At that time, flat LED screens were in the trends. I wanted that flat LED monitor, but I didn't tell this to my parents. If I talk about my childhood habits, I belonged to a religious family and I used to worship God every evening during my childhood. One day a great desire arose in my mind. I thought I should have a flat screen monitor. Then I went to do the evening worship as usual. While doing worship, I was thinking of getting a new monitor, and then the most unexpected thing happens. As soon as I came out of the worship room, I saw that my father and elder brother were coming into the room with the flat screen LED. They told me that they went to one of my uncles, and one of his friends had an extra monitor. So, he gave it to us. I think God really heard me that day, or it could be a big coincidence. But even today I realize how all this happened so quickly. A second after I finished the worship, my father came with the monitor. Does God really exist? And perhaps even listen to us all the time? Story number 20. My 2-year-old nephew saw a ghost, and it was pretty scary. So a few months ago, I was tasked with babysitting my nephew, as his mom had to work late. I did his normal bedtime routine. I've done this tons of times in the same room, so it was nothing new. I put him to bed and read him his book, then left to turn off the lights. When I did that, he immediately started crying, so I came back to see if he was okay. When I asked him what was wrong, he started pointing at the roof in one particular spot. I asked him if something was there. He said yes. So I figured he wasn't going to sleep in his bed that night, so me and him crashed on the couch together and he managed to sleep just fine. He was incredibly shaken up and wouldn't stop clinging to me like something was going to hurt him. The next day I spoke to his mom, and turns out that an uncle died years ago. But visits on occasion, that's probably what he saw. Now this was a few months ago, but yesterday I was FaceTiming with his mom, who said that he had come back and is now disturbing the whole house. And so she's trying to basically have the place saged. And if that fails, hire someone to get rid of the ghost. As from what I gathered, her kids could be in danger from what this spirit has been doing. Sucks, as I love ghosts, but her family could be in danger because he's been starting to throw things and making her kids wake up at random hours during the night. Story number 8. What's going on? Wanted to share a truly bizarre and unsettling experience that's been happening in my home recently. I've never been a believer in the paranormal, but I'm starting to question my skepticism. Over the past few weeks, my family and I have been hearing strange noises during the night. It's not just the usual creaks and groans of an old house. It's something more. We've heard footsteps in empty rooms, faint whispers when no one else is around, and doors slamming shut without any logical explanation. One night, my teenage daughter woke up screaming, claiming she saw a shadowy figure at the foot of her bed. I rushed to her room, but there was nothing there. She's been too frightened to sleep in her own room ever since. We've also noticed unusual temperature fluctuations, even in rooms with no windows open, and her pets have been acting strangely as well, barking and hissing at empty corners of the room. I've never been one to jump to conclusions, but I'm at a loss for explanations. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Is it possible that our home is haunted? Or could there be a rational explanation for these occurrences? Any advice or insights would be greatly appreciated. Story number 21. What are some of your unexplained experiences that also had a witness? When I was in high school, I lived in a neighborhood that had a big park area down the street. During breaks, all the neighborhood kids would go down and hang out, and we were all pretty good friends. There were a couple of ramadas that were pretty well lit, and we could hang out at the tables often at night. There were 2 tables, both like diagonal. One side you had facing the pathway up to the ramada, and the other side had you facing the grass area and basketball courts. My friend Matt and I were on the side facing the pathway, and suddenly there was what looked like a teenage boy run past and duck behind a trash can that was right in front of us. We both stood up immediately and looked at each other and basically at the same time asked, "Did you see that?" I saw a young guy wearing a white t-shirt and a white hat. We both asked each other questions, one at a time, to kind of test if the other person did in fact see it. I asked Matt if the kid was wearing a hat, and he said, "Yeah, it was white." Of course, we got up and checked the trash can, and there was no one there, no sign of movement behind it. It's kind of in the middle of an empty dirt patch between the parking lot and some foliage, but not away enough where if somebody was sneaking away, they would be able to see all of us who were not even looking at the area. Anyway, we just chalked it up to being a ghost. Me and him were the only ones who saw it. I have 2 other experiences that happened with other people at that park too, but this one was the first that really stuck with me. Story number 14. Has anyone else experienced this? So this has happened a few times now. But is it paranormal or coincidence? I suppose it remains to be seen. I've only had this happen twice, and both times were as clear as someone speaking it face to face. The first experience was when I was in bed and just drifting off to sleep. This was our first night in our new house. The voice said, "Happy to have you," right in my ear, and to the point that I could almost feel the breath. The second time I was worrying, and about a week ago when I was in deep sleep. I usually have very vivid dreams, but this particular night the only thing that I can remember was this one voice that said, 20th of the 12th car accident. As I mentioned before, I was in a deep sleep, but when it was said, something inside me screamed, "Remember it." The next day, and late on in the day for that matter, it hit me that what was said, and ever since I can't stop thinking about it. It didn't say who or what year, so I could just be a random weird dream thing. It does kind of have Final Destination vibes to it, though. My question is, has anyone ever had anything like this happen to them? And was there any truth in your own dream message? For me, always. My husband heard a burp that neither of us were guilty of. Wasn't me either. So to start off, we live in a pretty large but old house with this 87-year-old granny who is as polite as can be and tends to stay in her own space, which is on the second story and we're on the first. The 3 of us are the only people who live there, and we have no animals besides a 1-year-old ball python. This morning, my husband came back in from smoking a cigarette on the front porch and laid back in bed with me, as I was half asleep and only halfway coherent. As he settles in beside me, he heard a loud belch that seemed to have come from a vanity area connected to our bedroom that leads to our bathroom, which is also 5 feet from our bed. Thinking reasonably, he assumed that I did it, to which I denied as I was still sleeping, and only vaguely heard the noise. Granny was upstairs in the shower. We know that because of the old creaky pipes in the attic above our room. Not even an hour after this, I heard a whisper about a foot away from me saying, "Hey." Thinking it was my husband, I asked him what was up, and he replied with confusion because he hadn't said anything to me for at least a good 10-15 minutes. We were sitting on our phones in complete silence. We've had some freaky things happen in this house before, but nothing this close to us. Story number 7. Unmasking the Enfield Poltergeist. Why we think it's not what you believe. What's your take? Nick and I recently took a comprehensive look at the Enfield Poltergeist case on our podcast. We dove into every nook and cranny and came out on the other side, not entirely convinced it was actually a poltergeist. We noticed inconsistencies that don't match the traditional poltergeist profile. Prime example, the apparent intent and the level of interaction with humans, which in many instances seemed more in line with demonic entities. This led us to question the poltergeist label commonly attached to this case. If I'm being completely honest, over half of the podcast, we lean more towards it being a demonic style of haunting. There were some very weird facts that we learned, though. Prime example, the first activity in the home didn't even start until 13 years after they moved in. In addition to that, the fact that out of nowhere everything just stopped. That doesn't sound like a demonic style haunting in that regard. So we're curious to hear your thoughts. Do you believe in the Enfield poltergeist was actually really a poltergeist? Or could it have been something else entirely? Story number 17. Flash of Lights. Incident 1. Me and my girlfriend were having an all-nighter. So beforehand, we took a nap to have enough energy to stay awake throughout the night, because she was hearing footsteps, and I was wanting to experience those footsteps to see if she was lying. 2:30, the footsteps started, just as she said they would. They last for around 30 minutes. I open the door and see nothing. Confirmed ghost. Pretty rad. At around 3:50, we were playing on our phones and started a conversation. A bright flash of light lit up the room for maybe half a second, which was really weird because we were on the 3rd story of an end of apartments where no street lights or car lights would be hitting us. We freak out a little, go to bed, and the rest is history. Incident 2. Around 30 minutes ago, we're laying down and she notices lights flashing from the top 1/3 of her door, which isn't possible because the only lights are extremely bright and the car lights would never hit at that sort of angle. And it was the same blue-esque light, just not as bright. We're both believers and she definitely sees activity often, which I never believed until she proved to me that those things were really happening. Story number 4. Higher being or coincidence? So I live in Anchorage, Alaska. And if you know about Alaska or anyone in Alaska, 9 out of 10 chances that they're gonna love fishing. That's what Alaska's all about in the summer. But anyways, I was chilling at home with my brother, and out of nowhere he decided that he wanted to take a drive out to Kenai and do an overnight fishing trip. It was around 10:30 p.m. I had nothing to do considering that it was summer and I had no school, so I decided I'd go with him. We packed all of our stuff into his truck, and by the time we were heading out, it was 11:30-ish. It was dark and windy that night, but we said fuck it and kept going anyways. We were about an hour out from the spot that we were going to fish at, and all of a sudden it started to rain super hard. I mean like crazy hard. The wind was blowing hard as well. I could feel the truck swaying a little every now and then when a big gust would hit the truck. And if you're from Alaska or know a little bit about it, you'd know that driving from Anchorage to Kenai in that kind of weather isn't fun. And there's also not many places on the way. There are spots where it's nothing but woods for miles, no houses or anything for a while. And out of nowhere, I had this sudden urge to want to put my head down and ask to myself, or whoever I was asking. Someone is guarding my roommate's door. So to give some context, to get to the bathroom from my room, you need to walk past my friend's bedroom door. About a week ago, I was heading back into my room and was sure I saw a figure standing at her door. I was so sleepy I brushed it off and went to bed. Here's the thing. I've been seeing them every night whenever I get up to use the bathroom. So I figure now it's probably not sleep-deprived me seeing stuff. So last night I spoke to them, I don't know the genders, so I'm using them. And I told them that they could chill in my room if they wanted to, and they didn't need to protect the door anymore. And when I said that, I felt someone walk into my room, and I figured they stayed. They must have not really, as my ghost or demon might have made them leave. Kinda sucks. I actually now think that they're protecting my friend against something, but I don't know. And if they are, it could be the demon living in my room, as this person is pretty evil and enjoys making me sick. I'm not mentioning any of this to my friend, as she's incredibly scared by this stuff and hates me talking about it. I absolutely love it, and it puts me to sleep, but she can't stand any ghost talk. My boyfriend hits the wall of the car to scare it away, but it sticks around. And after all of this, I don't remember why we had stayed and not gotten the hell out of there, but maybe at the time we figured it was over a 3-hour drive from Winnipeg to get there, and we'd hate to have wasted all that time. Either way, we stuck it out. The footsteps and scratching went on for most of the night, and once it was the tiniest bit light out where we could see our surroundings better, the sound stopped. We slapped on some headlamps and started our hike. At the time, it was too dark to see, but once we got back from our sunrise breakfast on the top of the rock, we saw the tire where the scratching had been was flat. No explanation as to why. We got it changed out and headed home. But to this day, when we think about it, there's no animal that I know of that would behave like that. Have those heavy, specific footsteps, which in my mind at that moment seemed like a person dragging something like a body. I'm not a huge ghost believer, but I've considered it as an option, as perhaps this big rock that sticks about in a tree line could have been significant, maybe for indigenous people at some point. I considered maybe a Wendigo, or even a real human, but I can't be certain it wasn't an animal. Has anyone else had a similar experience in the Manitoba wilderness? Story number 9. Black-eyed kids. My grandma encountered 3 of them. They asked her if they can come in. We have a garden with a balcony door which leads to the living room. They didn't look directly at her. They stared at the floor. One of them asked her if they could use their phone to call their parents. My grandma told me that she never felt such dread but thought nothing of it, because they were kids. She just said, yes, and let them in. She told me that they had finally looked at her in the eyes when they were so black. She never saw something like this ever in her life. She froze and just watched them walk into the hallway out of sight. Then my grandma followed after a second or two and they were gone, simply vanished into thin air. She was genuinely scared and confused when she told me this. My grandmother would never make up such things or even talk about the paranormal in general, let alone having access to the internet, because she simply doesn't understand how all this works. Never used a computer in her life. She's a Turkish grandma from an old generation. I Googled and froze after reading about this phenomena. This happened 7 years ago, and the story is startling me every time when I think about it. Poor grandma. Story number 2. Something jiggled my doorknob. This has just happened approximately 15 minutes ago and completely freaked me out. Feeling under the weather today, and I left work early. Came home and took a nap on the couch. I then got up to fix some soup and watch some Netflix before taking another small nap. I get up from the couch to get a glass of water, and as I'm making my way to the kitchen, I hear someone jiggling my front doorknob. My doors are locked because my mother has a tendency to swing by unannounced. My cat immediately ran to the front door to greet the visitor. As I turn the corner of the kitchen or entryway, I see a small head full of short black hair ducking out of sight of the door's window. I quickly open the door, ready to have a stern talk with the child, but no one's there. My door opens to 3 steps and a wide parking lot. Nowhere for anybody to hide in that small amount of time. It was literally seconds between the jiggling and me opening the door. The little head of dark hair spooked me, and now I'm hiding underneath the blankets in my bedroom. No nap for me this afternoon. Story number 4. A quick little story about my grandmother's passing. I work in a public elderly home. Death is part of our work on a daily basis, and sometimes odd things happen in this department. My grandmother, who was a resident here for the past 4 years, passed away peacefully Saturday morning. While she was under palliative sedation, I always asked her to send me a little sign when she passed, to let me know that she made it okay to the other side. Today, as I came into work, I got a few things started for my boss and our busy upcoming week. We had a nice big coffee, and as these things tend to go, I had to use the bathroom, so off I went. All of the employee rooms here are locked with a barrel bolt that's higher up on the door so our residents can't reach and go rummage through the employees' clothes and jackets. So I unlock the bolt to go in, but before I even enter the bathroom, I hear the faucet running full force. I knock to make my presence known, but no one is answering. I step into the bathroom. There's no one. I like to think that it was my grandma saying hi. Story number 2. A couple of small stories. Just a small collection of things that happened that were weird and spooky. Just today I was reading a story about a ghost trying to get someone's attention. They were trying to get their attention aloud to my sister, and the alarm went off, set for nowhere near the time that it happened, too. I heard noises underneath my bed a couple of years ago. One was an organ or a piano, and I was in the basement with no such instruments in this house. A disembodied voice that sounded like my mom calling my name while I was waiting for the bus. I woke myself up, and she was sleeping. I walked into a room in the basement and saw a little Amish boy in the corner. I thought he was my sister at first, but when I looked back, he had vanished. I had a bunk bed and always had it in the couch position, with curtains around it, and was constantly just watching a shadow figure walk around and disappear or something right before it got to the one open side of the bed.